Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 481. Follow me. 4. A spot near the western continent's northern shores. The forbidden region known as the Lake of Despair was located here. Human. It's a bit cold. It definitely felt as if summer had ended and fall had arrived as Rayon fluttered his wings and sniffled. Cal took a blanket out of his spatial pocket bag with a stoic expression and wrapped it around Rayon's neck like a scarf. Choi Han silently watched this, and Cal flinched at his gaze before starting to speak. "Do you want one too?" "No." Choi Han shook his head. Rayon quietly snickered while watching them. Rayon could use temperature management magic, but he liked Cal wrapping him like this more. "Weak human. I need to use temperature management magic on you." Of course, Rayon had put temperature management magic on the weak Cal. Choi Han then nodded his head and looked around them. "What the?" This made Cal feel upset, but he let it go once the spell warmed him up. He then looked toward the lake with a large whirlwind on it. The snowstorm raging on top of the frozen lake seemed quite scary. It was at that moment. It's hot. Cal's back felt hot for some reason. He had felt his back being cold, but never hot. Human. Cal saw Rayon's front paws push him to the side at that moment. He then felt his body almost flying sideways from the strength in those paws. Plop. He fell on the snow. Son of A, the moment Cal was about to frown. Fire. Cal looked at where he had been standing after hearing Rayon's shout. There was a random fireball floating there. However, the faint fireball was burning wildly. No wonder my back felt hot. Cal checked whether his back was burnt before putting his hands into his outfit's inner pocket. Choi Han, who was watching, started to frown and took out his sword. This was a random fireball that suddenly appeared in this place that could be called the coldest place on the western continent. It was naturally suspicious, and he had to be even warier of it as that fireball had suddenly appeared behind Cal's back. That fireball continued to move toward Cal. Shoot. Oolong black aura started to rise up from Choi Han's sword. "Choi Han, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you since everybody eventually needs to know." Rayan had approached Choi Han before they came here while saying he would tell him something first. "Mom and the human told me to do whatever I want. I'll tell you about it because I know a secret of yours too." He had then heard the story of the dragon half-blood, Sherrit, and Rayan. It had made him full of anger toward the White Star. He had never hated anyone and wanted to destroy someone like this before. Everything the White Star did, starting from Harris Village, filled Choi Han with anger. Anyway, that's how it is. Rayan tried to speak as happily as possible before flying away, while saying he needed to tell Beakrux, On, Hang, and Lak as well before they teleported. Once Rayan was done telling everyone, Choi Han, Rayan, and Cal had come here. Uwang, the sparkling black aura, pointed toward the fireball. Choi Han was extremely sensitive right now. He would not leave anything or anything who tried to harm his family alone. The fireball shook as if it was shocked at the black aura, but it continued to move toward Cal. Choi Han raised his sword, and the sparkling aura looked ready to slash the fireball in half. Choi Han, however, he had to stop his movement. The golden top's whip. Cal had that in his hand as he started to speak. "Choi Han, this is an elemental, an elemental, an elemental." Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's question as he heard the wind elemental's urgent voice in his ear. "Chaos, destruction, peace." The wind elemental who always said weird things like that was shouting urgently. "This is him, the baby fire elemental. Stop Choi Han. He cannot destroy them. Chaos, destruction. Absolutely not." Cal recalled the fire elemental he met a year ago, but had forgotten about until the wind elemental mentioned it last time. It was slightly over 1 year old. He must have been desperate. He materialized after seeing you. "Peace, peace." Choi Han put the sword away. "Peace." Cal remembered how this wind elemental that always shouted things like chaos, destruction, and peace had said he pretty much raised this fire elemental. Choi Han put the sword away. "He is on our side. I understand." The shaking fireball quickly flew toward Cal once Choi Han lowered his sword. It then floated around Cal. Cal smiled at this warmth that felt like he was using a hot pack. "Good job." "Peace, Cal." "What?" "It is very difficult for a fire elemental to materialize on its own in this cold weather. He truly is a strong fire elemental that will carry on the will of destruction." Cal's face contorted oddly into a frown. The fire elemental that got close to him made itself slightly larger and started to burn wildly. Seeing that fire made Cal think about the elementalist connected to the fire elemental. He said that there's a person he wants to contract, right? That person was Sully, the grandson of the innkeeper at the nearby village where Cal stayed last time. He was talented enough to see the fire elemental that had wanted to walk Cal out last time. Cal recalled what the wind elemental had said about this fire elemental's relationship with Sully. The human I want to contract with keeps ignoring me, treats me like a furball. I'm a great and mighty fire. Help me contract with him. I want to create seas of fire everywhere. Chaos, despair, destruction of darkness. We must destroy it at all costs. That was what the fire elemental had supposedly said. Furthermore, the world tree nym said I have a high chance of burning the lake and to return when I became an adult. I cannot go. I have a house I stay in. It is the contractor's house. The contractor keeps having nightmares. He had said those things as well. Cal's expression turned odd. The wind elemental started to speak again at that moment. The fire elemental has something to say. I will deliver his message. The wind elemental delivered the message because Cal could not hear the voice of this shaking fire elemental, longing for the fiery thunderbolt and a sea of fire. Proficiency in sea of fire completed. Create a sea of fire for darkness and chaos. I'm a great and mighty fire capable of destruction. Respect Rayan Muru very much. Extremely respect the fire of destruction, my role model. Love. Cal sighed at this fire elemental's words that had not changed since last time and started to think. He said he thinks he can destroy Dorf's darkness attribute, right? Unlike the other fire elementals, this one said that he was able to destroy Lion King Dorf's darkness attribute. He would be very helpful. Cal could only see a materialized fire, but that red furball roamed around Cal, who was deep in thought. It was at that moment. Ah! Cal clapped as if he suddenly remembered something. Cal started to speak as Rayan and Choi Han, who were quietly watching him, reacted to his clap. Fire elemental, I thought you couldn't come here. The fire elemental had said so last time. The world tree nym said I have a high chance of burning the lake and to return when I became an adult. I cannot go. But that fire elemental was at the lake right now. Was this okay? Ahem, hem. It is fine as long as he doesn't get caught. Chaos, destruction, feigning ignorance. The fireball shook along with the wind elemental's nervous voice. It was at that moment. My goodness, the lake of despair. Someone seemed to scream from the lake covered in a snowstorm. It was an oddly familiar voice. Ah, Nuuo. The scream slowly came closer. Cal turned toward the direction of the noise, on top of the frozen lake's surface. There was someone running toward them from the place covered in the snowstorm. Oh, Rayan, who realized who it was, fluttered his wings as if he was happy to see the person. Cal stood up as he had been sitting down after falling to the ground earlier. Choi Han, who walked up next to him, was smiling gently as well. Elf priestess, long time no see. Rayan happily greeted the person running toward them. The person quickly running over was Adite, the elf priestess. Cal tried to happily greet the elf who was quickly running toward them while wearing the same baggy priestess robe from last time. However, Adite looked like she wanted to cry. Cal flinched after seeing her pale face. Tasha and some dark elves were behind her, but he could not greet them. It was because of Adite. Sea of Fire. Adite said that before suddenly stopping and keeping her distance from Cal while rummaging through her sleeve. Clang, clang. Cal heard the sound of coins clanging before the young priestess took out a handful of coins. She then almost ran over to Cal and started to speak. Here's the money. Please, not the Sea of Fire. Her pupils were shaking with anxiety. Cal quietly looked at Adite before looking to his side. His side felt warm. The fireball was floating there. Cal turned his gaze again to look past elf priestess Adite's shoulder to see the others approaching him. Tasha and the dark elves were looking at Cal with odd gazes. This was especially true for Tasha, who had a gaze that seemed to be asking what he did or what kind of scam he pulled this time. The other dark elves just looked confused. Cal looked at all of them before starting to speak to the elf priestess. It's an elemental. Ah, it was a deep gasp. Adite looked back and forth between Cal and the fireball next to Cal before slowly putting her coins back into her sleeve. How shocking, but it looks like I don't need to empty my emergency fund. The mumbling Adite looked toward the fireball. She had rushed over here without thinking about anything after seeing fire next to Cal. Adite calmly observed the fireball now that she calmed down a bit after learning that it was an elemental. The fireball shook at that moment, and Cal heard the wind elemental's voice. The baby fire elemental is saying, "The world tree nim told me not to come here, but I had to meet Cal Henitus nim because of an issue with my contractor. Adite nim, I ask for you to understand." What the? It can speak regularly too. Cal's level of trust in the fire elemental and the wind elemental fell drastically. However, Adite started to speak. "The young master nim needs to meet with the world tree nim. You can chat with him later." The floating fire slowly turned faint and disappeared. Cal's warm side returned to normal as well. "The fire elemental told me to let you know that he would wait until you come out of the lake. Chaos, despair, destroy the white star." Cal nodded his head at the wind elemental's comments and started to speak to Adite. "May I meet with the world tree nim right away? She has been waiting for a while." Adite smiled gently and guided them to the world tree. "It's been so long." Cal reached his hand out toward the world tree, whom he had not seen in a while, as Rayan mentioned. This tree that still looked like a normal tree, at least, seemed to have more vitality than before. The branches and leaves looked healthier than last time. Shhhhhh. Cal closed his eyes and his palm touched the rough surface of the tree. "It's been a while." Cal started to speak the moment he heard the world tree's voice. That does seem to be the case. The world tree had sacrificed 3 of her branches to tell Cal 3 things last time. Find Rayan's parents. Find the water of judgment. There is someone else who has gathered multiple ancient powers. The information she gave him last time had been quite helpful now that he thought about it. "I have many questions to ask you." "It is I who has many questions to ask. It looks like we'll need to chat for a long time." Shhhhhhhhh. The leaves of the trees surrounding the world tree started to shake. It looked as if the world tree was laughing and nodding her head at Cal's statement. "Ah." Cal asked the question that popped into his mind before they started their serious conversation. It was something he could not find out through Lord Sherritt or Choi Yung Gun's memoir. Is there an ancient power related to time? The White Star had managed to find out Cal and Choi Han's identities, as well as the time the tree in the underground area had died. He was asking about that power. "I do not know about such an ancient power, but I do know of multiple powers related to time." Cal's eyebrow twitched. There was a chance he could find out the identity of the White Star's power. It was at that moment. "Don't you have one as well?" "Excuse me." Cal flinched. He then grabbed the chest area of his shirt with his other hand. "That clock in your inner pocket. I can hear the time moving in it right now. The clock from the God of Death." It was the letter telling Cal to decide whether to go back or stay here. That clock was still quietly counting down. Something nobody had found out about was now revealed. "Human, what is going on? Does your heart hurt?" He heard Rayan's voice as the world tree continued to speak. "Death is a gift to the God of Death." The world tree had instantly figured out that this letter was from the God of Death. The God of Death is someone who is experienced in making deals. The vow of death is something that is only beneficial to the God of Death. Only beneficial to the God of Death. Cal moved closer to the world tree. He pushed his hand tighter against the tree as he placed his ear on the trunk. He heard a voice in his mind. "Isn't it obvious? It is beneficial to the God of Death because anybody who goes against the vow will be in pain, be cursed, or die. Would a god let people borrow his powers for free?" The world tree laughed as if she was asking why Cal was asking such an obvious question. "The God of Death cherishes heroes, but is willing to sacrifice a few to save the masses." Cal suddenly got the chills. "It looks like it is you this time." The world tree was still laughing. Chapter 482. Follow me, 5. It's me this time. Cal started to frown. "Human, what is it?" He heard Rayan's voice next to him, but he could not pay any attention to it. The world tree had said that the God of Death cherishes heroes, but is willing to sacrifice a few to save the masses. She then said that it was Cal this time. That was why Cal asked in a slightly lower tone, "Are you saying the God of Death is aiming for me?" Gasp. He could hear Adite gasp. Gasp. Rayan gasped before quickly starting to ramble. "Human, did she say the God of Death wants to mess with you? I won't let him get away with it. I will destroy everything. In this place with the world tree." Although Tasha and the other dark elves did not get the world tree's permission to enter, Choi Han, who came with Cal and Rayan, slowly started to speak. I am someone who is not afraid of anything anymore. Cal flinched at Choi Han's calm but extremely vicious statement, however. He stopped paying attention to them as he heard the World Tree's voice. Cal still had his eyes closed as he was listening to the World Tree. That was why he did not see the vicious glare on Choi Han's face nor the burning gaze in Rayan's eyes. Adite, who was watching them, gulped and clasped her hands together. Cal, who had his eyes closed, started to hear someone laugh at that moment. Ha ha ha. The World Tree started to speak as if Cal was a cute little boy. Didn't I tell you? The God of Death is someone who is experienced in making deals. I'm saying you are the person he is trying to make a deal with this time. Ah, Cal let out a sigh of relief. I thought she meant that I was the one to be sacrificed to save the many. His expression relaxed as he thought that he was shocked for no reason. Of course, you may die if the deal goes wrong. What? Is this World Tree trying to mess with my mind? Cal started to frown. The World Tree did not care and continued to speak. The power of the God of Death inside your pocket should be a medium used to make a deal with him. It is not a deal. The God of Death's letter in Cal's pocket had said that it was an opportunity for a decision. The opportunity to decide whether to live here or to go back. The God of Death had made it sound like goodwill rather than a deal. A deal is something where both sides trade things. However, the God of Death had told Cal to decide without saying he was going to take anything from Cal. Cal continued to think. He heard the World Tree's voice again. Cal Henitus. Do not fully trust the God of Death. Even in the past, the God of Death, boom, Cal felt the tree start to shake violently. What the? He almost opened his eyes in shock. Do not open your eyes. However, he kept them tightly closed after hearing the World Tree's shout. World Tree Nim, your branch. Cal heard Adite's scream-like shout before hearing a dull boom. Based on what Adite had just said, he presumed a branch had fallen off like last time. They are punishing me like this because I was trying to say something I shouldn't say. The World Tree mumbled to herself with bitterness. The World Tree was able to look at the flow of the world. However, there were things that she should not discuss, and she said that a portion of the flow during the darkness in ancient times was not visible. Anyway, I can't tell you about the past, but Cal, nothing in the world is free. There are no coincidences either. Cal made sure to remember the World Tree's words. Kim Rock, Sue's birthday, the time that was slowly ticking away toward that day. The opportunity from the God of Death was approaching. However, that was not an opportunity. It could be a deal. Cal recorded the word, deal, in his mind. An odd smile appeared on his face at the same time. I guess that means there is something he wants from me. The God of Death wanted something from him. Wouldn't that be why he wanted to make a deal? It's worth a shot. Cal was not planning on moving according to the God of Death's will at all. Ah, and to tell you one more thing. The World Tree hesitated before continuing to speak in a bright tone. This shouldn't be something that makes me lose a branch. That makes sense, since a lot of people should know about this. The bright tone soon became serious. Gods cannot interfere with the happenings of the world. They cannot change nor modify the fate people were born with. However, methods for them to make such modifications do exist. What are those methods? It is different per god, and it is not something I can tell you even if I knew. They might destroy all of my branches for something like that. I see. But I can tell you something about it. Cal focused all of his attention on the World Tree. The gods plant eyes for them to observe the world. What could those eyes be? Cal suddenly thought about Saint Jack and the excommunicated priestess cage. They were people who served different gods. Were they the god's eyes? The God of Death's eyes are in your body as well. Ah, it is similar to a location tracking device. Are you saying a god messed with my body? Cal subconsciously asked in shock. That comment shocked Choi Han and Rayan as well and made them become more vicious, but Cal had no way of knowing about that. I cannot tell you anything more about it, but I'm sure a smart guy like you can figure it out. By the way, it is not that clock. It's not the God of Death's letter. Then where else could the God's eyes be? She said it was a location tracking device, so it should mean that the God of Death is able to tell where I am at any moment. Cal started to think about the past 2+ some years. The images of the past quickly flew by like in a movie. Ah, Cal found it. He found what could be the God of Death's eyes. There were 2 times the God of Death's aura had entered his body. That was the thing that made the God of Death and his temple famous, as well as the reason many people visited the temple. A vow, the vow of death. Many people looked for priests of the god of death to make vows of death to solidify their trust in each other. Cal had made a vow of death with the crazy priestess Cage and Taylor. He then later made a vow with Choi Han at a temple of the god of death. Did the god of death know my location since then? Cal got the chills. Is it the vow? I cannot answer. It was a careful answer to a careful question. However, that was enough. She would have answered that it was not the eyes if that was the case. She answered that she could not answer because he was right. The world tree's voice and demeanor were enough for him to tell. Cal decided he needed to meet with Priestess Cage once he returned to the Roan Kingdom. He thought he should meet her before November. Something is suspicious. It was suspicious the more he thought about it. Why did the god of death bring Choi Young Gun and Choi Han to this world? He had a pretty good idea about the reason, but he needed to find out for sure. Thank you. You've been extremely helpful. Cal thanked the world tree once he organized some of his thoughts. Forget the White Star. He would have been smacked in the back by the god of death if he didn't have this conversation with the world tree. Why do things keep popping up like this these days? The demon world was one thing, and now the god of death. There were so many problems. It was nothing. By the way, Albrew Crossman was fated to exist in the Roan Kingdom. Excuse me, why was she suddenly talking about the Crown Prince? I cannot tell you anything else about it. I see. Anyway, thank you for your help. Cal, do you think I will only help you out, Now what is she talking about? The world tree whispered as Cal slightly started to frown. I need your help. The world tree needed his help. Cal debated for a moment before deciding to hear her out. What is it? Do you remember the 10-Finger Mountains? The 10-Finger Mountains. That was a mountain range with 10 peaks in the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, the place where Cal earned the Fire of Destruction and the location of elf healer Pendrick's elf village. Yes, Mom, I remember it. Do you remember what happened there as well? Cal recalled his memories of the past. It instantly pulled up a moment. Right after they first fought against the dragon Half-Blood at the Kero Kingdom, ancient dragon, Eruhaben had come looking for him while saying that his lair was destroyed. Cal recalled the conversation he had with Eruhaben through the video communication device prior to Eruhaben showing up. You know the 10-Finger Mountains, right? The place with the elf village. Yes, I do. You protected their branch of the world tree. Yes, that was robbed a few days ago. Cal and his group had fought against the magic spearman and the tamer, and their victory was able to protect the world tree's branch from harm. However, it was stolen at a later point. Once an elf village loses its branch of the world tree, the elf village that is hidden by an illusion spell will be revealed, and the village made of trees will be destroyed. I went to the elf village because of that, and my lair was destroyed when I got back. Ho ho, they think they can do whatever they want because I won't make it past another year. Was it done by arm? The elf village was definitely arm, but I can't be sure about my lair. Cal thought up to that point and stopped pulling up records. The thing that had happened at the 10-Finger Mountains elf village, that was talking about arm taking the branch of the world tree. Do you have something to ask me to do regarding that issue? I found out why Arm was aiming for the branches of the world tree. The world tree's voice sounded angry. Those bastards are trying to create a new world tree. The world tree. The world tree of this world was not something that needed to be protected at all costs like it is in most fantasy novels. It was just something that repeated life and death in a set location for a long time and became the pillar for the elementals of nature to live peacefully. It was the same for the elves as well. Furthermore, she earned the power to investigate the flow of the world after living for such a long time, and she could peek into the past and future because of it. This alone makes her amazing. The world tree was amazing, and her powers were immense. She was also important to the elves and elementals. They want to create a new world tree. The world tree continued to speak. It looks like they stole my branch to conduct experiments to create a new world tree. I don't know their reasons for trying to do such a thing, but I felt something hindering me every time I investigated the flow of the world these days. It wasn't something like the darkness of ancient times that had hindered her vision. It was a power like my own. However, it didn't have a conscience like me, and it was being controlled. Cal could not hold back any more and asked, "Is it possible to create a new world tree?" How would I know? Excuse me. Cal became at a loss for words after hearing the world tree ask back. However, the world tree was extremely angry such that she could not even rest properly. Anyway, I was able to locate where this similar power originated from to hinder me. Where is it? Cal felt someone walk toward him at that moment. CHHH. He heard that person open something. Open your eyes. Cal removed his hand from the world tree and opened his eyes. Adite was standing next to him with an open map. She was pointing to a spot. It is here. Ha! Cal let out a gasp. The spot Adite was pointing at. That was the eastern continent's Molden Kingdom. The World Tree Nim says that this is where the fake World Tree is being created. She was pointing exactly at the Molden Kingdom's capital, the central region of the Molden Kingdom. That was where illusionist Elisne the First, the monarch of the Molden Kingdom, lived. Cal started to speak. I guess the illusionist is growing the World Tree. Cal turned his head. The illusionist. Cal could see Choi Han focusing on the map after hearing that world. Choi Han was forced to relieve his terrible past and was almost controlled by the illusionist. Cal slowly turned away from Choi Han, whose gaze was becoming even more vicious. Adite shared the World Tree's will at that moment. Please destroy the new World Tree. The World Tree Nim and our elf village will use everything we have to support you. Everything. Cal asked without thinking, and Adite slowly took a pouch out of her sleeve. As for money, this is everything we have in the village. We raked in every single coin we have. It was a money pouch. The elves who don't care about money or materialistic things had searched through the entire village for the first time to gather anything that might be of value. It is something I prepared, as I know Kalnim well. In addition, any supplies you might need or troops for battle. Our village and the elves of both the western and eastern continents will help. All elves were ready and waiting to help with this issue related to the World Tree. Adite sounded proud of herself as she said that, and Cal took the money pouch for now. There was no reason to reject something like this. He grabbed the heavy money pouch with excitement and hugged it as he asked, "But if all elves can help, is there a need for me to help? I feel like the elves of the two continents should be able to take care of most things." Cal could see Adite's expression become serious as he asked in confusion, "You see." She started to mumble with a sad expression. "We already failed once." They failed. Hey, Adite, when did you fail? Even I, the great and mighty dragon, did not know about it. I know, right? As Rayan mentioned, this was the first time Cal was hearing about this. Chapter 483. Follow me? 6. Cal found it shocking that the elves had tried to destroy the fake world tree once already. I never even thought about it. He never imagined something like that could have happened without his knowledge. Adite seemed to have anticipated this thought and quickly started to speak. "Young Masternim, after we asked you to visit the village." She started quickly, but soon trailed off. Cal, who realized the reason, soon started to speak. "I was a bit late." Cal was busy and had not been able to visit right away when the World Tree had asked him to come. "Yes, sir. We couldn't just sit back and wait, so we attempted to take it down since we had a large group of elves. Elves were quite difficult enemies because they were strong and could handle elementals. Furthermore, every elf village had a guardian elf that formed militias to protect the village. The Molden Kingdom. Their task was to sneak into one of the eastern continent's strongest kingdoms, but it should not have been very hard. At least that was what the elves had thought. We managed to get near that area by following the directions the World Tree Nim gave us. Where is that area? A palace in the Molden Kingdom's capital. And you failed. Yes, sir. Adite gripped the map a little tighter. Cal flinched at the vicious-looking grip as Adite recalled the past and continued to speak. The fake World Tree. We could not get near the place where the new World Tree was being created. Why not? We were stopped by dead mana liquid. Dead mana liquid existed around the new World Tree so that the elves could not get inside. As you know, elves are extremely weak against dead mana. Cal nodded his head. That was the reason the elves were almost defeated by Arm in the Ten-Finger Mountains as well. The elves would have lost against the Tamer, and the dead mana he spread with his controlled animals if Cal and his group had not shown up. Cal opened his mouth to speak. "You need my help because of the dead mana." "That is correct. Young Masternim, you played a huge role in the Ten-Finger Mountains in the past, and you also have Miss Necromancer by your side, and—" Adite looked past the place where the World Tree was located. "I heard you were close with the Dark Elves as well." Elves and Dark Elves did not get along. It was because the Dark Elves needed the thing that was the Elves' weakness. Of course, we plan on rewarding Miss Necromancer and the Dark Elves as much as possible as well if they will help us. Your other group members as well. Cal looked toward Adite with an amazed gaze. Elves were not the type to ask others for help like this, especially toward races like necromancers and dark elves that were related to dead mana. That's how important this is to them. The world tree and elementals, these two things were extremely important to the elves. The world tree gave them a home, and the elementals who lived peaceful lives, thanks to the world tree, were the elves' close friends and a source of their strength. Shhhhhhhh. Cal could see the leaves of the trees around the world tree starting to shake. He couldn't chat with the world tree because he had removed his hand, but it seemed to be asking him for help. It's something I need to do anyway if it is related to the White Star. Furthermore, it was going on in the Molden Kingdom, run by the illusionist. Choi Han, who was viciously glaring at the map from a corner, had a debt to pay back to the illusionist. He started to speak to Adite, who was looking at him with a desperate gaze. I will need to ask the Dark Elves and the Necromancer for what they wish to do. As for me, I will help you out. Young Master Nim. Adite looked toward Cal with admiration. Hey, Adite, I'll help too. I'll lend a hand as well. Rayan answered excitedly while Choi Han responded viciously, and Adite's expression brightened up even more as she thanked Rayan and Choi Han. Cal quickly shoved the money pouch into his spatial pocket bag while she did that. Ah, Adite looked back toward Cal and started to speak. The World Tree Nim says there's something she needs to tell you again. Is that so? Cal closed his eyes and put his hand on the tree again. Thank you for listening to my request. I debated asking Aruhaben, but decided to ask you because that child's body condition is not normal right now. Cal started to frown again. Iruhaben's condition was not normal. He currently did not have much time left to live. The inside of Cal's mouth felt gritty the more he thought about that. He wanted to quickly take care of this issue, but it was not easy because Iruhaben's wishes were important. And as for the fruit that Aruhaben asked about, the fruit that Aruhaben had told the World Tree to hand over to Rayan. The World Tree had not been able to bear any fruit because she had lost branches while giving Cal information in their last meeting. I told you I'd give it to you after summer ended, right? Summer has ended now. That's right. The World Tree continued in a benign voice. Thankfully, I was able to create one fruit. I left it with Adite. Take it with you. It will be beneficial to that young dragon. Cal slowly removed his hand from the world tree and opened his eyes. Adite was in front of him again with a box instead of a map. Is this it? Yes, sir. It is inside. It was a gold box that was wrapped in a wild bag. Human, what is that? Rayan approached them with curiosity. However, Iruhaben had told Cal something. Don't tell the little kid. Cal Henitus. This is something only you should know. The ancient dragon had told him not to tell Rayan and to keep it in his possession. Cal quietly took the box with the fruit and put it into his spatial pocket bag. Rayan tilted his head and started to speak to Cal. Human, do you still have room in your spatial pocket bag? I can give you one of mine if you need more room. I just need to take some apple pies out. Apple pies. Those words made Cal flinch before shaking his head. He still had plenty of room in his spatial pocket bag. It's done. Adite handed Cal the map of the eastern continent and gently smiled. Cal looked toward her and started to speak. I have something to take care of first, so I'll be back within 3 days. I understand. I'll let you know the things I need via video communication device before I come back, okay? We will have everything prepared. Okay. Then I will guide you out. Shhhhhhhh. The leaves of the world tree and the trees around it started to shake even though there was no wind. It was as if they were saying bye to Cal. Cal bowed toward the world tree and followed behind Adite. Choi Han approached him and cautiously started to speak. Cal Nim. Yes. Cal nonchalantly answered as he thought about the full money bag from earlier. Thinking about that made him feel at peace. I guess money really is best. As Cal was about to smile. Did the guard of death do something? His peace was destroyed by Choi Han's question. He slowly turned his head and looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han was looking at him with such a scary gaze that Cal thought he might have nightmares about it. Ah, you see. Cal could tell that Rayan and Adite were looking at him as well. Young Master Nim. Cal, who had walked out past the World Tree's territory at this point, could see Tasha running toward him with a bright smile. He tried to change the subject after seeing Tasha. Cal Nim. However, Choi Han's gaze was vicious. Cal had no choice but to speak. He kept it vague and cut off the important parts. He seems to want to take something from me. Cal could not explain anything about the guard of death's letter. He heard Adat's serious voice at that moment. She sounded scared. Is it death? What else could the guard of death take other than death? Adat looked scared as she looked toward Cal with concern. The approaching Tasha stopped and started to mumble to herself. He wants the young master's life. Egu, Cal started to get a headache. No, it's not like that. Cal immediately said no. Cal had no way of knowing what the conditions of the guard of death's deal would be. Furthermore, the World Tree had said it was a deal, but it could be an opportunity to decide, as the letter mentioned. Cal was keeping all options open, which was why he said no. It could be my life, though. The guard of death might want Cal's life, as all options were on the table. Cal had no plans on sharing that fact with the others, though. He just said that Adat was wrong with a stern expression. However, that expression was interpreted oddly. Kalnim he. Choi Han calmly started to speak. Kalnim, you do not need to tell us the truth if you don't want to. Ha, this wasn't what I intended. I told you Adat was wrong. I understand. Choi Han quietly stared at Cal and enunciated each syllable. However, he was clearly talking to someone else and not Cal. There is nothing I am scared of anymore. Anything. I will not let anything get in our way. Cal gulped. Choi Han did not seem to be talking to him. Perhaps was he talking to the guard of death? Cal did not dare ask Choi Han about it and turned his head. He could see Rayon vigorously nodding his head. His chubby cheeks were wobbling. Tasha had her arms crossed as she focused her gaze on Cal as if she was observing him. Should I tell him about this? She quietly mumbled and Cal did not manage to hear her. Cal then walked toward her. Tasha. Yes, young Master Nim. Cal organized the information he heard from the World Tree and Adat and delivered the message to Tasha. Tasha looked toward Adat with an odd expression the entire time Cal explained the situation. She then nodded her head and said something after hearing everything. I was wondering why they were being so nice. Adat looked toward Tasha with an awkward expression, and Tasha gently smiled toward her. Adat relaxed her hands as if she was relieved. Anyway, I guess we can meet back here 3 days then. Yes. Tasha said she understood before saying that she was going to take the other dark elves and go visit Mayor Obante. Sure, we will come here after taking care of business as well. Cal then headed out of the elf village underneath the Lake of Despair. Chaos, destruction, peace. Good to see you again. Let's hurry. The baby fire elemental seems excited. Cal held the golden top's whip in his hand as he headed toward the Lake of Despair. The wind elemental happily welcomed him. Kahaha, my #1 disciple, and I will create a fiery wind of destruction. Kahaha, chaos, destruction. Cal started to speak to the slightly crazy elemental. Lead me to the potential elementalist. His name is Sully, right? That's right. Kahaha, chaos, destruction, happiness. A whirlwind led Cal in a direction. Cal, it's the inn you stayed in. The wind elemental and the fire elemental led Cal to the inn where he met Sully and his grandmother. Cal started to walk toward the direction of the wind as he started to speak. Rayan, what is it, human? Please call Bud right away. After that, Ron, and then His Highness. All three of them one after another. Yes. Cal looked at Rayan taking the video communication device before making eye contact with Choi Han. Are you going to drag everybody in? Cal smiled instead of responding. Ah, this ball of fire, this darn ball of yarn, I'm so tired of it. In a corner of the inn, Cal, who had a roasted barbecue chicken leg in one hand, started to shake his head. Cal's group were the only customers in the inn. Human, that kid named Sully seems to be struggling. I know, right? Cal could hear Sully shouting as he waved both hands in the air. Why the heck are you doing this to me? This ball of fire. Ah, Cal heard the wind elemental's voice at that moment. Chaos, destruction. The fire elemental is sad. He says that this is the human's reaction, even if he just comes close. Cal looked toward someone else over the shoulders of the potential elementalist. Cal made eye contact with Sully's grandmother, the innkeeper. The two of them openly stared at each other before Cal turned his gaze and waved toward Sully. Shall we chat for a bit? Sully looked toward Cal. Would you like another chicken leg? The hand Cal raised was holding the half-eaten chicken leg. Cal looked at the chicken leg in his hand before smiling awkwardly and responding. Give me one more, and let's chat. Chapter 484. Peeling Layer After Layer 1. A Contract. The innkeeper's grandson Sully sighed as he plopped down across from Cal. Cal looked at Sully as he started to speak. You already know that it is an elemental that is roaming around you. The last time he was at this inn, the innkeeper grandmother had said something while looking at the fire elemental roaming around Sully. My husband told me when I said I could see them. He said that they were elementals. I was relieved that my daughter could not see them. I worried that she would be like me and be able to see them, because I was seduced by them. I settled down in this land of despair so that I could get glimpses of them when they appeared. But this damn lake seduced people, even if they could not see the elementals. The grandmother had said that she had built her home in this village because she fell for the elementals. Sully had heard her tell this story to Cal and the others. Yes, I do. Sully continued to sigh. Cal continued to look at him before peeking away. Human. The old lady is smiling. I know, right? Sully's grandmother was smiling while looking at Cal. Cal heard the wind elemental's voice at that moment. The baby fire elemental is sad. Chaos, destruction, sorrow is what he is saying. He naturally ignored the wind elemental's crazy comments. Do you not want to contract with the elemental? Cal preferred to be blunt rather than beat around the bush. It was the same for Sully as well. The innocent-looking young man with brown hair and freckles on his face started to speak. I thought it was messing with me. He looked toward the fireball next to Cal with teary eyes. A red fire randomly passes by my window when I try to get some rest after work. Do you know how shocked I was the first time? It scares me like that every night. He started to pull his hair with his hands. Cal heard the wind elemental's urgent voice at that moment. It's not like that. The fire elemental said he waited until he was done with work and approached him to get closer. Please quickly deliver the message. Urgent, urgent. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Ah. The fire elemental says he waited until you were done with work before approaching you to get closer. Ah, I see. I can understand that. But you see, do you know what it does when I go to the kitchen to work? The fire in the kitchen forge suddenly shoots up. Do you know how much food I ended up burning because of it? Cal delivered the urgent response from the wind elemental. About that. The fire elemental wanted to contract with you and thought he should show you his powers to do that, and the only chance he had was when you came to the fire inside the kitchen. That's right. He says he wanted to show the human the power of the fiery thunderbolt and the sea of fire. He did not share that part. In addition, Sully still had more to say. It put some of the customers' clothes on fire. It even lit their food on fire. That's why there's a rumor that the inn has a fire ghost possessing it. He says those drunk people all cause a ruckus and made things difficult for you. That they even tried to mess with your grandmother. Sully's shoulders shook after hearing Cal's response. Now that I think about it, that was indeed the case. Yes, he says he was trying to protect you. He also says he wasn't really going to hurt them, he was just scaring them. Sully's voice slowly became quieter and weaker. He then started to frown, as if he was trying to think about something before he started to quietly mumble. But the bag of a customer who was attacked like that and left ended up burning. He said the fire ghost from here harmed him. That customer said, "Just wait, I won't leave you alone." He was mumbling to himself that he was going to bring some adventurers he knew to cause a scene. Really? Yes. That's why he burnt his bag and turned him penniless. Ah, Cal realized the odd atmosphere. Sully was grumbling that he was harmed by the fire elemental and that it messed with him, but it was understandable after hearing the fire elemental's side of the story. He doesn't seem to dislike the fire elemental. Cal started to speak again. It's because he is a baby fire elemental that is less than 2 years old. Oh, it's very young. Sully's eyes opened wide. He is. He seems to like you a lot. That's right. The fire elemental says he likes this potential contractor. The wind elemental quickly agreed. Cal, who was about to ignore the comments, couldn't help but shake in fear. He says just like how he has the explosive power of destruction inside his cute furball appearance, this young man is the same. He looks innocent on the outside, but he has the potential for a scary, fiery thunderbolt inside him. This kid has something like that. Cal could not believe it. He then noticed Sully look toward his grandmother. He then bit down on his lips and started to speak. Anyway, I'm not interested in contracting or in that fireball. That's a lie. The fire elemental says that he always kept the window open when it was snowing or raining and closed it when he came in. He also prepared a small furnace for the fire elemental to rest in the corner of his room. Cal's expression turned even odder. Are you really not interested? The grandmother started to speak at that moment. Tusk, you really can't do anything about blood. Sully's shoulders started to shake. I built my home in this village because I was seduced by the elementals. My daughter and son-in-law were punks who needed to go on adventures to live. That punk's Gramps was an adventurer as well. Where could those genes go? Sully's gaze slowly headed toward his grandmother. The grandmother smiled at her grandson. You're trying to ignore the elemental and tie yourself down to the inn because of your old granny. Did you think I wouldn't realize that? Sully's eyes opened wide, and he avoided his grandmother's gaze. She looked towards Sully with sympathy. Honestly speaking, her ability to run this inn was going down day after day. The inn didn't make her much money, but she had no way to survive in this cold place if she couldn't even run this place. How could her grandson not know that? He knows. That's why this good little punk lives with his eyes and ears closed. For example, ignoring the elemental. She had seen Sully peeking around for the fire elemental while in the hall. She knew her grandson well. There's only one thing this granny wants from you. Sully was looking at the ground. He knew what his grandmother was going to say. Don't die before I die, and live your life doing everything you want to do. That was why he had avoided the elemental. He could not hear its voice, but he remembered how the red furball had responded according to his emotions. Silence filled the area. Only Cal's group was at the inn because it did not have many customers in general. Human. It feels a bit sad. It is touching too. Rayon's voice echoed in Cal's mind. It was not just the young dragon's voice. Chaos, destruction, peace. Suwab, both I and the baby fire elemental are crying. Suwab. The baby fire elemental says his contractor truly is a warm person with the destiny to destroy the world. Destroy all darkness. Cal, who turned his head because his mind was full of noise, noticed Choi Han. Choi Han was blankly standing there, as if he was thinking about something. What's up with him? Cal had found it odd that Choi Han had seemed to be thinking about something since they left the World Tree Village. Choi Han looked back at him at that moment and started to speak. Calnim. Cal looked at him with a gaze that was saying, "What?" Choi Han quietly started to speak as if he was responding to the gaze. "Why do you think they massacred the people from Harris Village? Did they just do it to get dead mana from the Forest of Darkness to give to the mermaids?" Huh! It happened as Cal flinched after seeing Choi Han's vicious gaze. I. Sully started to speak. I'm certain I would want to leave if I contract the elemental. Then you can leave. The grandmother bluntly responded. Then what about you, Grandma? Sully's shaking pupils headed toward his grandmother, as his grandmother was about to speak. You see, Sully could see Cal smiling while shaking the chicken leg in his hand. Have a lot of money. Excuse me, I will rent this inn. The rent should be enough for your grandmother to live peacefully. I will also hire your grandmother if she wishes. She can be an inn manager. Excuse me. Sully, the grandmother, and even the elementals looked toward Cal with odd expressions. I run an inn business. That's right. Human, there is that. The invisible rayon fluttered his wings. Cal continued to speak. It's an inn that hires employees who can take on most adventurers or rotten thugs. Yes, yes, indeed. They are very strong because they are originally from the famous Mount Lee bandits. The language can be handled with a magic device. Either that, or he could make Ran put the bandit employees through rigorous training in order for them to learn the language. We don't have any locations on the Western continent, but we have inn number 1 on the Eastern continent. He shrugged his shoulders at the grandmother-grandson duo who were looking at him with blank expressions. He then added on, there's no need to worry about not making money. There's potentially a way to bring in some new income. Human. How are we going to make money? Cal started to smile. He thought about the elves who said that they were willing to do anything and the mercenaries guild punks who were thinking about coming to the Western continent. They were all people who had benefited a lot from Cal already or would benefit in the future. Then shouldn't I benefit from them as well? The Marlan household needed to officially make their presence known in the Western continent as well. He imagined hope and adventure loving in number 2 as he started to speak. I can prepay the rent if you want as well. I will take care of everything. He then asked Sully a question. What do you want to do? Sully felt like a gold halo was flowing out of Cal. He then saw the red ball of yarn squirm and draw something in the air. It unraveled itself like yarn as it created letters in the air. This was something only Sully and his grandmother could see. I want to be part of the family too. Sully looked toward his grandmother before nodding his head toward the red furball. Sully had grown up alone with his grandmother and his deceased grandfather. He had seen numerous travelers stop by and leave. He looked toward this ball of yarn that was the only thing that had not left his side and started to speak. I and my grandmother want to be family with that fire elemental. Ooh, fiery sparks flashed in the inn's ceiling. Kahaha, the baby fire elemental is cheering. Chaos, destruction, love, kahaha. Cal ignored the crazy wind elemental and reached his hand out to Sully. Then shall we make a deal? Excuse me, nothing in the world is free. Cal looked toward the person who cut him off and finished the sentence. The grandmother was smiling. Cal smiled back and asked Sully a question. Will you return to my conditions? He then reached his hand out. Ah, haha, Sully smiled awkwardly and started to speak. Can we shake hands after you clean up? Ah. Cal quickly wiped away the sauce from his hand. Human, are we coming back for the elementalist and the baby fire elemental? Yes, we'll be back in 3 days. Cal, who finished making the deal, left with Rayan and Choi Han as they headed for their next destination. He had asked Elf Priestess Adite to look after Sully and the grandmother. Oh, my goodness, an elf. Sully was amazed while the grandmother was shocked after seeing the elf appear in the inn. Adite here will help you contract the elemental. Nice to meet you. Adite was quite respectful to the two humans. My goodness, that number one troublemaker. No, never mind. I'm so happy to see that someone is willing to contract with that cute fire elemental. I will definitely help you create a safe and firm contract and teach you ways to handle that troublesome, no, some simple elemental arts. Both Adite and Sully seemed fired up. The grandmother looked satisfied. Cal, thank you. The fire elemental says he is happy to have contracted the human. Happiness. Destroy darkness soon. Great explosion. Sea of fire possible soon. Is what he said. Everything ended well, including 2 happy elementals. Thank you very much. Calnim. That fire elemental was one that even the elves were afraid of now anyway, a child that everyone avoided. That fire elemental should calm down now that it met such a gentle contractor. I'm so relieved. The lake should be safe from burning now. Cal could not share Sully's traits and the fire elemental's determination to the relieved Adite. Calnim, shall we go in? Cal, who snapped out of his thoughts, nodded his head toward Choi Han, who had his hand on the doorknob. Yes. Screech, the Roan Kingdom's palace. This simple and old door that was different than the other clean doors with expert craftsmanship slowly opened. It revealed what was inside the room. It was currently the middle of the dark night. Only one person was sitting there under the moonlight shining down in the empty room. Welcome, Alberu Crossman. He was alone in the Roan Palace's grand library greeting Cal. Cal had asked him for ancient texts with information on the gate to the demon world, as well as ancient records on the Crossman royal family and the Roan kingdom. He was here to hear what Alberu had found. Your Highness. Cal greeted him and tried to enter. Stop. However, Alberu showed his palm to stop them. Guards, librarians, and administrators. Nobody else was there except for Alberu. He pointed to Cal. You come in alone. Only Cal was allowed to enter. Choi Han and Rayan could not enter. Didn't you say you wanted to hear a secret? Alberu was standing there with an odd smile that seemed to be full of bitterness and anguish. Well, if what I want to hear is a secret, then. Cal smiled as he walked into the library. I'll happily come in. Chapter 485. Peeling layer after layer 2, Cal looked back and started to speak before walking any farther. Wait for me outside the door. Choi Han quietly nodded his head and started to close the door. Human. I'll be waiting with Choi Han. Rayan said goodbye to him without coming inside as well. Screech, the door slowly closed until, boom, it closed completely and Cal could not see outside. Why are you just blankly standing there? Cal turned away from the door and faced forward after hearing Alberu's voice. Are you not coming? Cal shrugged his shoulders and started to walk after hearing Alberus' jovial voice. Tap, tap. The two of them were the only ones in here, so Cal's steps echoed loudly. Did you get rid of everybody else on purpose? Yes, they all have the day off today. Is that okay? Cal stood in front of Alberu, and Alberu took a document out of his pocket and waved it around. Do you see His Majesty's crest? Cal chuckled after looking at the document with the king's crest. It's more of a do not approach warning than a day off. Yes. Even the guards are 10 meters away from the building. Cal quietly listened before asking a question. I guess it is a big secret. I'm not sure. Cal could see that Albaru was still smiling, but that his eyes were stiff. His eyes were not normal and seemed to hold anguish. Albaru turned away after seeing Cal staring at him and started to walk. The people of the royal family seem to think it is a big secret. Does that mean you don't think it is a big secret, Your Highness? Cal walked while looking at Albaru's back and soon heard Albarus' quiet whisper. You can decide that after looking at it. Albaru was passing the decision of whether it was a secret or not to Cal. Sure, but Your Highness, it looks like we are going somewhere odd. The Roan Kingdom's palace's grand library. That was the library with the most books in the entire kingdom, as well as the location with the most precious books. The grand library of the oldest kingdom on the continent lived up to its name by being multiple stories high. And although the surface level itself was larger than any other building in the kingdom, it also had 3 large underground levels as well. Just follow me. Cal thought that they were heading to a hidden room in the library, however. Albaru headed toward the center of the grand library's first floor. Cal Henitus, there is a rule we must follow whenever we extend the library. What is it? Albaru stopped walking. Cal looked toward the crown prince who was enveloped in the moonlight coming through the large window on the first floor. The crown prince started to speak at the center of the moonlight. Make sure the gaze of the sun is always by your side. Cal recalled the layout of the grand library that had a lot of large windows, and this place I am standing at right now. Albaru looked down at his feet. He was at the center of the moonlight right now, but this was the spot for the sun when it was at its highest point. Do not cover it with anything. Albaru took a small wooden box out of his pocket. Click. The box opened easily. There was a small seal in the box. It was an iron seal that looked very old. This is something that only the head of the Crossman household can possess. Cal flinched at Albarus' explanation. Albaru, who realized the reason behind it, smiled as he asked, What's wrong? Are you shocked I said the Crossman household and not the Crossman royal family? Anyway, this is something only the head can have. Albaru looked at the old seal in his hand with an odd expression. Cal had a similar expression on his face as he opened his mouth to speak. Did you borrow it from His Majesty? Borrow. Albarus' expression turned cold as he looked at the seal. It is mine. The Roan Kingdom's throne still belonged to Zed Crossman. Cal had heard that Crown Prince Albaru still went to the king to get permission on important decisions, although Crown Prince took care of most things inside and outside of the kingdom. There was a lot of chatter about why he had not yet taken the throne. Cal had thought that Albaru was waiting to turn the Roan kingdom into a stronger kingdom or into an empire before ascending the throne. He also thought it might be because the continent was quite chaotic right now. But that wasn't it. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. Your Highness, you are already the head. Well, I won't disagree with your statement. The corners of Albarus' lips twisted up as well. He then quickly continued to speak. There were no ancient texts in the Roan Kingdom's grand library that discussed the gate to the demon world. I investigated because I thought there might be something similar, but there was nothing. Albaru had looked for the name, Gate to the Demon World, as well as the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas. However, there was nothing in the ancient texts, and only a few records about it in recent documents about the Gate to the Demon World, that is one of the 3 restricted areas. However, there were some ancient texts on the demon world and the demonic race that I organized for you, so take it with you later. Take the recent information on the gate to the demon world as well. Thank you very much. No need to thank me for just that. Your Highness, what are you doing? Cal started to frown. That profane expression remains quite terrible no matter how many times I see it, Albaru commented before closing his eyes. He then knelt to the floor. His hands were touching the tiles on the floor. It's around here somewhere. Are you looking for a place to put the seal? Yeah, should I help you? You make every situation bigger, so just stand there and watch. Cal looked upset. How could he make finding a place to put the seal bigger? However, Albaru, who had his eyes closed, could not see Cal's expression as he focused on touching the floor. I found it. He then opened his eyes. He immediately started to speak. You scared me. How? Albaru frowned while looking at Cal, who was crouched right in front of him, before moving the hand holding the seal with an expression that seemed to be saying that there was no point in talking to Cal. Cal, yes, sir. I'll tell you about this library's final rule. He closed his eyes again and put the seal in his right hand in the small gap under his left hand. this spot where all of the sun's gaze strikes down. The old seal touched the gap that would be hard to see with the naked eye. Alberu turned his right hand. Close your eyes. Click. Cal turned around after hearing a small click. This. Cal realized why others could not come in here today. The bookshelves started to move. Every bookshelf on the first floor slowly started to move. Cal turned back after hearing Alberu's voice. Alberu had his eyes open and focused on one location as he started to speak. This spot where all of the sun's gaze strikes down. Close your eyes. Then Yal reached the place where you can avoid the curse. Cal looked toward the same direction as well. He saw a space created by the moving bookshelves. It's darkness. A spot where no light could reach was created. The sunlight would not reach this place during the day either. Alberu walked toward it, and Cal followed behind him. All right, let's go down. The spot covered by the bookshelves had a staircase heading down. It's a path to the second floor of the basement. That was all Alberu said before he started to head down without any hesitation. Cal silently followed behind him. Tap, tap. An old stone staircase heading underground. Chhhh, chhhh. The magic torches on the walls of the dark staircase lit up as Cal and Alberu walked down. Why are you not saying anything? Cal, who was walking behind Alberu, heard Alberus' voice. I'm sure you will tell me everything, Your Highness. My goodness. Alberu shook his head from side to side. Are you not curious even though I used the word curse? Not really. You're a such. Acute dancing. He let out a sigh and continued to speak. There was still some time before they reached their destination. There are many records about the Crossman royal family since the creation of the Roan kingdom. Of course, as the oldest royal family on the continent, both the Roan kingdom and the rest of the continent had lots of records about the Roan kingdom. However, there are not many records related to the Crossman household itself. Cal could tell that Alberu was differentiating the Crossman royal family and the Crossman household since earlier. The records of the Crossman household are mainly passed down verbally. Furthermore, those records are only passed down to the descendants and nobody else. That's the rule. Cal was thinking there were so many rules. To be honest with you, tap, Alberu stopped walking. There was a stone door in front of him. Nobody knows the start of the Crossman household. The start? Yes. There's no record of the first head of the family. There are just records that have been passed down orally through generations. Alberu turned around and faced Cal. There's something like this in one of those records. Go around the world over and over. Keep doing that until I give you the revelation to go to the land of Boulder. The land called the land of Boulder and had the legend of the guardian of Boulder, the Roan kingdom that was built on that land. Go to that land, create a kingdom, and rule over it. Alberu put the seal on the hole on the stone door's surface. Click. The stone door opened by itself with a quiet noise. Alberu stepped aside, and Cal looked toward the opening door as he heard Alberu's voice. The head of the Crossman household ruled over the Roan kingdom. He remembered this one thing as he did that. Ah, Cal let out a gasp. Screech, boom. Inside the open door, a small stone chamber appeared. It was as desolate and cold like a prison cell, and on one wall of that stone chamber, there was a large boulder instead of a wall. There were words written on the boulder. Descendants of the cursed blood. What? Cursed blood? Not the household blessed by the sun god. Cal's gaze quickly turned toward Alberu. Alberu pointed toward the boulder. Read the rest. Cal turned his head. He saw the rest of the statements written on the boulder. The touch of the sun god will always be by your side. Never set your eyes on taking over the sky. The sun will always rise. The moment darkness is planted in your bodies, the moment a person with that darkness becomes the head of the household, the sky will be destroyed and the ground will tremble. Click. Cal turned his head after hearing a noise. Quarter dark elf Alberu Crossman was standing there with his dye magic removed. The Crossman household always found the head's appearance to be important. It was because they were worried about a different attribute that might be mixed in. He pointed to himself. They couldn't be mixed with the darkness attribute like me. That was why I hid myself. He had a twisted smile on his face. Now then, this is the unbelievable secret of the Crossman royal family. That twisted smile had both sorrow and shame for himself. At the same time, it had his unwavering self-pride as well. Ah! Alberu gasped after seeing Cal blankly staring at the ceiling. Was this punk also thinking that he should not be king? Alberu did not trust such records. That was why he had whipped himself to strive to do his best. Excuse me. Hyang Nim, no, your highness. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Seeing Cal Henitus looking so shocked, Alberu could not hide his bitterness. However, Cal had no time to focus on Alberus' bitterness. He heard a voice in his mind. Now that I think about it, the super rock nonchalantly added on. This crown prince kid looks more similar to the White Star every time I see him. The ancient White Star. I was the only one on our side who saw his face. He looked like that. His eyes were a different color, though. I don't know about his hair color either. We were both covered in blood as we fought. Oh, you saw his face. I never saw it because he was always wearing a white mask. I was the last one in the fight. I saw his face as the ancient White Star, and I both died. Oh, amazing. The cheapskate of the fire of destruction and the scary giant cobblestone calmly chatted with each other. Cal's mind was quickly moving as that happened. Descendants of the cursed blood. Never set your eyes on taking over the sky, and a person with darkness inside. This could easily be thought of as someone having the darkness attribute. For example, people like dark elves and black mages. However, something else could be considered if he thought about it a bit differently. Darkness. What if I consider that to be the demon world? Cal was already thinking that the sky attribute ancient power in the White Star's possession was from the demon world. Furthermore, the sun guard tried to tie the Crossman household down where his gaze could reach. He wanted to keep his eyes on the descendants of the cursed blood. This shocking thoughts continued to fill Cal's mind. The super rock started to speak again. The more I see this crown prince, he really looks similar to the ancient White Star. Of course, this crown prince is more handsome. Why did I not notice until now? You son of a... Why are you telling me that now? Cal subconsciously started to speak. Your Highness. Yes, what is it? Do you think I should not be king? Albrew had a self-mocking smile on his face as he heard Cal's voice. I think your ancestor was a criminal. Ha! The two of them just stared at each other with stupid expressions on their faces. Chapter 486, Peeling Layer After Layer 3. What about my ancestor? I said that he was a criminal. Is there something wrong with my ears? Albrew looked not majestic at all as he stuck his finger into his ear. I think something's blocking my ears. Then should I explain more clearly? No need. My ancestor was a criminal, haha. How could I hear such nonsense? Ha ha ha, your highness, you heard correctly. Ha. Cal and Alberu blankly stared at each other again. The two of them were silent for a while. Alberu soon started to frown. This is probably the most shocking thing I've heard in a while. Is that so? Is that so? Alberu started to frown even more. I was planning on telling him about the royal family's secret and talk about if I deserve to be king. So, what the FCK is up with this nonsense? He had decided to share this secret with Cal Henitus. He was pretty much the head of the Crossman household already as he had the seal, but King Zed Crossman had seriously opposed his decision. Alberu had ignored that opposition and brought Cal here. Cal must have asked about information on the Crossman royal family because he thought it might be useful to fight against the White Star. Alberu knew this as well and wanted to help him defeat the White Star. However, there was another reason as well. My weakness. His actions today were pretty much showing Cal Henitus his weakness. First was the royal family's weakness. The Crossman royal family was said to have received the blessing and protection of the Sun God. However, looking deeper into it, it was a curse rather than a blessing. The Crossman royal family's power and fame would fall to the ground if this was revealed. The second was his weakness, the fact that he had dark elf blood and the darkness attribute inside him. According to the curse, someone who should never become the head of the Crossman household had tricked the family into becoming the head. Alberu was able to reveal these two secrets and weaknesses because it was Cal, because he realized what I was. This bastard was someone who had recognized that he was quarter dark elf, but had no negative feelings about them. This bastard was someone who helped him. This bastard was similar to him. That was why he had brought Cal Henitus here today with a heavy heart. But he's speaking nonsense. He had thought Cal had a screw loose quite often, but Alberu could not stop frowning. He started to speak almost as if he was sighing. You see those words on the boulder? Yes, sir, I can. This bastard. Alberu held back his anger and continued to speak. That boulder is the only record of the Crossman household other than the orally passed down information. Alberu focused on one sentence on the boulder. The moment a person with that darkness becomes the head of the household, the sky will be destroyed, and the ground will tremble. It says the world will turn to chaos if someone with darkness becomes the king of the Roan kingdom or the head of the Crossman household. I guess so. What? Alberu was at a loss for words after hearing Cal agree with it so easily. He then realized something. I thought he would be different. He thought Cal would not act like this. He thought Cal would read those words and say something along the lines of, "Why should we care about the sun god's curse? Darkness, my ass." That was what he thought Cal would say. Ha! Alberu realized he had hoped to hear something from Cal and started to laugh. He wanted to hear Cal say, "Forget the record and do a good job ruling the kingdom." Alberu subconsciously raised his hand to brush his face. He was feeling very odd right now. It was hard to describe the emotion he was feeling right now. Dejection, disappointment, maybe embarrassment. How should he explain this emotion? He could not tell. He just put a majestic smile on his face as he did when he faced his vassals. He then turned toward Cal. Cal, it should be terrible if I become king because of the sun god's curse, right? Cal started to frown at that moment. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you trying to say? Cal grumbled quietly as if he was talking to himself before ignoring Alberu and walking toward the boulder. Alberu quickly followed behind Cal after seeing his unexpected reaction and urgently started to speak. Something seemed weird. There will be a curse if a dark elf like me becomes king. Excuse me. Something terrible will happen because of me if what is written on the boulder is true. I am someone who should not exist in the Crossman who I don't think so. Ha! Alberu could see a blank expression on Cal's expression. Alberu Crossman. Your Highness, your existence is natural. Alberu flinched and repeated Cal's words as if he was saying it to himself. I am supposed to be here. Me? Yes, sir. You are fated to be here. Unbelievable. Alberu subconsciously opened his mouth and retorted Cal's comment. But you agreed with what I said earlier. You said, I guess so. When I said the world would flip over and the sun god's curse would rain down if someone with darkness becomes king. What? That was what Cal's expression was saying. He then started to mumble. The sun god's curse, my ass. The words Alberu had been hoping to hear had come out. However, he could not figure out what was going on because his mind was a mess right now. The chaos was visible on his face. Cal looked toward Alberu as if he was being weird. Why is this smart person acting like this today? Cal had this thought because he had no idea how much this statement about darkness had weighed on Alberu since he was young. He started to speak again as he thought he didn't explain enough. I read an ancient document. It was so old that it turned to dust as soon as I read it. Cal suddenly started to talk about something else, but Alberu chose to listen quietly. Your Highness, your existence is natural. Those words were stuck on his mind. The things Cal was saying started to fill his mind over those words. That document had some information on the ancient white star's appearance. Cal said that it was from an ancient document because he could not say that he had heard it from the super rock, one of his ancient powers. Do the original owners of the ancient powers normally talk to other people like they do to me? He did not know for sure, so he chose this other explanation. According to what Bud said on Wind Island in the past, and what the Super Rock told him, you could not hear the voices of the original owners once the ancient powers became completely absorbed into the user's soul. The Super Rock said that Cal's situation was unique, but he kept that to himself as he had no way of knowing whether there were others like him. The appearance of the ancient white star. Yes, sir. Cal pointed toward Alberu. Of course, he pointed respectfully with both hands. Your Highness, I thought about you as soon as I read the description. It was very similar to the appearance of the man who would become the son of the Roan kingdom. Just what Alberu closed his mouth without finishing his sentence. His mind quickly started to move. Cal's hands started to move and headed toward the boulder in the stone chamber. All right then, the words here talking about the descendants of the cursed blood, and the part about never setting your eyes on taking over the sky. Cal pointed to the word darkness on the boulder, and finally, this darkness over here. He looked toward Alberu and continued to speak. Your Highness, there is something that I am hypothesizing. What is it? The white star's sky attribute. I believe it may be from the demon world. Ah, Alberu gasped. He heard Cal's cheerful voice at that moment. Now then, please let me explain the words on this boulder using my hypothesis as the basis. Descendants of the cursed blood. The descendants of the ancient white star. The touch of the sun god will always be by your side. Never set your eyes on taking over the sky. Do not seek out the sky attribute. The sun will always rise. The moment darkness is planted in your bodies, the moment a person with that darkness becomes the head of the household, the sky will be destroyed, and the ground will tremble. If one of you receives the power from the demon world and ends up in possession of the sky attribute ancient power, the sky will be destroyed, and the ground will tremble as the world turns into chaos. Cal pointed to the last two sentences. The moment darkness is planted in your bodies, the moment a person with that darkness becomes the head of the household, the sky will be destroyed, and the ground will tremble. This seems more like a prophecy than a curse, or maybe a warning. Alberu brushed his face with both hands. He could not help but laugh. He opened his mouth to ask, "What about when I said the world would turn to chaos if someone with darkness becomes the king of the Roan kingdom or the head of the Crossman household earlier? You said, I guess so. Why did you agree with me? Because the world would turn to chaos if the White Star bastard becomes king." Ah, this bastard Alberu could not hold back as he shouted toward Cal. "You should have clearly explained yourself from the beginning if that was the case." Cal flinched at Alberus' shout that sounded like a scolding while looking at the smile on Alberus' face with a confused expression. Why is he smiling? Cal found it odd that Alberu was smiling. "Your Highness, Hyang Nim." "Yes, sir, Hyang Nim. It might just be a hypothesis, but your ancestor might be the ancient White Star." Based on what Cal knew, the ancient White Star had suddenly appeared in the world and died in the final battle. There were no records of his family, his past, or his relationships. That was why there was no way of knowing whether he had any descendants. But for some reason, Cal felt like he was right. Either way, it's not something good. Cal frowned at Alberu, who seemed to be happy for some reason. Alberu raised his chin and asked him back, "So what? I guess that's true. You're right. There's nothing you can do about that." Alberu used his hand to suppress the corners of his lips from twitching after seeing Cal nodding his head. Alberu had been shocked to hear that the ancient White Star could be his ancestor. However, he wasn't a villain like that. Furthermore, the past kings of the Roan kingdom he knew about were never evil nor harmed the Roan kingdom's citizens, even if some of them were useless kings. The kingdom had been in difficult times because of their inability to lead properly. But the future generations took responsibility and fixed it in order for them to survive until now. They thought that they could avoid the sun god's curse only by being the king of the Roan kingdom. It was funny, but the heads of the Crossman household for generations had fought to survive. That resulted in the Roan kingdom being the oldest kingdom on the continent. Alberus' goal was to take the Roan kingdom past this point of being just the oldest kingdom and making it even greater. "Ah, Your Highness, I told you that I was going to meet a sage, right?" "Yes." He gently responded to Cal and waited for Cal's next words with a relaxed mind. That sage was the World Tree. "Ha! Who did he say?" Alberus' jaw dropped. The World Tree was an existence he had only heard about in legends. However, Alberus' expression calmed down after hearing what Cal said next. "That World Tree said that you were fated to exist in the Roan Kingdom, Your Highness." Cal could now tell why the World Tree randomly mentioned that Alberu was fated to be here. That was why he calmly shared his thoughts without any hesitation. "Hyang Nim, doesn't that mean you becoming king and living as you wish is the right way to go?" The crown prince truly needed to become king for the Roan kingdom to prosper. Cal once again made up his mind that he needed to push for Alberu to be king in order to live peacefully as a slacker without having to worry about the Roan kingdom. Cal firmly shared his desires with Alberu, who was standing there looking at him with an odd smile. "Hyang Nim, please become king." Alberu started to speak as if he was accepting that will. "Of course, I must become king." Alberu quietly brushed his face. Cal could see his true quarter-dark elf appearance as his dye magic was removed. Alberu looked at his reflection in Cal's eyes as he started to think. "Fate, I am fated to be here." Alberu thought that bringing Cal here was one of the best things he had done in life. It helped him get rid of his self-doubt. He quietly looked at Cal, who seemed to be thinking about a lot of things while looking at the boulder before starting to speak. "By the way, little brother." Cal's stoic gaze headed toward Alberu. "The Molden Kingdom. No, you want to flip over the Molden Palace and capture the monarch." He could see the corners of Cal's lips twitching as they twisted up. "Yes, Hyangnim. Should we do it together?" Chapter 487, Peeling Layer After Layer 4. It'll be nice to do that together. We should do such fun things together. Cal looked toward Alberu, who was smiling while saying it sounded fun. Alberu started to speak after seeing his gaze. Did you create such a plan because of Elisne the First? He had yet to hear why Cal was going to overturn the Molden Kingdom. However, he assumed it was something that had to do with taking down the White Star because he had heard that Elisne the First, the monarch of the Molden Kingdom, was the illusionist, one of the White Star's subordinates. Hyung Nim. Yes. Alberu looked toward Cal, who was suddenly looking at him with an observing gaze instead of answering his question with an odd gaze. Why is this bastard, who is great at creating situations that drive me nuts, looking at me like this? As Alberu had an ominous feeling. Hyang Nim, I guess you can fight too. Cal recalled how the quarter-dark elf Alberu had enjoyed receiving the bottle of dead mana in the past. Alberu flinched. He realized the intentions behind Cal's gaze. That looks like the gaze I have when I've found someone useful. Alberu had once seen his gaze reflected on a window when he found a useful administrator and started to talk to him. Cal's gaze right now looked exactly like his gaze back then. No, he could not get involved with this bastard who drove him nuts. There was a difference between working with Cal and being driven nuts by his actions. I'm not fighting. Alberu sternly shook his head. You absolutely won't fight. He then flinched at Cal's question. Cal had asked that question without much thought, but Alberu did not know that. Of course, I will step up if something happens to the Roan Kingdom or the Roan Kingdom's citizens. I see. Alberu started to frown after seeing Cal's soulless response. He bit down on his lips as he asked, why is my dancing asking me such a question? Shouldn't you be telling me about the Molden Kingdom? The White Star is creating a fake world tree. Alberu flinched, but Cal recorded everything written on the boulder before nonchalantly continuing to speak. They're recreating it in the Molden Kingdom's palace, and the elves infiltrated once, but their plans failed because of dead mana. Ha! That's why the Dark Elves are thinking about working with my group to help the world tree out this time. We also plan on dragging the Mercenaries Guild and the nearby kingdoms in the Eastern Continent into helping out as well. Alberu kept his mouth shut. Ah, the elves will be with us as well. Cal stopped talking and looked toward the quiet Alberu. The two of them made eye contact. My little brother that loves to drive me nuts. I drive you nuts. Why? Never mind. Alberu shook his head before starting to speak again. The Roan Kingdom does not have the troops to send to the Eastern Continent. You should know that. I do. He didn't know when the White Star would invade the Roan Kingdom. Because of that, the Roan Kingdom was currently gathering as many troops as possible. Of course, it was being conducted stealthily in order to not make the citizens of the kingdom worry. Alberu quietly looked toward Cal, who knew about that, and still asked him to do it together before starting to smile. I guess what you want from me is not troops. That is correct. What could Cal need? Alberu started to speak again. Y'all need a decent status to get the Eastern Continent's Mercenaries Guild and the nearby kingdoms to cooperate with you. It'll be difficult for you to deal with the aftermath alone as well. There was a difference between Cal Henitus going to the Eastern Continent and Cal Henitus representing the Roan Kingdom, one of the strongest kingdoms on the Western Continent, going to the Eastern Continent. And you'll need the Caro Kingdom and Roan Kingdom's confirmation about Elisne, the First's identity and her actions. The Eastern Continent's people are more likely to accept such confirmation from someone with a high status. He smiled majestically at Cal and continued to speak. Use my name and cause a ruckus if they get in your way, if the Eastern Continent's kingdoms hinder them. If someone asks Cal, who are you to step up to do this? The Roan Kingdom and my name. You can use them as you please on the Eastern Continent. Cal may be a punk, but he wouldn't abuse such power. He might be a bastard who drives him nuts, but there was a reason Cal was a hero in the Roan Kingdom. What are you planning to do if I do as I please, and the Eastern Continent files a complaint to the Roan Kingdom? Alberu shrugged his shoulders. Who cares? Are they going to come over and invade? It'll take them a while to come via ships, and it would not be possible for them to teleport over. And if they mess with us? Cal could see Alberus' eyes that seemed to be sparkling even in this darkness. We will stick the Roan Kingdom's flag on the Eastern Continent. You're quite greedy. I'll take that as a compliment. As you please. Albaru observed Cal responding nonchalantly and looking away from the boulder and at the stone chamber itself as he asked another question. But do you have any proof that the white star's power, that the sky attribute power is from the demon world? Ah, you see. Cal explained the things that had happened until now as well as information that might prove that his hypothesis was correct. To finish off, it was time to talk about his recent trip to the World Tree. He chose the things he could share from his conversation with the World Tree to explain. What about the demon world? Did you ask the World Tree about the demon world? Cal stopped talking for a moment after hearing Alberus' question and started to think. He had taken elf priestess Adite to the inn after making a deal with Sully, the contractor for the fire elemental. He had to go back to the elf village with the World Tree to meet Adite, and he had another chat with the World Tree while he was there. What do you think about my thoughts regarding the demonic race and the demon world? I'm talking about the White Star's sky attribute power. The World Tree said something unrelated to Cal's question. As I mentioned last time, there was not much I could see around the end of the ancient times because my sight was covered by darkness. The World Tree repeated what she had said when they first met. The ancient times. The story about how she could not see the flow of the world because her sight was covered by darkness at that time. What is that darkness? Cal had asked once more as he had done the first time, and the World Tree responded the same way she did when they first met. I can only speak the things that the world allows me to say. I told you this last time, right? Yes, Mom. You did say that. I also said that I cannot say anything about things I cannot see. That is correct. The World Tree stopped talking for a moment, as if she was thinking before continuing to speak. I could not predict the true body of the darkness. However, the me that lived during that time did see darkness. Unfortunately, that is something I cannot discuss. It was the same answer as in the past. She could not predict the true body of the darkness. However, she did see the darkness itself. But she could not say what that darkness was. However, the World Tree continued to speak this time unlike in the past. Cal, there are not many things I can say. You do not need to push yourself too hard, World Tree Nim. The World Tree laughed at Cal, who answered calmly before gently continuing to speak. I'll tell you one more thing. The World Tree had lived much longer than dragons, much longer than the White Star. The World Tree had existed in this world for a very long time. The World Tree was a being who was born, died, and reborn again over and over. Cal, change your thought process. She was telling Cal to change the way he was thinking. Why do you need to personally participate? Ah, whether it was the gate to the demon world or the gate to the divine world. There was no need for them to deal with it. Why do something so cumbersome and try to take care of it yourself? Ooh, the World Tree's body started to shake, and Cal could hear Adite scream. The World Tree still calmly continued to speak. She kept talking without stopping, as if she was trying to tell Cal even one extra piece of information. The gods create contracts with humans. I guess you can say that that is them making deals. Saints and holy maidens are people who have contracts with the gods. They don't know about these contracts. They just think that they were chosen and given gifts. It's similar to the vow of death. Contract or deals with the gods that people didn't know about, similar to the vow of death. No power in the world is given for free. Why do the gods give saints and holy maidens their powers? Although the saints and holy maidens might not know it, the gods deliver their wills to the world through them. Ooh, the World Tree's branches started to shake. The sun god tried to get rid of creatures with the darkness attribute that are also part of nature through humans. Adite called out to the World Tree and told her to stop. However, the World Tree continued to speak. She sounded relaxed. Furthermore, there are many contracts, similar to how the god of death receives death as a condition of making the deal to keep the god's eyes on the world. Cal found it shocking that the World Tree was talking about the god of death's eyes on the world that she would not discuss last time. The World Tree continued to speak. Do you think the demonic race wouldn't have anything like that? Ah, Cal had let out a gasp. It was at that moment. Boom, the World Tree's largest branch broke and slammed down on the ground. They're all the same. The World Tree's voice started to get quieter. She laughed out loud. Take a look. They're all trying to shut me up right now. Cal focused on the World Tree's voice. Cal, your life, our lives are the only important thing. Do not let them drag you around. Whether it is a deal or a contract, you can do everything as you wish. That is my plan. Haha, yes, yes. Do as you please, like how I'm running my mouth however I want. And take a look at St. Jack and Hannah. Also, look at Cage, who excommunicated herself. There definitely exists weaknesses to their contracts and deals. Something popped into Cal's mind at that moment. The World Tree then quietly continued to speak. Later, let's finish our conversation later. She then became silent. She was no longer able to speak. Dancing, hey dancing, why are you blanking out like that? Are you ignoring my question and thinking about something else? No, right. Cal quickly stopped thinking about the World Tree. He could then see the corners of Alberus' lips that had twisted up. You finally snapped out of it. Cal slowly avoided Alberus' gaze. Ahem. Anyway, the chance that the White Star's power is from the demon world is high. As long as the White Star made a deal or signed a contract with the demonic race, that is. I guess it's not okay to talk about the World Tree. I guess. He could not tell Alberu about the conversation he just recalled, nor the conversation he had before that about how the God of Death wanted to make a deal with Cal. Seeing Alberu quiet made Cal think that the conversation had ended well and continued to record everything in the stone chamber. That was why he did not see Alberus gaze. It looks like the God of Death did something to young Master Cal, so the World Tree was giving him some advice. He had received a report from his Aunt Tasha through the video communication device earlier. Oh right, Your Highness, young Master Cal always tries to brush these issues aside. So my little nephew Nim, shouldn't we do something to prepare in his place? Of course. He had agreed with Tasha's suggestion. Cal did not notice the serious look in Alberus' eyes as he finished recording everything in the stone chamber. He undid a button after heating up from using his ability before starting to speak to Alberu again. Shall we go? Alberu returned to his blonde hair and blue eyes appearance and opened the stone chamber's door. Sure, we should go now. It was at that moment. Human, Cal and Alberu looked at each other in shock. Rayan. It seems like it. They heard Rayan's urgent voice. Cal and Alberu quickly headed to the surface. Cal could see Rayan, who was no longer invisible, quickly flying down as he passed the middle of the staircase. Rayan started to speak as soon as he saw Cal and Alberu. Sorry, I'm really sorry. It was urgent. There was a video communication device in Rayan's front paws. It had been a while since Cal had seen such an expression on Rayan's face, and he opened his mouth to ask what was going on. What Bud? However, Rayan was faster. Bud. They said Bud's FC King head is gone. Huh, what is gone? Cal felt his mind whiting out. Rayan shoved the video communication device toward him at that moment. It's been a while. Young Master Nim. Rayan calmly smiled at him. He hasn't lost his head yet. He said he will lose it soon. That is the case. Ran faintly smiled as he continued to speak. It looks like Bud has become a hostage. We were told to come before they blow Bud's head away. Cal recalled the conversation he had with Bud before coming here. Ha ha ha. Just trust me. The Molden Kingdom. I'll find out everything about it. Just wait. Muahaha. Bud, who was happy to return to the Mercenaries Guild for the first time in a long while, had shouted that to him while drinking bottles of alcohol. Ran continued to speak. According to Bud's close friend Glenn Pofe, he was captured while being rash. Cal let out a sigh. I who? By the Molden Kingdom's dethroned princess. Wait, who? Cal looked toward Ran. Ran responded with a benign smile on his face. The last princess to lose the battle for the throne against Elisne the First. He was captured by her. Chapter 488. Peeling layer after layer 5. Bud is being held hostage by the dethroned princess. That is correct, young Master Nim. Ran's benign smile didn't register correctly in Cal's mind. Alberu confirmed that the underground stone chamber was not visible to Rayan and Ran, as they were in the middle of the staircase, before starting to speak toward Cal, who seemed to be deep in thought. Elisne the First, the current monarch of the Molden Kingdom, rose to the throne in her early 30s. She is said to have used her amazing leadership to turn the Molden Kingdom into the strong kingdom it is today. That is correct, Your Highness. Ran respectfully agreed with Alberu. Alberu leaned on the wall as he continued to speak. There are many people in the Eastern continent who consider the Roan Kingdom to be the second Molden Kingdom. There were talks about the Roan Kingdom being similar to the Molden Kingdom, as both nations had a young person coming into power and developing their nation into a strong kingdom. But there is one thing that was different. It was the issue of successorship. Albaru smiled and casually commented toward Ran, looks like you're quite knowledgeable about the Eastern Continent's situation. It isn't much, Your Highness. Ran feigned ignorance and stopped talking. Albaru quietly watched him for a moment before continuing to speak. He continued his explanation for Cal. Originally, there were two monarch candidates who fought viciously for the Molden Kingdom's throne. It wasn't much of a fight because Elisne, the first, was superior in every category. Correct. Intelligence, strength, background of maternal relatives, number of followers, and capital. Elisne was superior in every category. Elisne, the first from the beginning to the end, showed superiority in all aspects and ascended to the throne. However, there was a moment when her younger sister, Princess Jopes, threatened Elisne the First's hold on the throne. Jopes. Cal mumbled that name. Yes, Princess Jopes. Unlike the others, she aggressively tried to defeat Elisne the First. However, she is said to be living quietly after losing the battle. Well, she can only live quietly as she has been exiled. Unless the heir to the throne is determined early, as it was with Albaru, there were only two options left for the others who fought until the end: death or exile. Should they choose exile, they had to live the rest of their lives as quiet as a rat under surveillance. Honestly speaking, I still don't know why Jopes tried to go up against Elisne the First. This was because Elisne the First's victory was almost guaranteed. Furthermore, the two of them are blood-related siblings. They aren't even half-siblings. Siblings. Yes, that is why Jopes couldn't even get support from her maternal relatives. They all supported Elisne. Albaru tilted his head to the side. He had been gathering information about the Molden Kingdom after Cal told him about the Molden Kingdom and the illusionist last time. Furthermore, the two of them were said to have a very good relationship with each other until Jopes suddenly started to fight for the throne. Jopes and Elisne's maternal relatives still don't know why Jopes suddenly started to rebel against her older sister. Really? Cal's eyes clouded over. Albaru looked toward Cal and responded, I guess you felt the same thing I felt while telling you about it. Albaru looked toward Cal, Rayan, and Ran as he continued to speak. Doesn't it feel odd? That does seem to be the case. Cal started to think about Bud. The mercenary king, Bud, is not someone who bluffs. He told me he would get information about the Molden Kingdom, so the fact that he approached Jopes should mean that she has some sort of secret. Yes, either a secret or the key to revealing the secret. A secret or a key. Cal turned back toward the video communication device. How did Bud end up getting captured? Using the information from Glenn Pofe, who was watching from the rear. Ran started to explain the situation. Bud's close friend and highest-grade mage, Glenn Pofe. He tried to stop Bud from visiting Jopes' residence, but he's not the type to listen, so Glenn Pofe agreed for Bud to enter the residence alone while he would assist from the rear. Apparently, Bud never came out no matter how long he waited. That made Glenn debate whether he should enter the residence as well or contact the Mercenaries Guild to get reinforcements. Glenn Pofe apparently got a call on his video communication device at that moment. Was it Bud's video communication device? Yes, sir. The calling video communication device was Bud's, so Glenn Pofe immediately accepted it. Albaru interjected, and that was when he confirmed that the mercenary king was taken hostage. That is correct, Your Highness. Ran motioned to someone. Glenn Pofe walked over with an awkward smile on his face and bowed toward Cal and Albaru. He then immediately activated a video recording device as he started to speak. I recorded the contents of the call I received, and you should be able to understand the situation after taking a look. CHHHHHHH, the video recording device soon shined as the saved recording started to play. Human, it's Bud. It sure is. It was Bud, but Cal started to frown while looking at the screen. MMPH, MMPH. He could see a simple and neat room. It was much smaller than what he expected for the residence of a former princess who fought for the throne. He heard Albaru's voice behind him. I guess there's no way they would give a dethroned princess in exile a nice residence. He was calling it simple to be nice. The room they were looking at was old and shabby. There were a few bookcases and an old but clean bed in the room, and those bookcases were full of books that seemed to have been read a lot. MMPH, MMPH, and on top of that old but clean bed, MMPH, MMPH. Bud was flailing around. His arms and legs were tied down, and there was a gag in his mouth as well. He failed his body and seemed to be trying to say something as he looked at the video communication device, but the gag made it impossible to understand what he was saying. Oh my. He heard a woman's voice in the video at that moment. Other than the bed and the bookcases, there were also an old table and two chairs in the room. The chairs and table were made of old wood. A woman sitting on one of those chairs smiled toward the screen. The tea tastes wonderful. The woman who was drinking tea in a wooden cup was dressed simply but neatly. Human. She reminds me of the Duchess. As Rayan mentioned, Cal was reminded of Duchess Violin as he looked at Jopie's. Jopie's was much younger than her, but the way her hair was tied up without a single stray strand, and the noble way she was drinking tea. Even the refined look of grace that came from her expression made him think of Duchess Violin. She was wearing old grey clothes because she was living in exile, but she gave off the grace of a woman enjoying a short tea time at the palace office. Her voice, as she said the tea was wonderful, sounded extremely elegant. She did not look like someone who had lost everything. Honestly speaking, she looked more majestic than Albaru. Cal subconsciously looked toward Albaru. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Cal slowly turned away as he responded. She won't be easy to handle. Yes, Albaru agreed with that statement. Jopie's looked like a difficult opponent. Cal became certain after hearing her next words. Click. She gracefully put the teacup down before starting to speak again. Smile. She had an elegant smile on her face as well. Mister, tea truly does taste wonderful when you drink it after capturing someone. Ah, Cal was certain. She really would not be easy to deal with. Human. Bud seems like a stupid idiot who walked into a dragon's lair alone. He didn't disagree with Rayan. Cal had no way of knowing how Bud, who was a sword master and had an ancient power, ended up being captured and tied down by Jopie's, a dethroned princess, especially because Jopie's looked elegant without a single drop of sweat on her right now. He heard Glenn respond to her in the recording. Shoot, you must have accomplices in there with you. Bud struggled and shook his head. He heard a majestic voice respond. Sir, who would assist a dethroned princess that has nothing to offer them? For being the mercenary king's smart close friend, can't you use your FC king head? Cal heard Albaru's voice. Wow, I want to learn to speak like her. Me too. Jopie's was speaking quite uniquely while sounding elegant in the process. I want to learn it as well. Cal shook his head toward Rayan. See what happens if you learn to talk like that. No more snacks for you. He heard Glenn respond to her. You know who I am. Sir, how can I not? The two of you were a famous combination long before I started farming in this remote countryside. I guess you think I have shoot for brains. Smile. Her elegant smile made her look as if she was a painting. Know that. He then heard Glenn's anxious voice. Well, anyway, who you are is not important right now, right, sir? Jopie's, who had lived a long time as a princess, even if she was dethroned, and lived in exile now, had continued to speak respectfully to Glenn. Cal focused his gaze on Jopie's in the recording. Jopie's looked straight into the video recording device at that moment, and he ended up making eye contact with the Jopie's inside the screen. She started to speak. Sir, he said that he came to learn the secrets of the Molden royal family. Oh, that idiot. He was captured after saying that. Cal could hear Glenn mumbling. He didn't care as he continued to focus on Jopie's. She was smiling elegantly, but her eyes had not smiled even once. In fact, her eyes had been coldly observing Glenn the whole time. Cal heard Albaru mumbling next to him. Someone like her was always pushed back by a listener other than that one time. Actually, more importantly, Cal was focused on something else. Albaru mumbled about that as well. She doesn't have the eyes of someone who has to live her life imprisoned. I agree. Cal agreed with Albaru. Jopie's eyes did not look like someone who was in despair after losing, or like someone who had lost all hope. They didn't look like the eyes of someone who was resigned to her fate either. She had the eyes of someone who was biding her time and waiting for her moment. She started to speak. There's no reason the mercenary king would suddenly come here wanting to know about the Molden royal family's secrets. In fact, he should not even know that the Molden kingdom had any secrets. Sir, there must be someone behind you too. Cal felt like he was looking and chatting with her even though he was watching a recording. The tea that she took a sip from was quickly getting cold. Jarpis's eyes looked forward again. The person behind you is someone who has figured out a bit about the Molden royal family's secrets. The person who was standing straight without leaving any openings continued to speak to Cal. I am speaking to you who is behind the mercenary king. She had not called to chat with Glenn, the person behind the mercenary king. She was speaking to that unknown person. Please come here immediately if you wish to know the secrets. She invited that person to her residence. You'll need to hurry. If you take too long, her hand gracefully pointed somewhere. The mercenary king's FC king head might blow up. MMPH, MMPH. The mercenary king started to flail after seeing Jopies pointing at him. However, Cal didn't have the time to look at the mercenary king. Smile. She was smiling elegantly. And sir, nothing is free. The eyes of the woman who had been biding her time and waiting for her moment were sparkling. Let's make a deal. Then the recording ended. How entertaining. The corners of Cal's lips started to rise. He looked at Ran, who moved the screen back toward him, and asked, "Where is Jarpis' residence? Where was the place she was exiled?" He had seen a rugged mountain outside her window. Ran started to speak at that moment. "It is the most dangerous place in the Molden Kingdom." Cal's expression turned hard. The Molden Kingdom. It was a kingdom located at the center of the eastern continent with vast plains and wide roads that made it easy to develop trade. There was only one dangerous place in that kingdom. Isn't that the Molden Mountain Range? The Molden Mountain Range. That was where Ran's Marlan family residence was located. It was the same mountain range where the residence they just took back from Arm was located. That is correct, young Masternim. Jopis is currently living in exile in a small remote village near the bottom of the Molden Mountain Range. The mountain visible outside Jarpis' room was one of the mountains on the Molden Mountain Range. Cal started to walk up the stairs again. Ran continued to speak to Cal. "Young Masternim, I will be waiting for you. The elf village with the world tree." He had 3 days to go back and meet with Adite and the world tree. He had used a portion of that time to meet elementalists Sully and Albaru. However, he still had a large chunk of those 3 days left. "I'll be there within 30 minutes. "Yes, sir. I will have some lemon tea prepared for you for the first time in a long while." Flinch. Cal's shoulders slightly shook. Ran just benignly smiled. Chapter 489. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 1. It's been a while, young Masternim. Rayanim. Cal saw a gently smiling Ran once the light disappeared from the teleportation and he arrived at his destination. "It's been a while, Grandpa Ran. Good to see you again. Thanks for the apple pie." Ran had offered Rayan an apple pie with efficient movement. "Thank you." He had then offered Cal a cup of lemon tea that was still steaming hot. Cal grabbed the teacup with a grim expression before heading toward the window. "There's nothing for you." Choi Han did not respond in any way to Ran's comment. He looked as if he had not expected anything from the beginning. Cal did not care as he looked out the window. A lot of it has been cleaned up. Arm's remains outside the office window were all gone, and he could see the reconstruction of the Marlan residence taking place under the fluttering Marlan family flag. "Hello, young Masternim." Cal looked toward the direction of the voice to see Bud's close friend, the highest-grade mage Glenn Pofe, looking at him with an awkward smile on his face. "You struggle a lot because of him. ... It's nothing. I just should never have become friends with a bastard like Bud." Glenn, who was shaking his head, saying it was nothing, had a gaze that seemed to be thanking Cal for understanding his suffering. "Where is Jarpis' residence?" Ran immediately answered Cal's question. "It's in a village so remote that there aren't even any merchants that visit." The Molden Kingdom was a kingdom famous for its shipping routes. The fact that there was a village without any merchants meant that it was extremely remote and lagging behind. "Young Masternim, you do not need to worry about the route, as I will guide you there myself." Cal awkwardly turned away as looking at Ran's benign smile oddly gave him the chills. He then started to speak toward Glenn. Why did Bud go to meet Jopies? Bud had told Cal not to worry about information regarding the Molden Kingdom, as he would figure it out. He may seem like a doof, but he's still the mercenary king. There were many ways for Bud to gather information. The living and breathing mercenaries around the entire eastern continent were his informants, but he didn't know why such a person would go to meet with Jopies, who was exiled and had nothing. "You see." Glenn's face instantly stiffened. That made Cal, Choi Han, and the others who were looking at him stiffen as well. Glenn started to speak again once all of their gazes were focused on him. He said it was a secret. What?" Glenn awkwardly started to smile. He avoided Cal's gaze and quietly started to mumble. "Bud, you crazy son of a beach." He then clenched his eyes shut as he continued to speak. He said he got his hands on some precious information and that he would tell me about it later, as he was going to personally look into it to deliver the information to you, young Masternim. He said getting you this information would relieve him of his secretary status. Glenn felt like he could hear Bud's voice in his ear. Kahaha, I will show him this mercenary King Nim's abilities for sure this time. He always treats me as an errand boy, and I am always treated the worst. Sob. Glenn could not speak about the scene Bud caused while drinking. However, everything was delivered through his expression. Choi Han started to speak. He must not have told you anything, and just said it was a secret. Ran clapped and laughed in disbelief. Glenn, who was from the Pofe household that was as famous as the Marlin household in the underworld in the past, bid Bud farewell after seeing Ran's vicious gaze. Cal sighed before starting to speak. In the end, I guess we have to meet with Bud and Jopies to figure anything out. Ran, please lead the way. Yes, young Master Nim. Ran, who was already wearing a black outfit, walked next to Cal before stepping forward. Cal took a sip of the lemon tea and stealthily put it down after seeing Ran start to walk. Human, is lemon tea tasty? Cal felt Ran looking at him after hearing Rayan's innocent question. He voluntarily drank the rest of the lemon tea before they left toward Princess Jopies' residence. Young Master Nim, it is over there. Cal quietly observed the small old house Ran was pointing toward. It looks easy to escape from there. Choi Han looked at the shabby and low fence around the house as he commented to Cal. However, Glenn shook his head. That is not the case. Cal looked toward Glenn. Glenn pointed to the area around the small house. It was a small house built on top of a tiny hill right underneath the rugged Molden mountain range. There were no trees around that house, and there was a small village at the bottom of the hill. There are 3 types of people living in that village. They could see people moving about the village, and a lot of them seemed to raise dogs as they kept hearing barking. Most of them are people who have lived here for generations. Other than them, half of the remaining people are people who are watching Princess Jopies. A small house on a tiny hill without any trees. That was an easy spot to observe from the village. Choi Han's expression turned odd. Even if it is easy to observe this house from the village, how is there nobody observing the house from a closer distance? Wasn't observing from a nearby location the most certain and easiest way? Glenn answered that question. The last group of people living in this village is the people who served Princess Jopies until the very last moment. The people keeping an eye on Jopies were not only watching her. The nanny who raised her since she was young, her servants, maids, guard knight, administrator, and teacher. They are all in the village without the power to do anything. As for the guard knight, they had maimed his arms before forcing him to live here forever. It was the same for some other knights as well. The watchdogs in the village come up to Princess Jopies' house at set times to confirm her presence. There are also tens of magic alarms set that are difficult for anyone who is not a highest-grade mage to avoid. Ruwaf, the sound of a dog barking echoed in their ears. But Princess Jopies should be able to run away if she wishes to do so. Even if they were watching her from below, she could find a route if she escaped toward the mountain range. However, the moment she does that, everybody in that village who followed her until the end will be massacred. Not just them, but their immediate and extended families as well. All of them. Choi Han did not ask again after hearing Glenn's full explanation. It must be hard to choose to escape. Choi Han would have found it difficult to escape if he was in Joppa's situation. Actually, he would find it even more difficult than she does. Cal started to speak at that moment. Why did Elisne the First not kill her? I am not sure. Glenn shrugged his shoulders at Cal's gaze. Officially, it is said that the older sister felt sorry for her younger sister. But as you know, Elisne the First is not that kind of person. That was the case. Putting the fact that she was the White Star's subordinate aside, Elisne the First was someone who had no issues controlling people and showing them despair. She could really have felt sorry for her younger sister, but the chances of that being the case were low. And Cal looked deep in thought as he focused on the small house. Young Master Nim, I think it would be best to first head in there, Ran suggested in a benign voice. Glenn agreed as well. That's right. It is difficult to maintain the magic for a long time. Of course, Rayan Nim is here with us. The group was currently using invisibility magic to avoid being discovered by the watchdogs. That was why they could chat freely like this. They could only hear barking around them, but there were no humans around to see nor hear them. Sure, I guess that's our only choice. Cal nodded his head. Screech it was at that moment. Human, as Cal heard the invisible Rayan's voice in his mind. Cal could see the old wooden door of the small house open. The face he saw through the video recording device appeared. It was the graceful woman whose hair was pulled up without a single stray hair. You're here. Choi Han subconsciously put his hand on his scabbard after hearing her elegant voice. They were currently invisible with Rayan and Glenn's invisibility magic. Princess Jopis, who should not be able to see anything, had opened the door and started to speak. I've been waiting for you. She was skilled. Choi Han knew that she was quite skilled to realize they were there. Something is weird, but something was weird. Choi Han used a person's presence to determine the level of a person's strength. In Jopis's case, he could not tell what kind of power she had. However, it was weak. It was not that he could not tell her strength because she was hiding her presence. Instead, it was that her powers were weak. Cal started to walk forward at that moment. He was still invisible, so Jopis could not see him as he approached her and started to speak. Mom, you must be a shaman. Ah, Choi Han gasped. Jopis was a shaman. Her gaze headed toward the direction of the voice. Sir, I am too lacking to even be considered a shaman. That was the case. Choi Han had felt that her power was weak. That's true. Human, I feel something similar to Gashan from this princess, but the tiger Gramps is much stronger. That princess is even weaker than the child shaman from the tiger tribe. Even Rayan, who had revealed Jopis's identity to Cal, was saying she was weak. I don't know how she realized we were here. Really, I do. Cal headed toward the fence. He naturally avoided the magic alarm device Rayan informed him about in advance. Your incantation skills may be lacking, but he stepped past the old shabby fence. He stopped walking once he was standing in front of Jopis. Jopis was looking forward even though she could not see him. Cal looked right into her eyes. Shamans have friends. An elegant smile appeared on Jopis's face. Rough, rough, behind the house, a puppy poked its head out. Alarm magic only responded to humans. They would waste a lot of manpower and equipment if it responded to animals or insects. Roof, roo-woof, they could hear dogs barking throughout the forest. Jopis started to speak. That's right. My friends have sharp ears and a great sense of smell. They always take care of me, just like how Gashan had his crows. Rough, rough. Jopis petted the puppy that was rubbing its head on her leg as she continued to speak. These friends of mine move around the Malden Mountain Range in a pack. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to maintain our connection past a portion of the Malden Mountain Range. Jopis had her dogs. Please come in, although I cannot tell who you are. Even now, her puppy was telling her the identity of the people who were here. The person who bosses the mercenary king around. And has the Malden Mountain Range's returned owner, the Marlin Patriarch, as his subordinate. Cal started to smile. Jopis stepped aside from the door and Cal started to walk. Please remove the invisibility magic. I understand, human. Rayan removed the magic. Choi Han and Ran followed behind Cal before the wooden door closed. I am not familiar with you, sir. Jopis, who had never seen Cal before, smiled elegantly and offered her hand. MMPH, MMPH. Behind her was Bud, who still had a gag in his mouth, sitting on an old couch flailing around as if he was happy to see them. Ha! Cal sighed and looked away from Bud as he shook Jopis's hand. He then started to speak. Nice to meet you. I am the person who will blow up the Malden Kingdom. MMPH. Bud gasped and stiffened, while Princess Jopis started to speak with an elegant smile still on her face. That sounds more fun than blowing the mercenary king's FC King head up. MMPH. Bud gasped again. Bud's eyes were shaking in fear as he looked toward Cal and Jopis, who were smiling and shaking hands. Chapter 490. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 2. MMPH. MMPH. Bud was shaking his body from side to side and flailing around. However, Cal, who was shaking hands with Jopis, did not pay him even a glance. Tusk. Ram was also clicking his tongue and not looking toward Bud at all. Bud looked toward Choi Han, who was standing behind Ran with desperation after seeing even Ran ignoring him. MMPH, MMPH. Smile. Bud could see the innocent smile that appeared on Choi Han's face. Choi Han slightly nodded with his head before walking past Bud as if it was nothing. Hey, mercenary king, I'm here too. Your friend said he will wait outside the fence to see if any of the watchdogs show up. Rayan's bright voice stabbed into Bud's mind. Hey, mercenary king, I'm glad your FC king head didn't get blown up. Bud did not flail anymore. He just bit down on the gag and lowered his head. He even missed his close friend Glenn's nagging. Unfortunately, Rayan was the only one paying any attention to the sulking Bud human. The mercenary king seems sullen for some reason. Nobody cares. Cal didn't even look toward Bud before sitting down on a chair Jopie's offered. It was the same old table and chair that he had seen inside the video recording device. Cal and Jopie's sat down on the two chairs around the old table. Ran and Choi Han headed behind Cal without saying anything. I can't have my guests remain standing. Jopie's pointed at something for the two of them. All three of them could see the bed. Lie on it, roll around on it, do a headstand, please use it however you wish. She really won't be easy to handle. Cal realized this fact once more as Ran started to smile. I do not like the bed, may I do as I wish? Jopie's looked at Ran for a moment before elegantly nodding her head. Of course. The returned owner of the Malden Mountain Range can naturally do as he pleases. Ran and Jopie's made eye contact. Ran naturally knew her identity, and as mentioned earlier, Jopie's was aware of Ran and the return of the Marlin household thanks to her dogs. Jopie's met Ran's gaze with a cold gaze as Ran smiled benignly and started to move. Hm. Her eyebrows then twitched. I prepared the young master nymph's favorite tea in advance. The old man, wearing an assassin's outfit, leisurely took a teapot and teacups out of his spatial pocket bag. Jopie's looked around after seeing him taking out the lemon tea. Nobody had a change in expression except the red-haired man in front of her. The red-haired man was looking toward Ron with an unhappy expression. This man is the young master nymph. The fact that he can frown like that toward the Marlin patriarch must mean he really is his master. Jopie's had observed the mercenary king's reaction as soon as this man had appeared earlier. The way he had looked at the red-haired man with desperate eyes had shown Bud's firm belief that this man would save him. Even if I lack information about the outside, the fact that someone at the mercenary king's level trusts him so much and follows him must mean that the person in front of her was a highly skilled individual. CHHHHHHH, 2 cups of tea that the patriarch of the assassin household had boiled were placed in front of Cal and Jopie's. Jopie's picked up the fancy teacup that looked like something that would be used by a noble household for the first time in a long while. This reminds me of the times I used to drink tea in the palace. She then took a sip of tea as she quietly looked at the man in front of her. Cal made a joke after seeing her observing gaze. Can you figure anything out by looking at my face? Smile. The corners of Jopie's lips went up. Sir, you are young, she pointed to Cal, and I've never seen your face before. Who are you? The meticulous woman, who did not have a single stray hair, focused her similarly meticulous gaze on Cal. Cal barely managed to stop himself from flinching after tasting the lemon tea that was more bitter than he expected as he started to speak. I am unable to reveal everything because I am someone who has a lot of things. Princess Nim, I must first figure out whether the information you have is the information I need. Cal could not trust Jopie's. Princess does not seem to be the proper title for a dethroned person like me. Please cut the crap. Cal nodded his head and slightly shrugged his shoulders. She looked at him before elegantly continuing to speak. If there are people who can't say things because they have a lot of things, there are also people who can't say everything because that is the only thing they have. She could see the corners of the red-haired man's lips starting to go up. Then how about we discuss a subject we can both talk about? I wonder what you mean by that. Jopie's held the teacup in her hand and only focused on Cal even as the tea was cooling down. Cal started to speak at that moment. Did you not fall for the illusionist's illusions because you are a shaman? The smile disappeared from Jopie's face. Which illusionist? I see that you are feigning ignorance even though you know everything. I am talking about your older sister, Elisne the First. Aha! Jopie's reaction was so amazing it could have belonged in a play before she turned toward the mercenary king. He said you needed the Malden Kingdom's secrets, but you already knew everything about that crazy beach before coming here. Cal flinched before asking a question. I heard the two of you were close to each other. What's wrong? Is it because I called my older sister a crazy beach? Click. She put the teacup down and continuing to speak. A beach like her who uses her family is no family of mine. That is why she is a crazy beach. Click, click. Ran emptied the cold tea and replaced it with a new cup of hot tea. Jopi stared at the tea and started to speak again. I was trying not to say anything about myself if possible, but it looks like I have no choice. She recalled the past. One day, I realized that I had a special power. Ruff, ruff. She petted the head of the dirty puppy that had been by her side since earlier. That realization about my shaman powers came as I became this child's mother and friend. The moment I acknowledged that I was a shaman, I also realized that I was looking at an illusion. The fog that filled her mind had dispersed, revealing the truth to Jopis. You can snap out of an illusion right away just by acknowledging that you are a shaman. Are there no other shamans in the kingdom? Cal had those questions, but decided to focus on her story for now. Furthermore, I also realized that my family, the royal court, and even the entire Molden Kingdom was being tricked by that motherfucking beach. Are you saying Alisne the First is showing an illusion to the entire Molden Kingdom? Choi Han interjected into the conversation. No, there was no need to do that. She acted as a benevolent monarch and covered her horrible deed. Is that horrible deed the dead mana inside the palace? Jopi sighed after hearing Cal's question. Oh my, sir, you really know pretty much everything. She nodded her head and sat up straight. That's right. I saw the dead Mana River once I pushed the illusion away. I saw that river that flows in a zigzag pattern. I attempted to stop Alisne, the first ever since that moment. Why didn't you tell other people the truth that you discovered? Jopi started to laugh after hearing Choi Han interject again. She looked elegant even as she laughed. Everybody in the palace, the royal family, administrators, servants, and maids are under the illusion. Furthermore, Alisne the First has pretended to be a benevolent monarch to the citizens of the kingdom. Alisne had continued to develop the kingdom. Who would realize her inner mask? Nobody believed me. Even the people in the village below who followed me until the last moment could not get rid of the brainwashing if they had been in the palace for even a short duration of time. There was a bitter smile on Jopi's face. The reason they chose to follow me was not because they realized Alisne's true nature, but because they trusted me more and loved me more than the others did. Ruff, ruff. Jopis petted the puppy that was rubbing its head on her leg. Of course, these children believe me. There was something Cal could not understand as he heard Jopis' story. Why did Alisne keep you alive? She was the only person in the palace who had realized the illusion. Why did Alisne keep such a dangerous person alive? Because she was her younger sister. Because of affection for her family. Smile. Cal saw a smile appear on Jopis' face. He could also see the corners of her eyes curl up. She said she wanted to see me go crazy. Her family was in the palace. The brainwashed people were in Alisne's hands, pretty much being held hostage in Jopis' eyes. Furthermore, nobody even tried to believe her. Alisne said that death was too easy of a price to pay for hindering her. She told me to live in sorrow without being able to do anything until I go crazy. There was a sad smile on Jopis' face, so I decided to go crazy. The smile slowly disappeared before the elegant woman looked toward Cal and continued to speak. To be honest with you, who you are is not important to me. I'll gladly sell my soul to the devil if I can get what I want. I've been waiting for someone to give me such a chance. Am I that person? Jopis leaned forward and whispered to Cal, you just need to give me my freedom. Your eyes look quite greedy for someone who just wants her freedom. Am I wrong? She was silent for a moment before she responded. You're a good at reading people. Cal raised his hand. He started to speak once Choi Han walked up. Get rid of Bud's gag. Of course. Jopis remained quietly. Egu, that's so much better. Bud's gag was removed. He could finally explain the reason he came to this place. I was investigating the Molden Palace when I got some information that there might be a maze in the basement. That maze is something only the royal family knows how to get across. That was the reason he had come looking for Jopis. The entire Molden royal family, other than Princess Jopis, was known for being close and loving. That was why Princess Jopis was the only person they could ask about the maze. A maze. Cal had not heard about the maze from Elf Priestess Adite. He had only heard about the dead mana on the way to the fake world tree. Of course, Adite might have held the detailed explanation off until they met again. Sniff, sniff. Cal lowered his head. Sniff, sniff. The puppy was circling and sniffing him. It then wagged its tail and barked toward Jopis. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Jopis' eyes opened wide for a moment before she smiled and started to speak. Apparently you are not the devil. In fact, you are supposedly a good person. That is complete nonsense. I am a bad person. Ran, Choi Han, and Bud all silently looked toward Cal, but Cal did not notice as the three of them had already been quiet. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the armrest for a bit before starting to speak. First, he leaned forward, and the two of their faces became close. He then started to whisper. I guess we can first consider you to be the guide for the maze, and you just want your freedom as compensation. You'll take care of yourself after that. That is correct. You total scammer. What did you say? Jarpis's eyebrows were twitching, unlike her graceful tone. However, Cal was calm as he called her a scammer. The deal seems extremely beneficial only for you. Jopis was aiming for the throne. She would only need to guide them through the maze, and in return, she would get her freedom, watch the palace flip over, and earn an opportunity to take down Elisne. It seems that it is very hard to scam someone. Jopis did not deny it. Cal took a document out of his pocket and handed it to her. I will tell you what we want. Bud was currently being held hostage. That was why she had the advantage ever since they got here. It was now time to change that. Jopis's eyes opened wide. She seemed very shocked. She started to speak after seeing the crest on the first page of the document. Groan. It was the crest of a kingdom on the distant western continent. She looked at Cal. You're not from the eastern continent. The Marlen household and the Mercenaries Guild. Both of these had started from the eastern continent. That was why she had expected the man in front of her to be someone from the eastern continent's underworld she did not know about. Either that, or she thought he might be another power player at their level. However, the person's identity went beyond her wildest expectations. My name is Commander Cal Henitus, and I am here as a representative of the Rhone Kingdom. She asked an ironic question as soon as Cal revealed his identity. Really, who are you? She was really curious about the person's identity. It was at that moment. Bud, who had been peeking at them, puffed his chest and started to speak. He is the Western continent's greatest hero. Hero. Cal frowned as Jopis said hero, but Jopis did not manage to see it. Chhhhhhh. Ran poured more hot tea into the cup as he commented. He is also my master. Bud looked toward the shocked Jopis and continued to speak. He is someone I am serving as a secretary. Even the entire Mercenaries Guild would not be able to defeat this punk's group. He's someone who has already flipped an empire over. Ha ha ha. Jopis' eyes opened wide. Ah, he's also filthy rich. Jopis was at a loss for words after Bud said the last part and started to laugh out loud. This Cal Henitus person's group alone is enough to destroy the Mercenaries Guild and an empire. He's also someone who represents the Western Continent's Rhone Kingdom. Is it okay to tell me the truth like that? I haven't made a deal with you yet. What will you do if I go straight to Elisne and tell her everything? Ruff, ruff. The puppy looked at an empty spot in the air and started to bark. Jopis flinched. There seems to be a stronger presence, even though you can't tell what it is. This dirty puppy was no normal puppy. This child was intelligent like his mother. Jopis thought that there were many special things about this puppy that she had not realized yet. Such a child was looking at an empty spot in the air and saying that there is an unknown but special existence here. An existence so amazing that she herself did not notice. Jopis could see the calm Cal who was frowning at Bud's comments. There's more. This person was strong enough that the fact that Bud revealing everything just now did not matter. That's why they are revealing all of this to me as if it was nothing. Jopis clenched the documents Cal handed her. These were the conditions someone who had much more than she was offering her. You must have come to test me. You came to see whether I was useful or not. Cal shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. A test, my ass. I came to get this damn bastard. Cal held back his sigh at Bud's exaggerated ramblings and unnecessary boast. However, Jopis took that reaction differently. If it is someone who can mess with the Mercenaries Guild and an empire, he should be able to take down the Molden Kingdom easily as well. You must be a scary person. I apparently let someone who might blow my FC King head off into my house. No, blow her FC King head off. Why would she say such a dangerous thing? Cal tried to say something. It's fine. Let me read these conditions first. Jopis smiled elegantly as she gracefully flipped the first page of the document and continued to speak to Cal. My resolve is not even afraid of devils. It wouldn't matter to me even if you were someone from the demonic race. Wait, I'm not from the demonic race. In fact, I need to take care of the White Star, who seems to have made a contract with the demonic race. I'm actually someone who is more likely to take down the demonic race. Cal shared the truth with her, and you really are a scary person. I pray that you don't cut my neck off. No, it's not like that. However, Cal missed his chance to retort. Sniff, sniff. The puppy was wagging his tail while looking up at Cal. Chapter 491. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 3. SHHHH, SHHHH. Jopies was elegantly drinking tea as she looked through the document Cal handed her. Sniff, sniff. Cal was frowning at the puppy that kept circling around him and sniffing him. Why is she acting like this? The shabby puppy, whose eyes could not be seen because of her long hair, continued to remain by Cal's side while wagging her tail. She's cute. Choi Han, who was sitting on the bed, mumbled with a dazed expression. It was at that moment. Tap. The puppy placed her front paw on Cal's shoe. She then looked up at Cal. Choi Han found it to be extremely cute. So cute, cute. She's very shrewd. What? Choi Han's gaze moved in a different direction. He saw Bud, who was still tied down, even though he no longer had the gag. Bud continued in a sobbing tone after seeing Cal, and Choi Han's gaze focused on him. Those 5 dogs were the reason I ended up like this. My goodness, for the mercenary king to look like this. 5 dogs. Cal mumbled and lowered his head. Huff, huff. The puppy tilted her head as her tail continued to wag. Cal didn't like animals very much, but this puppy was indeed cute. Bud continued in his sad tone. The ones outside the window. Cal's gaze headed out the window. This window located in the old room. Normally, he should be able to see the green trees and grass outside the window that was locked because it was autumn and cold as they were under the mountain. However, he saw something else right now. A dog. He saw a dog outside this window that was decently high. They looked similar. The puppy that was looking at Cal with puppy dog eyes and her paw on Cal's shoe looked similar to the dog outside the window. However, the puppy outside the window looked a bit cleaner than this one. Is it tall enough? Cal thought about the high window and looked out the window as he wondered how he could see a puppy. He saw 2 other puppies holding up the puppy at the window sill. There was another puppy next to them roaming around as if it was the lookout. They don't look like regular dogs. The puppy feigning ignorance to everything by Cal's foot didn't seem normal either. These 5 fluffy puppies seemed a bit special. I never said that I only had the mother dog. Cal turned his head after hearing Jopies' elegant voice. I was tricked by those cute children. I let down my guard down and... Bud looked extremely upset. No, he seemed depressed. Rough. The puppy by Cal's foot barked once with an, I have no idea what he's talking about, type of expression before looking toward Bud and tilting her head to the side multiple times. Egu. Bud looked as if he didn't know what to do as he found the puppy to be cute, but also could not hide his depressed state. Cal crossed his arms and quietly watched them. I was wondering how Bud was captured when Jopies isn't that strong of a shaman. That had been a question on his mind ever since he met Jopies. How did she manage to capture Bud, a sword master and someone with an ancient power, as hostage? Bud's ancient power was something that allowed him to get a general idea of other people's powers. Furthermore, Jopies was not a strong shaman. In fact, she was on the weaker side. The fact that Bud ended up as a hostage to such a person made Cal think that Bud had been captured on purpose. However, he could now tell that the ones to capture Bud were these long-haired dirty dogs and not Jopies. Cal's hand started to move as he started to speak. That's totally my style. Rough, rough. Cal's hand petted the dirty puppy. He was looking at the puppy with a gaze that said he liked her. Human. I like those puppies too. Those puppies are smart. I don't think they realized what I am, but they realized that I was here. Cal continued to pet the puppy with a satisfied smile on his face. I should just stop talking. Nobody here is on my side. Bud, shut up. He heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment. Hey, mercenary king. The human rushed here right away to save you. He even stopped talking to the crown prince and immediately headed over. Really? Bud's shoulders stopped slouching a bit. Of course, Cal had finished his conversation with Albaru, but Rayon did not know that. Thanks to that, Bud smiled as he looked back toward Cal, while Cal started to frown, wondering what was up with that bastard. Tap. Jopies put the document down on the table at that moment. What do you think? Cal asked her a question, and she immediately started to respond. I saw many conditions, but... Your side. Her gaze turned toward Cal. You are aiming for the tolls. How had the Molden Kingdom become a strong nation with Elisne the first at the center? The Molden Kingdom had created wide and well-maintained roads going north, south, east, and west. They connected everywhere. Naturally, there were inns and other facilities for travelers along those roads. Those were the reasons that the numerous merchant guilds of the eastern continent used the Molden Kingdom's roads when traveling to other nations, paying the Molden Kingdom a set fee every time they entered the Molden Kingdom to use their facilities. It's similar to a toll gate on Earth. Cal recalled the toll gate fee people needed to pay to use the safe zone roads once the monsters appeared. Furthermore, the Molden Kingdom's toll was very low and charged based on the size of the party and the number of carts, making many small merchants use these roads. Even the large merchant guilds used the Molden Kingdom's roads because they were the fastest, safest, and had the least complicated verification process. That resulted in the Molden Kingdom raking in a lot of money even at the low-cost toll, increasing the commercial supremacy of the Molden Kingdom. Cal started to speak. Princess Jopes, you of all people should know most about things related to the roads. The one time. The one time Jopes almost defeated Elisne the First. That was when it was revealed that she was the one who created the road maintenance plan that helped the Molden Kingdom grow so quickly. Originally, the road maintenance, gathering of fees and workers, dealing with the politics and administration. People had thought that Elisne the First had done it all. However, it was revealed that the original plan that started all of this was Jopes' idea. In other words, the idea started from Jopes, but the two sisters worked together to bring it to fruition. And Elisne, the first who had the authority to make it happen, had given the order. Both of them are no joke. It could be said that both of the sisters were very talented. If Jopes remained by Elisne the First's side to help her, the Molden Kingdom could probably quickly ascend to the eastern continent's first empire. Jopes started to smile. I suppose I know about the roads the most, but giving the toll to the Rhone Kingdom, we are not asking for all of it, nor is it a long-term contract. Furthermore, there are other venues that fund the Molden Kingdom even more than the tolls. The inns owned by the kingdom. The currency exchange stores owned by the kingdom. The facilities they created when they fixed up the roads all belong to the kingdom, with them giving the small merchant guilds that built their homes in the Molden Kingdom permission to run the operations as long as they gave the kingdom a cut of the profits. That amount was said to be more than the toll these days. Jopes started to speak. The nearby strong kingdoms would aim for the Molden Kingdom's roads as soon as the palace crumbles. The entire kingdom might be ripped to pieces if things go wrong. The Rhone Kingdom's proposal did not end after blowing up the palace and giving Jopes her freedom. She continued to speak in a graceful tone. The Rhone Kingdom seems to also know about those armed bastards whose FC King heads we need to blow up. I guess it makes sense, and I suspected it since learning about your connection to the Marlen Patriarch. Jopes took a sip of tea before continuing to speak. The Rhone Kingdom would become the Molden Kingdom's ally, prevent the invasion from nearby kingdoms, handle arbitrations, and help me. It was fine to give a portion of a couple years' worth of toll if the Rhone Kingdom would do as it said. But is the Rhone Kingdom able to do everything it says it will do? Especially when it is on a completely different continent. Jopes then saw Cal pointing at two people. He had pointed at Bud and Ran. The Mercenary King, the leader of the Mercenaries Guild, a large faction on the eastern continent. The other was the Marlen Patriarch, whom the people of the past information and assassin households who had been living in hiding were slowly gathering around. Aha! Jopes, who gasped, put her chin on her hands as she looked around at the people in the room. Do the Mercenaries Guild and the assassin household work for the Rhone Kingdom for free? Ran started to speak at that moment. Princess Nim, there was an aspect where you were significantly lacking in comparison to Elisne during your fight for the throne. Cal crossed his arms and stepped back. The information he had heard from Ran and Glenn on their way here. He had modified this offer to Jopes once using that information as background information. The result was the current document in Jopes' hand right now. And what would that be? Ran started to smile. Everything, but above everything else, money. Jopes elegantly nodded her head. That's right. I was defeated in every area, but the worst was that damn money. There seemed to be nothing someone could do when they lacked those gold coins. Click. She put her teacup down, her sharp gaze headed toward the people in the room. Based on the things you are telling me, I guess you contacted me after knowing about everything. Ron filled the teacup as he responded. Once we reclaimed our residence and started to clean the remnants of arm, we were able to find a lot of evidence showing that the numerous small merchant guilds that the Malden Kingdom has given permission to operate the kingdom's facilities belong to Arm and have frequent contacts with Arm. Haha, the water in the cup rippled following Jopi's laughter. She tightly clenched her teacup. When I learned about Arm, Elisne, it was as I investigated that beach. I learned that Arm was her source of money and her faction. She looked as if her pride had been hurt, and as her expression showed, Jopi's was quite upset. She had wanted to turn the Malden Kingdom into a strong kingdom with the Malden Kingdom's people. She relaxed her grip as she continued to speak. The money that is supposed to go to the Malden Kingdom's true small merchant guilds and their employees is being funneled to Arm. It would not be wrong to say that the Malden Kingdom's money was all going to Arm. Cal started to speak. I had been wondering where Arm had been getting the money to build bases and quickly increase their forces. I guess it was only possible because they had a source of money. The fall of the Marlen household, located in the Malden mountain range, and Arm's second secret base, the illusionist, Elisne the First. The two locations would have worked together to benefit each other according to the White Star's plan. Jopi's moved her gaze away from Cal and looked at Ron. But what does that money have to do with the Marlen household? The Marlen household will now throw away its name as assassins. Assassins. There was only one thing left if they took out assassinations. Then I guess only information remains. Jarpis's eyes sparkled as Cal started to speak. Information flows where money flows. Jopi's looked toward Ron and started to speak as if she was responding to Cal. And you'll need the rights to run a couple of the more important inns for that information and money. Ron responded with a benign smile. Oh my, oh my. I preferred having you being an assassin in the darkness. You're trying to become an even scarier existence. Jopi's was smiling as she said that. She did not seem scared at all. In fact, she seemed to be planning a lot of things in her mind. She then turned her head as she continued to think. Then what about the Mercenaries Guild? Bud was blankly staring at them. Ah, Jopi's nodded her head elegantly as if she understood. The mercenary king probably doesn't know because he was fooled by the puppies and was being held hostage. Should I ask your close friend outside? It was at that moment. The Mercenaries Guild members will be exempt from the toll. It will be for a minimum of 10 years and a maximum of 20 years. The mercenary king's eyes sparkled as he shouted brightly. His tied body was moving around as he continued. In addition, we get first dibs on all mercenary-related tasks for 10 years. The mercenary king sounded too happy. Jopi's just smiled elegantly as she stared at Bud for a while before picking the document back up. She continued to turn the page as she started to speak. Then, with everything here, she started to bring up some of the Roan Kingdom's conditions. The toll, the exchange of business and culture. All enemy belongings discovered in the process or gained from the battle will belong to the Roan Kingdom. There are many minute details here. But you see, Commander Cal Henetusnim. Yes, Mom. How do you benefit from any of this? Jopi's elegantly tilted her head. Is it just out of loyalty? You don't seem like the type to do that. There was someone who answered her question in Cal's place. She could see Cal starting to smile at her question. No benefit for me. The document had a lot of minute conditions with the toll as the main compensation. One of those conditions was that all enemy belongings discovered in the process or gained from the battle would belong to the Roan Kingdom. There was a different document in Cal's pocket. It was something he had gotten from Albaru after discussing things with him. The Roan Kingdom will hand over the rights of all items gathered through this situation over to Cal Henetus for free. Enemy. Whether that is the White Star, Arm, or Elisne, anything belonging to anybody who could be considered an enemy will belong to Cal. One of them was the World Tree, the fake World Tree. There was also the large amount of dead mana liquid that it could be called a river. They had come to destroy the fake World Tree and the dead mana river, but who knows? I need to get something out of this as well. As Cal's smile became thicker, bang, 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 they heard someone banging on the door. Ruff, ruff. The puppy that had been rubbing her head on Cal's leg, as well as the puppies outside the window, all started to move. Ah, what the hell, what is up with these dogs? They then heard someone shout outside the door. Bud responded to the voice. Oh, Glenn, you're losing to the cute puppies as well. Kahaha. Choi Han left the laughing Bud alone and headed toward the door. The puppy that had left Cal's side was already at the door. Click. Choi Han opened the door, and Glenn, who had dogs all over him, looked toward Cal. Why, young master him. Cal's expression subconsciously turned grim. For some reason, he felt like he could understand why Glenn, who seemed to be smart, was Bud's friend. What is it? Cal brusquely asked. Glenn looked back and forth between Bud and Cal as he started to shout. All of the scouts we sent north have gone missing. What? Bud, who had been laughing, instantly stiffened up. The scouts they sent north. They were expert mercenaries who were sent to scout the White Star's secret base by the 3 restricted areas. Cal started to speak. How many people did you send? How many scouts had they sent? Cal asked, and Bud responded with a cold expression. One people. Plop, plop. The ropes that were tying Bud down vibrated and started to shake. Whatever device was on the rope, it wouldn't be cut even by Bud's aura, and Bud's aura started to vibrate wildly around him. All one people went missing. The mumbling Bud's eyes looked concerned. Cal started to frown as well. Scouts. Cal had thought there were only a few people because Glenn had called them scouts. However, Bud had not sent simple scouts over. They were the Mercenaries Guild's expert ranger brigade. They were the Mercenaries Guild's hidden source of strength, experts who knew how to deal with rough terrains and were talented in information gathering. Glenn, who was looking at Bud, started to speak with a stiff expression. Yes, they're all missing. Bud turned toward Jopies and started to speak. Undo these ropes. Now. Bud's aura was shooting out and going wild around his entire body. Chapter 492. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 4. Cal looked toward Jopies. She looked at Bud and the aura surrounding him before moving her hand. Cal's eyes sparkled as he saw where her hand was moving. Shamans and illusionists. They all had a medium. Tiger Shaman Gashan used his staff as a medium when chanting incantations. Then, what would Jopis medium be? Shhh, her hair that had been twisted up was released. At the same time, the hairpin that was now between her fingers started to shoot out a purple light. Swoosh, the rope binding Bud released once that purple light shot out. My medium is a secret. That was all Jopi said before elegantly twisting her hair up again. Cal looked at the wooden hairpin in her hair for a moment before turning back toward Bud. Bud. Glenn had gotten rid of the dogs at some point and was approaching Bud. The puppies were quietly sitting in a corner of the room looking around as if they realized the atmosphere. Glenn, please explain it to Cal. Bud motioned toward Cal, who was looking at him with his chin before crossing his arms and closing his eyes. Before that, we need to first Glenn. Bud called out to the anxious Glenn and continued in a low voice. Explain to Cal. I have to think for a bit. Seeing him like that made Glenn turn to look toward Cal, who added on, short and snappy. Yes, I understand. Glenn looked toward Jopies, who put her index finger up against her lips. I'm very good at knowing what I should mention and should not mention to others. Glenn immediately started to speak after hearing her saying she would keep a secret. We decided that regular scouts would not be able to investigate properly because the eastern continent's northern region has rough terrains and cold weather. They were also going there to investigate Arm's secret base and the gate to the demon world that was even more mysterious. That was why we sent all one members of the Ranger Brigade. They were very important people for the Mercenaries Guild. This is a brigade that consists of specialists who are able to quickly adjust to any terrain and weather. Their fighting prowess is also beyond normal 1-0 men units and similar to the level of a 1-0 man Knights Brigade. Choi Han interjected into the conversation. Is it possible for people that strong to all go missing at once? He looked shocked. Are you sure it is not an issue with communication? There's no way. The person who sternly responded to Choi Han and shook his head was mercenary King Bud Elise. He still had his eyes closed. 10 minutes. Cal looked toward Bud. The 1-0 men Ranger Brigade is divided into 10 teams of 100 people. Those 100-person teams are then divided into squads of 10 people as well. In essence, there were 100 squads of 10 people, and each of those 10-person squads has one mage who has a video communication device. Ron Marlin's gaze headed toward Bud. Although mages were not that rare, it was amazing that they could have a mage who could handle a video communication device in each squad. This was especially because they were an organization and not a nation. Furthermore, Every squad in the Ranger Brigade must protect the video communication device at all costs and prevent it from being destroyed. We also provide magic stones just in case a situation occurs where the mage is lacking in mana. Glenn, who had been quiet, started to speak. They use those video communication devices to report in every 10 minutes. From each group of 10, a total of 100 squads would report in every 10 minutes. A team dedicated to communicating with the Ranger Brigade existed to receive these reports. Then is it possible they ran out of magic stones? Choi Han asked Glenn, who immediately shook his head without any hesitation. There's no way they will run out of magic stones. This is because we provide a minimum of 2 times the necessary magic stones for the duration of the mission. Their rule was that if the mission was expected to take 10 days, then they would provide at least 20 days' worth of magic stones. Ran started to speak. They are truly your core group of people. Such a brigade would have required a lot of time, money, and effort to train. Of course, they are the people I put the most attention on to develop once I became the leader. Bud, who would usually say something with a proud expression, did not even have the semblance of a smile on his face. This was the same for Glenn as well. 5 minutes ago, we did not receive even a single report at that point. The reports that came in every 10 minutes. It had been 5 minutes since the time to report in. Did the people on this side try to contact the Ranger Brigade? Glenn nodded his head at Ron's question. They tried but could not get through to any of them. All contact ended at once. This was definitely an urgent situation. Furthermore, there was a different reason this wasn't even more urgent than normal, which Glenn explained. The one-member Ranger Brigade were divided into 11 groups of 100 people as they were investigating the mountain from all directions. That means that something must have happened to the scattered 100 people teams all at once. Ran let out a groan. The northern mountain range was quite wide. Furthermore, there were many different paths to Arm's secret base. But the scattered mercenaries guild's members all stopped communicating at once, especially when these teams were extremely strong. Cal started to speak at that moment. 11 teams of 100 people. Is one person a 100-person team on their own? I thought you said there were one of them. 10 squads of 10 people created a 100-person team. 10 of those 100-person teams would be a 10-person brigade. There was one person left after that calculation, which meant that one person served the role of a 100-person team on their own. Glenn immediately started to speak to answer Cal's question. That is the problem. One person out of the one people. That person is someone who should never stop communicating with us. But that person is unreachable as well. Who is that person? Cal looked toward Bud. Bud opened his eyes and started to speak. A rat. Cal thought about the mixed-blood dwarf rat Mueller. The rat tribe was known for their dexterity, tiny bodies, and agility. That punk remains as far back as possible for the worst possible situation. He is the best at running away. But even he stopped contacting us. He was first in the Mercenaries Guild when it came to running away. That meant that he was the Eastern Continent's #1 when it came to running away. However, even he stopped contacting them. This should be enough explanation, right? Bud looked toward Cal and asked while Glenn responded to that. Glenn looked anxious and was about to tell Bud that they needed to do something. However, Bud was a bit faster at saying something to Cal. Looks like you'll need to help me. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Cal answered back without any hesitation. What do you need? Information. Cal understood what information the mercenary king wanted even without any details. You need information on what happened to the Ranger Brigade. Is that all? Yes. Mercenaries frequently get hurt and will eventually die while completing a job. But I can't brush this aside as if nothing happened. Cal stood up and responded after hearing Bud's statement. Of course not. He obviously had to take action. Choi Han approached him with a stiff expression after hearing Cal's response. They needed to go toward the restricted gate to the demon world and the White Star's territory around it in order to get the information the mercenary king needed. This was a dangerous task, and the mercenary king knew this was the case as well. It would be great if you go with me. That was all the mercenary king wanted. However, Cal shook his head. No, there's no need for you to go. We don't have much time. We have a lot of things to do. The Molden Kingdom issue is important, but the Mercenaries Guild issue comes first for me. I know, Pat. Cal patted Bud's shoulder as he continued. You push the Molden Kingdom issue aside for now and go create a team to rescue the Ranger Brigade. What? Bud's eyes opened wide. It will take you a while to gather people for that team. If you tried to gather information as well, it might delay us in saving the Ranger Brigade. Both Cal and Bud Nobody were saying that the Ranger Brigade was dead. Bud listened to Cal before asking a question. But what I need most right now is information. Ah, didn't I tell you that he'll get that for you? Bud was at a loss for words. The entire Ranger Brigade had disappeared while going to gather information. The situation will be a lot different than when we suddenly barged in last time. The White Star was probably waiting for Cal. If he wasn't there, he probably gathered a significant number of people to ruthlessly rip off the necks of any invading enemies. The chances of them being attacked at a much different level than their sneak attack last time were high. Bud explained this to Cal, who was calm. I know, but you are saying I don't need to go. Yeah, at that moment, Calnim. Choi Han approached him. It's dangerous for you to go alone. The White Star was probably extremely angry after their last meeting, but they were planning on going to the northern secret base where the White Star was most likely located in such a situation. Furthermore, they were going near the gate to the demon world that could actually be connected to the demon world. There was no way he could send Cal alone. Who said I was going? Choi Han flinched as Cal looked toward the mercenary king and continued to speak. There are some people who have nothing to do during this Molden Kingdom issue anyway. I was thinking that there were a lot of them, but nothing for them to do, so well ask them for their help. It's not like they are unrelated to the Molden issue anyway. Ah, Choi Han gasped in understanding while Bud asked with a stiff expression. Who are they? The elves. Everybody other than Choi Han flinched after hearing Cal's response, and the elementals contracted to the elves. Let's put them to work. Put who to work? As everyone's eyes opened wide. Cal pulled the golden top's whip out of his inner pocket and grabbed it with his hand. He then looked toward the shocked group and continued to speak as if he understood what they were thinking. Ah, don't worry. It's not a task where the elves can get injured. Inside the quiet room, a gentle breeze that tickled like the spring breeze blew past the group. Chaos, destruction. Do not worry. I will take the wind elementals and thoroughly investigate what is going on. Chaos, destruction, investigation. Sigh, this guy gets weirder every day. Anyway, Cal, don't worry. Another wind elemental gently responded. We will just take the wind elementals contracted to the elves and go investigate the situation. There was no reason for the elves to go past the northern mountain range to the secret base. That was why there should be no reason for them to get hurt. The wind elementals just needed to ride the wind past the mountain and investigate while looking for the Ranger Brigade. Chaos, destruction. Of course, we will avoid the Lion King that has eaten the darkness elemental. Lion King Dwarf, who has eaten a darkness elemental, had a high chance of recognizing that there were elementals nearby. That was why they just needed to stay away from that bastard and his subordinates. It was difficult for elementals to show themselves or launch a materialized attack without a contractor, but it was possible for them to roam around the world. As long as they don't get caught, we should do something too, since it is to protect the world tree. That's right. Chaos, destruction, protection. We will protect our home. We will rip the White Star's head off. Chaos, destruction, despair. Sigh. That damn chaos, destruction business. Anyway, we will look into the Ranger Brigade's safety first. Smart punks. Cal listened to the three wind elementals that followed him around, coming up with a plan before smiling with satisfaction. Listening to their planning made him think that they had grown a lot as well. However, that smile quickly disappeared. This was a matter of life and death for the one Ranger Brigade members. He needed to move quickly more than anybody else. I am heading to the elf village. He needed to go get the Western Continent's elves, then drag in the Eastern Continent's elves to cause a ruckus in the Eastern Continent's northern region. Of course, he was planning on grabbing the Dark Elves while he was there as well. Chapter 493. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 5. What's up with the dog? Rough. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman looked confused through the video communication device. I don't think such a cute creature suits a profane person like you. The fluffy puppy did not fit with the red-haired punk wearing a black uniform. The sighing Cal did not look happy. You want me to take this puppy with me? Yes, sir. Please take our Fluffy with you. Jopies had elegantly answered before he left her house. I cannot completely trust you yet. That is why I need someone from my side who can see what you are doing and inform me about it. The one chosen as that messenger was the puppy in Cal's arms. The puppy's name was Fluffy. Taking a puppy to a battle is a bit. Calnim, let's take her with us. Choi Han's eyes had a rare sparkle as he agreed with Jopie's. Ran nodded his head as well. Young Master Nim, let's do as she asks. Trust is the most important thing between trade partners. He had then smiled so brightly it almost looked vicious. That had scared Cal a bit. Human, let's take her with us. That Fluffy is cute. She's a mysterious puppy that has a way of making me want to get close to her. Even Rayan felt the same way as he commented in Cal's mind. Cal wanted to say that Rayan had to stay invisible so that Jopies could not see him, but he had no chance to do that. Even the serious Glenn and mercenary King Bud, who had quietly been full of anger, agreed with Jopies. The young Masternim needs to have something like a puppy so that. Yes, you need something like that to run less wild. Cal had looked toward them with a "what the hell are you talking about" expression, but Bud was talking to Choi Han. He looked serious, unlike his usual self. It's a good idea. Yes. This way, Cal Nim will the two people who had gotten quite close looked toward Cal, who didn't know what to make of their expressions. Anyway, the result was that Cal ended up with this puppy named Fluffy by his side. He recalled what Jopies had said before they left. You don't need to worry about Fluffy. The enemy's FC-King head will plop down on the ground if Fluffy becomes angry. Excuse me. Oh, it was nothing. Smile. Jopies had said she looked forward to their next meeting as she smiled elegantly. Cal pushed his thoughts about her to the side as he focused on his conversation with Albaru. Make sure to contact me properly even in the Eastern Continent. Yes, Hyangnim. He was about to head back to the Eastern Continent soon. Albaru looked at Cal for a bit before starting to speak again after a while. Really? On top of the completely frozen Lake of Despair behind Cal. There was a light snowstorm that was different than the usual snowstorm. What a grand spectacle. And there were a countless number of individuals prepared and waiting to go. On top of the wide lake, a magic circle filled the entire width of the lake and started to glow. Numerous elves in battle outfits were waiting on top of it. For there to be this many elf warriors on the western continent, Albaru could not hide his shock of admiration. Every elf other than the old, the young, and the minimum number required to defend each area were gathering at the Lake of Despair, where the World Tree existed. Young Masternim, our side is ready. A middle-aged elf walked up to Cal to report. Pendrick was next to the elf and bowed toward Cal. He was someone who originally died in the early stages of the birth of a hero, but he was still living now. Elf and healer Pendrick was joining Cal for the first time in a long while. The middle-aged elf next to Pendrick was Guardian Knight Jeet from the Ten-Finger Mountains elf village. The Ten-Finger Mountains was the place where Cal earned the Fire of Destruction, as well as the location of the elf village that had its branch of the World Tree stolen. Guardian Knight Jeet, who had lost his home because the branch of the World Tree was stolen, had volunteered to lead the elf warriors. Cal made eye contact with Guardian Knight Jeet before starting to speak. Are you nervous? Jeet gave a short response. We are in a war. This was a war for the elves. No kingdoms on the western continent other than the Roan Kingdom knew about this, but this was a war for the future of the elves who were connected to the World Tree, and thus they needed to protect their homes. That was why it was normal for them to be tense and stiff. Cal heard a different voice to his right at that moment. It is a war for our side as well. Cal, who was looking at Jeet to his left, turned his gaze to the right. Dark Elf Tasha was standing there with Mary. We are prepared as well. She said that to Cal while giving a short greeting to Albaru through the video communication device with her eyes. Albaru responded similarly before looking toward the Dark Elves standing behind Tasha. The Dark Elf warriors looked both relaxed and tense at the same time. Although their numbers were less compared to the elves, they were giving off the aura of individuals who had been victorious in many battles. This group of warriors was one of the magnificent spectacles that had caught Albarus' attention, as well as individuals who made him excited. Albaru then noticed someone who seemed to be the most anxious and excited at the location. Is that person the elementalist? Yes, sir. Elementalists were very precious individuals. There was a faint red furball floating around him. Cal's gaze headed toward him, and Elementalist Sully clenched onto the straps of the bag on his back once he made eye contact with Cal and bowed his head. They had decided to take Sully with them for this battle. The things the wind elemental was saying to Cal, who was holding the top's whip in his hand, was the reason. Chaos, destruction, war, to purify dead mana, and to take on that darkness elemental. The baby fire elemental needs to go. Both Sully and the baby fire elemental have firmed their resolves. This baby fire elemental claimed that he had the destruction attribute and could burn up dead mana and the power of the darkness elemental, unlike other fire elementals. If that was indeed true, this punk would be the one to work the hardest during these upcoming two battles, along with Cal and someone who definitely needed to go with them. Cal started at Sully and slowly looked around. He could see numerous elves and dark elves. Young Master Nim. He then saw elf priestess Adite and multiple elf village chiefs standing by the side of the lake. The World Tree Nim hopes you have a safe trip and said that she leaves it to you. I hope you have a successful trip as well. Adite slightly bowed and Cal nodded his head. I'll take care of it as quickly as possible and come back soon. He then looked toward Albaru through the video communication device and addressed him as well. I will be back soon. Good, I will get started as well. Albaru then ended the call and Cal's group walked up to him. Human, I brought Choi Han and Beacrox. Choi Han and Beacrox were now standing where Jeet and Tasha had just been standing as Cal addressed them and the elves and dark elves on top of the lake. We are heading to the eastern continent. A large number of people started to move for war. Underneath the Malden mountain range, in the small village that didn't even have a proper name. Actually, people called this village the Ghost Village. This was because the goal of this village was to turn the lives of special people into empty lives, as if they were ghosts. Ow, the cries of animals echoed through the village. Ah, I really can't get any sleep. One of the guards of Ghost Village, who was a watchdog for the princess, stood up and pulled at his hair. He looked out the window. Do these damn beaches never sleep? Just go back to sleep. His peer on the other bed pulled up his blanket as he mumbled. However, the watchdog man frowned and glared viciously out the window. Ghost Village. The people of this village started to call this village Dog Village since a few years ago. It was because a number of wild dogs suddenly appeared around the village. However, the villagers liked those wild dogs because they were all gentle and protected the village from other wild animals. Those gentle dogs had shown up quite frequently since a few days ago. Ow, they heard another dog's cry. Why do these beaches keep taking turns crying at night time? You are louder than they are. Get out if you want to flap your mouth. His peer got annoyed, and the man who had completely woken up decided to leave the bedroom. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol from a nearby table before slowly walking over and sitting down on the couch. How frustrating. Just how long would he need to keep an eye on Jopies and her subordinates in this village? It'd be much easier if we just killed her. Her Majesty is too nice. He felt disappointed at Elisne, the first who cherished her younger sister, and felt anger toward Jopies, who challenged such a wonderful person as he brought the bottle to his lips. It had high alcohol content, so his insides quickly heated up. It was at that moment. Ow-oo-oo-ow-oo-oofed. What the hell? He spit out the alcohol he was drinking and jumped up from his seat. Did those beaches go crazy? Ow-oo-oo-oo-oo, rough, rough, rough. He heard dogs crying from all directions. Ah, damn it. What the hell? The man walked out of the guardhouse in shock with the bottle in his hand. The chilly night breeze brushed past him. He started to frown in annoyance. Where are these damn crying dogs? It was at that moment. Guararara, the ground started to shake. Huh, what's going on? The ground. Why is it shaking? The wooden fence that surrounded the small village. These wooden fences were built to prevent former Princess Jarpis subordinates from running away and to prevent wild animals from charging into the village. There was a large dirt wall rising above that wooden fence. Son of A, what is going on? Why is the ground suddenly? Lights turned on throughout the village, and people walked out of their homes. Naturally, the homes of the watchdogs lit up as well. Hey, what is going on? The peer of the man who had come outside walked up to him and asked about the situation. However, the man did not have a clear enough mindset to respond to his peer. Boo-oom, the dirt wall had shot up as the ground continued to shake. Then he saw someone jumping up and landing on the dirt wall. Elves. They were not human. There were a lot of them as well. Ah, they heard someone scream long with an explosion at the same time. A communication office. The explosion had come from the facility with a video communication device that did not suit such a country village. The scream had come from the mage responsible for handling the video communication device. The guards who noticed this looked up toward the elves with shaking pupils. Elves attacking a human village. The moment a guard mumbled that question, Cal's voice flowed out of the video communication device in the hand of the first elf who jumped on top of the wall. Capture all of the guards. The village, now covered in dirt walls, would not be able to contact the outside. The Roan Kingdom's commander, Cal, who was also the commander of the elves and dark elves for this mission, gave his order. The elves who heard the order started to speak. Follow our orders if you wish to live. The elf warriors jumped off the dirt walls and over the wooden fences as they entered the village. They then started to capture the guards. It was not difficult for the elf warriors to determine who the guards were. It's this person, them over there. Jopi's people who were being guarded pointed out the guards. All of them had visitors starting from last night. Their visitors were dogs with notes in their mouths. The owner of the dogs had given an order to her subordinates who had lived imprisoned with her. The first order on those notes was to point out the guards. Go to the communications office. Search through the guardhouses. Administrators, knights, nobles, and maids. The people who followed Jopi's started to move to complete their respective orders. There were dogs next to the guards they did not manage to point out. Did these dogs go crazy? Ruff, ruff. The dogs were telling the elves who the guards were. Why are the elves? Do you think the kingdom will let you do as you please? Ah, guards started to scream from all directions, and those noises echoed through the village. And on top of a hill looking down on everything. Knock, knock, knock. Cal knocked on the door. The door soon opened, and Jopi's appeared. I've been looking forward to this sight for a long time. Cal pointed outside the door and started to speak. Mom, let's go to the capital now. Jopi's smiled elegantly and walked up next to Cal. There was a teleportation magic circle shining underneath them. Chapter 494. Do you hear a dog barking somewhere? 6. Jopi's, who was wearing a robe, looked around. There are many sirs I am meeting for the first time. Everybody other than Cal and Choi Han were people she had never met before. Choi Han and Jopi's made eye contact. It was at that moment. Ah, on the path heading from the village to Jopi's house. A guard was screaming in the middle of that path. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, a large wild dog slammed his body into the guard and sent the guard rolling on the ground. Other wild dogs surrounded him as well. Why, you Princess Jopi's? He was not a regular guard. He was the leader of the guards who had come to check on Jopi's as soon as he saw that there was turmoil in the village. Choi Han turned toward the source of the laughter. The corners of Jopi's lips were up and made her look like a painting. Why, you think you'll be fine after doing this? Her Majesty will kill you, the guard shouted, but he could not finish his sentence. Don't come any closer. Numerous dogs were moving toward him. The guard felt fear because the large number of dogs looked extremely scary as well. The dogs had vicious gazes that looked ready to turn him into their prey at any moment. He urgently swung the sword in his hand. I won't leave you alone if you come any closer. Ah! One of the puppies bit his hand at that moment, and another puppy immediately grabbed the sword the man dropped and ran away. A total of 4 puppies gathered around Jopi's. Jopi's looked at the sword in the puppy's mouth and started to speak. Throw the trash away. Tang! The sword fell to the ground as the 4 puppies stood on top of the magic circle. Fluffy, who was in Cal's arms, jumped down to the ground as well. Awoo-woo-woo. She then let out a cry. Awoo-woo-quara. Awoo-woo. He then heard other dogs responding throughout the entire Molden Mountain range. Cal looked around for a bit before looking toward Jopi's and starting to speak. I plan on stopping by somewhere before we head to the capital. Is it the northern region? Cal nodded his head instead of responding, and Jopi's let the teleportation magic circle take control of her body. She did not see a mage, but she did not ask anything as everybody else seemed to have no issues letting the magic circle take control. Human, here we go. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his head, and the magic circle flashed as the teleportation activated. Jopi's kept her eyes closed and grabbed her arm as she felt the teleportation. I have goosebumps. She had goosebumps on her arms. They had started to appear when she saw the dirt wall shooting up through the window of her house on top of the hill. It was time. It was time to get her freedom back. Actually, she might be even freer than she was in the past. Realizing that fact sent electricity throughout her body, as the dirt wall had surrounded and secluded the village from the rest of the world to make the watchdogs unable to get out. And as she heard the knocks on her old house door, she had been delighted. And now, looks like we have arrived. She felt that she had finally left the hill and opened her eyes as a cold chill that was much colder than what she was used to in the Molden Kingdom entered through the gaps in her robe. She then held back a gasp. They were in a forest. She could see a mountain full of trees that seemed to be piercing through the sky. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow. This was the northern region. You came quickly. She heard mercenary King Bud's calm tone, as well as the sound of the strong winds rushing past her. Only the mercenary King and Glenn were at the bottom of the mountain. Jopies could see Bud's stiff expression as Cal took a golden stick out and held it in his hand. Where are they? Jopies could see the forest start to shake after Cal's statement. Wind was blowing from the mountain. The leaves started to shake, and she could then see sparkling eyes through the darkness. Tens, no, hundreds, of eyes appeared in the dark forest. Elves! They belonged to the elves. Jopies felt chills again. There were some elves and dark elves who had teleported with them just now. Furthermore, she also knew that the people who turned the village into chaos were elves as well. Jopies thought that there would be a large number of elves and dark elves when Cal mentioned that they would be fighting as well. However, there was a limit to the number of elves and dark elves she had expected. I didn't know there were so many elves and dark elves. However, the numbers were beyond her wildest imaginations. I didn't know they would send so many of them. This was the same for Bud. He looked toward Cal with a complicated mind. Bud did seem to be calmer than before as he jokingly asked, I thought you brought every elf on the eastern continent over. But I did. What? Cal had the top's whip in his hand as he responded to Bud. Other than a small number of them, every elf warrior on the eastern continent and the western continent will gather in the northern region. The core warriors will gather here to help with the search. He turned his head. Sorrows, where are you? An elf climbed down from a tree and landed in front of Cal. Nice to meet you, O messenger. He was the World Tree's messenger, to be more specific, but he kept the World Tree out because they were around other humans. Just call me Commander. I understand. Sorrows. He was the greatest warrior in the elf village with the World Tree and Adite. However, he was over 70 years old in human years and had passed on the position of the greatest warrior to someone else. However, he was participating as a warrior this time, as he was still able to fight, and was the Western Continent's elf with the most experience interacting with the Eastern Continent's elves. I leave the search to you. Please do not worry, Commander Nim. Sorrows was placed in charge of the entire elven search team. Sorrows was not the only one Cal had asked to search. Don't worry. Chaos, destruction, despair. I should go with you. You're fine. Cal, I'll do a good job. Cal also had the smartest of the three elementals that followed him around searching. Is it okay if I don't go to the capital? But bit down on his lips as he asked Cal. It's fine. You already sent some people to help us. It's still only about 100 people. Bud had sent about 100 mercenaries who met Cal's conditions even during this busy and chaotic time. It's fine. That's enough. Cal was thinking that Bud had already done everything he could by sending those 100 mercenaries. In fact, he was thankful that Bud helped him even during such a chaotic time. He then reached his hand out toward Bud. I'll be back as soon as we take care of things in the palace. Okay. Bud grabbed Cal's hand, and the two men had a short handshake. Cal then motioned to Sorrows with his eyes. Sorrows started to whistle. P-E-I-S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The trees shook as the elves disappeared. A magic circle appeared under Cal's foot again. Commander Nim, what can I do for you? Jopies opened and closed her mouth a few times before starting to speak. You'll need a large number of people to strike the Molden Palace. Please don't worry. They were now teleporting to the capital now. There are more elves, dark elves, and our allies in the world than you could ever imagine. Ha! Jopies laughed. I really seem to have made a deal with someone who is worse than the demonic race. They then teleported once again, in a nearby forest where they could see the walls of the Molden Kingdom's capital. Cal reached his hand out to Jopies. Please give it to me. Two maps soon ended up in Cal's hand. One was a map of the Molden Palace. Jopies then pointed to the other map. There was a time when I created a plan to fix up the capital's roads as we fixed the roads throughout the Molden Kingdom. Of course, It was just my own thoughts. It was a small map filled with a lot of information. This map marks every path inside the Molden Kingdom's capital. It shows all paths both above ground and underground. Though this is the map of things prior to when I was exiled. Of course, some roads might have changed, but it did not matter. My friends will discover any roads that have changed. She pointed to the capital and gave the order. Time to go. Ruff, ruff. The 5 puppies responded quietly. She then continued to speak to the puppies and drag in every dog in the capital. It looked as if Fluffy was smiling in response. Her sharp fangs appeared for a moment before they disappeared. At the same time, the other 4 puppies other than Fluffy moved out in different directions. Once night ended and the sun started to rise over Wrench, the Molden Kingdom's capital. Hey, Puffy, what's wrong? Whimper, whimper. Everybody in the capital woke up to a similar but slightly different morning. Hey, Tree, time to eat breakfast. Ruff, a person who woke up to feed her dog. Something is weird. People who woke up early to open up their shops. Wow. And the children who came out to play as soon as they woke up. All of them were greeted by a slightly different morning than usual. Hey, Puffy, did you bring a friend over? Your friend's fur looks very fluffy. Hey, Tree, why are you so excited today? Wait, were there always this many dogs in the plaza? Wow, puppies. So many puppies. There were many dogs wagging their tails and greeting people throughout Wrench, the Molden Kingdom's capital. There was also a carriage moving past the castle gates. Wow, I never expected to enter the Molden Kingdom. Are you happy? Of course. Merchant Billows with his fat cheeks. The bastard of the Western Continents, Flynn Merchant Guild, and the person who would soon take the position of successor. He had appeared for the first time in a while to lead the carriage through Wrench's castle gate. Behind him were carriages that the mercenary king had helped gather with the Phylin Merchant Guild crest that Billows has quickly created to put on them. Phylin instead of Flynn. Keek, I think it would be fine to enter the Eastern Continent as the Phylin Merchant Guild too. But Patriarch Nim, Billows quietly asked the person next to him. It doesn't look like they were noticed. Billows could see Ron smiling at him. They are people who lived in hiding for 15 years. However, his eyes were cold. The carriages that were said to be carrying wheat and other grains were full of the Marlan household's people. The assassins who had been hiding throughout the eastern continent from Arm had gathered until the Marlan household that had opened its wings again. Some of them were alone, while others came with their families. The people who were talented enough to disguise themselves and hide from Arm were now all entering the Molden Kingdom's capital. Father, I know. He responded to Beacrox's serious expression with a smile. We need to do well on our first mission. This would be the Marlan household's first mission. Billows looked back and forth between Ran and Beacrox before starting to speak. Calnim should already be on his way to the palace, right? That is probably the case. Beacrox focused on the palace at the center of Wrench as soon as they made it through the gate. He recalled Cal's order. There will be a sudden ruckus at the palace. The Marlen household will infiltrate the palace at that moment. Beacrox, who recalled the order, was wearing a palace chef's uniform, while Ran was wearing a Molden palace servant uniform. Even the other members of the Marlan household hiding in the carts were wearing different palace employee uniforms. Who will cause the ruckus? Obviously. Cal had smiled before he responded. Me, I will do it. You know, there are also a lot of people around me who would do a good job if they set their mind to it. Beacrox could not say anything about that as it was the truth. Cal, who was heading to the palace at that same time, said the following. This is damn hard. Chapter 495. You stupid idiots. 1. Cal, who entered into Wrench, the Molden Kingdom's capital, folded the map in his hand and handed it to Jopis. It was one of the 2 maps he had received from her. Cal frowned a bit as he started to speak. It looks like we won't be able to infiltrate from above ground. It does seem that way. Jopis also had a frown that would not go away. Calnim. Cal turned his head toward the low voice to see Choi Han heading toward where he was hiding. I checked it, and the last entrance is blocked as well. Looks like things got much more complicated. The robed Tasha sighed. A similarly robed Jopis bit down on her lips and focused on the map Cal handed her with a piercing gaze. In that case, we can say that there is no way to secretly infiltrate the Molden Palace from above ground. Her gaze could not move away from the small red dots on the map. Even the secret entrance I dug, and the secret entrance that has been maintained for generations as an escape route for the royal family are blocked. Elisne must have blocked all entrances. That uselessly meticulous beach. Cal pretended not to hear Jopies's coarse words. He then looked around at the others. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Cal looked around a bit more before starting to speak. Let's wait a bit, since the underground waterways are still an option. They still might be able to use the underground waterways to infiltrate the palace. Tasha nodded her head in agreement. That's right. It is difficult to change the waterways without a major construction project. Water has to end up in the river, so the end of the waterway should still exist. There were dark elf warriors, currently investigating the end of the underground waterway connected to the palace, as well as multiple other potential entrances throughout the capital. We should be able to get in through the underground waterways, even if it is more difficult than going from above ground. Tasha made it sound like it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Jopies did not look relieved. No, it will be difficult to use the underground waterways. Excuse me. Jopies shook her head to disagree with Tasha. Elisne, that beach is probably guarding the underground waterways, since she even blocked the royal family's escape route. Another person covered in a robe approached them at that moment. It was one of the dark elves who had gone to find an entrance into the underground waterways. Tasha him. His voice sounded grim. He immediately continued to speak to Cal and Tasha. All entrances to the underground waterways on the roads throughout Wrench are blocked. What? Tasha asked in shock. Wait, then how do they go down to inspect the underground waterways? All other entrances are fine, except the ones connected to the palace. Jopies calmly started to speak as Tasha stood there in disbelief. They probably decided they didn't need any entrances outside the palace because all inspections could start from the palace. Tasha's expression stiffened. She realized that Elisne the First had thoroughly blocked all paths heading into the palace. In that case, the end of the underground waterway will not be normal either. The end of the underground waterways where the water used from the palace flowed out. That spot connected to the river. Young Masternim. Another dark elf returned after completing his investigation. Cal and the others had been waiting for his report. It was because he was the one who had gone to check the end of the waterway. There are knights guarding the end of the waterway. As expected, Choi Han quietly mumbled as the dark elf continued his report. The knights look like they have some type of signal flare. They would probably use the flares to inform the palace that enemies were trying to infiltrate the underground waterways. Everybody looked toward Cal, who then started to speak. We will take the knights down and go in through there. At the river flowing southeast, starting from the northern part of Wrench, there was water flowing out of the waterway located at the end of that river. Ha! The smell is terrible even when it's cold. One of the four knights guarding the waterway pinched his nose and shook his head. At least shoot doesn't flow out of here. That is true. There were three waterways that started from the palace and ended at the river, with the water flowing out of this waterway coming from the kitchen, palace garden, or the knight's training ground. What nonsense. What kind of knight has to stand guard at a place like this? Don't you agree, huh? One of the other knights, who was also pinching his nose and grumbling, opened his eyes wide after suddenly seeing something black appear. In that short moment, ah, he gasped after feeling something hit the back of his neck and plop down on the ground. Plop, plop. All four knights quickly fainted. Amazing. Tap. Cal then landed where they had been standing. The dark elves smiled as if they were embarrassed by what Cal had said. We are known for being quick. The dark elves, who were embarrassed but still confidently showed off about their abilities, took out three flares from one of the knight's pockets. It looked like a magic device that worked similar to a firework and looked quite strong. We will hold on to these. Another dark elf moved to stand next to the one who put the flares in his pocket, as they had planned. The large group of people, other than those two dark elves, looked at the end of the underground waterway. There were metal bars all around the large waterway as water flowed out. There were dry parts inside the waterway that they could use to walk because it was so wide. Tasha looked toward the bars blocking the path and started to speak. We need to dest clang. She heard the sound of a sword and then could not finish her sentence. Click. Choi Han calmly returned the sword he had used back into the scabbard. He then pushed the bars with his hand. Screech bang. The bars that were cut cleanly fell to the ground. Cal slowly gave Choi Han a thumbs up before motioning to Jopies. Shall we go? Rough. Fluffy was the first to enter, followed by everyone else. Here you go. What about the map? I don't need it. Jopes handed Cal the map and walked into the waterway without any hesitation. It looks like the waterways have not been changed. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Please follow me. Fluffy and Jopes quickly started to move. Cal followed behind them. He then sighed after walking for a bit. This is damn hard. Human, are you okay? It must be hard walking while crouching like that. As Rayan mentioned, it was difficult for Cal to crouch as he walked. Jopes, who was in front of him, started to speak as if trying to console him. It's because the Molden Palace is above our heads right now. We've made it in. Jopes nodded her head at Choi Han's question. That's right. We were within the palace boundaries, starting from that fork in the road when the path became much narrower. They had walked down the large waterway for a while until there were many different paths, and the waterway became very narrow. This was because they were all paths connected to different areas of the palace. This area is narrow, but at least there is no water on the ground. That's true. Tasha and Choi Han continued to walk while crouching in this dry underground waterway as they commented. Jopes touched the top of the narrow waterway as she started to speak. There used to be a large flower garden at the center of the palace when the Molden Kingdom was first created. Choi Han, Tasha, and the others all looked toward her at this unexpected story. Even with the dirt absorbing the water, they needed a waterway for the large garden. Is that waterway the one we are walking through right now? Jopes nodded her head at Cal's question. Yes, it is this one. But as you can see, there is no water here now. Yes. His Highness, the king at that time, got rid of the flower garden tens of years ago. The Molden Palace's central flower garden that had been beautiful in different ways all year round was gone. Instead, he put some expensive marble down in the area and created a large statue at the center. It is a statue of the first king, I guess, that is meaningful in its own way. Jopes stopped walking and looked back after hearing Tasha's comment. She had an elegant smile on her face. Of course, it is very meaningful. That statue is one of the two entrances into the maze. Choi Han held back from making that noise. There used to be a large maze underneath the central flower garden. That maze is as wide as the entire Molden Palace. The maze is as wide as the palace. It is. Jopes answered Tasha's question as Fluffy walked over to Cal. Rough. Cal, who was looking at Fluffy, who had her tongue out and was shaking her tail at him, looked up at Jopes and started to speak. I think we're here. You realized it right away, as I expected. Well, Cal shrugged his shoulders and shook the map in his hand. There was a large red dot on the spot. Cal expected they were standing right now. That was their destination. Jopes turned her whole body around and looked at the others. The normally dark waterway was not dark because of the fire elementals contracted to some of the dark elves. This place is one of the passages I tried to use in the past to run away from Elisne. Where is this place? Cal started to speak to respond to Tasha's question. I think it is the former Central Flower Garden and the current Central Plaza. Do they use the term plaza inside the palace? It's probably because it is so wide. Cal looked toward Jopes to see if he was right. Jopes smiled elegantly and started to speak. That's right. And the statue is at the center of that large area. The large plaza in the shape of a square inside the palace. North, south, east, and west. Each direction has meeting areas for the king's chief executives. There are many palaces for administration, military, and law. 3 of the directions had mini palaces for different executives, with the 4th direction having the palace where they met with the king. Amazing. Who would think to put the entrance into the maze at the center of such a location? Jopes answered Tasha's question as if it wasn't much. It is because it is empty when there are no meetings. Ah, Tasha quietly gasped, and Jopes reached her hand toward the ceiling. Since it is a meeting area only for the highest of administrators, people cannot enter this plaza as they please. The king personally kept this area secure as it is an important area. Click, click. Small noise filled the area. Jopes's hand started to move faster, but her voice was still elegant and calm. They could keep it well guarded during the day because this was where important figures in the kingdom have their meetings. It was easy for the royal family to sneak around here at night because the buildings were empty after the meetings. There were probably no concerns about the secret getting out because the people guarding the place were the king's most loyal subjects. Jopes nodded her head at Choi Han's statement. Since the king personally handled the area, he made sure to put experts as guards. That is why knights stood guard around these 4 empty palaces at night, and the royal family members stealthily came and went. The palace, where the administrators actually do work, always has a light on because someone is working, but it is at the complete opposite direction of the meeting palaces. Cal started to speak at that moment. That is why we came in the morning. Chapter 496, You Stupid Idiots. 2. Jopes smiled as beautifully as a painting at Cal's statement. Click, that's right. One of the 4 meeting areas is certain to have a meeting right now. Cal and Jopes had aimed for this moment on purpose. Cal started to speak. Based on the information from the Mercenaries Guild, the administrative executives should be having an early meeting here today. They also said that the military executives will not have a meeting for a while. There were mercenaries all around the continent. They had a network that could reach everywhere. That was why it was easy for one of them to connect with a palace attendant. It was also easy to hear about the palace meeting schedule from that attendant. This was because the Molden Kingdom had attendants cleaning up after high-ranking individuals instead of royal servants. Cal and Jopes were able to come up with a plan with all of the information they gathered. Administrative executives and no military. Tasha mumbled before starting to smile. Lots of people would be inside and outside if there was a meeting going on. That meant it was the perfect time to gather attention or cause a ruckus. And if the military side was not present, her gaze headed toward Cal, who was pushing a square plate up with Jopes. It's perfect to cause a ruckus. Yes, Cal answered before motioning to Choi Han with his chin. Choi Han squeezed through some people to push the plate up in Cal's place. Cal brushed the dirt off his hands as he started to speak. That is why. As soon as this opens, just do as I told you to do and go where I told you to go. I understand, human. Rayan answered in his mind, while the others answered with their gazes. It could not be helped. Screech, the square plate, was lifted with a quiet noise. The dark elves had their fire elementals disappear. Sunlight started to enter through the tiny crack. The group looked outside the crack. Cal whispered as everybody kept completely quiet. Open it. His voice made everyone tense as if they had heard thunder. Choi Han put more strength into his hands. Clunk. The square plate disappeared with a loud noise, and an opening big enough for 2 or 3 adults to fit through appeared. Rayan, Choi Han, go, Cal shouted as he exited the path. The sun shined in his eyes as he quickly located the central plaza and the 4 palaces. Only the palace he expected was the administrative executive's palace was busy and full of people. It's going as planned. Cal's eyes sparkled. It was at that moment. Intruders. Sound the alarm. Hurry over to the Knights' Brigade. Cal could see the guards and knights who were protecting the plaza entrance, and the 4 palaces become shocked after noticing them. P.I. P.I. One of the knights quickly blew into a flute to sound the alarm. Cal felt people continuing to come out of the path behind him and pointed to a location. Target. He started with the first task. Aim completed. Cal started to speak after hearing Rayan's voice. The guards were chaotic after seeing them suddenly appear. The knights who were quickly running toward them. Click, click. What's going on? Why is there so much chaos during a meeting? The secretaries of the high-ranking administrators frowning while looking out the window. The annoyed high-ranking administrators peeking out the window. Cal's loud voice echoed in all of their ears. Explode, everybody stiffened up in shock. Damn it, it's a terrorist with a bomb. They all then quickly covered their heads or flattened down on the ground to avoid the explosion. They then looked toward where Cal was pointing. No, my goodness. They finally realized where Cal was pointing. I'm going. Cal heard Rayon's voice and soon saw a large ball of mana shooting up into the sky. Bararang. It exploded in the sky. It was extremely large for an explosion that instantly happened. It gave everybody who was looking at it the chills. What the? It also made the shocked individuals flinch. The explosion happened in the sky and not where they were expecting. It happened in the sky where it did not harm them at all. However, they subconsciously looked toward it because the explosion was so large. The people at the palace were not the only ones looking at the explosion. Get started. Ran gave the order to his assassins. Everybody remember the mercenary king's words. Rough, rough. Egu, these puppies are so smart. But why did they call so many of their friends over? The 100 mercenaries started to move. And finally, let's go. Time for war. Outside the castle. The hidden warriors started to head toward the castle. However, the Molden Palace knights who had been anxious after seeing the explosion quickly snapped out of it and calmed down. They quickly figured out the situation. Intruders have appeared. Grab those bastards. They didn't know why the intruders caused an explosion in the sky, but they first needed to capture the intruders. The robed Jopes appeared next to Cal at that moment. Cal turned his head, and Cal and Jopes made eye contact in that short moment. Jopes smiled. Do it. I'm sure my ancestors would understand. She then pulled the hood off her head and walked forward. Everybody stop, she shouted, and the guard knight captain, as well as everybody looking out the window, all had wide eyes as they froze in shock. How is Princess Jopes? In the short moment that someone's shocked voice echoed through the area. That was the opening for Cal. Second target. Clang. Choi Han walked past Cal and pulled out his sword. Tap. He kicked off the ground as soon as he walked past Cal. Cal started to speak at the same time. Explode. I'm destroying it. Choi Han swung his sword. The eyes of the people who noticed where Choi Han was aiming opened wide. Oh, over there now. Choi Han was swinging toward the direction Cal had pointed at earlier and shocked everyone. Knights charged forward to stop him, and some administrators tried to climb out the window but failed. Choi Han's sword slashed from top to bottom. And then, the statue has been split in half. The statue of the first king was cut in half. Let's go. Ruff, Jopes, and Fluffy started to run. Cal was next to them with the others surrounding them to protect them. The statue that had been split in half then fell to the side. Boom. The statue that used to be one created arcs on both sides as the now two halves fell. Bang, bang. Two large fire arrows hit the two parts of the statue and caused an explosion. It was Rayon's magic. Cal lifted his head. He could see knights charging toward them through the fire caused by the statue. Get them. No, we must stop them. Kill them if it is too hard to capture them. We must at least capture former Princess Jopes. This is a rebellion, a revolt. He then heard guards and knights running toward them and shouting behind him as well. Cal lowered his head. He could see Jarp's hands shaking as she moved the device to open the door to the maze. Please feel free to take your time. It is fine. There's no need. She shook her head at Cal's statement and removed her hands. I'm already done. Boo-boo-boom, a small path appeared underneath the platform the cut statue had been on. Then a staircase appeared. Go in. Cal gave the order and quickly entered the stairs. Jopes and Fluffy were already running in front of him. Choi Han. Calnim, everybody is inside. Rayan. Cal confirmed everybody was inside before calling Rayan as planned. Third target. All right. Large black mana spears shot out toward the open path. They then crashed into the ceiling of the path. Bararang. There was yet another large explosion. No, the entrance is destroyed. Inform Her Majesty. Sound the Grademinus one alarm. The knights were shouting. However, their voices were drowned out by the explosion. Jopes started to shout as well. The ceiling of the stairs will break soon. Move faster if you don't want your FC King heads hit by rocks. The ceiling of the stairs was crumbling starting from the entrance. Tasha. Yes, sir. Tasha picked Jopes up after hearing Cal call her. Thank you very much. Rough. Jopes elegantly thanked her while the puppy somehow knew to jump into Choi Han's arms. Choi Han easily held Fluffy in his arms as Cal activated the sound of the wind and started to speak. We are increasing our speed. The rest of the group all sped up as well. The ceiling of the stairs started to crumble even faster. Boo-woo-woo-wham. Once everybody in the group made it out of the stairs. Boom. The crumbling ceiling stopped at the end of the stairs. Jopes looked at this and started to speak. She still looked elegant while being carried over Tasha's shoulder. The ceiling of the stairs and the ceiling of the maze were created differently. The ceiling of the maze will not break because of something like this. She then got down and pointed forward. It's over here. Cal could see a maze so large that he could not see the other end in an area with a high ceiling. Jopes looked at the group and continued to speak. This maze has thousands of paths. People who don't know the way will get lost and die. Cal made eye contact with her. This place has the item you are looking for, but it is easy to die here. Why is it easy to die here? An elegant smile appeared on Jop's face. There are odd monsters throughout the maze, and the path is very complicated and difficult to memorize. I'm also certain Elisne's subordinates are hiding somewhere in this large maze in order to prepare for intruders. She was not done. Furthermore, the large walls that make up the maze. The walls that were at least 3 times Cal's height and were also as thick as 2 or 3 people standing side to side. It is not easy to break those walls, but even if you manage to do so, there is dead mana liquid inside the walls. It is easy to die from being poisoned by the dead mana that blasts out when you break the wall. That is why you need someone who knows the path to guide you. Commanded him. Jopi stopped talking and looked toward the snickering Cal. She then flinched as if she realized something. Heh. Cal chuckled and walked over to 2 people wearing robes and put his hand on their shoulders. One of the people took off the robe to reveal a smiling Tasha underneath. The other person was Mary. The other dark elves in the group stepped forward as well. The others opened up a path for them. Cal looked at them and started to speak. Now then, we will only charge forward. Cal pointed toward the maze. Whether the walls were thick or the path was complicated and difficult to get through, regardless of whether there were enemies or monsters here and there, destroy everything. None of it mattered if they just destroyed everything as they charged forward. The fake world tree was said to be at the center of the maze. It was faster to charge straight forward than to go through this winding maze when the enemies may come at any moment. Son of a... Cal turned his head after hearing the elegant swearing. Jopi smiled as if she had never swore and gracefully started to speak. It's for the best. I welcome such crazy actions. Mary started to speak at the same time. It is easy to charge forward. It is easy to destroy everything. Well, pierce through everything in a straight line. Cal found this 6 years old dragon's shout and the GPS-like voice very reliable. Chapter 497, You Stupid Idiots. 3. Wait, who showed up? Elisne the first jumped up from the throne. The knight in front of her was shaking, but responded with an urgent expression. It could not be helped. Hurry up and tell me. This was Elisne's office, where her close confidants gathered to meet. This was the place where everything in the Molden Kingdom was determined. The knight clenched his eyes shut before opening them and almost shouted. Former Princess Jopis has infiltrated the castle with some unknown individuals. Elisne started to frown after hearing the report again. The people who came with her were one black-haired swordsman, one red-haired man, and others who were all hiding under robes. Elisne's clenched fists were shaking. They destroyed the statue in the central plaza. The knight took a deep breath. He had been working at the palace for 3 years. The knight captain had given him an important task because he was loyal and obeyed all the rules. His task was to protect an entrance that very few people in the palace knew about. Of course, he had no idea where that path underground led. Then they entered the underground path underneath it. Jopis went down there. The knight flinched at Elisne's frown before responding. Yes, your majesty. She then destroyed the entrance to the path. What the hell are you doing on your job to let something like... Elisne looked ready to throw the bottle of ink in front of her at the knight. Your majesty. One of her vassals urgently called out to her at that moment. Elisne let out a deep sigh after making eye contact with him. Her mask as a benevolent king had almost been broken. Elisne returned to her cold but benevolent expression and sat back down on the throne. My little sister is here. Although she was speaking calmly, the fire in her eyes could not be covered. Jopis, that beach had returned, the only beach who had not listened to her. Elisne slowly closed her eyes before opening them back. One of her vassals gave an order to a royal mage standing to the side of the office. Why is there no contact from the ghost village? Contact them right away. The royal mage immediately started to connect the video communication device. There's no point. However, Elisne shook her head. The fact that Jopis appeared at the capital without any contact from the ghost village must mean that it had fallen into Jopis's hands. The royal mage soon shook his head with a frown. We cannot get through to them. Elisne looked toward the knight and started to speak. Raise the alarm to special grade and protect all members of the royal family. She could not let that beach Jopis find the members of the royal family. Elisne was using them as hostages against Jopis. Yes, your majesty. The knight thought it was very much like Elisne to think about protecting her family first. Also, tell the knight captain to immediately come to the location. Your majesty, which location the knight cautiously asked, as one of the 3 close confidants in the room peeked toward Elisne and quickly responded. The knight captain will know where we are talking about, so go quickly. We will escort her majesty there immediately. I understand. Hand salute. The knight saluted Elisne before quickly running out of the office. Only Elisne's close confidants were left in the office now. There was chaos outside, but it was calm inside the office. One of the vassals started to speak. There was a small mirror in his hand. It is Cal Henitus. The man who was known as the Minister of Finance had a mirror that was vibrating in his hand. Uwuang, it was similar to the staff in Tiger Shaman Gashan's hand. The elves should be here as well. The dark elves as well. The other two vassals touched a quill pen and their glasses as they responded as well. Both items were gently vibrating as well. We expected all of this. My liege, we did not expect Jopis to be here. I know. Elisne responded calmly to the glasses-wearing person's comment. However, the bottle of ink in her hand looked ready to break at any moment. We are heading underground. Yes, my liege. The three individuals bowed and headed for the door. Screech. The office door opened, and Elisne walked toward the open door. We expected this. They had expected Cal Henitus and the elves. They had expected the dark elves as well. However, they had not expected Jopis at all. She had completely forgotten about her. But it's great. I'll kill you all at once. She took a small wooden staff the size of her palm out of her inner pocket. Elisne turned around and looked toward the royal mage before she exited the room. You know what you need to do, right? Just leave it to me, your majesty. Elisne did not respond and simply walked out of the office. The royal mage was left alone in the office. Actually, this black mage, who was pretending to be the royal mage, reached his hand toward the video communication device. I need to contact our liege. It was time to contact his true liege, and not this fake liege. The time they had been waiting for had arrived. The black mage saw the video communication device flashing at that moment. He looked confused while looking at the source of the call. Why is a foreign nation calling us right now? It was a call from the kingdom that bordered the Molden Kingdom to the north. He connected that call first because he was the royal mage as well. At the same time, Elisne was heading toward somewhere as she started to speak. Find them immediately. Uwuong, the staff, started to vibrate. At that moment, the first wall was breaking. Bararang, step back. Everybody in the rear took 2 or 3 steps back after hearing Cal's shout. Damn it. The hood of one of the individuals who stepped back came off. Crazy bastards. It was elf warrior Jeet. He frowned while looking at the crumbling maze wall. He was swearing toward the people of the Molden Palace. Cracks started to appear around the destroyed part of the wall as well. Charge. Tasha gave the order to charge toward the destroyed wall, and the dark elf warriors immediately charged forward. Sharara at the first destroyed maze wall. The dead mana liquid that was inside the wall shot out and drenched the dark elves in front of the group. Jeet started to frown even more while looking at it. It was not because of the dark elves. I thought the dead mana river was it. The elves had infiltrated the Molden Palace once already to destroy the fake World Tree. They had chased after the aura of the World Tree until they were stopped by the dead Mana River. That was why they had not managed to see the maze. Cal started to speak at that moment. We are immediately heading to the second wall. Yes, Commander Nim. The Dark Elves immediately headed toward the next wall a few meters away. Cal activated the sound of the wind and followed behind them. I didn't expect you to really destroy the walls like this to proceed. Jopis commented as she walked next to Cal. Cal looked at her for a moment before responding. The maze is quite large, and the item we are looking for is at the center. We need to move quickly and get as close to it as possible before we run into Elisne. The best scenario would be to arrive at the center of the maze before we run into Elisne. Of course, Bararang. The two people stopped chatting after hearing the explosion. The second wall was destroyed, and the dark elves started to laugh as they ran toward the flowing dead mana liquid. Kahaha, this is like free medicine. Damn it, however, they soon flinched and stepped back. Boom, 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 the ground started to shake. In the maze that was lit up by a small torch, there was a monster that was at least 5 times Cal's height on the other side of the destroyed wall. Coon. Elf Jeet called out the name of another elf who removed his hood and responded. I'm certain that is a Heidek. The elf from the eastern continent mentioned the name of a monster that frequently appeared on the eastern continent. He started to explain about the monster, but it looks very different than they normally look. They were deep underground. This monster lived in this place without any sunlight nor a source of water. There was no way it would be the same as the normal monster it resembled. Cal looked toward the bear-like monster that had smooth purple skin without any hair and started to speak. Dot, 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 it looks like it was created through experimentation. Tasha. Cal Nim. Cal, who called for Tasha, turned his head to look at Jeet, who shouted his name. The elves will take care of it. That is not allowed. Jeet saw someone stepping forward. He had not seen the person's face until now, but he could tell who it was based on the voice. It was Mary. She looked toward the group and continued to speak. This one is mine. Boom, boom. The large monster was still heading toward them. Ruah, the monster that looked excited to find prey after a long time, roared as it approached them. Mary looked toward Choi Han and started to speak. Choi Han Nim, please help me. Clang, the elves saw Choi Han instantly take his sword out and step forward. He only moved forward in a straight line. Ruah, the monster that was holding a weird and hideous club in its hand, was not very quick because of its large size. Bang, barang. However, the ground cracked and debris flew up every time the monster took a step. Looks like I'll need to end it quickly. Tatap. Choi Han lightly jumped up and tried to swing his sword. As his sword headed up, squeak. Choi Han heard a voice in his ear. He then heard it one more time, a bit quieter. Squeak. It was a rat. It was the sound of a rat. Choi Han instantly thought about the rats that the illusionist, Elisne, the first controlled. The monster isn't the issue. Choi Han turned his head toward the direction of the noise and changed the angle of his slash. The rat first. He needed to catch the rat first. Catch the rat. Choi Han heard Cal's orders at the same time. He could feel the others quickly starting to move. However, Choi Han was able to quickly locate the rat, as he had heard the rat squeak before anybody else. He had seen the red eyes of the rat peeking out of a different path of the maze behind the monster. He was certain that it was one of Elisne's subordinates. Choi Han started to frown. Boom, boom. He needed to get past the large monster to capture the rat. Damn it! Choi Han urgently twisted his body. His legs kicked off the ground to jump over the monster, and his upper body lowered to move forward. It was at that moment. Ha! Choi Han saw something white move past him. Choi Han move. He heard Rayon's anxious voice at the same time. Ruor. It was difficult for an adult like Choi Han to get past the monster's large body to catch the rat. It was hard to find an opening. However, there was a large enough opening for a small animal. Fluffy. Cal could see Fluffy running past Choi Han and slipping through in between the monster's legs. Her movements resembled lightning. Cal had thought it was a white line at first. Fluffy, who had run forward extremely quickly, opened her mouth. Squeak. Her open mouth bit down on the escaping rat. Squeak. She then threw it into the air. Fluffy then jumped up behind it and kicked the rat with her front paws. The rat was sent flying in the air. Fluffy started to move again at that moment. The puppy turned around and started to run. Ruah. She then almost instantly started to climb up on top of the smooth purple monster's body. The sharked monster swung its club and tried to get Fluffy off its back. However, Fluffy continued to kick against the monster's back and climb higher. And in that short moment, Fluffy opened her mouth and fangs suddenly grew out before she bit down on the monster's neck. She then ripped out its neck. Plop. The rat that had been sent flying landed in front of Cal's feet. The rat had fainted with blood flowing out of its neck. However, Cal had no time to look at the rat. Plop, plop. The monster's head that was ripped off before it could even scream had fallen to the ground. This monster seemed to have thick skin and sturdy bones that looked as if they would need to use Choi Han's aura to cut apart with a single attack. However, that monster was ripped as if it was made of paper by Fluffy's fangs. The headless monster's body slowly tilted back. Boom! Fluffy, who was not standing on top of the fallen monster's body, opened her mouth again. Her fangs had become small again. Roo-woo-woo, or Fluffy's roar seemed to make the entire maze shake. Cal made eye contact with Fluffy. Fluffy smiled and opened her mouth. Ruff! She barked cutely, but Cal's shoulders curled in a bit. He was slightly scared. However, the corners of his lips were twitching. This was the unexpected appearance of a strong ally. Chapter 498, You Stupid Idiots. 4. Cal looked toward Jopies and started to speak. She ripped its F-seeking head off right away, as you mentioned last time. Cal knew that Fluffy was no ordinary dog, but he didn't expect her to be strong enough to send most strong individuals to the curb. I guess she must be a divine animal or a spiritual being or something. He had no way of knowing the truth about Fluffy and her siblings. However, one person should know. Cal looked toward Jopies. Ah! However, Jopie seemed slightly shocked, unlike what he expected. Her eyes quickly calmed down before sparkling as if she had found some type of treasure. Rough. Fluffy walked over and rubbed her face on Jopie's leg. That action put monster blood on Jopie's pants, but Jopie smiled warmly and patted Fluffy's back. You snapped the FC King head right off. Rough. Cal watched them with a satisfied expression before looking forward. The monster had died instantly and the rat had fainted. The current situation was very good. They had no reason to hesitate at all. He looked toward Mary. How is it? It's clean. SHHHHH. Mary's two hands that were covered by the robe poked out. Her hands were covered in spider-web-like black threads. Black threads started to flow out of her hands. One of the elves gulped. This was the first time he saw a necromancer use their power. He had heard that the power that was said to have disappeared a long time ago had reappeared. However, he had not believed it. Seeing that power again made him flinch. Everything that had been covering the monster became wrapped up in the black threads and disappeared. Finally, only the monster's bones were left behind. It really was not a regular monster. That's right. Young Masternim, that monster was poisoned by dead mana. The bones that should have been white were dyed black. The bones had been poisoned by dead mana. Cal and the robed Mary made eye contact. Both of them started to speak at the same time. It looks like a chimera. It seems to be an experiment. Their choices of words were different, but they were talking about the same thing. The elves who had been watching saw one of their own stepping forward. They should be monsters who were changed through black magic experiments. It was Elf Pendrick, who could not control elementals but specialized in healing. Pendrick, who had learned a lot of things from ancient dragon Eruhaben, looked toward the bones of the monster before looking toward Cal. They're just like the golems. It looks like the chimeras were created with black magic as well. The elves who did not know about the dragon half-blood's existence frowned after hearing the term chimera. That was something that went against the laws of nature. It was at that moment, I'm finished. Fluffy barked loudly after Mary commented in her calm voice. My goodness. The elves watched as the large skeleton slowly stood up. Ruor, the skeleton that stood up without a head, picked the skull and placed it back in the proper location as black threads tied the two parts together. It was 5 times Cal's height. It wasn't as tall as the maze walls, but it gave off a sense of pressure as everybody needed to look up at it. The way the black threads were surrounding the black bones made them think about something. It resembles a dark night. It made them think of a monster not from this world, but one that was said to exist in the demon world. That was how much pressure this monster was giving them. It would look even scarier if this tall monster got on top of a black steed. The elves turned their gazes toward Mary, who created such a creature. Mary looked toward Cal at the same time. I've gathered one monster. Yes, gathered what? Cal looked toward Jeet and Mary and continued to speak as the elves flinched. We need to increase the number of our allied soldiers as much as possible. They all looked toward the black skeleton monster after hearing allied soldiers. Allied soldiers, plural. That meant that she was not finished with just this one skeleton. Mary, have Choi Han and the elves help you increase the number of allies as quickly as possible. I understand. Young Master Nim. We understand, Commander Nim. Tasha, who received Cal's gaze, then headed forward. Cal pointed to the third maze wall behind the monster. There was a corner, but he had no intention of walking around it. He was only going to move forward, destroy it. The Dark Elves responded to Tasha's order and headed past the monster to the third wall. A mana arrow this time. Rayan's black arrow that was in front of the Dark Elves destroyed the wall. A wall was just a wall no matter how thick it was, and the elementals and Rayan had no problem breaking it. Cal activated his sound of the wind and followed behind them. Bang, bang. Wall after wall came tumbling down. There seemed to be an endless number of walls, but they continued to move forward, and Jopies made a comment. We should be able to cut the time in half if we keep moving like this. Another monster appeared at that moment. Forward. Elfjeet gave the order, and numerous fire arrows appeared and shot toward the monster. The monster soon fell down, and Mary walked over and created another ally. Jeet approached Cal and looked up at the top of the maze as he asked, Commander Nim, what if we move on top of the walls? He thought it would be most efficient and save a lot of time and effort to run on top of the maze walls. The maze walls were not up to the ceiling. The ceiling was extremely high, and the walls that were approximately 3 times Cal's height were thick enough for them to run on them. There was someone who responded to Jeet's suggestion. Yawl fall into an illusion. Everything was resolved with Cal's single statement. Jopis explained further. There are illusions cast throughout the top of the walls. There might be people among us who won't fall into the illusion, but we have no way of knowing who that might be. There was a reason Cal had given up on running across the top of the walls when he created the plan. If even one person falls into an illusion while running on top of the walls, then that's a loss of 2 people, and not just one. That is why it is safer to go through the maze. If one person fell into an illusion, they would need someone to protect that person as well, so it was a dangerous gamble for a group like theirs, where every person who was capable of fighting was important. They made this extremely annoying. Jeet frowned and sighed before clenching his sword. Let's keep moving. Tasha, who stopped for a moment, started to work again. It was at that moment. Hold on. Cal's gaze headed toward Choi Han. SHH. Choi Han put his index finger against his lips. He crouched down and looked toward a corner in the maze instead of looking forward. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind as well. There's something on the other side of that corner. Choi Han stealthily started to move without making any noise. He then swung his sword. Slash. They heard the sound of cloth getting cut. What the? Who are you? The elves quickly ran toward the source of the scream. Cal quickly ran past the corner. Cal started to frown. He saw some children surrounded by the elves, and Choi Han once he turned the corner. The youngest child looked to be around 10 years old, while the eldest seemed to be 17 or 18 years old at max. Their clothes that looked extremely luxurious also looked very loose. They looked like they had a lot of money. I have a bad feeling about this. Cal started to frown. He turned his head and looked for Jopis. Jopis might be shaken. However, Jopis was already rushing past him. Cal could see the ripples on Jopis' face that had been completely calm until now. You guys. Jopis could not even finish her sentence. Nuna, Unnie. Is that you, Jopis Unnie? The children blinked in shock after seeing her. Tasha, who was looking at them, gasped. They're a part of the royal family. The children, who looked similar to Jopis in hair color or appearance, seemed to be Jopis cousins. Jopis ran past Cal before slowing down as she approached them. She hesitated before she started to speak. Why are you guys here? Why were the young children of the royal family in here, especially in the middle of the day? Jopis' pupils started to shake, and the oldest-looking boy stepped forward and started to speak. He looked wary of Choi Han and the elves as he made eye contact with Jopis. We should do what we can to help Her Majesty, who strains herself day and night with work. Jopis started to frown as soon as she heard that response. The young children had large glass bottles in their arms. The glass bottles that were sealed tightly were full of a black liquid. Anybody would be able to tell that they were full of dead mana. However, the children had not realized that. The youngest girl, who seemed to be about 10 years old, whimpered as she approached Jopis. She then proudly lifted the glass bottle toward Jopis. So you are Jopis, Unnie? Oh, Belle. Jopis slightly teared up. Cal believed she had a close relationship with this child named Belle in the past. You were just a baby. You're already this big. Jopis seemed to have a flood of emotions. The child named Belle looked excited. She continued to speak, while holding the glass bottle up toward Jopis. Our benevolent Majesty said that these things are the black jewels that would make the Molden Kingdom even more prosperous. It is so precious that we can't even touch it. She said that each bottle was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Cal held back a sigh. It should be worth that much because it was made with human lives. Human? Do you think those children are all under illusions? Probably. That's probably why they think that black thing is something extremely precious. The oldest boy walked up to Belle and Jopis and started to speak with a concerned expression. But Noonan, why are you in this place? He slowly looked over Jopis with concern. Isn't it not okay for you to be here like this? That Jopis hesitated before she started to respond. But at that moment, a traitor like you. Cal shouted as the boy's gaze quickly changed and his hand moved into his pocket. Choi Han. A dagger came out of the boy's pocket. He seemed to have trained, as the dagger instantly headed toward Jopis' neck as she looked at Belle. You betrayed Her Majesty and the family. How dare you come here? The veins on the boy's neck were visible as he shouted with an angry gaze. The dagger moved quickly to take Jopis' life. However, Choi Han, who had approached without the boy noticing, moved his hand toward the boy. Tang, However, Choi Han stopped moving. Ah, ah, the dagger was sent flying. Ah, then he saw Jopi's hand clenching the boy's neck. Jopi's other hand that had slapped the dagger away was bleeding from being lightly scratched in the process. However, Jopi's was not even looking at the blood. She looked toward the boy and the rest of the royal children who were showing her animosity. Her gaze seemed to be full of fire as she looked at the boy. You stupid fool. Jopi's, who enunciated each word, released her grip on the boy's neck. Huff, huff. As expected, a traitor will only continue to sin. The boy took a deep breath as he glared at Jopi's. So stupid. So very stupid. Jopi's continued to mumble the word stupid as she looked at the children while they continued to glare at her with animosity. Cal then realized that Jopi's was not saying those words to the children. Jopi's tightly clenched fists were shaking. She was angry with herself right now. You're so stupid. Jopi's, why did you live like such an idiot? The situation had changed in the many years she lived exiled in Ghost Village. She was so angry at the fact that even young children were moving dead mana like this that she was starting to get a migraine. But still, sending children to this place, especially when there are monsters everywhere, and they're holding glass bottles of dead mana. The children could be killed by monsters or by the dead mana if something happened and the glass bottle broke. Jopi's was shocked that a listener would make children do that kind of job. Step, step. The royal children who saw Jopi's angry gaze peeked at Cal and the others as they slowly took steps back. However, they had nowhere to go as the elves were already behind them. Jopi's, who was watching them, heard Cal's voice. They're here. Jopi's looked up along with Cal. Giarararara, Fluffy revealed her fangs and started to growl. They heard people's voices from a distance. Everybody, follow me. We need to capture that rebel Jopi's. Yes, sir. Jopi's quietly mumbled. It's the Knight Captain's voice. His voice hasn't changed after all these years. There were two entrances to the maze. The knights seemed to have entered through the other entrance. There were also people who had entered earlier than the knights. Tap, tap, tap. Those people were descending to the top of the maze walls. There were a total of 4 people, 1 middle-aged person, 2 old people. The 3 people who landed on top of the walls started to speak. It's been a while, Princess Nim. Long time no see. It's been a while. Former Princess Jopi's. The 3 of them all greeted her in different ways. However, Jopi's was looking at the 4th person on top of the wall. The 2 of them made eye contact. The royal children bowed with bright expressions at that moment. We greet Her Majesty. Her Majesty came to save us. Your Majesty, Elisne the First, monarch of the Molden Kingdom. She was standing on top of the wall looking down. Elisne had a benevolent smile on her face as she looked at Jopi's and started to speak. However, her voice was directed at the children, unlike her gaze. Yes, I came to save you all, Your Majesty. You came here to save us when you are probably very busy with your work. Elisne's gentle and warm voice flowed out once more. As your ruler and family, of course I needed to come to save you. Why else would I come here in the middle of work? Your Majesty, Soob. The children were full of admiration, and one even started to cry tears of relief. A brusque voice commented at that moment, such bullshit in front of the children. Silence filled the area. Everybody looked toward the source of the comment. And Cal was standing there. Cal put on an awkward smile and pointed to his mouth. Egu, my bad. It just popped out because I was so shocked. Chapter 499, You stupid idiots. 5W, what the? How dare you use a word like bullshit toward Her Majesty? The oldest child looked toward Cal and pointed rudely at him. He looked as if he could not speak properly because he was in disbelief. On the other hand, Jopi's had an elegant smile on her face as she nodded her head. The boy who saw her reaction raised his voice even more and shouted toward Cal and Jopi's. What indecency! You are just a traitor anyway. That kid sure has a loud voice. Cal shook his head from side to side. Ha! Looks like we'll need to fight while carrying baggage. What? The boy could not hide his shock at Cal, who called him baggage. Cal didn't care as he casually commented back. You guys are hostages. Hostages. The boy and the other children's expressions changed after hearing his comment. The gazes of the older children turned grim and they all started to shout. We cannot be hostages. Just kill us. We will not become a hindrance to Her Majesty. That's right, kill us. We would gladly die for Her Majesty. Wow, do these punks even know what it means to die? Cal looked toward Jopi's in disbelief. They've been seriously bewitched. Cal recalled the first time he met Elisne. She had bewitched the people of the Lord's castle. He remembered the badge on their clothes at that time. I don't see something like a badge on the children. She supposedly cast an illusion on everyone inside the palace. But how did she do it? Cal was stealthily looking at the royal children and Elisne's subordinates. He thought that she might have cast an illusion around the entire palace after hearing that everybody in the palace was bewitched. However, that should have meant that Cal and the others would have been bewitched once they entered the palace grounds. But that had not happened, and there was also the information the mercenary king gave him. Do you know how many merchants and nobles go in and out of the palace? There's no way she could cast an illusion on all of them. Cal asked Jopes a question as he thoroughly observed the children. How do we wake them up? An elegant voice responded to him. There was a time I smacked the chute out of my father's back. He still did not snap out of the illusion. That wasn't the kind of response I expected. Jeet approached Cal and whispered behind him as Cal stood there at a loss for words. Sir, they're here. Cal's eyes clouded over. It was at that moment. What? Cal heard someone shout in shock, and he looked toward the speaker. Elisne's eyes were glowing red, and she seemed to be listening to something. Calnim. Cal heard Choi Han's voice at that moment as he saw a dagger flying past him. It was Choi Han's dagger that he had received from Ran. Squeak. He then heard a rat scream. Cal laughed as he looked toward Elisne. How can you get any information when your informant is injured? Is it your doing? Who else could it be? The middle-aged man wearing glasses approached Elisne. What is it, your majesty? Elisne kept her mouth shut as she glared at Cal. The old man with the mirror stepped forward and looked inside the mirror. Hold on. Oh my. Looks like some rats made their way into the palace. Rats. The elves have invaded. Tusk. The other two subordinates stiffened up as Elisne looked down at Cal and started to speak. Apparently, numerous elves have passed the city walls and are marching toward the palace. Jopes looked toward Cal. She recalled how Cal had said that they had a lot of allies. Elisne looked at Cal as if he was ridiculous as she asked, Did you think we would not be able to do anything if you attacked us on multiple fronts? Who knows? HMPH. Elisne snorted and raised her hand. Her three subordinates stepped forward. The old man with the mirror gently commented, We expected the elves would come with you. Pity that more lives would be lost for no reason. Are you saying the elves will die? Jeet stepped forward. He was glaring at the enemies. Indeed, the elves will be defeated by dead mana the moment they pass through the palace's main entrance. The old man could see Jeet started to smile after hearing his friendly warning. Why are you smiling? We are not going to cross the palace fence. What? The middle-aged man with glasses flinched at Jeet's comment, but Cal immediately started to speak. Choi Han, Tasha. Yes, sir. Choi Han started to move toward the royal children. Jopes quickly followed behind him. I won't let you. The old man with a quill pen lowered his hand and ripped out a spatial pocket bag he pulled out. Go, Reeb. The bag ripped, and numerous white feathers that were inside the bag popped out. These feathers turned stiff and started to shoot out like arrows. The royal children looked toward the old man and Elisne, who were trying to save them with admiration. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about us. That's right. The children glared at Choi Han and Jopes even more as they shared their feelings to Elisne. Huang aura started to appear on Choi Han's sword at that moment. Sword Master, the royal children who realized his identity stiffened up in shock. Your Majesty. They then subconsciously looked toward Elisne. Elisne had a benevolent smile on her face. That made the oldest boy start to relax. He believed that the shaman's fathers would block this aura. Yes, it'll be okay. The boy subconsciously dropped his jaw. He groaned as he clenched his arm. Why? The boy was looking down at his arm in disbelief. The feather had brushed past his arm and harmed him. Why? The feathers were pouring down toward the children. It was as if they were pouring down like hail. He saw someone stepping in front of him at that moment. Hide behind me. It was Jopes. The swordsman with the black aura swung his sword at the same time. It was not just that swordsman. The dark elves and elves who had taken longer to react had charged over as well to parry the feathers. However, the elves who were a step later than Choi Han and Jopes, who had already arrived by the children's side, were parrying the feathers from the outside to prevent them from getting closer. Tang, tang, tang. The feathers bounced away from the attacks and were forced to change direction from the children. Bang, bang. The walls and ground that the feathers slammed into cracked, but the feathers were fine. Drip. Drip. The boy looked back and forth at the blood flowing down his arm and Jarp's back. Ah! His body then curled forward. Jopis urgently turned around and grabbed his body. Why, you crazy beach? She frowned and started to swear at Elisne. The small scratch on the boy's arm was starting to turn black. Choi Han shouted at the same time. Everybody, please be careful, as there is dead mana at the tips of the feathers. The elves instantly withdrew to the back, while the dark elves charged toward the feathers. Jopis raised her head. How can you do this to your cousin, to a child? Her angry gaze seemed to be burning up as she held the boy in her arms. Elisne looked down at them with a benevolent expression. Your Majesty. Newnham, the boy in Jopis's arms, looked toward Elisne. Why, just why? His gaze was asking Elisne many questions as she smiled and responded. You guys are my hostages. What? The boy and the other children's pupils started to shake. You are also potential future enemies who may threaten my position. If you're going to die, shouldn't I be the one to kill you? The children looked dejected, but Elisne did not care as she turned her gaze toward Cal. Can you hear the knights approaching us? There should be at least 300 of them. Are you saying that they are hostages as well? Correct. I can kill them whenever I please. She smiled at Cal as she said that. That smile looked similar to Jopis's smile. You know about the second entrance to this place, right? Yes, I heard there's a dead Mana River. The other entrance was the one the elves had tried to infiltrate but failed. Cal calmly asked, I heard that place is your palace. That's right, it is my palace. There's a black liquid flowing there. It does look a lot like a river. Her gaze moved over to Jopis. The third group of hostages is over there. Jopis, can you hear me? There are other members of the royal family who will jump into that river as soon as I give the order. Ah, should I make the servants and maids jump in as well? She then turned back toward Cal, and the smile had disappeared from her face. The moment the elves enter the palace, I will kill them all, starting with the youngest servants. Clang! The old man with the mirror tapped on the mirror and jumped off the wall. The middle-aged man with glasses jumped behind him. The old man controlling the feather started to speak at the same time. Bind them. The feathers that had been aiming for the children started to gather together. Shoot! Tasha started to frown. It's a snake. One of the children started to cry. Each of the feathers turned into scales to create a large white snake. Go. It then started to quickly charge toward the children. The snake looked as if it was trying to get to the royal children as quickly as possible to bind them. Ah, young Belle subconsciously clenched on something in fear. The child started to cry once she realized it was Jarp's hand and felt Jopis's warmth. You've woken up. Jopis commented as she tightly grabbed Belle's hand. Belle's eyes started to become clearer and clearer. Boom, 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 bang. The snake flailed around as it quickly approached the children. The dark elves' attacks did not even leave a scratch on the scales. Cal, who was watching this, looked up toward Elisne. Her cold gaze was giving Cal a warning. It was telling him to be careful because she has all these hostages. Cal started to speak. It's a pity about the snake. What? He didn't care about Elisne's response. Jeet, tie them. Elf Jeet raised his hand after hearing Cal's order. The elves who had retreated to the rear quickly took something out of their pockets and threw them toward the children. Booba-ba-boo-woom, as the white snake destroyed the stone ground and approached the children, and as the items that the elves threw flew forward like arrows. HMPH. Something like that is easy to deal with. The middle-aged man with glasses waved his hand. Crackle, numerous fireballs appeared in the air and headed toward the things the elves threw. What do you plan to do with some twigs? The elves had thrown twigs. What do you think you can do with those puny fireballs? Cal heard Rayan's shout in his mind. Water balls appeared in the air and flew toward the fireballs. It was at that moment. Rough, Cal saw a white line darting past him again. It was Fluffy. Fluffy jumped up and bit down on one of the twigs. Cal held the top's whip in his hand as he started to shout. Move them. Chaos, destruction, despair. I will move them. Kahaha. Fluffy rode the wind for a bit before falling to the ground like a streak of lightning and accurately stabbing the twig in her mouth on the ground by the royal children. Jeet, now. Yes, sir. Some of the elves put their hands on the ground. Crarag. The twigs started to split. Shoot. The old man started to frown. New twigs started to appear in between the split twigs. This was the power of the wood elementals and their contracted elves. The twigs instantly grew in size and number and surrounded the children. Rayan. I understand, human. Ooh, black light started to appear around the interlocked wooden dome. The black light then created a shield that protected the children completely from the outside. Ha! He heard someone laugh. Your actions are useless. It was Elisne. The corners of her mouth twisted up. But it's cute. You're trying so hard to protect them. Not really. She looked away from the children surrounded by the shield and looked at Cal after hearing his response. The corners of Cal's mouth slowly started to rise once she looked at him. Elisne had an ominous feeling. That bastard is smart, as she recalled the White Star's comment about Cal. What do you mean? Not really. Elisne subconsciously asked, and Cal responded, I'm planning on destroying things instead of protecting things this time. What? Destroying things? Do you need me to tell you again? Elisne's eyes opened wide, while Choi Han stopped swinging his sword toward the white snake and looked at Cal. Is this person again? That was what Choi Han's expression seemed to be saying, but Cal thought he read it wrong and ignored it. There's no need to drag it out. Yes, that's right. He responded to the voice in his mind and called out the person who spoke to him. Guararara from under the ground. Cal could feel the power that was responding to his calling from deep underground. There were three groups of hostages. The knights who had entered the underground maze. The members of the royal family, maids and servants who were at the entrance. Cal then looked toward the royal children, the final group of hostages. What? The shocked Jopis did not have any elegance about her anymore. She just seemed desperate as she held the boy who was in pain as he was being poisoned by dead mana. They didn't have the time to heal him right now. Cal and Choi Han made eye contact. Choi Han had been looking at the children as well before they made eye contact. Everything had happened in an instant. It had not even been a few seconds. However, it was long enough to confirm they had the same thought. I need to do it quickly. That's true, Calnim. Cal needed to hurry. Rather than chatting with the enemies and looking for an opening, rather than defending everything one by one. Right now, I can finish things faster if I beat them down. That was the way to protect them and heal the boy. Cal sighed. How do these idiots not know how I am after fighting against me so many times? Boo-woo-woo-um, the ground started to shake. The shaking seemed to be getting closer. You bastard, what the hell did you do? Cal looked toward the old man controlling the feather who shouted and responded. What am I doing? I called over a bastard to eat your snake. What? The old man started to frown, and Elisne reached her hands out to cast signs for an incantation. Stop, Cal Henitus. The old man with the mirror and the middle-aged man with glasses started to use their mediums after hearing her order. However, the power that was responding to Cal's calling was faster. Boo-woo. The floor of the maze started to crumble with a loud explosion. Crack, crack. The firm rocks making up the ground started to crack, and the debris started to fly. Something then shot up through it. Ah, Soob, the ground is shaking. Hold on to each other. The children inside the shield grabbed each other in shock. However, they could not remain quiet after seeing what appeared in front of them. They subconsciously started to speak. Snake! A snake, there was something that shot up while breaking multiple maze walls in the process. There were sharp pieces of rock. There were multiple sharp pieces of rocks. The stone spears slowly gathered together to create a large body. This weapon seemed to be alive. Furthermore, this creature that was towering over the maze walls and was at least 4 or 5 times Cal's height looked like a snake, but was a bit different than a snake. Choi Han chuckled and looked toward Cal. Only the two of them knew the name of this creature. It's an emugi. Cal had called something that would eat the snake and destroy everything. He made eye contact with Elisne. She had been looking at the emugi that stood much higher than her, who was standing on the wall before looking down at Cal. Cal started to speak at that moment. Heh. He seemed to be laughing like a crazy bastard who was having fun. Perhaps. As Elisne's pupils started to shake, Cal stepped forward, and the emugi made of stone spears lowered its head. It offered its head to Cal, who stepped on top of it. Burn. Fire soon started to rise around him. The small rose gold fire with the power of purification started to burn fiercely without burning Cal or the emugi. It's like this in the end. Choi Han got on top of the emugi as well. Cal looked toward Choi Han with a "who cares" type of expression and then shouted, "Forward!" The owners of the power he called forth responded to him. Sounds good. This is the fastest way. Reckless actions can protect everyone at times as well. Kahaha, you stupid bastard. It must be true that stupid, crazy bastards are the scariest people. Kahaha. Cal ignored the super rock's calm voice and the cheapskate's shout. Boom! The Amugi started to charge forward. The maze was too small and feeble compared to its large body. Cal gave an order to the others. Support me. I'm going to pierce through it all. Cal felt as if the frustration inside him was disappearing. It truly is most relaxing to destroy everything myself. That stupid bastard. He heard Elisne's subordinate shouting at him, but he ignored him as he did with the cheapskate. Boom, 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 boom. Cal, who only shouted forward, and the Amugi who had Cal on top of it, started to destroy the maze. For reference, the Amugi made of stone spears had no eyes and could not see anything. And unfortunately, Cal could not see anything for a different reason, so the maze was destroyed blindlessly as they charged forward and created a path. He was surrounded by fire as he turned around and looked toward Elisne and the enemies and started to speak. They should know what to use to threaten me and what not to use to threaten me by now. But they still want to threaten me with human lives. Do they think they have nothing of value? I'm just going to charge forward like this and burn up your world tree. The enemies instantly frowned after hearing Cal's threat as Cal sighed. It's a sea of fire. Kahaha. Looks like I'll get to burn a fake world tree. Cal heard the cheapskate's excited voice. 1. The Amugi is a creature from Korean legends. It is said that it can become a dragon after living for 10 years and grabbing a sintamani, a wish-fulfilling jewel in both Hindu and Buddhist traditions. It was last used to describe the fake dragon slayer's face in chapter 500. It works. 1. People tend to start moving when they are put under pressure or become anxious. That. The hands of the old man holding the mirror were shaking. My goodness. Guardian Knight Jeet was thinking that this was one of those moments. Such a large snake, no monster. He had heard a lot of information about what Commander Cal had done until now. Even though he was not an elf, Cal was someone who had helped out at the Ten-Finger Mountains elf village. He could hear many things about him because he was connected to the elves in many ways. There was a thought he had every time he heard some news. He's amazing. This person is amazing. That was the only thought he had. That was why he thought that Cal would be amazing during this battle as well. At least, that was what he had vaguely expected. But he was at a loss for words after seeing that amazingness in person. He was so shocked that he froze in place for a moment. Jeet could see that Elisne's 3 subordinates looked as shocked as him. However, it was only for a short instant. The whole thing lasted 1, maybe 2 minutes at max. However, that short moment of hesitation could be a long time for someone else. It was indeed a long time for Cal and the stone Imugi. Barang, bang, bang, barang. Things broke and broke again. The maze was breaking, crumbling, falling without any resistance. As for Cal, who was on that stone monster's neck, he looked excited. Someone walked up next to Jeet at that moment. He's always like this. Tasha patted Jeet's shoulder and gently stated. He turned his head and looked around. He could see some of the other dark elves walking up to the other elves to say something to them as well. Mr. Jeet, we need to hurry as well. The rest of the dark elves were all heading toward Cal. Boom, boom, boom. The black skeleton monster was carefully holding Mary with both hands as it quickly moved. She could hear the dark elves' voices. Kahaha. It's not even a gold mine. It's a damn diamond mine whenever we follow the young masternim. This is why I work my ass off. The dead mana is pouring out like rain. Shut up and quickly absorb the dead mana. The dark elves were uniquely enjoying the situation created by the large stone snake. Ah, these rocks. Hey, be careful. I think that stone snake has gone crazy. I know, I know. Nunim, shall we send our wind elementals forward to help the young masternim? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Send the wood elementals as well. Yes, ma'am. The flying rocks, the dust fluttering in the air as things crumbled. They were nimbly dodging everything or running right through it while laughing. Mary gave an order to 3 of the 4 skeletons that she had gathered as they moved through the maze. Carefully escort them. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 large skeletons quickly ran forward and lowered their bodies. Crunch. The tree dome surrounding Jopis and the royal children were pulled out. Rayan had already removed his shield. The skeletons flipped the dome around. The tree dome resembled a nest once it was flipped over. Jopis understood Mary's intentions the moment she saw what the skeletons were doing. Get on. She led the royal children and got inside the nest. Of course, some of the children hesitated. Get on quickly. It's okay. Belle, the youngest child, had clear eyes as she grabbed onto Jarpis's hand, got on the nest, and motioned to the others. Help me up. The boy, whose arm was slowly turning black because of dead mana, pointed to the nest and asked the other children to help him. The rest of the children finally quickly started to climb into the nest. They heard Elisne's piercing scream at that moment. Block it. Destroy that snake-like thing. The middle-aged man and the two old men quickly started to make hand signs while Elisne jumped off the wall and landed in front of the children. How dare you try to move without my order? Jopis noticed a red light coming out of Elisne's hands and the children's eyes clouding over. Ah! Only Belle and the poisoned boy were shaking their heads in pain. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Fluffy appeared at that moment and got in between Elisne and the children. There is no need for an order. Mary appeared as well. Illusionists and necromancers both use dead mana. What? Elisne's response was ignored. Black threads shot out from Mary's hands and quickly enveloped Elisne. It was a spider web-like net that resembled the lines on her body. Ah, I won't let you. Elisne had to start making new hand signs in order to dodge this attack. Mary did not miss that opening. I am putting them inside. The skeletons reached their hands out and quickly moved the children into the nest. Two of them then held up the nest together while the third guarded them from behind. Boom, boom, boom. They then quickly started to chase after the Amugi. Jeet and the elves were following behind the dark elves who were headed toward Cal. Of course, they had to be farther back than the skeleton monsters because of the dead mana liquids. Damn it, die. They heard Elisne's angry shout coming from behind them once she got rid of the black net. Shoot. Jeet could feel a strong power approaching from behind. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Jeet, hold the shamans back. The elves had already realized their roles and turned around as Cal gave the order. The feather snake was rushing toward them. There was also a large fire tiger and a wind horse charging toward them. Block them. Jeet raised his voice and called forth his elemental. His hand quickly moved back. Load. The elves around Jeet pulled on their bowstrings and aimed their arrows at the enemies. Each shaman and their animals had different personalities and properties. The elf archers had different attribute elementals as well. Fire. The arrows left the bows and started to fly toward the enemies once Jeet gave the order. Go. Elementals were wrapped around each arrow. Fire, water, earth, wind, and wood. The arrows with the strength of the elementals became larger and looked to be living animals as they charged toward the enemy creatures. Barang! They soon heard loud explosions. Ah! The middle-aged man with glasses started to frown. His fire tiger's back was split open by a water arrow and stumbled. The old man with the mirror grabbed his shoulder. Snap out of it. The wind horse and the feather snake shook a bit, but they were still fine. Jeet confirmed this as well. He was able to tell the approximate strength of the enemies. In that case, don't hold anything back. Hinder the shamans at all costs. Jeet glared at the enemies and shouted, Why, you damn elves? The old man holding the quill pen instantly frowned. He could hear the thunder-like crashes and the breaking maze walls. Don't be late. Elisne jumped over the old men and started to run on top of the maze walls. Attack the top of the walls. The elves who could not go above the wall listened to Jeet's order and aimed for Elisne. The shamans naturally did not allow the elves to do as they pleased. The frown on Elisne's face continued to get worse through it all. That crazy bastard. The maze was continuing to be destroyed. Cal continued to move forward. Human. The invisible Rayan who was following behind the Remugi's tail subconsciously shouted. Human, we should have done this from the beginning. He felt refreshed. The 6-year-old dragon naturally started to cast his magic after feeling this unexpected refreshing feeling inside him. Barang, barang, barang. His magic created small holes in the maze walls. The Amugi slammed its head into those holes. Barang. Dead mana liquids shot up with the explosion. Kalnim, just sit back and keep your head down. Cal brusquely responded before opening his arms toward the dead mana pouring out toward him. Cal, who had his arms open, could hear Rayan's voice. Human. It's kind of awkward to look at, but that is the best posture to take. This is embarrassing for me too. Cal found this posture to be embarrassing as he wasn't trying to show off or anything, but he had no choice. He could not let the dead mana touch Rayan nor Choi Han, and he also had to limit the amount of dead mana touching the stone Imugi as well. I'm burning it. It's a sea of fire. Kahaha. Crackle, the rose-gold fire surrounding his body was quickly gobbling up the dead mana around him. Rose-gold ashes soon fell on top of the Imugi. Pat, pat. Choi Han, who was crouching behind Cal, brushed the ashes off himself and started to speak. Calnim, this is very efficient. Human, it's rare seeing you look cool like this. I'll try that posture out next time. Ha! Cal sighed and shook his head. However, he felt good. He was destroying everything and quickly moving forward. We're almost at the center. If Cal's map and Jopie's confirmation earlier was correct, they would soon arrive at the center of the maze. They would soon see the fake world tree. Barang! A maze wall broke once more and Cal flinched. Ah! What the? Everybody quiet down. Stop moving. They heard voices on the other side of the wall. The Imugi stopped moving, and they were able to see the other side of the wall once the dust settled. It's the enemies. One of the knights in the front raised his voice. Cal then heard Elisne's voice behind him. He didn't know how she did it, but she had run across the top of the walls as if she had flown. The Knights' Brigade is here. She sounded happy to see her allies. Tap. However, once she landed on the wall right next to the one Cal had just destroyed, she started to frown. Why are there so few of you? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The knights shouted while looking at her, but Elisne's frown became even worse. 300 knights had entered the underground labyrinth. However, there were less than 50 of them in front of her right now. Furthermore, they had injuries and were covered in dust, looking as if they had run away from something. Your Majesty, Knight Captain, what happened? The Knight Captain had an urgent expression on his face as he opened his mouth to respond to the shocked Elisne. He tried his best to look calm, but it was not working very well. It was the invaders. The invaders appeared at the second entrance and captured the knights. What? They seemed to be assassins specializing in stealth. They hid within the darkness inside the maze and kept attacking us. Although he was using the word attack, it was more of a hunt with the hunters catching their prey alive. It was at that moment. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Two puppies appeared around the corner while barking. The knight urgently shouted, those dogs tracked us down no matter where we went. Two people appeared behind the two shabby puppies that looked like Fluffy. Human. It's Grandpa Ran and Beacrox. They were Beacrox, who was dressed as a Molden Kingdom chef, and Ran dressed as a servant. One person had a greatsword while the other had multiple daggers in his hand. Elisne looked toward Cal. Smile. Cal started to smile. The ground started to rumble behind Elisne before it stopped, and they heard Jopie's voice. How does it feel to be on the receiving end? The Knight Captain urgently shouted at that moment. Your Majesty, it looks like the royal family and the people inside the palace have been taken as hostages. Clang! The Knight Captain pulled out his sword and pointed it toward Ran as he had the knights form a circle as if to protect Elisne. That bastard's subordinates have taken the entire palace hostage. Elisne's gaze was still focused on Cal. Cal shrugged his shoulders. They are not our hostages. The Marlan household's people had stealthily infiltrated the palace and pushed out Elisne's forces to protect the royal family and the people inside the palace. However, Cal smirked toward the knight who was calling him a terrorist and started to speak. I thought I'd try something you bastards are really good at doing. He was naturally talking to Elisne. You bastard. It's not nice to swear. Jopie's elegant sneer could be heard behind Elisne. You. The moment Elisne turned around and glared at Jopie's. Jopie's smiled elegantly as she responded. You really shouldn't turn your gaze elsewhere during a battle. Barang. They heard a loud noise. Dodge. The wall eye is crumbling. Everybody, focus on protecting Her Majesty. Her Majesty is the only light of the Molden Kingdom. The Knight Captain's order and the Knight's anxious voices mixed together. Elisne looked forward again. She could see the approximately 50 knights standing around the wall she was standing on. She could also see Cal on the stone monster moving forward as if he was not interested in them at all. She was filled to the brim with anger. You stupid idiots, stop that monster. But Your Majesty, shut the FCK up and chase after that. She rushed past the Knight Captain and the knights and headed toward Cal. Tap. However, the person who had also been on the Imugi jumped off to stop her. Don't we have something to do? Chhhhhh. Choi Han pulled his sword out and pointed it at Elisne. The reason he came with Cal. Earlier, when he got on the Imugi. Choi Han, you are the last one. Get off the Imugi's back when we are right in front of our destination. Stop Elisne. I'm certain she will chase behind us. Choi Han had an innocent smile on his face as he reached his arm out. Elisne started to frown. Barang! Another wall was destroyed at that moment. No, she subconsciously shouted in an anxious voice and charged forward. Choi Han's sword came swinging at her, but Elisne was frowning while looking at the stone monster destroy the next wall. The last one. That was the last wall. That was the last wall in Cal's way. Cal knew that was the case as well. Cal tightly grabbed onto the stone Emugi's rough body. The Emugi raised its head. Once the head lowered and slammed once more, once this is destroyed, drip. Blood started dripping out of Cal's mouth. Human, I smell blood. Human, are you sure you are not overdoing it again? You can stop now. Boom. The last wall was destroyed. CHHHHHHHHHHHH. More dead mana liquid than ever poured out toward Cal. However, the fire soon gobbled the dead mana up and burned it away. SHHHHHHH. Cal could see the sight in front of him once the rose gold ashes scattered. Ho! On top of a beautiful flower garden. This beautiful flower garden that no one could have expected at the center of this disgusting underground maze. Located on top of that. It's disgusting. There was a black tree. It was the fake world tree. Cal's intuition was telling him that was the case. The Emugi did not slow down as it charged forward into the flower garden. No. He heard Elisne shout behind him, but Cal had no time to relax with his goal in front of him. This tree that was pretty big even when compared to the real-world tree that had no leaves. Its body and branches were bumpy and looked oddly disgusting. It seemed like a tree out of a horror story about a haunted tree. However, the stone Emugi did not stop. Cal opened his mouth once they were just a bit away from the fake world tree. Stop. Crackle, the fire surrounding Cal burned even stronger. It looked ready to gobble up the tree at any moment. Human, are you going to burn it right away? Rayan asked. Hehe, a sea of fire, kehahaha, and as the cheapskate laughed like a lunatic, Cal flinched. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr moved and gathered together, making it look as if the tree was trying to curl up. Hold on. Cal carefully started to listen. Through the cheapskate's crazy laughter. Please, sir, me, he heard a quiet voice. Shhhhh. Cal saw the smallest branch reaching out toward him. That branch was shaking. It reminded him of the mixed-blood dwarf rat Mueller who always shook in front of him. It's scared. The fake world tree was scared of him. Cal moved the fire away from his arm and reached his hand toward the small branch. The branch flinched and moved back in shock, but Cal's hand was faster. He heard the voice again at that moment. See, can you hear my voice? It was a timid and shaking voice. Is it you? Cal looked toward the black tree and asked, and Cal could hear the timid voice start to speak. MMPH. Please save me. Please plant me somewhere else, Sob. I wish to meet the world tree nim. Suwoob. MMPH. Wara. MMPH. He could hear the tree sniffling and crying. Does a tree even have a nose to sniffle like that? Cal was so shocked that he was having such random thoughts. The timid voice asked desperately at that moment. Please, take me away and plant me somewhere else. I wish to escape from here. Suwoob. Wara. It wants to be moved. Escape. Cal's gaze subconsciously headed toward the maze's ceiling. He then started to think about something. In order to move a tree this big, Cal finished his thought, even as the super rock urgently interjected. What I need to destroy the ceiling and pull up the whole thing if I want to move this large tree. Wouldn't that be breaking too much? The scary giant cobblestone who had urgently called out to Cal quickly asked. However, Cal's gaze was focused on the maze's ceiling. Oh, Cal, that's not something you should do. The super rock's gasp-like voice echoed in Cal's mind. Chapter 501. It works. 2. You shouldn't have thoughts like destroying the entire maze's ceiling. The super rock raised his voice in shock. Cal listened quietly as his gaze deepened while quietly focusing on the high ceiling. The super rock sensed danger while looking at this action. This punk is about to cause trouble again. I have no idea how long you will faint for if you destroy something that large. You got that? The super rock's voice quickened. Cal, we suspect that the White Star made a contract with the demonic race or has some type of connection. We can't have you faint for a week, no, at least a month in such a situation. It does seem like too much, right? That's right. That is absolutely the case. The super rock emphasized his agreement. Cal looked away from the ceiling and looked at the black tree. The chances of the palaces above us also crumbling are high if I destroy the ceiling. This maze was said to be as wide as the palace grounds. That meant that the foundation of the entire palace grounds would break if the ceiling of the maze was destroyed, which would naturally destroy everything above it as well. Then the people inside the palace will get hurt. It was too much to do that for the fake world tree. Save. The black tree was shaking as it started to speak at that moment. Please save me. It sounded even more scared than earlier. Every branch other than the one Cal was holding was curled up and shaking. Why is it like this? It seemed to have been scared about the situation until a moment ago, but it seemed to fear Cal now. What is W? Cal Henitus. Cal, who was starting to ask the black tree what was wrong, turned around, having heard a sharp voice calling his name. Huff, huff. Elisne, who had cuts all over her body, was floating in the air while clenching her bleeding right shoulder. A horse. She was riding a wind horse. Where is Choi Han? As Cal looked for Choi Han, who had been fighting against Elisne, he heard a loud explosion and saw a red tiger attacking Choi Han. It was the fire tiger. Choi Han slashed that tiger with his black aura before stepping back. I'm sorry. He then slightly bowed toward Cal. An old shaman on another wind horse appeared as well. Two more horses appeared with a shaman riding on each of them as well. Young Master Nim, Commander Nim, Cal's group started to arrive one by one as well. The dark elves who were nearby were the first to arrive. Tasha looked toward Cal and urgently started to speak. Mr. Jeet tried to stop them, but he couldn't do anything once they ran away through the air. There was an obstacle for Cal's group in this battle. The ceiling, the maze walls. The fact that getting on top of the walls would make them fall into a hallucination was making Cal's group fight, as if they had one hand and one arm tied down. On the other hand, the aerial battle was extremely beneficial for the enemies. They just needed to escape to the air, and nobody could chase them. However, the old man who should be elated did not look happy. In fact, he had a look of urgency on his face. You bastard. He was shouting toward Cal with such force that the veins on his neck were showing. You cannot do that if you wish to save your comrades. Cal found the old man's response to be a bit odd. It was the same for Elisne and the other shamans on wind horses as well. They did not dare to enter the flower field with the world tree and were just observing Cal with serious gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying that they would not miss any movements Cal made, but they were not making any movements to match those gazes. I wonder what is going on. He recalled what the old man had just said. You cannot do that if you wish to save your comrades. He didn't like how they were threatening him with his comrades again, but it was something else that caught his attention. I cannot do that. What am I doing? I'm just talking to the fake world tree. Cal's gaze slowly moved down to his body. He wanted to see what he was doing. It was at that moment. Everybody capture the evil leader of the enemies. The people who were the closest after the dark elves and Merry appeared. They were the 50 knights. Clang! The knight captain immediately pointed his sword at Cal, who naturally looked at him. Death to the rebel. You bastard who lured former Princess Jopis and brought chaos to the Molden Kingdom. Are you not afraid of dying with your limbs ripped off? The knight captain sounded full of dignity. Rough. However, his shoulders flinched once he heard a dog bark. A few knights around the knight captain urgently started to speak. They're here. A man wearing a servant outfit arrived with two puppies and started to speak. Surround them. The assassins who had been hiding in the shadows of the maze walls popped out and started to surround the knights after Ran gave the order. Their actions made the knights who were starting to surround the dark elves, Mary, Choi Han, and Cal stop moving. You bastards, are you not afraid of death? The knight captain still sounded honorable. Everybody follow Her Majesty's will and raise the sword of justice toward those evil rebels. He sounded very heroic. The knights bit down on their lips and clenched their swords with stiff expressions. However, some of them were looking at the black tree with shaking eyes. Among them was the knight who had gone to report about the intruders and Jopis to Elisne the First. He was someone who had guarded the entrance by the statue in the central plaza for many years. This disgusting tree is what I was guarding. The knight had found this eerie maze to be weird as he came to save Elisne. The knight's eyes headed toward the skeleton monster. He could see the royal children glaring at Elisne from the tree nest the skeleton monsters were guarding in their arms. They were the ones who followed Her Majesty the most. Something is weird. The fact that something was weird filled his mind. That was why he slowly released his grip on his sword. It was at that moment. Your Majesty, please leave it to me. I will kill that evil bastard. The knight captain shouted toward Elisne, who was in the air with a more reliable expression than ever before. He then pointed his sword toward the man by the black tree. Charge! Slash the neck of the enemy leader. Shut up! Flinch! The knight captain flinched and lowered the sword he had energetically pointed. He then turned around. Minister of Finance, Nim, you stupid idiot. The old Minister of Finance was shouting at the knight captain in anger. Do not rile that bastard up, you stupid idiot. Keep your rotten trap shut, you useless bastard. Just what the knight captain could not speak properly as he was shocked. The eyes of the knight who was watching all this clouded over. Something really is weird. The Minister of Finance was never known for being a nice guy, but he was known for his calm demeanor and big heart. He was someone they had treated as an elder in their family or a teacher. But that person was actually a shaman who used such coarse language. There was someone else other than that knight who realized something from this situation as well. Oh, it was Cal. His eyes sparkled. He slowly looked down at his body. The rest of his body, other than his forearm and hand that was holding the tree branch, was still covered in fire. The rose gold color was getting much clearer in that fire. Cal was able to realize why the fake world tree that was asking him to save, it was starting to shake in fear. He looked toward the enemies and allies surrounding him and started to speak. Are you scared I might burn this whole thing up? The three shamans and Elisne stiffened to confirm his thoughts. He could see his allies' expressions as well. Isn't that what we were going to do? Aren't you holding it like that to burn it? Choi Han and Tasha's expressions seemed to be delivering such messages. Human, I know everything. I realized long ago that you were holding the tree to burn it up. Heh. Cal started to smile. He was thinking about saving the tree, but the others all thought that he was going to burn it down. I'm not such a bad person. A cheeky smile appeared on Cal's face. Human, you look really evil right now. Rayan shouted with joy, while the middle-aged man wearing glasses shouted as well. Why, you evil bastard? Who is calling whom an evil bastard? He's better than you. You're a bastard who deserves to get his FC King head ripped off. Cal was not the one to respond. He turned his gaze in shock. Jopes was warmly and elegantly looking at the injured boy as if she had not said anything. Cal was at a loss for words for a moment, but quickly snapped out of it. Then one corner of his lips went up. It's probably best to burn it up without any remains to get rid of this fake, right? What? The middle-aged man wearing glasses looked ready to attack Cal at any moment. However, Cal pointed at the knights. Make them withdraw, you bastard. Enough. Do as Cal Henitu says. The Minister of Finance responded and looked toward Elisne. Elisne, who was standing there holding her shoulder with a frown on her face, nodded her head and started to speak. All knights move back and come this way. The knight captain had no idea why they wanted him to retreat, but he slowly started to move as he needed to follow the order. He looked around. Once he moved back, he saw that the rear was full of assassins and the elves, while the front had the dark elves and Merry. Calnim. Choi Han was the only one to walk up to Cal, who was holding the tree. Of course, Rayan had been by Cal's side since earlier. Cal was not looking at him. Cal saw it. Rayan, go protect Jopes. Elisne was stealthily peeking at Jopes. She was looking at Jopes as if she was looking at prey. Elisne and Cal made eye contact at that moment. Both people realized it at the same time. They realized they had been looking at the same thing. Elisne, the first, started to speak. Capture Jopes. The three shamans on wind horses instantly released a lot of energy. They seemed to have been waiting for this moment as well. Go, go. Uwang, a large fire tiger, and numerous feather arrows moved toward Mary's skeleton monsters. The wind horse caused a strong gust of wind to make the fire burn stronger and the feathers fly faster. Mary, Tasha, Cal called out to his people, and the dark elves and Mary started to move. Choi Han, he then called for Choi Han. Choi Han was already in the air heading toward Elisne. I'll help too. I'll pull that wind horse down. Rayan headed toward Choi Han to help him as well. It could not be helped. Uwuang, Elisne's eyes turned red. Her left hand that was holding her right shoulder let go and started to form hand signs as well. Ah, ah, some of the knights stumbled. However, most of the knights' eyes turned blank and they pulled out their swords. Kill the rebels. Kill the rebels. Kill the rebels. Half of the knights headed toward the skeleton monsters while speaking without any emotion. The other half got in Choi Han's way. Choi Han pointed his sword at the knights as Elisne started to speak. They are all innocent. Is it okay for them to get hurt? Elisne smiled as she said that. Choi Han's eyes opened wide at that moment. It was because he noticed something. What a medium. A small staff was in her dangling right hand. It was black and looked somewhat disgusting. Something like that in an illusionist's hand could only be a medium. But Choi Han had destroyed her medium, which had been a bracelet. What could be going on? However, Choi Han realized the identity of that black staff before he could question what was going on. That's the fake world tree. He was certain that was one of the fake world tree's branches. It was his intuition. That staff was pointed at Cal. Cal Nim. Choi Han subconsciously turned his body and looked toward Cal. He just realized that neither he nor Rayan were by Cal's side right now. Everybody was currently away trying to protect Jopis or attack Elisne. That meant that currently the only things next to Cal were the Imugi, the fire. And lastly, Choi Han realized something at that moment. The last thing by Cal's side. That was the fake world tree. FCK. Cal realized that fact as well. His hand let go of the fake world tree's branch. He faintly heard the black tree's voice at that instant. Control. This is not my will. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I don't want to burn. The timid voice that was full of fear and despair became faint. Elisne, who was looking toward Cal, moved her staff as her eyes turned red. Move. She was not looking at Cal nor Jopis. All of that had been an act. Boobababoom, the large black tree charged toward the human covered in fire without any hesitation. The fake world tree that was being controlled and moving according to Elisne's will showed no hesitation. Shoot! Cal had let go of the branch the moment Elisne had taken out her new medium, but he could not avoid the branch that had already been close to him. Sizzle, the branch started to burn. The black tree branch turned into rose gold ashes. It definitely looked like a tree that had absorbed dead mana. Hey, what do you want me to do? Should I burn it up? Isn't it being controlled? He heard the anxious voice of the fire of destruction. Ah, damn it. Cal couldn't help but groan at the branch that was persistently trying to tie him down without being afraid of burning. It was at that moment. Cal Nim, I will cut it. Human. Choi Han and Rayan had instantly returned toward Cal. Rayan had already created a large mana hand to rip apart the branch that was imprisoning Cal. However, Cal started to speak. Move, step back. He did not let Choi Han or Rayan approach him. He shouted toward the confused Choi Han and Rayan. It's not the tree. Elisne had not been looking at Jopis, Cal, nor the tree. All of those were tricks. It's the sky. Cal raised his head as he shouted. Choi Han raised his head and realized something at that moment. The maze's ceiling. That distant ceiling was the trap that Elisne, the first, used to place people under illusions. That ceiling was her territory. No matter how much they moved inside the maze, they were all under her territory. He realized this fact too late. Ah, Choi Han gasped. Elisne had not told the tree to move. She had told the sky. Choi Han saw a flashing light. That was the end. That light shot down as soon as he saw it. Get them away. Choi Han heard Cal shout at the same time and saw the stone Imugi push him and the invisible Rayan away. He saw the light, the thunderbolt strike down while being pushed away by the Imugi. It was so white that he could not see anything for an instant. However, that light accurately landed on Cal. Boom, a large explosion occurred. He heard Elisne's voice at that moment. No matter how much you run around on the ground, you are still underneath my sky. He saw her smiling leisurely as if this was her true expression. However, Choi Han's expression did not change at all at her sneering. Choi Han, did you hear it? It was a quiet voice that only Choi Han and Rayan had heard the moment the white light struck down. Elisne cannot use magic. I'm sure it is an illusion. I'll snap out of it soon. It had been Cal. Choi Han was waiting for Cal to show up as the explosion and the white light disappeared. He just needed to wait a few seconds. Cal Nim. He then saw an unconscious Cal. The world had turned white before it turned dark. Ah, however, Cal had to open his eyes as someone was shaking him. He then saw a white light. It's a lamp. A lamp. It was a fluorescent lamp. He then felt someone shaking him. Team Leader Nim, Team Leader Nim. Are you not going to get up? Who the hell? Why are you here? Cal touched his neck. Why else? I came here because someone whose vacation was over didn't show up for work. What? Cal turned his head. There was a book next to him. The Birth of a Hero, Volume 5. Cal looked at his subordinate, who stopped shaking him, and started to clean up the room as well as the calendar on top of the table. It was the next day after he had read The Birth of a Hero. What Cal faced was his life he should have continued as Kim Rok-soo. Chapter 502. It works. 3. Cal started to speak. Young So-hoon, why are you suddenly calling my name? Are you still not fully awake, sir? The person grumbling back was sitting in a corner of the room eating cup ramen. Cal just stared at him. That made Young So-hoon frown as he put down the chopsticks in his hand. Should I boil another one? I want regular ramen instead. Make sure to add an egg. Ow! Young So-hoon, who got up while grumbling, slowly headed to the small kitchen. Team leader Nim, is this the time to be eating ramen? Are you eating one too, because that punk is eating one? A woman who seemed to be in her early 30s gathered the documents on the table before frowning toward Cal. Kim Min-ah. She was the one who had shaken Cal awake earlier. She had headed toward the documents once Cal had opened his eyes. Yes, yes, sir. My name is Kim Min-ah, and that punk's name is Young So-hoon. Ah, come on, Assistant Leader Nim. Please stop saying punk this, punk that. It's not nice to hear. Not nice to hear. Kim Min-ah snorted as Young So-hoon, the man who seemed to be in his mid-20s, grumbled. Should I make one for you too, Assistant Leader Nim? No egg for me. Ah, looks like ill need to use two parts. Young So-hoon looked through the cabinet and pulled out a pot as he grumbled. Cal blankly sat there watching this. Assistant Leader Kim Min-ah, Agent Young So-hoon. These two people were Kim Rok-soo's team members. One was in charge of the support team, while the other was in charge of the attack team. Cal quietly sat there before starting to speak. Kim Rok-soo's voice had been coming out of his mouth since a few moments ago. I didn't come to work today. Yes, sir. How about we go to work now? Assistant Leader Kim Min-ah was glaring at Cal. Cal lowered his head to see that he was wearing a tracksuit. He could see Kim Rok-soo's messy bed hair when he looked at the single mirror in the room. Team Leader Nim, I didn't even go to the morning time attack to come to wake you up. Do you understand? You know how much they pay for those. Assistant Leader Kim Min-ah was in charge of one of Cal's team's attack squads. She was one of the members of the Vanguard. I have a lot of documents to organize as well. Agent Young So-hoon grumbled while putting the noodles and seasoning into the boiling water. He was a supporter with healing abilities who had come out of a guild that shut down about 2 years ago. The pot with ramen was soon placed in front of Cal. Tap. 2 parts of ramen were placed on the table that was mainly used for eating. Here's some kimchi. Kimchi was placed between the 2 parts. Agent Young So-hoon had already gone through the fridge to find the location of the side dishes. Ah! Cal gasped as if he was shocked. The corners of Young So-hoon's lips twitched in response. It's unbelievable, right? I am very good at making ramen. Team Leader Nim, well, eat quickly and head out. Okay. Cal listened to the two of them as he picked up his chopsticks. He put some ramen in his mouth. It was a familiar and nostalgic taste, and just too good. This is an illusion. Cal was shocked because it seemed so real. He slightly raised his head. Agent Young So-hoon had pushed his cup ramen to the side and was eating microwaved rice with kimchi. Assistant Leader Kim Min-ah was quickly gulping down ramen. The two of them are illusions as well. Once team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, Choi Young-soo, and the others had passed on, Cal had drawn a clearer line with his employees. Ah, Assistant Leader Nim, Yoon-soo is coming back soon, right? She said she was going to her grandma's house or something. Yes, she's coming back tonight with her dad. You have a day off next Friday, right? Yes. It's my dad's birthday, and he's been nagging at me to come down for a while. I'll be heading home for it. Ah, have fun. Did you get him a gift? He says money is best. He wants cold, hard cash. Cash is indeed best. It was because they had families. Unlike team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's time, when people without families had gathered together, people with families to take care of had gathered when Kim Rok-soo had created a new team. That was why Kim Rok-soo could not get close even when his subordinates tried to get to know him better. Slew up. His body warmed up eating the hot ramen. Did she say despair? Elisne the first had said she was going to show Choi Han despair when she cast the illusion on him last time. She had said that she showed him his worst moment. That meant that this was the worst moment for Cal. Cal's eyes looked up aimlessly. Why is it not the past? He was asking himself. Why had he not ended up at the worst moment from his past? Why was it not showing him that moment? However, he soon realized the answer. He had met with team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, who he had to send off during the worst moment of his life. He was still dead, but the moment team leader Lee Soo-hyuk died no longer pained him anymore. Heh. Ha. Team leader Nim, why are you suddenly laughing? Is my ramen so good that you can't help but laugh? Wow, hey, the team leader Nim probably finds your reaction more entertaining. Cal started to laugh. When he had opened his eyes as Cal Henitus inside the birth of a hero, he had no regrets about the real world. He had no cherished friends, family, nor anything. However, he had been a bit concerned. What would happen to his team if he was not there? That was what he had been worried about. They would have sent someone looking for Kim Rak-soo, who did not show up for work, and his subordinates such as Jung So-hoon and Kim Min-ah would have been the ones to come. What would they have seen once they arrived? Would it have been Kim Rak-soo's corpse, or would it have been something else? Cal had been curious, but that curiosity had not been enough to let go of the new life he had received. It was just enough curiosity for him to think about it every so often. However, I'm sorry, excuse me. Ah, that's okay. It's fine to laugh at me. Egu, you really should not talk. Do you think the team leader Nim is sorry because of that? He means he's sorry we had to come to get him. Team leader Nim were fine. To be honest with you, we're happy we get to skip work. Jung So-hoon and Kim Min are each brushed aside Cal's apology. However, it was quite serious for Cal. He realized it. He realized the despair that came looking for him. Well, be down at the car. Please come down once you're ready. Shall I do the dishes? Cal responded to Kim Min-ah and Jung So-hoon once he was done eating. Okay, I'll get ready and head down. You don't need to do the dishes. Yes, sir. You don't need to rush, so please feel free to take your time. Screech. The two of them opened the door and headed out of his rental room. Cal quietly observed them. The scenery outside the door was Kim Rak-soo's old world. Then we will see you in a moment. See you soon. Clack. The door closed and the automatic lock made an odd noise as it locked the door. Cal was left alone in the room. He looked around. He saw the outfit he always wore. Cal reached his hand toward the black shirt. He saw his scarred arm and felt the shirt with the tips of his rough hands. Should I go to work? It's an illusion, but wouldn't it be fun to see the team members for the first time in a long while and experience the difficult but bearable company work and relive the tiring work life? Fun my ass. One corner of Kim Rak-soo's lips twisted up and formed a cold smile. Tick, tick, tick. Cal sighed while hearing a noise that filled the quiet room. His hand headed inside the top of his tracksuit. Is it because it is an item from a god? He had been certain it was an illusion from the beginning. He believed it was an illusion after seeing that Kim Min-ah and Jung So-hoon could not hear that noise. Tick, 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 the letter from the god of death. That letter was in Kim Rak-soo's tracksuit pocket. Tick, tick, tick. How can I head out that door when I can hear this noise? This letter, the item from the god of death, was still telling him that his remaining time was going down. That was why Cal realized the identity of his despair. It was more of a fear than despair. The true identity of his fear. In this world, it doesn't exist. The birth of a hero was not real in Kim Rak-soo's next day. It was just a story inside a novel and not real. It would mean that everything Kim Rak-soo experienced as Cal was fake and just part of a novel. Surprisingly, I have a lot of fear. Cal sighed after realizing his fear. He then looked toward the closed door. The world was outside that door. That was why he would not head out the door. I need to go. He needed to quickly wake up from this illusion. Cal had a pretty good idea about what he needed to do. The medium that connected Kim Rak-soo and Cal. Cal grabbed The Birth of a Hero. To be specific, he grabbed Volume 6. SHHHH, he snorted as he flipped through the pages. Ha, it really is an illusion. The pages were blank. There was nothing written in Volume 6. It made sense since Cal had never read it. It was not recorded in Kim Rak-soo's mind. Cal threw the book at a corner of the couch and reached toward a different book. The Birth of a Hero, Volume 5. Cal held this back and debated. He had a feeling that the illusion would break with this book. However, he didn't know what he needed to do with this book to break the illusion. He didn't think a normal method would work. Do I rip it? Burn it? Maybe eat it? Cal debated before just opening the book. Flip, flip. He quickly turned page after page. He quickly arrived at the last page. Continued in the next volume. Cal laughed after seeing the last line. How boring. He then closed the book. Tap, once the book closed. What the? It's that easy. Cal could see the world turn black. Is an illusion something that can be broken so easily? Cal was confused. Tick, tick, tick. He heard the clock at that moment. Cal lowered his head, and the guard of death's letter in his hand was glowing. Ah, this must have done something. He could tell that the guard's item had played a role in breaking the illusion. Time to go back to reality. Cal slowly closed his eyes. He thought about his group who would have been shocked. Cal thought that he needed to quickly wake up and take care of things as he opened his eyes. Bang, barang, bang, barang. What the? He then opened his eyes after hearing numerous explosions. Ha! He could see the branches binding him, as well as other black branches surrounding him. Cal, who no longer had the fire of destruction around him, was captured inside this wooden cage. Hey, are you okay, sir? He heard a timid voice before the branch he grabbed earlier approached him again. This is all I can do with my will. He heard the tree's voice. Cal could not see outside through the black branches. He looked through a gap in the branches and opened his mouth. What is going on? Gasped. He was then shocked. Something flew toward him. Cal, who was peeking, curled up in shock. Barang. He soon heard a loud noise and the tree shook a bit. The person who slammed into the tree fell to the ground. Cal knew this person. It was the middle-aged man with glasses, one of Elisne's subordinates. That hurt. The middle-aged was shaking as he moved his hand. The pain in his body made it feel like his limbs were being trampled, but he needed to move. His hand moved toward the glasses on his face. He needed to grab it. He would be able to fight if he could grab it. No, he would be able to survive. It was at that moment, I won't let you, the glasses were removed. The man whose eyesight was fine saw the person who took the glasses drop them to the ground. Crack. The man then stepped on the glasses. Ah, ah. The man who broke his glasses then grabbed him by his collar and raised him. The man who was on the shorter side flailed in the air as his feet could not touch the ground. Please, don't kill me, the middle-aged man with glasses grabbed the man's hands with both hands in an attempt to try to make him let go. He also had a desperate gaze to do whatever it took to survive. However, that person was not looking at the middle-aged man. He had frozen while holding the middle-aged man's collar, past the middle-aged man's shoulders. The person who was surrounded by disgusting branches and was captured like a hostage. That person was looking at him. Calnim. Cal awkwardly smiled toward Choi Han, who was covered in someone's blood. Hiya. He then noticed what was going on behind the vicious-looking Choi Han's shoulder. I will destroy everything. He couldn't see Rayan because he was invisible, but he heard Rayan's voice and saw the maze walls fall like dominoes. Ruwar. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. He heard the sounds of monsters roaring as they dodged the falling walls. Wow, I get recharged and stronger every time I use my powers. You bastards, all of you need to die. He could see the dark elves running wild as they became covered in the dead mana pouring out of the falling maze walls. You're all doing a good job. Cal could see Choi Han smile innocently at his question. Drip, drip. Blood that he was certain was not Choi Han's own blood was dripping down from Choi Han's chin. I think I opened my eyes at an extremely vicious moment. Cal subconsciously clenched the tree branches. Chapter 503. It works. 4. Drip, drip. Blood was dripping. Cal, whose body was bound by the branches, looked out through the gaps in the branches only to see red. Drip, drip. The middle-aged man wearing glasses was bleeding, while blood was flowing from Choi Han's cheek as well. Of course, it was not Choi Han's blood. Forget getting injured. Choi Han looked as clean as someone who had just washed their face a minute ago. Ah, ah. The middle-aged man was shaking as if he was having trouble breathing. Choi Han was still looking at Cal and smiling innocently. Ah. This vicious bastard, no, senior. Cal awkwardly asked while looking at Choi Han's happy face. What happened? What could have happened while he had been unconscious? Why are the dark elves running around excitedly and Rayan raising his voice while remaining invisible and destroying the maze walls? And why the hell are you covered in blood? I'm not sure. Cal's heart thumped at the very slow response. He was scared. How long was I out for? 30 minutes? No, it must have been at least an hour to cause this much chaos. He then waited for Choi Han to respond. I think it's been about 10 minutes. What? 10 minutes? You crazy bastards. Cal could not speak anymore. They caused this much chaos in 10 minutes. No, that's fine. They did a good job, but... Cal seemed to forget that he was the one who originally turned the maze into a mess as he started to frown. It was a very long time. Choi Han slowly responded as he lowered his hand. Plop. The fainted middle-aged shaman weakly fell to the ground. This scary. Anyway, vicious punk. Cal's face turned pale. However, Choi Han started to think about the things that happened while looking at the pale Cal. The moment the strand of white light had struck down, the dark elves, assassins, and even the enemies all stopped moving and looked toward the light. Young Master Cal, Dark Elf Tasha subconsciously shouted. She saw a thick and disgusting black branch that had lost a portion of its tip after being burnt. A person's entire body, except their head, was bound by that branch. The head of that person slowly lowered. Plop. Their head weakly lowered. That person was Cal Henitus. The person who was already pale from the start looked terrible standing there limp with his eyes closed. Ah! Jopis, who had been inside the wooden nest, jumped up. She could finally see that pale person properly. She realized something at the same time. The only reason that that pale and weak person did not seem weak this whole time was because of his gaze. He had a reliable gaze that made his allies feel as if they had nothing to fear. It was because of that energetic and sparkling gaze. It was also because of his brusque and blunt yet strong voice that calmed them down. My goodness. Jopis suddenly felt her mind blanking out as she became anxious. Cal Henitus was the commander for all of their side. He was the person guiding them from the center. It was only natural for their side to turn chaotic if such a person fainted. What do we do? As Jopis finally managed to have that thought after a few seconds. Why do you look so stunned? The sneering Alisne swung her staff. No, Jopis could see exactly what she was trying to do. No. Some things shot forward as she shouted. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. 3 puppies with Fluffy at the center quickly ran toward the black tree. It could not be helped. Screech, the black branches quickly started to move. They were extremely fast. They were moving so quickly that they managed to move before Choi Han, who was the closest to Cal, could get to him. However, people could not just sit back and watch. We must save the commander Nim. Burn that tree down now. The elves charged forward in shock. The fake world tree was as evil as a listener to them. It was something that could destroy their home. Their commander was captured by such an existence. Ah, healer elf Pendrick gasped. He remained alone in the rear, as he did not have any elementals, while the other elves charged forward with their elementals. That was why he could see things more clearly than they could. Choi Han was running in the front. He could also see a large mana hand that he was certain belonged to Rayan Nim. Pendrick stealthily started to move after seeing the movements of those in the front. Clang! Choi Han urgently took out his sword. You're too late. He heard Alisne's sneering comment as he did that. Choi Han could see Cal, who was imprisoned inside this black tree branch cage. The branches were so tightly interwoven that Choi Han would need to slash the tree to get Cal out. Shhhh. Naturally, Choi Han planned to slash the tree. I will rip it apart. Rayan tried to grab the branch with his mana hands as well. He was going to rip it apart. However, don't move. Elisne laughed as she warned them. Her voice did not sound urgent. In fact, it sounded as if she was daring them to do it. Rayan, stop. It's fine. I will ignore her. I just need to destroy everything. Can't you see it? Choi Han lowered his sword. He then slowly turned his head. Rayan's mana hand was gone as well. You finally saw it. Elisne started to smile. Choi Han looked toward her with a stoic expression. She's evil. Putting dead mana by the human, I will destroy everything. He heard Rayan's angry voice. Inside the wooden cage, there was a black liquid at the tip of a very thin branch. Anybody would be able to tell that it was dead mana. That sharp black branch was stopped right by Cal's neck. No matter how quickly Choi Han swung his sword or Rayan pulled the branches off, the chances of that branch with dead mana stabbing Cal's neck first were higher. Plop, plop. Choi Han turned his gaze. He could see the stone spears that were serving as the stone Emugi's scales and body start to lose strength. Boom, boom. The stone spears fell to the ground. It remained in the shape of an Emugi, but it was not moving at all. The fire surrounding Cal had long since disappeared as well. Calnim cannot protect himself. That was why if that dead mana liquid pierced through Cal's neck right now, it would be very bad. He heard Elisne's voice. If you bastards move, your leader will die. Jopis, the elves, the puppies, and the rest of Cal's allies all stopped running and stood in place in shock without knowing what to do. Choi Han lowered his sword and looked around at each of their allies, Tasha and Mary. He then saw Beacrox and Ran. Elisne continued to speak at that moment. Oh, by the way, the thunderbolt may fall on you guys at any time as well. All of you can end up like your leader. Her smiling expression looked full of grace. Choi Han's eyes sparkled at that moment. Choi Han, this is weird. He heard Rayan's voice in his mind as he stood with his back to the tree cage. I was looking at the branch pointed at the human's neck, but the branch is weird. It's shaking and doing its best to move away from the human. The branch pointed at Cal was trying to move away. It seemed to be rejecting the notion of harming Cal. It might be possible to chat with this tree too. I will try it. Rayan had seen Cal chat with the world tree. He carefully and stealthily put his front paw on the world tree since he was invisible. He might be able to hear its voice. Rayan's eyes that nobody could see at the moment started to sparkle. He started to smile. Choi Han, the fake world tree is asking you to get rid of the black staff in the illusionist's hand. Rayan continued to speak. Choi Han slightly started to smile as well. It then quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, there was someone who had seen it. It was an expert who did not miss that short reaction. It was the person Choi Han had looked at last. It was Ran. He immediately mouthed without making a noise. Do as you wish. Ran heard Elisne's voice at the same time. All of you will see your greatest despair if you take a single step. I will gladly send such gifts down from the SK. Elisne could not finish her sentence. A shaman urgently reached his hand out. You bastard. The wind horse quickly twisted its body. That made Elisne, who was on top of it, move left as well. Shara just off to the right side of Elisne's face. She felt a strong gust of wind brush past where she had just been standing. Elisne turned her gaze toward where the wind had brushed past her. She saw a large stone spear cutting through the air. Barara. The maze wall that the stone spear crashed into broke down while making a loud noise. Do you want to fall into an illusion again? Elisne started to frown, and she looked toward the person who threw the stone spear. However, Choi Han, who threw the stone spear, sighed and slowly started to move. He walked away from Cal. He was heading toward the enemies. If he does that, he shouldn't do that. An elf tried to approach Choi Han, who was provoking Elisne. However, she stopped moving after feeling someone put their hands on her shoulder before she took a single step. Look behind you. Elf warrior Jeet had stealthily whispered in her ear. She finally felt the auras around her. Jopie's side, the dark elves, and Mary. Even Ran's side had been quiet ever since earlier. They were silent and did not make any special movements. However, the elf could tell that they were ready to attack at any moment. Her gaze then moved from Ran to Choi Han. The elf realized something. The person they should follow after Commander Cal was Choi Han. Elisne's side realized that as well. Do all of you wish to die? She looked toward the approaching Choi Han in disbelief. Crackle, two fire tigers came out of a shaman's hand and charged toward Choi Han. Choi Han lowered his sword and raised his head. He started to speak while looking at Elisne. It looks like you've misunderstood something. Elisne started to frown. However, Choi Han did not stop and continued to speak. Above us is your sky, the ceiling of the maze where she had cast her illusion. Choi Han looked toward it and sighed. Elisne had called that place her sky. She had also said that they were under it. However, there was something she misunderstood, something she had missed. You're so stupid. What? Do you think you can live in the air forever? Smile. Choi Han started to smile. Ooh, the ground started to shake. The charging fire tigers flinched. It was the same for everyone else in the maze as well. The fake world tree and Choi Han. In the empty area between the two of them, black spears started to appear one by one in thin air. 1, 2, 10. The number of spears was quickly increasing close to 100. Elisne instantly realized the source of that power. It's the dragon, she started to shout out of reflex. Do you want Cal Henitus to die? She then instantly swung her staff. Ah, she then became anxious. She groaned as she looked down at her hand. The staff definitely activated. However, a resisting force flowed through and attacked her. Perhaps. She turned toward the black tree. It got out of my control. The black tree was resisting her control. SHHH. The branch pointed at Cal's neck, slowly moved away, even as it was shaking. The branches that were tightly binding Cal also released and looked more as if they were cradling the unconscious Cal. How? The moment Elisne's pupils started to shake. Choi Han, this is what the Black World Tree said. Rayan was speaking to Choi Han with excitement. It said a part of the dead mana inside its body was purified when its branches burned up. That's why it thinks it can move according to its own will now. That's what the fake world tree told me. Elisne had ordered the black tree to bind the burning Cal. A white light had struck Cal at the same time. The fire of destruction had burned the black tree and purified a portion of it in the process. It had given the fake world tree a little bit of freedom. But it can only resist the control for 30 minutes. Rayan continued to shout with excitement. But Choi Han, you know it too, right? That was the case. He knew. 30 minutes is plenty. Let's destroy all of them and get out of here with the human. I will open a path through the maze. Yes, that's plenty of time. Choi Han started to laugh as he thought about Cal, who was cradled in the tree behind him. Did Cal chat with the black tree while holding its branch instead of burning it up right away because he was trying to purify it? Had Cal used the fire of destruction to purify the black tree when he used his ancient power to push him and Rayan away as the white light struck down on him? Really? He's so amazing. Choi Han said that as he looked forward toward the enemies standing past his allies. Fire. All right, Choi Han, Wuang, the tens of black spears quickly started to move. Block them. Retreat. The shamans instantly cast barriers of fire and wind with a Lisne at the center. The knights quickly hid inside those barriers as well. Barang, barang, bang. What the? However, they soon had to turn their gazes toward the direction of the noise. The spears had not aimed for them. You crazy bastards. The black spears were ruthlessly destroying the maze walls. The entire maze was starting to be destroyed. The maze walls fell one after another until the maze disappeared and just a flat open plain was left behind. Let's go. Tasha started to move once she heard the explosions. Choi Han lifted his sword back up as well. The tip of his sword pointed at the shamans one by one. 30 minutes. I'll get you one by one during that time. The tip of his sword last pointed at Elisne, who was groaning while holding the staff that wouldn't listen to her. Choi Han calmly started to explain, one by one. I'll get rid of all of you. Tap. Choi Han's feet kicked off the ground as he shot forward. The first shaman was currently fainted under Choi Han's foot. Choi Han gave a short explanation of the situation to Cal, who was looking at him with a pale expression. We just flipped everything over. Did we do a good job? Well, it was good that they flipped everything over, but Cal's expression turned hard and he was unable to say anything. It was at that moment, Egu, I barely made it here. They suddenly heard a voice. What? Cal got scared and looked behind him. An elf was slowly approaching them from the maze walls behind the world tree that Rayan had not destroyed. Pendrick. Pendrick smiled gently as he approached them. You really did wake up. Young Masternim, you truly are a great individual who would not even submit to illusions. What's up with this bastard? Pendrick was huffing as if he was out of breath, even as he continued to approach them. He had struggled stealthily getting here. Here. He then took something out of his pocket that was wrapped in silk. Pendrick slowly opened the silk. Young Master Nim, this is a sword the world tree Nim gave me to give you. A sword, this thing. Cal looked inside the silk before looking up at Pendrick and asking, isn't this just a branch of the world tree? No, sir. It is a sword my ass. What's up with this wooden skewer? Something that looked like a wooden chopstick was inside the silk. However, Pendrick was serious. The world tree had called him over and stealthily informed him before he left with Cal. Young Master Nim, the world tree Nim said to use this if you were in danger. If you stab this into a living being's heart and cover it in blood, it'll become a great weapon. Choi Han's eyes opened wide as he listened. There was such a weapon. It sounded like a weapon that would come out of a legend, the sword of the world tree. The name already weighed heavily on their hearts. Cal cut Pendrick off at that moment. What kind of nonsense is that? Excuse me. Cal pointed to the battlefield. Does it look like we're in danger? They're destroying everything. Barang, barang. The underground maze was being destroyed into pieces. It was not just chaotic, it was extremely chaotic. Ah, Pendrick had recalled the world tree's words as soon as he saw Cal faint earlier. That was why he had left the battlefield and stealthily took a roundabout way to get here. However, the situation was not very dire once he got here. He quietly wrapped the sword back inside the silk. However, he had to stop moving once he heard Cal's voice. Give it to me. Excuse me. I thought you said she told you to give it to me. Yes. Cal looked at the confused Pendrick and thought about the world tree. It's a sword that needs you to stab a living being's heart and cover it in blood. What a damn rotten item. Cal found it weird that such an item suddenly appeared, but it wasn't odd, especially after hearing about the gate to the demon world. Cal just found it hard to understand the World Tree's intentions. He needed to be careful about such items. He also needed to hear more about this wooden skewer from Pendrick or the World Tree. Of course, he would have to wait to hear about it because things were chaotic right now. Because of that, so hand it over, he decided to hold on to it for now. He heard a voice in his mind at that moment. Should I fight again? The Super Rock cautiously asked. Chapter 504, It Works. 1. The northern part of the eastern continent. There was a mountain range here that blocked the cold air that came down all year long from the tip of the northern region that was covered in ice. FCK. The mercenary king, who was climbing the tallest mountain in that mountain range, could not help but swear. The White Star's second secret base would appear once they climbed over this mountain. So, why were they walking so slowly? Bud Illies was slowly climbing the mountain at a speed that he thought was too slow. An elf walked up next to him and started to speak. Please be patient. I need to be patient, but it is frustrating. It was at that moment. Sharar, a light breeze brushed past him. Both Bud and the elf next to him stopped moving. The breeze stopped next to the elf. The 31st message. Swoosh, the wind elemental, delivered a message to its contracted elf. The elf then immediately relayed the message to Bud. Squad leader Sorrows in the west. No abnormalities discovered. No life forms discovered. The elf raised his hand. Rustle, rustle, leaves fluttered in the air. Bud observed what was going on. There were still a lot of trees around them as they had not reached the snowy portions. Numerous pairs of eyes started to appear and look at Bud. Blink. As all pairs of eyes blinked once, the elf next to Bud started to speak. Everything seems normal. There were elves surrounding the mountain from east to west as they climbed the mountain together. They were looking for traces of the one ranger brigade and the enemies. Ha! Bud subconsciously let out a sigh. It's too slow. He was wrong. It was not slow at all. They had already reached the middle of the mountain that the ranger brigade had climbed. They would soon arrive at the spot that they believed the Ranger Brigade was located before they lost contact. However, their movements just felt as slow as a turtle to Bud. Pound, pound. He pounded his chest in frustration. It might take months if he tried to investigate with just the people from the Mercenaries Guild. Of course, it would not take very long if they charged straight into Arm's second secret base. However, one people had instantly disappeared without a trace. He needed to figure out what happened. He couldn't save them otherwise. However, he had a bad feeling that the chances of the Ranger Brigade members being alive decreased the longer they took. He was starting to get anxious. Glenn will soon come to the north. Highest grade mage Glenn Pofe was Bud's close friend and one of the core members of the Mercenaries Guild. He would soon come with the core members of the Mercenaries Guild. They would wait for the Mercenary King's orders to save their peers and get revenge. Some people might find it weird that mercenaries were taking action for their peers, but they believed in friendship as well. This was especially true for the Guild's core members who knew the importance of the Ranger Brigade for the Mercenaries Guild's future. That was why they could not just do nothing. But the Mercenary King needed to give them some information first. However, for some odd reason, there was nothing there. They had climbed up to the middle of the mountain, but there were no traces at all. How was this possible? Mercenary King Nim. I will let the Eastern Search team know that everything is fine here. Bud started to speak after hearing the elf's statement. They needed to send their status to the east as well. Bud responded to the 31st report with a tired face. Yes, sir. There's nothing anyway, and all we can hear are the animals. Ha! Bud's eyes opened wide. Mercenary King Nim, hold on. He raised his hand to cover the elf's mouth and looked around. It was almost afternoon, but the ground was dark because of the tall trees. Bud looked around the dark forest and slowly started to speak. Have you seen any wild animals? Excuse me, we've heard a lot of wild anim. The elf stopped mid-sentence and opened his eyes wide. Quietly, please speak quietly. Bud whispered in a quiet but firm voice in the elf's ear. The elf responded in a quiet voice as well. He realized what Bud was trying to say. We haven't actually seen any wild animals. Normally, people searching like this became most anxious and wary when they didn't hear anything. There were bound to be forests, even in a snow-covered mountain full of life forms. Animals ranging from small herbivores to wild predators would have their homes and live with their own sets of rules. The elves, Bud, and the elementals had heard many different cries that they believed belonged to the animals living on this mountain. That was why they expected that they were somewhere on the mountain. Bud's gaze sank down. He mumbled very quietly, "We made a mistake." Yes, they had made a mistake. "We haven't seen any animals." Mercenary King Nim Bud turned around and put his hand on the elf's shoulder. Immediately. Contact the West team immediately. His eyes were scanning the nonstop, unlike his hand on the elf's shoulder. "We are retreating. Excuse me." Quiet. Bud quieted the elf, who was about to raise his voice. The elf was looking at Bud with a gaze that was asking what he was talking about. Wasn't he the one who was just complaining that the search speed was too slow just now? Mercenary King Nim retreating now. Bud's gaze sparkled. "We haven't seen any living life forms on this mountain. Well, other than us." The elf turned pale. They haven't seen any life forms other than themselves. There weren't even any insects. They only heard them. They were focused on looking for the search team that they were relieved just to hear the noises. However, seeing them was important as well. Immediately. I will immediately share this information with them. SHH. Bud quieted the elf again. Swoosh. The elf felt a gust of wind surrounding Bud at that moment. He subconsciously started to frown. The wind by Bud's side was not the type of wind the elf usually felt. It was neither the wind of an elemental nor a natural wind. It was an ancient power. Bud was currently using his ancient power. His wind attribute ancient power allowed him to tell a person's demeanor or ability by scent or noise. He was using that right now. Boom, boom, boom. Bud could feel his heart beating wildly. Please be wrong. Please let me be wrong. His mind was currently full of information about the battles against the White Star until now. Ah, Bud sighed. I can smell it. He could not see anything, but he could smell people, no, the smell of people's abilities. There were not just one or two of them. There were a large number of people. However, the only one he could see was the elf, but ancient powers did not lie. He could not see people. That meant that what Bud was seeing right now was fake. There was more than one illusionist. He released his grip on the elf's shoulder. He then started to speak. Inform all search members. He looked forward and continued to speak. "We are retreating immediately." Clang. A sharp sword came out of his scabbard. Blue aura shot out at the same time. "And prepare for enemies we cannot see that may attack us." The elf next to Bud urgently gave an order to his wind elemental. The numerous pairs of eyes looking at Bud opened wide or shook. Enemies they could not see. There are at least a couple hundred of them. Familiar scents covering the entire mountain filled Bud's nose. People who had this type of smell were usually they should be assassins. Russell, one of the hidden enemies, moved at that moment. Clara, and Bud saw his surroundings breaking as if they were made of glass. He then saw an assassin in arms uniform charging toward him. Die! The assassin flung his dagger at Bud. Bud swung his sword and glared at the person wearing the black outfit. Tang, tang. Two daggers flew away after hitting Bud's aura as Bud raised his voice. "You must be the bastards who chose to become the White Star's dogs." Bud was familiar with the dagger attacking method used against him. Glenn Pofe, that highest-grade mage, was a member of the Pofe household that used to be one of the Eastern Continent's greatest underworld households. He had seen Glenn practicing his family's dagger techniques in the past. He was seeing the same thing in front of him right now. SHHHHHHH, his surroundings were crumbling. No, the illusion was breaking. He could now see the truth. Ha! He could see hundreds of assassins wearing black outfits in the forest. Just like how some assassins had gathered under the revived Marlin household, there were some who chose to serve the White Star in Arm. Those people had groomed new subordinates during the past 15 years as Arm grew its numbers. Those people had been hiding in the illusion and waiting for them. You bastards! Bud's eyes were full of rage. The forest was red. The scent of blood was gone, but many parts of the forest were red. Whose blood would that be? He thought about his subordinates. He held back the flame of anger inside him and started to shout. I said to retreat. The elves finally started to retreat in shock. Why? Just how many people did they station here? There were hundreds of assassins in front of him, and that number was continuing to increase. This probably meant that there were a significant number of assassins throughout the mountain. The elves started to frown as they tried to retreat. Shoot! They saw assassins in the rear as well. They were all armed members. Ha! Bud scoffed in disbelief. He realized where they had gotten such a large number of people. I guess they called over every single bastard in the eastern continent's branches. The Marlin household had destroyed one of Arm's secret bases and taken it back, but Arm still had numerous branches, albeit less than the Mercenaries Guild, throughout the eastern continent. This number made sense if he added the number of people at all those branches together. Mercenary King Nim, it'll be difficult to retreat like this. He heard the elf's anxious voice. It could not be helped. Although there were hundreds of elves throughout the mountain, there were at least a few thousand of enemies here as well. It was also possible that their every movement had been seen by the enemies as well. Who? Bud took a deep breath. He then blinked once. His gaze headed toward the peak of the mountain. He smelled it from the area that was covered in white snow. It was an odd scent he had never smelled before that was different than the assassins. He was certain that it was the illusionist. If not, it was probably at least the bastard who planned this whole thing. Follow me. We are charging past them. Bud kicked off the ground. He was moving in the front. The assassins charged toward him at the same time. The elves took out their weapons as well, and their elementals moved with them. Bud shouted toward the elf next to him. Please launch a signal in the sky immediately. Also launch a signal for Glenn, who was at the bottom of the mountain to see. In addition, Bud hesitated before finishing his sentence. We need to let Cal Henitus know about the current situation. His gaze headed to the mountain's peak that was completely white. It was broken earlier than I expected. At the mountain peak, the individual who sat down on the snow-covered ground repeatedly threw something in his hand in the air and caught it as he looked down the mountain. Should I inform the liege? Plop, plop. The thing in his hand that he was throwing and catching like a toy was a black heart. It was a heart that was as black as dead mana. Probably. We've already gathered all the seeds with those who have not been chosen by the gods. A thick smile appeared on the boy's face. Plop, plop. The black heart was still in the boy's hand as if it was a toy. You want this thing? Yes. Cal confidently reached his hand out toward Pendrick. The fake world tree made it so that Cal could easily move his hand. I thought it was for me. That is true, but Pendrick had an awkward expression on his face as he handed the sword of the world tree over to Cal. He then shared what the world tree had told him. The world tree nim said that young Master Nim's blood is special. My blood. Cal and Choi Han both looked at Pendrick in confusion. Pendrick peeked at the maze that was turning into a mess and quickly whispered, Yes, sir. She said that your blood has more life force and vitality than anyone else. That is why she said that Cal Nim's blood was the perfect weapon against those with weak vigor or vitality. Cal recalled a thought he had in the past. There was a power that opposed dead mana. It was life force. When fighting against dead mana, the stupidest and most dangerous yet easiest method was to cover your entire body with blood and charge against the dead mana. Of course, most people were likely to die from a loss of blood first. Boom, boom, boom. Cal felt his heart beating wildly for some reason. Chapter 505. It works. 2. That is not allowed. Cal turned his head. He could see Choi Han's stiff expression. He looked toward Cal and started to sternly speak. I don't know what thoughts you are having right now, but no matter what they are not allowed. Please let me tell you a fact. Clang. Choi Han slightly pulled his sword out of the scabbard. You will die if you are stabbed in the heart. Blood is not allowed. Choi Han's vicious glare made Cal's already wildly beating heart beat even faster. Forget being his senior or whatever, that gaze was really scary no matter what. Extremely scary. That was why he subconsciously responded like this. Are you crazy? I'm someone who dreams about living a long life as a wealthy slacker. He really ended up sharing his honest sentiments. However, Choi Han just quietly observed him without saying anything. Why does it look like you are looking at me with pity? Cal looked away as he could not meet Choi Han's gaze any longer. Pendrick started to speak at that moment. Anyway, I delivered the World Tree Nim's message. Cal looked at Pendrick and thought about the World Tree. Does she know about the vitality of the heart that I have? He felt iffy after thinking that the World Tree might know about all of his ancient powers. I thought she said my future was not visible. Did she lie when she said that it was difficult to see the futures of people with ancient powers? I don't think that it is that. Cal had a lot to think about. The problem was that this was not the time to thoroughly think things through. Gruua, there was a shaman on the ground twitching and groaning in pain. Bang! Boom! Boo-boo-boo-boom. He also heard things breaking in all directions. Aren't they all just destroying things without thinking about what to do after that? Everybody seemed to be using all their powers as if there was no tomorrow. He needed to stop that. They needed to conserve some strength to escape from the palace and reunite with Bud's side. Excuse me. The fake world tree cautiously started to speak at that moment. They could chat because there were branches still holding Cal up. Cal looked toward the world tree. Cal Nim. However, Choi Han called out to him, making him motion for Choi Han to hold on for a moment. However, he turned toward Choi Han after hearing what he said next. This fake tree is being controlled by a listener. It is resisting it right now, but it can only maintain that for about 20 more minutes. 20 minutes? Yes. That is why we plan to destroy the maze during that time, injure the enemies as much as possible, and leave with you, Calnim. Cal started to frown. It was only 30 minutes if he added the time he had been unconscious. It was a short amount of time. Were you all attacking at full strength because you didn't have much time? That is correct. I thought that escaping was the most important thing right now. I also thought that it would be difficult for a listener to cast an illusion properly if we were running wild like this. Choi Han was correct. That is true, but Choi Han, you can't use all of your strength without saving any for when an urgent situation might pop up later. Make sure nobody goes overboard. I understand. Choi Han was silent for a few seconds before responding. However, Cal turned his gaze after feeling an odd sensation, only to find Pendrick looking at him with an odd expression. What is it? Do you have something to say? No. Pendrick was shaking his head, but still looking at Cal with disbelief. He could clearly see that Cal was pale and had dry blood on his lips from using his ancient powers. That was why he couldn't believe what Cal was saying. He truly cares more about his friends than his own body. No wonder he was able to overcome the illusion. Pendrick understood what Choi Han, who was standing there with a stiff expression, must be feeling. Anybody serving such a liege would feel frustrated, but also respect that person. Cal opened his mouth to speak. First, let the others know that I woke up humor era. Ha! Something always pops up when I try to do something. Cal started to frown as he thought about the invisible dragon that was probably charging toward him right now. Boom! He then flinched. Something had slammed into the tree. He was certain it was Rayan. Rayan, are you okay? Human. You woke up. However, Rayan didn't seem to hear Cal's question. I'm relieved. Human, I'm destroying the maze right now. I'll turn the maze walls into sand. The 6 years old dragon's vocabulary was increasing, but it seemed to be moving in a dangerous direction. Weak human, you sit still. We will take care of everything. Hey, black tree, don't let him out. The human will faint if you let him out. Squeeze. The black tree enveloped Cal a little tighter. Cal could not help but sigh. Ha. All right, we got a call from the Crown Prince. What? A video communication device suddenly appeared in the air and headed for Choi Han's hand. The red video communication device was immediately connected. Why did you take so long to answer? Dancing, are you captured somewhere? Albaru, who had answered the call with a look of urgency, looked confused. It's nothing much, sir. What is going on? Tusk. Albaru lightly clicked his tongue. Cal's appearance was terrible for it to be nothing much. It even made him debate if he needed to find some good medicine for Cal. However, Albaru did not have time to think about such things right now. We got information that some suspicious individuals have entered the Northwest region. Cal's gaze instantly changed. His body automatically leaned closer to the video communication device. The White Star needed to go to the Roan Kingdom's Northwest region, the third potential spot for the Earth attribute ancient power. The White Star could openly invade the Roan Kingdom, but Cal had thought it was more likely for him to stealthily have his subordinates infiltrate the Roan Kingdom's northwest region. That was why Albaru had sent people throughout the Roan Kingdom's northwest region to look for suspicious people. They seems to be the White Star's subordinates as we expected. I see. In that case, that is why I am busy. I will send the important info via messages. Excuse me. I'm busy. Until later then. Take care of your body. Click. The call ended. Cal was silent for a moment. Ooh Wang, he heard the video communication device go off again. It happened as Cal was about to turn back toward the video communication device, expecting it to be Albaru's message. How? How did you already? He could hear Elisne's piercing scream. Elisne, who was shocked after seeing that Cal was awake, was heading toward him with the shamans. Cal's gaze headed toward them. The young master Nim is awake. Block them. The commander Nim is awake. Increase the speed even more and focus on getting out of here. Tasha and Jeet thought about Cal's condition and gave orders to their respective subordinates. Elisne was still looking at Cal with a shocked expression. She seemed even more shocked than when Choi Han had come out of her illusion. That Sir said that it was an illusion that would make a person face their greatest fear. It wasn't much of a fear. Cal snorted. He did not see Choi Han's vicious gaze or invisible Rayan's sparkling eyes because he was looking at Elisne. Ah! He suddenly heard a suppressed groan. Cal looked toward the direction of the groan in shock. He saw someone flying away at a distance. Boom! The shaman with glasses fell to the ground and rolled. He looked limp as if he had fainted, and the person who had kicked him pulled out his sword. 3 left. Choi Han said that as he headed toward Elisne and the shamans. He said one more thing as he moved. Please get some rest. Of course, he had thrown the video communication device to Cal. SHHHH. The black tree's branches made a gap to catch the video communication device and handed it to Cal. Ho! Cal gasped while looking at what happened. He then had an odd expression on his face. ... It looks like they'll be able to take care of most bastards on their own, even without me. He thought that things might get a little easier for him as he looked down at the video communication device. He needed to check the Crown Prince's message. He then became anxious. Beep. The sharp noise of an alarm echoed in his ear and made Cal's face freeze. As I expected. He bit down on his lips for a moment after seeing who was calling. He had expected it. That was why he connected the call immediately. He had an ominous feeling about this red light that was even brighter than the one from Albaru earlier. Human, I'm connecting it right away. Cal nodded his head and looked toward the screen with concern. It must be an emergency if this person was calling. Calnim. Clope Seca's cold and stiff face appeared on the screen. We found Lion King Dorf in the forest near the Lake of Despair. Cal's eyes started to sink after hearing that what he expected but didn't want to happen was happening. Calnim, we found Lion King Dorf in the forest near the Lake of Despair. Clope Seca sent that message as he looked down. Captain Nim. Quiet. He quieted his subordinate. His cold gaze was looking at a spot on the ground. It is as Cal Nim expected. Cal and Crown Prince Albaru had contacted Clope a few days ago to talk about an urgent need to cooperate. It was not for the Perun Kingdom, but just for Clope. We believe it is highly likely that the White Star's subordinates will infiltrate the Lake of Despair, one of the 5 forbidden regions. We are requesting your cooperation during that situation. Clope recalled the contents of that contract. It is as I expected. Cal's voice sounded cold and low. Cal had been worried about something while planning the trip to the fake world tree. The elves already tried and failed once. The reason for it was the dead mana liquid. Cal had thought about this attempt through the White Star's perspective instead of the elves. He would think that the elves would attempt to come to destroy the fake world tree again. He probably expected for me to be involved as well. Cal had a connection with the elves after saving the 10-Finger Mountains elf village in the past. The White Star's side would have expected the elves to ask for Cal's help and that they would come in large numbers. That was why once they thought about Cal and the elves coming to the eastern continent, they would have expected the western continent to be empty as well. If Cal was the White Star, he would try to protect the fake world tree while attempting to destroy the real world tree at the same time. That suspicion was correct. You remember our plan? Clope gave a short yes, Calnim, in response. He had naturally agreed to take part. It helped that the contract had discussed the benefits for Clope, but, most importantly, it is getting involved in the path of a legend. Keek. The corners of Clope's mouth slowly started to go up. An unbearable level of passion filled him up. Cal had sent him a separate message along with the contract. I told a few wyverns to follow you for a set amount of time. Of course, Choi Han was actually the one to order the wyverns. The wyverns will follow your orders. You may use the wyverns as you please in addition to our request during that time. Clope licked his lips with his tongue. I should be able to organize the North a bit after taking care of this situation. His eyes sparkled. Someone else was the hero and the legend, but shouldn't he at least be the ruler of the North? He opened his mouth to speak. We are going down. There were tens of wyverns. The knights on top of those wyverns started to quickly descend to the spot Clope pointed out. Clope also headed down to the forest. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Win. If you can't win, persist. Persisting for as long as possible is the most important part. Yes, Calnim, I need to help out in writing a page in your legend. Clope turned toward a direction. He saw Lion King Dorf, who looked just as Cal described, quickly moving toward the Lake of Despair with the lion tribe. He could see Dorf being shocked to see the descending Clope. He had a twisted smile on his face. Ah, looks like you found us. Clope immediately gave an order to the knights. Get ready. The knights tightened their grips. Their arms and shoulders swung back with long steel spears in their hands. Throw. The long spears flew toward the forest once Clope gave the order. You bastards. Dorf had recognized Clope right away. A dark barrier was created by his hands. The rest of the lions took out shields or hid behind trees to dodge the spears. Barang, boom boom, bang, barang. Dorf's black barrier and the knight's long spears crashed and caused quite some loud noises. Ah, Dorf frowned after blocking the long spears and then glared at the person coming down toward the forest. Clope Seca. Oh, you know who I am. Clope put on his holy-looking knight's smile. Dorf looked relaxed again as he snorted toward Clope. Ha, Clope Seca, do you even know what is here? You bastard, that's none of my business. What? Clope didn't know what was in the Lake of Despair. However, I'm just helping out in the path of a legend. I don't care about anything else. What kind of, this crazy bastard, Dorf shouted with a shocked expression. You're supposed to be the guardian knight of the north, but you just do whatever Cal Henitus orders you to do. The smile disappeared from Clope's face at that moment. Clope started to speak with a stoic expression as a calm but firm voice flowed out. You're so stupid. What? What reason do you need to help out in the process of a legend and a hero being created? The corners of Clope's lips rose again, and his eyes started to sparkle. Before Dorf could think that he had the gaze of a lunatic. Rustle, rustle, as he heard the sound of leaves. Barang. Some trees were split in half as a whip burst out between them. Flick, the whip instantly grabbed one of the lions who were hiding behind a tree to avoid the long spears. Barang. Ah, the lion groaned after they heard the noise, the Lake of Despair and the World Tree. Clope Seca was Cal's first safety net to protect this place. The second safety net had now appeared as well. Dorf started to speak. The whale has come out of the water. The ruler of the ocean, Witira, had appeared through one of the split trees. Chapter 506. It works. 3. Peak. Witira's gaze headed toward the sky. Clope, who had come down close to the ground, smiled at her, but Witira had clearly heard it. I'm just helping out in the path of a legend. I don't care about anything else. What reason do you need to help out in the process of a legend and a hero being created? Her expression turned stoic. Dealing with this human will only lead to trouble. Clope Seca was the type of human she only needed to work with when it was necessary. The Lake of Despair. He came to provoke the Lion King without even knowing what was located here. It made sense that this was the human who had caused the earlier war. Clope was observing Witira as well. She is strong even when she is out of the water. The Perun kingdom ruled over the western continent's northern region, but they dared not call themselves the strongest in the north. At least, not in front of the whales. In the ocean north of the Perun kingdom's territory, the whale tribe that lived there would cause the other northern kingdoms to fall into chaos if they ever decided to show their explosive strength on land. And this woman has no hesitation. She showed up and immediately destroyed trees and crushed Dorf's subordinates. Witira was a difficult opponent, but the whale tribe listens to Calnim as well. It made him feel Cal's greatness once again. Unlike the calm smile on Clope's face, his gaze was slowly glossing over. He had grabbed onto the right rope. The White Star, or whatever his name was, that bastard was now a terrible villain on the western continent. On the other hand, Cal was a handsome hero who was willing to sacrifice himself for others. Clope liked the fact that he had latched onto this hero. That was why Clope whispered into the video communication device he had turned toward the whale tribe. Calnim, I will do a good job. Ha, you really, your words. Anyway, I got it. Click, the call ended. Clope flinched his shoulders at that moment. Bararang, the whip roared like a wave and angrily gobbled up things around it. Boom! One of the lions shot up into the air before slamming down on the ground. Almost his entire body ended up stuck inside the ground. Ah! His pained cry echoed through the forest. Ha! So crazy. Lion King Dorf did not pay any attention to the two subordinates who were stuck in the ground. Lions were pretty strong even without going berserk. The fact that they were defeated by the whip did not catch his attention. Dorf's body was weak compared to the other lions. Uwang, however, a black barrier floated around him to protect him. He looked forward with a look of disbelief. It's amazing enough that things that should be inside the water have come out of the water. But there are only 3 of you. Ha, you really are looking down on me too much. Witira, standing behind her were Archie and Pazetin. Archie started to smile. He leaned on one foot and lifted his chin. We're looking down on you because you ain't shoot. What is it? Did you think we would cower at your numbers' advantage? Agu. Witiranim, low, look behind him. Wow, Archie pointed behind Dorf. Lions were slowly appearing and filling the forest. Ah, a hand appeared from the crater on the ground. The lion that had been slammed into the ground by Witira's whip appeared once again. Huwu. The lion that was first sent flying was controlling his breathing as he got up as well. They seemed to have received some injuries, but not enough to hinder them in a fight. Dorf stood in place, without any changes to his expression, and didn't even look at them. He seemed to be saying that them being okay was expected. The lion tribe. Their bodies were not weak to the point that they would be defeated by a whale's whip. Weak bodies were a source of shame for a lion, something that would get them exiled from the tribe immediately. Shhhhhhhh. Cold wind was blowing from the forest, but the air was starting to get hotter from the anger of the two sides. Dorf tried to open his mouth to speak to Archie with a stoic expression. However, Archie was quicker. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped as he spoke. Wow, there's so many of you. I guess you plan on fighting with your numbers advantage. Wow, wow, we're tearing him. Archie was sneering in a way that would make even Cal say he looked rude. He lightly tapped his fists together as Watira looked toward him and asked, "What is it? Am I allowed to beat all those shootheads down? I've been very stressed lately." He. Watira looked toward the smiling Archie before looking away. Dorf was looking at Archie with a look of disbelief. Ha! I heard there was a thug among the whales. Barang. He could not finish his sentence. Watira's whip landed in front of Dorf with a loud explosion. The trees broke, and dust filled the area. One of the lions walked up to Dorf and stealthily asked, "Should we attack?" He was asking whether they should charge through the dust and attack the whales. Hold on. Dorf held his subordinate back. He then scoffed. Ha! The spot where Watira's whip had gone by. There was a long line in front of Watira, made from her whip, destroying the ground. Dorf would have touched that line if he had taken just 3 steps forward. As Dorf, who was looking at the line, moved his gaze over to Watira. "Do not cross the line." Watira calmly stated as white mist fluttered around her. Water vapor was gathering around her. Ha ha ha! Dorf laughed before raising his head with a stiff expression. He saw a snowstorm shooting up toward the sky past the forest. This was the snowstorm that covered the Lake of Despair, one of the 5 forbidden regions. Dorf's goal for this mission was located there. He needed to go there. Dorf had a relaxed smile on his face as he started to speak. "And if I cross the line, what a useless question." Watira laughed as she responded, "You cannot cross the line. I said you cannot cross, so you cannot cross." What? Dorf started to frown. This was different than that weakling Archie being arrogant. Watira was the heir to the throne, but she was not the Whale King. He could not let someone like her talk to him, the Lion King, like this. "You damn arrogant bastards, you're being very loud." Clang. Pazetin drew his sword. "Please just attack." Ha ha ha. Dorf laughed out loud before pointing to the 3 whales. However, his voice was cold. Go. The lions in the front started to grow at that moment. Ah. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr took a step, and their hair stood up like lions' manes as they swung their arms that were as thick as most people's thighs. Bang, boom, a tree weakly fell to the ground. The berserk lions in the front walked past where the tree had been and charged forward. Disperse. Witira gave the order, and Pazitin moved right while Archie moved left. Each of you take control of a side. Witira then pulled her whip back. The whip wrapped around her arm as Witira stepped forward. She crossed the line and entered the lion's territory. Her gaze was focused on Dorf. I will take care of the Lion King. She heard Clope Seca's dignified voice in the air. Capture the lions. Large arrows and long spears left the Wyvern Knight's hands and flew toward the forest full of enemies. The battle up north had started. Cal could feel the start of the battle while in the eastern continent as well. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a short sigh while looking at the disconnected video communication device. That was enough to organize the thoughts in his mind. There was no need to overcomplicate things. Cal's eyes started to sparkle. I knew they would aim for the real thing. The corners of his lips twisted up. Human. That's the type of smile everybody would run away from because they would know you are trying to scam them. Rayan excitedly shouted after seeing Cal smile more wickedly than usual and thinking that he was fine. However, Cal did not pay attention to what Rayan was saying. He was smiling, but his mind was not calm. This is bad. The battle with the White Star could end up happening in 4 locations at once. There were the 2 that had already started. The first was the current battle underneath the Molden Palace, while the other was the battle against Dorf, who was aiming for the real-world tree. Then there were the intruders in the Roan Kingdom's northwest region and the search for mercenary King Bud's Ranger Brigade. If those 2 incidents became bigger, there was a chance of battles happening at 4 places at once. This is going to be no joke. Cal couldn't help but get nervous. We might end up missing some things. He would prefer to have one large battle. Cal would not be able to pay attention to everything in 4 locations at once, which meant that something unexpected might happen that they could not handle. He trusted his allies, but battles out of his control were bound to bring uncertainty and anxiousness. Human, it was at that moment. Human, can't you hear my voice? Ha! Beep! Cal heard the sharp noise coming from the item in his hand before he could respond to Rayan's voice. He lowered his voice and he suddenly got the chills. It's from the Mercenary King. Yes, I can see that. It was an emergency call from the Mercenary King. I'm connecting him. Ooh, the video communication device was instantly connected, and Cal's eyes opened wide. It was black. He could not see anything. Huff, huff, Cal, can you hear me? It was Bud Illies. Yes, I can hear you. Cal urgently responded. Bud's voice sounded different than usual for some reason. I'm relieved. I can only talk to you because it is in my pocket right now. The reason the screen was black was because the video communication device was in his pocket. However, Cal's face stiffened even more after learning why the screen was black. It was because he heard screams and explosions as Bud continued to talk. Cal's gaze started to sink. What's going on? Bud must have been running as he was huffing as he responded. The entire mountain was under an illusion. What? Now that the illusion is gone, the entire mountain is covered in enemies. And as he heard Bud take a breath. Clang. He heard the sounds of swords clashing. Shoot. Ah, boom. Bud swore before it sounded like his body hit something. Cal subconsciously clenched the video communication device and stood up. Hey, help me. Cal's sunken eyes sparkled. Please quickly help me. Cal started to speak. I'll be there right away. Yes, wait, click. The call suddenly ended. A situation where he could no longer continue the call probably happened. Either that or something happened to the mage next to Bud who was connecting the call. The mage next to Bud must be Glenn Pofe. It's urgent. Time and quick actions were what they needed most right now. Cal started to speak. Rayan. Yes, Cal looked up before he closed his eyes. He went through the records in his mind. The large Molden Palace map opened in his mind. He then overlapped it with the map of the maze they walked through. He then saw a spot. Cal raised his hand. Rayan, starting now. Cal heard the Super Rock's voice in his mind as he continued to speak. Cal, are you going to do it? We are breaking that spot starting now. This spot on the maze. There's nothing above that spot. It was the largest plaza in the Molden Palace. It was the knights' training ground that should be empty because all knights were in the maze chasing after Cal's group right now. And tell something to Choi Han. His gaze headed toward another spot. He recalled what Bud just said. The entire mountain was under an illusion. An illusion. Tell him to capture Elisne the first alive. Of course, it is fine as long as she can talk. They didn't have time to move slowly right now. Chapter 507. It works. 4. I understand, human. I'll tell Choi Han right now. Cal was observing the ceiling as he listened to Rayan's response. He pulled the top's whip out of his pocket. Tell the elementals that are contracted to the elves and the dark elves. Chaos, destruction, love. Just leave it to me. Cal gave the orders to the confident wind elemental who was telling him to leave it to it. The short message was able to be delivered quickly, and Cal grabbed onto the branch. Open it. I'm stepping out. He was talking to the fake world tree. Soob, where? But it was crying. This punk was crying. Cal flinched and started to think. Why is it crying? Is there a reason for it to cry? He heard the fake world trees whining at that moment. Soob, I'm being left behind, where? I want to run away too, where? The fake tree was very sad. It felt that everything was so unfair. It's not like I became a black tree like this because I wanted to. It did not want to become a tree with black branches like this. It hated people who did evil deeds such as this even more. Sob. It's not like I was controlled by a listener because I wanted to be controlled. Wah. I like the world tree nim and don't want to cause her any harm. Wah. But everybody hates me. Soo-woo-woo-woob. Sniff. He could hear the tree sniffling. Do world trees have snot? Cal had that thought once again, but the fake world tree was being serious. I just get used. Suab. The fake world tree could not even move its branches freely while being controlled by a listener. Furthermore, there was nobody who can chat with it. All it could do was be lonely in the center of this dark maze with no light. It had finally found an opportunity. Cal Henitus was that opportunity. The fake world tree knew about him. He was someone in its memories. That was why it had started to talk to him and managed to get 30 minutes of freedom, even if it came at the cost of burning itself a bit. It had then used that freedom to protect Cal. It had hoped that Cal would save it. The fake world tree weakly mumbled. I want to get out of here as well. It was at that moment. Who said I was leaving you behind? Excuse me. The fake world tree's branches started to shake. Cal didn't care and didn't pay any attention to the branches. Hurry up, get rid of these branches. Wait, that now. That, yes, sir. The black tree that responded in a shaking voice moved his branches. The branches quickly moved similar to a blooming flower, and Cal easily stepped out. Human, really, can you really save this black tree? It says it was being controlled. Poor little tree. But how will you move me? Is that even possible? He heard both Rayan and the fake world tree's voices. Heh, Cal laughed. Why, Cal Henitus, it was because he made eye contact with a listener. Human, you have the look of the greatest scammer. I'm very sorry. If I did something wrong. He ignored both Rayan and the fake world tree's voices. Instead, he pointed his index finger toward a listener who was grinding her teeth while looking at him. What? Cal motioned with his mouth as Elisne frowned at his action. Not you, but next to you. Next to me. Elisne turned her head. She then saw a shining black aura roar wild like a roaring wave to attack someone. The white feather snake melted in the black aura. Then there was someone grabbing onto the ankle of the wind horse floating on top of the snake. Choi Han, smile. Choi Han smiled once he made eye contact with Elisne. His sword stabbed somewhere at the same time. Pook. Black aura entered the ankle of the old man on the wind horse. Blood gushed out once the aura disappeared. Choi Han grabbed the pierced ankle. You bastard. The shaman holding the mirror sent wind arrows flying toward Choi Han, who attacked his comrade. Tens of wind arrows would charge at Choi Han, forcing him to swing his sword to dodge. The shaman with the mirror was planning on rescuing the shaman with the feathers at that moment. Your Majesty, I am still here. The shaman with the mirror also stood in front of a listener at the same time to block Choi Han's attack. Swoosh, the arrows charged toward Choi Han. Choi Han raised his head after hearing someone laugh. The old man whose ankle was in his hand was laughing through the pain. You stupid idiot. Did you think everything would be resolved by holding onto my ankle? How was he going to stop tens of wind arrows? Furthermore, it was not just the wind arrows that were aiming for Choi Han. The shaman had sent his feathers flying as soon as he gave up on his ankle. Die! The feathers joined the wind arrows in charging toward Choi Han. Sharp attacks were flying toward him in all directions, giving him nowhere to escape. The shaman with the feathers laughed before shouting toward Choi Han, who was dangling in the air, by holding onto the wind horse's leg and his ankle. You'll soon turn into a pincushion. Choi Han started to speak at that moment. So be it. What? The shaman with the feathers wondered if he had heard correctly. Did he just say that he didn't care if he turned into a pincushion? The shaman wondered what Choi Han meant by that. It was at that moment he realized something was weird. Neither the wind arrows nor the feathers were charging at Choi Han. Everything was quiet. The shaman looked away from Choi Han and looked around. He could not speak. The tens of feathers and wind arrows. There were tens of thin black threads that were holding on to them. The shaman's gaze moved until he saw someone in a black robe standing on the shoulder of a black skeleton monster. That necromancer. Are you sure you can look away right now? The shaman flinched, and his body started to shake. He heard the voice coming from right next to him. He realized nobody was holding onto his ankle anymore. The shaman with the feathers slowly turned his head. Dodge! The shaman with the mirror shouted, but the shaman with the feathers saw a sword pierce through his shoulder. Ah! Ah! Two. The shaman with the feathers fell off the wind horse toward the ground as Choi Han said that. You bastard. The shaman with the mirror immediately got rid of the wind horse Choi Han was standing on. However, the black thread had approached at some point and held onto Choi Han so that he would not fall. Elisne looked toward Choi Han and started to speak. What is giving you the confidence to jump into the air? I guess you want to fall under an illusion again. Choi Han was already as high as Elisne. The others were scared of falling under an illusion and did not dare to do so, but Choi Han had done it without any hesitation. Elisne sneered at him and started to cast hand signs. This one will be worlds more powerful than last time. I know you are probably confident because you managed to get out of my illusion once, but she flinched at that moment. Oolong, she could feel the air vibrating as power gathered together. Elisne slowly turned her head. What the mana was gathering on top of the black tree. The black mana that gathered very quickly looked ready to explode at any moment. Ha! I guess you do plan on getting rid of the black world tree. Elisne lifted the arm with the injured shoulder as she said that. It was painful, but the blood had stopped, and she was able to move it a little bit. Her eyes were looking at Cal, who was under the tree where the mana was gathering. I guess I have no choice. Ruff! Fluffy barked at that moment. Princess Jopi subconsciously walked away from the skeleton monster's protection and moved next to Fluffy. Fluffy was barking while looking at the ceiling. The other puppies parked as well and moved next to her. Jopi started to frown. Light. The maze's ceiling had just been dark, but white lights started to gather there now. They were the same as the light that had struck Cal. Most of the maze was destroyed, and it looked more like a plane now. The ceiling that was covering the entire area was glowing with white lights. Cal Henitus, a majority of your allies will fall into an illusion and die the moment you destroy that world tree. Elisne lifted her injured arm toward the ceiling. Wang. The white lights gathered toward her outstretched hand. The white lights gathered together and formed an orb, similar to the black mana orb on top of the black tree. The area surrounding her started to heat up from the white lights crashing against each other. She warned Cal, "Tell your dragon to stop immediately." She was certain that that black mana was Cal Henitus's dragon's doing. Ha! Cal let out a deep sigh. He looked around as if he had a headache before finally looking at Elisne. He was also looking at the large white orb gathering in her hand. Everyone else had stopped fighting and were focusing on Cal and Elisne. The black mana orb and the white orb. They were both large in size, and everybody could feel a large amount of power fluctuating within them. They felt as if those two lights clashing against each other would slowly reveal the results of this battle. I didn't know Elisne would be this strong. Jopi started to frown. She wanted to get involved in the battle, but knew that she would only be a hindrance because her shaman ability level was low. If I had learned properly, if she had been able to properly train as a shaman similar to how Elisne had grown as an illusionist, would I have been the one to go up against Elisne? No, it should be me. Jopi's clenched her fists. Her eyes looked desperately at Cal as she did that. He was her ally who would fight against Elisne for her. What's wrong? Are you scared about destroying the world tree after seeing how strong I am? Elisne started to smile. It was because Cal looked tired. He was also frowning as if he had a lot to worry about. Stop worrying. Why? Cal started to speak. He ruffled his hair and brusquely asked as if he was frustrated. Why do you keep asking why I am planning on destroying the world tree? Ha! Do you really think I'll destroy it? Cal had no intention of destroying the fake world tree nor leaving it behind. What? Cal's right hand was moving toward his shirt as Elisne asked in shock. Rip. He ripped a badge off his shirt. It was his commander badge that was located next to the Henitus Duchy badge. Smile. Cal smiled and turned around. This. He reached his hand out and touched the black tree. Cal's eyes then sparkled. The black tree answered energetically. I'm ready. I will just trust you, Commander Nim. Cal's smile became thicker. I will take this. Heh, I'm fine being anywhere as long as it is not here. I will just trust you, Commander Nim. I trust you, sir. I trust you. Cal ignored the fake world tree's passionate response while feeling thankful to Elisne. She helped me remember something I had forgotten about. The illusion that reminded him of his life as Kim Rock-soo made him remember something he had forgotten about for a moment. Heh! He couldn't help but laugh. The black branches flinched. The fake world tree thought that Cal was a good person, but his smile looked like a vampire who was smiling wickedly after finding its prey. Ha! Ha! However, the black tree could not think about Cal's laugh any longer. The tree felt a power surrounding it. It felt like the power was embracing it, but also as if it was giving it an order. However, the fake world tree realized something. I can get out. I can get out of here. It felt certain. A sharp voice shouted out at that moment. You what? What the hell are you doing? It was Elisne's voice. Cal slightly controlled the power flowing out of his heart. That was enough. The power headed toward the tree Cal was touching without needing him to do anything anymore, whether it was a tangible item or an intangible power. This ability allowed him to store anything in a set location. It was Lee Soo-hyuk's ability that was now Cal's ability. Embrace. No, the black tree turned transparent and started to disappear. Elisne screamed as she watched before sending the white orb flying toward Cal. Do you think I'll let you do that? Ooh. The white orb accurately started to fly toward Cal. She needed to prevent the world tree from disappearing. It was at that moment. The moment the white orb left Elisne's hand. I was waiting for this. She heard a child's voice coming from an empty spot. Elisne turned her gaze away from Cal. Shara, the black orb that was above the disappearing tree, opened up at that moment. That mana orb was not for attacking. It was a defensive orb. The black orb turned into a shield and covered Cal. Young Master Nim, just leave it to us. We will help as well. We should be able to block this if we all work together. That's right. We are overflowing with power after absorbing a lot of dead mana. The elementals who had received the message from the wind elemental came over with Tasha, Jeet, and their respective dark elves and elves. The elves and dark elves used their elementals to cast barriers above the black shield to protect Cal even more. However, Elisne could not see any of that. The spot where she heard an excited child's voice. The voice was coming from the ceiling that was now empty after Elisne had gathered all of the white lights together. Ah, Elisne gasped. The maze's ceiling without the illusion territory, now that the white light was gone, was no longer scary. There was someone who had been waiting for this illusionless ceiling. The young dragon flapped his little wings and quickly started to fly. He then shot the thing that was in his front paw toward the ceiling. He did not need as much mana as he had used for the black shield protecting Cal. He just needed a small mana orb that had been condensed and condensed again. The mana that was gathered together in the shape of an arrow left Rayan's hand. It then crashed into a single spot. FCK, Elisne started to frown. Crack. She heard the ceiling that had been hit by the mana arrow start to crack. Sometimes, all that was needed was a small crack to cause a giant gap. Furthermore, even though it was an attack with a small amount of mana, it came from a dragon. Booba-baboom, the ceiling started to crack open. A hole was slowly starting to appear. Sunlight from above ground started to seep into the maze. It was actual sunlight that had seeped in as the maze's illusion ceiling crumbled. Elisne felt dizzy as soon as she saw that light. It was at that moment. I was waiting for this as well. She heard someone whisper. Ah! The shaman with the mirror groaned as he fell to the ground. That made the wind horses the shaman was controlling disperse into the air as well. Elisne's horse disappeared as well. She no longer had a maze wall to land on. The only thing she could do was fall to the ground. Ah! However, there was someone who grabbed her by the neck as her body was tilting over as the wind horse disappeared. It prevented her from falling. It was a man in a black outfit tied up by black threads. Ron Marlin smiled toward Elisne. You showed our young master Nim despair. You shouldn't have done that. Ah! Elisne could not breathe. When? When did he get so close? I didn't notice anything. She looked at the smiling Ron with a shaking gaze. However, Ron turned away from her and casually commented to the person who was also floating in the air with Mary's black threads. I guess I took care of the remaining two. How boring. Choi Han turned away with a grumbling expression. He had lost the third and fourth praise to Ran. Ran's movements truly were stealthy. This is all thanks to you. It's all thanks to you running wild. Ran smiled benignly while Choi Han's expression turned blank. However, the two of them soon looked down. The white orb was starting to crash into its target. Boom. Cal could see the white orb explode as it hit the black shield and the elemental's barriers. His sight turned white for an instant, but he smiled as he started to speak. I guess we made it out of the maze. He sounded full of confidence. Chapter 508. It works. 5. The white lights that shined in their eyes slowly disappeared. They were just fakes. Beacrux stoically mumbled as he wiped the blood off his greatsword. That's how illusions are, father. Beacrux turned to see his father Ran standing there. However, Ran was busy looking, not at Beacrux, but at the disappearing white light. The orb made from the power covering the maze ceiling that Alisne, the first, had sent flying, could not get past Rayan, and the elemental's barriers in the end. Crack, of course, Rayan's shield was destroyed as well. They were barely able to block the attack thanks to layer after layer of barriers being cast by the elementals. Nothing is left in the end. The white orb disappeared with a loud bang, but it did not affect anything around it. It meant that illusions held no material form in the end. Although it might be able to trick people's minds, something fake would always be fake. It could not leave any traces in the world. Ran tightened his grip as he continued to speak. But my strength is not an illusion. Ah. He could feel the neck he was choking. He could feel her shaking as she could not breathe. You bastard. Why, you dare? Elisne barely managed to speak, however. Ran did not even glance at her. Beacrux slowly approached her instead. Father, should I take care of the rest? Flinch. Elisne's body started to shake. Beacrux, who had placed his greatsword on his back and had a thin knife in his hand, stoically stared at her before looking away. Elisne felt as if the emotionless eyes of the man in front of her wearing a chef's outfit were looking at her as if she was some ingredient to prepare. Stomp, stomp. Beacrux continued to walk toward her. He had simply asked Ran if he should clean the surroundings up before they escaped from the maze. However, Elisne thought he was an assassin who was going to kill her. She could not move her body. Her hands had been tied long ago and her neck was in Ran's hand. Her feet thankfully touched the ground, but that was it. Stomp, stomp. Beacrux slowly came closer. It was at that moment, from the spot where all the white lights had disappeared. Someone was walking out of that area. Young Masternim. A gentle voice that did not suit an assassin came out of Ran's mouth. Elisne had a burning gaze as she glared at Cal Henitus, who was walking toward her. Uran, let go. Elisne, who was desperately trying to speak immediately, felt her neck feel cool. She looked to the side. The assassin bastard had released her without any opposition at Cal Henitus's order. Why? It happened as she had that thought. She felt black threads surrounding her body. Boom, her body fell to the ground. Necromancer. The black threads that came out of Mary's hand bound her limbs. Why? Elisne looked toward her and continued to ask, why do you help Cal Henitus when you have the darkness attribute? No, why are you getting in our way? It's the same with the dark elves. I can't understand this at all. Why? Why are you doing this? The black-robed individual tilted her head to the side in confusion. She then spoke in a monotone voice. You must not listen to nonsense. I ignore all nonsense. What? It happened as Elisne looked toward Mary in disbelief. Young Masternim, here you go. Ran handed the black tree branch staff to Cal. Cal crouched down and made eye contact with Elisne. What the hell are you doing with the demonic race? Flinch. Elisne's pupils were visibly shaking. Even though you know her eyes were full of astonishment as she looked at Cal. She could see a twisted smile forming on Cal's face. Elisne, what is it that you know? He whispered as if he was the devil. I'll let you live if you tell me. I'll let you live a peaceful life. I cannot tell you. Cal's eyes clouded over. Elisne was shaking. She was not shaking because of pain, nor was she acting. She was shaking in fear. She was afraid of something else when she was captured by the enemies right now. Why? Why do you reject my offer? Cal tilted his head to the side in confusion with an innocent expression on his face. Elisne shouted in anger after seeing his response. You crazy bastard. Do you think I'll tell you that? If I tell you. She then stopped, as if realizing that she made a mistake. Cal whispered to her at that moment. What's wrong? Do you have a curse or something that will kill you if you say anything? Maybe your body will blow up the moment you say something. Elisne closed her mouth shut. That was enough for Cal. He got up and opened his mouth to speak. Treat her properly like the important person she is. Elisne was glaring at him while grinding her teeth, but Cal just honestly shared his thoughts. Thanks for the information. Silence is information as well. Elisne, Pat. Cal put his hand on her shoulder. Elisne could see the assassin's cold gaze and the assassin's son touching the thin knife from over Cal's shoulder. She could also see the black robe. She heard Cal's voice at that moment. You'll lose everything, but isn't it more important to stay alive? Giving me information will be a good method. Cal was serious. He was planning on letting Elisne live if she managed to give him information in ways that wouldn't kill her. Of course, she would lose everything, and he would take away her powers so that she could not cause any trouble in the future, but Elisne did not believe his honesty. Do you think I would trust your lies? It was because the expressions on the faces of the three people behind Cal were vicious. However, there was something she did not know. Ran was just stoic, while Beecrox was annoyingly touching the knife he got from the Molden Palace kitchen because it was not sharpened properly. As for Mary, she just came closer to hear what Cal had to say without thinking about anything. But it's not a lie. Cal shook his head at Elisne, who didn't understand him, and casually commented, How do I remove the illusion from the palace? He was asking casually, but Cal was quite rushed right now. He needed to hurry over to Bud. Do you think I would tell you that? Well, it doesn't matter. What? Elisne flinched at Cal's calmness, and her eyes opened wide. That palace is not important. Isn't that right, ma'am? Of course. Elisne could see Jopes walking toward her. She had placed the hairpin back in her hair, which looked perfect, as if she had not been on the battlefield this whole time. Elisne subconsciously opened her mouth to speak, but Jopes did not pay her any attention. Cal started to speak instead. Let's head up. I'm sure a lot of people have gathered already. The hole in the ceiling Rayan created. There were people looking into the hole. There were bound to be people who ran over to the knight's training ground after hearing the explosions. I am lifting us with flight magic. It was time to leave the maze now. Cal's body slowly floated up and headed toward the sunlight shining into the maze. However, their speed slowly increased. Human, I will make it quick because we are in a hurry. No, there's no need to do that. Cal wanted to say something to Rayan, but his body shot up quickly as if it was an arrow. Dodge it. Everybody, maintain your formation. He could hear people looking into the hole dodging in shock as they got closer. He also felt as if the hole was larger than he had expected. Rayan seemed to have made a large hole, damn it, as Cal started to frown. Human, are you very worried about the mercenary king? It'll go even faster. No, that's not it. Rayan had misinterpreted Cal's expression, and Cal could not do anything as his body shot out of the hole like a rocket. He closed his eyes because he was flying too quickly and only opened them back once he stopped moving. Phew, he could not help but sigh. He was floating in the air above the knight's training ground. He was floating about 3 meters above ground, so it was not very high. That was why he had a clear view of the ground. The leader of the rebels. Prepare the arrows. The knights who were looking into the hole were urgently preparing to fight against Cal as more knights and soldiers were running over. That was not all. Is it a highest grade mage? Those are some shocking flight abilities. Is it really? A revolt. Her Majesty was defeated. There were also shocked nobles and palace administrators nearby the training ground. They had come over because they were curious about the hole, but were slowly retreating as they were afraid of the knights trying to control the crowd as well as Cal. I'm busy enough as is. Cal let out a sigh. Come down to the ground right now. Get down here immediately if you don't want to be pierced to death by arrows. It happened as one of the knights shouted as the representative. Boo-woo. Everybody got shocked and turned toward the source of the noise. A black bone hand appeared from the hole and grabbed the ground. The hand seemed to be as big as an average adult. It's a monster. Do not fear. Remember the Molden Kingdom's Knight's Creed. Fear and anxiety turned the area into chaos again. Human. I sent them up as well. However, everybody in that chaotic training ground stopped moving after seeing the people on the monster's other hand and shoulder. They could not hide their shock. Your Majesty, Princess Jopes, there are other members of the royal family as well. People of the Molden royal family had appeared. Cal slowly headed down. He walked next to the monster. It was a skeleton monster under Mary's control. Clara. The knights pulled their weapons out toward the monster and shouted, "Your Majesty, we will save you. You evil bastards, release Her Majesty right now." Elisne did not look good tied up with the black threads, forcing the knights and the people of the palace to be unable to hide their anger. Ha ha! Cal could see a laughing Elisne. Her laughter seemed to be saying, "Take a look at this. I will not break the illusion on the palace." It was obvious that she was sneering at Cal. However, Elisne's expression instantly turned somber and she started to shout, "I am fine, so everybody step back. These people are dangerous and evil. Your Majesty, oh, Your Majesty." Her demeanor made everyone sad and made them turn their anger toward someone else instead of Cal. Their anger was now directed at Jopes, who was stepping out of the hole while grabbing onto Cal's hand. One of the nobles in the back started to shout, "Former Princess Jopes, how can you do this? A revolt. Have you forgotten Her Majesty's benevolence to let you live?" "Shut up." The noble subconsciously flinched and his body started to shake. Why? The person who shouted at him was the young boy from the royal family. The young boy who used to follow Elisne shouted in a loud voice, "Do you know what that evil queen did while tricking us?" The boy was crying. His hands were clenched and shaking as he looked at his older brother who was poisoned by dead mana. For Her Majesty to have played a part in creating that terrible place. The boy pounded his chest as he could not hide his anger and regret. That queen, underground, that's enough. The young boy turned toward Jopes, who cut him off. He subconsciously stopped talking after seeing that Jopes' gaze was not shaking at all. It was at that moment. The young boy heard someone sneering at him. He turned his head to see that it was Elisne. "How dare you laugh after everything you did, Elisne?" The young boy tried to say more before stopping after seeing Jopes approach Elisne. Jopes looked down at Elisne. "Jopes, let me tell you something. I will not remove the illusion on the palace even if I die. That is why the other members of the royal family and the nobles will not trust you. They will always think that you are the evil one." Kekek, I was relieved. What? I was relieved that you only cast an illusion inside the palace. Just what? Elisne looked confused, but it really was a relief for Jopes. Elisne could see the smile on Jopes' face. Jopes smiled elegantly and reached her hand out. There was a small orb on her hand that came out of her pocket. Elisne's pupils started to shake as she saw what it was. Yes, this is a video recording device. Cal had given it to Jopes, who would not be able to participate in the battle. It recorded everything that had happened. Elisne, let me tell you something. Jopes elegantly whispered in her ear. I will keep you alive for now because we need information from you, but you need to face reality. What? Elisne sounded worried as she asked back, but Jopes did not respond to her. You won't remove the illusion over the palace. Smile. Jopes started to smile. The illusion over the palace. It didn't matter if it was not removed. Jopes thought about the nobles and citizens outside the palace who were currently headed to the palace. Who cares about that fake illusion? Jopes threw the video recording device into the air. That video recording device instantly shot up. "I'll do it." Rayan sent the video recording device into the air. He then turned it on. Perhaps. Elisne looked toward Jopes in shock. Jopes calmly started to speak. "It's time for the illusion to break." Ooh, a large screen appeared in the air starting from the video recording device. A voice could be heard as well. "You guys are my hostages." It was Elisne's voice. The nobles running toward the palace, and the numerous citizens as well. All of them looked toward the recording. Many scenes appeared, and they heard Elisne's voice. "You are also potential future enemies who may threaten my position. If you're going to die, shouldn't I be the one to kill you?" Her voice echoed in the citizens' ears. "Can you hear the knights approaching us? There should be at least 300 of them." "Correct. I can kill them whenever I please." "Jopes, can you hear me? There are other members of the royal family who will jump into that river as soon as I give the order." Should I make the servants and maids jump in as well? The citizens heard each and everything Elisne had said. Elisne's pupils started to shake, while Jopes started to speak to her in a calm voice. "Elisne, the palace is just a place for work. The people outside the palace who are watching this recording right now and realize the truth are the Molden Kingdom's foundation. And those people would realize the truth about Elisne and Jopes." She whispered in Elisne's ear. The dead mana that was created by killing numerous people, and the things she had done while tricking the citizens. The things she had done as the White Star's subordinate. Your position that is filled with evil deeds. I will clean it up and take it for myself. As everyone was blankly staring at the recording, Cal stealthily approached Jopie's. Then I will be on my way now. Cal grabbed the hand in front of him. Commander Nim, I heard about your situation. I will take care of things here with the others. Jopie's was calm but honest. Thank you very much. Cal smiled and let go of Jopie's hand. He then started to speak to the invisible Rayan. Rayan. The recording was set to repeat, so Rayan didn't need to control it anymore. The 100 or so mercenaries from the Mercenaries Guild would soon arrive as well, so Jopis, the elves, and the Dark Elves were enough to take care of things here. Most importantly, Jopis was talented enough to take care of things other than the battle. Let's hurry. They didn't have time to pay attention to the aftermath in the Molden Kingdom. They needed to quickly head to Bud. It had only been about 20 minutes since they received Bud's call, but he had a bad feeling. Parat. Cal and some others quickly got swept up in the light from the teleportation magic circle and disappeared. Duke Nim. Yes. Cal Henitus has come. The mountain up north covered in white snow. The young boy sitting there smiled after hearing his subordinate's report. Sharp fangs became visible as the pale young boy started to smile. Crack. The black heart in the young boy's hand turned to dust in his grip. Chapter 509. Delicious. 1. A mountain range located on the northern part of the eastern continent. A person who arrived at that location bent down. He then cautiously sniffed the scent of the mountain in front of him. The person's numerous years of experience helped him realize something. It smells fishy. Cold air was coming down from the mountain. His intuition was telling him that something was off. He heard a calm voice next to him. It seems to be covered in the scent of blood. Choi Han commented before turning his head to look at the man behind him. Kalnim, I have a bad feeling about this. Ran, who had smelled the scent of blood, stood up straight and reported to Cal. Cal quietly observed the two of them before quietly asking Beakrux a question. Beakrux, did you smell the scent of blood too? Young Master Nim, do you really think they could smell blood even though the mountain is so tall and wide? It is just intuition. Intuition. Beakrux responded with a stoic expression before turning away from Cal. Cal thought this was very fitting of Beacrux's personality as he started to speak. It's too quiet. The bottom of the mountain. Originally, Mage Glen Pofe and the mercenaries he brought with him should have been stationed here waiting for Bud to contact them. However, there was nobody here. All they could see were traces of people who were waiting here before rushing up the mountain. He recalled what Bud told him. The entire mountain was under an illusion. Now that the illusion is gone, the entire mountain is covered in enemies. Help me. Please quickly help me. Cal's gaze started to sink. The golden top's whip in his hand started to glow. We are going to enter the mountain now. The enemies had cast an illusion. That must mean that there was an illusionist here as well. Furthermore, that illusion was supposedly destroyed. He was tired of illusions now. There were also so many enemies that they could cover the entire mountain. The mercenary king's mercenaries and the elves Cal gathered numbered in the hundreds, but the mercenary king seemed to have determined that the enemies overwhelmingly outnumbered them. Bud was probably right. He was the mercenary king who had experienced many battlefields. That is why we can't just go up without a plan. The mountain was so high that the peak was covered in snow. This was the largest mountain in the mountain range that blocked the cold air from the north from reaching south, so it was naturally tall and wide. That was why they could not just go up as is. Young Master Nim. The Marlen household's assassins were quietly standing like shadows behind Ran and Beacrux. This group of assassins was half of the assassins who had infiltrated the Molden Palace earlier. They had urgently rushed over along with Ran. Our preparations to infiltrate the mountain are completed. Ran had expressed it as an infiltration not to a castle or a residence, but to a mountain. It might seem as if he used the wrong word, however, it was accurate. Cal opened his mouth to call someone. On, he had someone who could trick people and hide their presence using a different method than illusions. Me-yo. On and Hung stopped rubbing their bodies on Cal's legs and looked up at him. White smoke started to surround On before spreading out. She seemed to have understood Cal's intentions as she had prepared to use her fog in advance. Cal had asked Rayan to quickly bring On and Hung over. Human, are we going in? Cal took a step toward the mountain. We are infiltrating the mountain. It was quiet at the foot of the mountain, but they might hear weapons clashing or people screaming once they entered. Furthermore, the chances of those screams belonging to their allies were high. Our first goal is to reinforce our allies and save them. Cal entered into the forest. The shadows of the trees made the forest dark even though it was daytime. It was an urgent situation right now. That was why Cal gave an order that was different than usual. Our second goal is to get rid of the enemies. The gazes on the faces of the assassins of the Marlan household quickly changed. Our third goal is to identify the enemies, however, if that may lead to injuries. Then we will immediately escape or focus on our second goal. Both the first and second goals were focused on saving as many of their allies as possible. Ran walked over toward Cal without making any noise and then asked, "Young Masternim, which direction do we need to go? Squeeze." Cal tightened his grip. Uwuang, the top's whip in his hand, was continuing to shake unlike usual. Cal heard two of the three wind elementals that always moved around with him. One was with the elves in the mountains right now. See, chaos, destruction, anger. Elementals are screaming all over the mountain. I hear elementals fighting all around the mountain. No, that's not it. They seem to be running away. The elementals sounded more frantic than ever before. I can't hear the one we left here at all. I think it's in a dangerous situation too. This is bad. Chaos, destruction, disorder. Although the elementals were frantic, Cal was calm. Of course, his heart was beating wildly as well. He was in a hurry as well. He imagined the elves getting injured as the wind elementals told him that they heard elementals screaming. Cal bit down on his lips. He was currently the commander of the elves. He could not forget about the responsibilities that came with the role. Chaos, destruction. The screaming seems to be slowly heading toward the center of the mountain. This is it. Cal's eyes started to sparkle. Cal, the elemental screams are slowly heading toward the center of the mountain. I found it. He had found the information he was looking for. If the screams were slowly heading toward the center of the mountain, the meaning behind those words appeared in Cal's mind. The elementals should be with the elves. The mercenary king should be with the elves as well. It meant that their allies were slowly moving toward the center of the mountain. They were moving in that direction while the elementals are screaming. That means that they are not moving there out of their own free will. Someone else is making them move there. They were not gathering together by choice. It meant that numerous enemies were herding their allies to the center. There was only one explanation for it. Cal started to speak. Batu. The enemies were herding their allies to one location. They were doing that to either hunt them down or with another goal in mind. That other goal was definitely not good either. The air around Cal turned cold. Unlike how the group's fighting spirit had gone up and heated the air around them earlier, the air was now getting colder as their fighting spirit went up. The assassin's gazes turned cold. Ran's gaze sunk the most. Mercenary King Bud. The Pofe household's Glen Pofe. Ran was quite concerned about them as he had his base on the eastern continent. Batu. The others realized what was going on as soon as they heard that word. Cal noticed that was the case, however, he still started to speak. Our allies and the enemies are gathering toward the center of the mountain. Will we head over to save the allies right away? Beacrox asked, as he was unable to be patient any longer. They all looked ready to charge forward to save their allies at any moment. However, Cal shook his head. Calnim. Choi Han quietly called out to him. Cal had a smile on his face, even though this was an urgent situation. His smile looked angry. The enemies were using Batu on the allies. That was why he would make them realize something. If the enemies were using Batu, I'll use Batu on you bastards. Cal started to speak. We will strike the enemies that are gathering our allies to a single spot from the back. Ran's eyes clouded over. Just like how their allies were gathering to one spot, the enemies that were herding them over were gathering toward one spot as well. Cal looked down. He could see On and Hung. Rayan was probably nearby while remaining invisible as well. Cal did not plan on letting any more allies get hurt. We will strike the enemies that are gathering our allies to a single spot from the back. But we will not show ourselves. We will hide behind magic, fog, and poison to stealthily strike the enemies from behind. The children, averaging 9 years old, all responded. Tata-tap. On kicked off the ground and climbed up a tree before looking down at Cal. Hung was next to her as well. Mio, that meant that they were ready. Human. Do not worry, we will flip everything over with the poisonous fog. We will hide Grandpa Ran and all of his subordinates as well. An illusion. There were things other than illusions that could trick people. On, I leave it to you. The silver kitten nodded her head. The calm On would lead the children, averaging 9 years old, without letting them get hurt. Cal needed the children's help, but he was still going to make them act from the rear where it was safe. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The fog surrounding On became thicker and started to spread. On and Hung became covered in fog such that they were no longer visible. Human, I am hiding in the fog as well. We're ready. Cal heard Rayan and Hung's voices through the fog and started to speak again. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han stood next to Cal. You are heading toward the center with me. Our goal is to get there before the enemies or our allies. Understood. Whirlwinds appeared at the tips of Cal's feet as he activated the sound of the wind. We'll head there first. Cal started to head toward the forest with Choi Han. Ran, I'll tell you the enemy's locations through Rayan, so use that information to surround them. Cal was planning on sending a wind elemental to inform Rayan about the enemy's locations. He had informed Rayan about it on their way here, so there shouldn't be any issues. Do not worry about it. Young Master Nim. Cal turned around only to see the assassins disappear into the shadow of the forest. Shhhhhhhhh, all he could hear were leaves rustling. Beecrux disappeared as well, and only Ran, as well as the growing fog, remained. Shara, the fog then covered Ran, as he benignly informed Cal. I guess it is time to do some shadow hunting. This was the fighting style for the assassins of the underworld. Ran started to smile. Cal chuckled before turning his head and heading toward the location that the enemies were herding their allies. Of course, he still shared his sentiments about Ran's comment. So vicious. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Cal and Choi Han were quickly climbing the mountain without resting. Calnim. Choi Han was about 2 steps behind Cal, as Cal was in the front finding the path. Ooh-ooang. The golden top's whip was vibrating as the wind elementals told Cal the direction of where the elementals were screaming. Chaos, destruction. It is the center of the mountain, but slightly higher than the actual center. It is right underneath the area with the snow. Cal, I will go deliver that message to Rayan Nim. The 2 wind elementals were more rushed than Cal. Cal, who was quickly rushing past the forest, was scratched by a branch and his cheek started to bleed. Calnim. Choi Han, who was shocked by Cal's quiet groan, started to speak. It could not be helped. Cal looked more frantic than usual as they were heading toward where their allies were presumed to be gathering. Of course, Choi Han understood how Cal was feeling. One people have already gone missing here. This was where the Mercenaries Guild's Ranger Brigade had instantly gone missing. Also, there were the things we saw on our way up. They were moving quickly, but both Cal and Choi Han had observed their surroundings as they moved. Blood. They saw a lot of blood on the trees and boulders as they started to climb the mountain. Whose blood would it be? They couldn't help but speed up as they thought about that. However, Choi Han had to think about Cal's health as well. Forget Cal not getting hurt. Choi Han realized that they could not let Cal become unconscious after hearing about Bud's situation and the Whale tribe's battle. There were a lot of battles going on right now. Cal was the brain. The brain was the center of all reactions. That was why he could not get injured nor push himself too hard. Calnim, aren't you overdoing it? He took 2 quick steps to move next to Cal. Hold on. Shhhhh. Cal's arm blocked Choi Han. Calnim, where? Choi Han could see Cal stop him before starting to move in a different direction. He quickly chased behind him. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Chaos, destruction. I heard a weird noise. It is a human-shaped life form. Its breathing is very weak. The 2 wind elementals were saying there was someone nearby. I will go take a look. Chaos, destruction, urgent, urgent. One of the wind elementals headed there first, and Cal increased his speed as well. The allies and enemies were all headed toward one spot right now. However, there was someone who was apart from the rest. It could be the enemy, but they said that person is breathing weakly. Weak breathing could mean that there was an enemy hiding and holding their breath down. They also said that they heard a weird noise. That meant the chances of it being a hiding enemy was low. It was more likely to be someone who was injured and groaning in pain. That was why Cal could only consider one conclusion: the Ranger Brigade. It might be one of the missing one people. It could be a member of the Ranger Brigade who managed to avoid the enemies and the illusion and was hiding. The mercenary king was unable to find this person because of the illusion, but he might be able to find this person now that the illusion was destroyed. I need to find them. He needed to find them, especially if it was one of the Ranger Brigade members. If the noise the elementals were hearing was weak, then he needed to find the person before they died. Most importantly, he needed to find the person to hear what happened on the mountain. Only then would he be able to understand the enemy's strength. That would allow him to save the mercenary king and the others in a safer way. Cal started to use more of the sound of the wind because he still needed to quickly head to the mercenary king as well. I need to hurry. There were too many things he needed to do all at once. Chapter 510. Delicious, too, Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Cal had suddenly turned right while going up to the top of the mountain. Choi Han, who was following behind him, opened his eye wide after hearing what Cal had to say. Apparently, there is someone off on their own. Are they one of the enemies? I don't know, however. Cal stopped talking for a moment before wading past the bushes and starting to speak again. However, I believe it might be a survivor from the Ranger Brigade. It could be a hiding enemy or an ally who was injured and left behind. Bud isn't the type to leave an injured ally behind like this. Neither are the elves. That was why Cal started to walk faster. Cal could feel a bit of a burden on his body. His body's condition was bound to be bad after using the stone imugi and the fire of destruction at the same time. Of course, Cal thought that he would be able to last a while because of his vitality of the heart. However, the ancient powers seemed to think differently. You haven't rested properly for a while. Remember that. He heard the thief of the sound of the wind's husky voice. You might not be able to use any of your powers in the upcoming battle if you use any more strength right now. Cal agreed with that assessment. That was why he was maintaining his speed instead of going faster. The thief is right. There will be a time when I need my strength. I need to save some strength for that time. There were going to be a total of 4 battles if a battle broke out with the White Star's subordinates who had infiltrated the Roan Kingdom. Cal may need to use a lot of his strength during at least one of those battles. That was why he needed to use his head and come up with a plan based on his powers. Calnim, if it continues in this direction, I will lead the way and create a path for you. Okay. That was why Cal let Choi Han take the lead. Clang. Choi Han stepped forward and took out his sword. There were bushes that came up to their waist now. Chhhhhhhh. Choi Han's sword ruthlessly cut through the bushes as they quickly moved. Cal's eyes soon sparkled. A cold breeze blew directly into Cal and Choi Han's faces. Choi Han, stop. Choi Han immediately stopped, as if he seemed to have realized something as well, and turned around to look at Cal. Both of their expressions stiffened. Calnim, it seems to be a cliff. Yes, the bushes had suddenly decreased in number and they could see the sky outside the forest. That meant that it was a cliff once they got past this forest. The top's whip in Cal's hand vibrated. It's the cliff in front of you. The cliff. Chaos, destruction, what a predicament. But I can still hear the groan. The breathing is still weak. Cal slowly took steps forward. He's here. You mean the survivor? Yes. Members of the Ranger Brigade were likely to know many ways to avoid the enemies and stay alive, and the chances of those methods not being typical were high. Cal exited out of the forest. The edge of the cliff was right in front of him. Choi Han followed behind him and looked around before starting to speak. I don't see any kinds of traces. There were no traces of enemies or allies passing by here. Cal lowered his body at that moment. Calnim. He then lowered his head toward the edge of the cliff. Choi Han approached him in shock to see Cal smiling. I found it. Cal was looking at a single spot. Choi Han looked toward that spot as well. The cliff was very steep such that it seemed to have been sliced right off. Cal saw some blood at the middle of the cliff. It was something that would have easily been missed if someone wasn't paying attention. There were 2 trees that were growing out of the cliff a bit lower than the spot with blood. Cal could hear a wind elemental's voice. There's a cave hidden by leaves. It's under the 2 trees. It's big enough for a person to go in. There was apparently a cave that was hidden by the trees. Chaos, destruction, discovery. The person seems to be in there. Cal started to speak. There's supposedly a cave big enough for a person hidden under those leaves. The survivor must be there then. Yes, Cal started to smile. What an amazing person. This person had hidden their tracks so well that even Choi Han could not find it and crawled down the cliff to hide in the cave. This was difficult to do without being skilled. We are going there. Yes, Calnim. Cal stood back up and looked down the cliff. How could he get to that hole? Did he need to use the sound of the wind? Did he need to go bring Rayan? Cal's mind started to become complicated. However, he could not worry about it for long. He needed to hurry. He decided he needed to use more of the sound of the wind to make it act similarly to flight magic. Cal determined his course of action and started to speak. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Please get on my back. He turned his head to see Choi Han offering his back for Cal to climb on. Why? Cal subconsciously asked, and Choi Han answered with a confused expression. The cave is not far and looks to only be about 20 steps down. There's no need for you to use your ancient powers, right? The cave was not far as Choi Han mentioned. Furthermore, he needed to conserve his ancient power as well. Cal peeked over the cliff and looked down. The cave was not far, but the cliff was quite steep and high. Falling off would mean saying goodbye to the world. You're going to go down there without any equipment? Yes. Choi Han's innocent face started to frown as if asking why Cal was asking such obvious questions. Choi Han urged Cal on. Let's hurry down there. It'll be quick. 20 steps will take less than 20 seconds. Oh, okay. Cal answered as he got on Choi Han's back. It should be okay, right? As he had that thought. Cal suddenly felt his body start to shake. Choi Han had started to move. His body moved toward the cliff without any hesitation. Choi Han was quickly walking toward the edge of the cliff and looked as if he would soon fall right off. Egu, Cal couldn't help but curl up. I am going. Choi Han made the short comment before Cal felt as if he was falling. Eek! Cal subconsciously clenched onto Choi Han's shoulder. He didn't want to fall off the cliff and not be able to fulfill his dream of being a slacker. However, Cal's jaw soon dropped. Crack, crack, crack. This was the sound of Choi Han's hands and feet stabbing into the cliff. Cal blankly stared at Choi Han's foot that kicked into the cliff with his jaw dropped. The cliff seemed to be made of mud. Choi Han quickly stabbed his hands and feet into the cliff or grabbed a part of it with his hand to move down. Cal looked at Choi Han and thought to himself, he seems steady. Choi Han's back was relaxing as usual. As Choi Han mentioned, Cal had almost instantly arrived by the cave. The cave was big enough for an adult to go in as the wind elemental mentioned earlier. I'm going in now. Choi Han then kicked off the wall and landed inside the cave. He didn't seem to be impacted by having Cal on his back at all. Oh, Yurei so amazed Cal was about to praise Choi Han but stopped mid-sentence. The cave was not deep. They could see the end of the cave from the entrance. Cal looked past Choi Han's shoulder only to see a person curled up at the end of the cave. He heard Choi Han's voice. He looks like he's from the rat tribe. The person at the end of the cave was short. He was even shorter than the mixed-blood dwarf rat Mueller who was back in the Henitus territory. Only someone from the rat tribe would have such an appearance. Who are you? The rat who had used branches to make a splint for his injured leg seemed to struggle as he got up. His side seemed to be injured as well, as dry blood and a cloth that were covering the injury. Furthermore, his face was pale and he was wary of Cal and Choi Han, a member of the Ranger Brigade. However, Cal's expression brightened. He remembered what Bud had told him. A rat. That punk remains as far back as possible in case of the worst possible situation. He is the best at running away, but even he stopped contacting us. This was the ranger who was said to be a 100-person team on his own. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han started to walk again. He needed to walk into the cave a bit more for Cal to be able to get off his back inside the cave. Don't come any closer. The rat reacted to their movement and shouted. He took a small dagger out of his pocket and clenched it in his hand as he started to speak again. If you get any closer, if you do that, damn it, I'm the weakest person here. FCK, just don't come. This bastard seems a bit weird. Cal turned stoic after seeing the rat's actions. However, he quickly started to speak, as this was someone who could provide precious information, and he needed to hurry over to the mercenary king. We are people Bud sent over. We are looking for members of the Ranger Brigade. We are on the same side. What? Choi Han took something out of his pocket and threw it toward the shocked rat. Tang, clang, it was a metal plaque. The rat who saw the plaque slowly started to speak. A plaque for members of the guild. The plaque Choi Han threw symbolized that a person was part of the mercenaries guild. It was something that only other guild members would recognize. Oh, when did he grab something like that? Cal wondered when Choi Han had gotten it, but decided that it was a good thing. It would let the rat trust that they were his allies. Ha! However, the rat just plopped down on the ground. He then started to mumble to himself with a disappointed expression. I knew that damn mercenary king would not send decent people. Ow, look at them, just look at them. The one who needed a piggyback ride because he couldn't get down the cliff looks like hell faint if someone pokes him. Egu, my poor life. What? Cal's expression turned stoic. The one giving the piggyback ride looks innocent and young. Egu, my poor life. Cal quietly got off Choi Han's back because there was enough room for him in the cave. The rat continued to lament as he did that. Egu, you guys somehow seem to have slowly made your way down the cliff to find me, but still. Egu, my poor life. Such a weakling and a doof. Bud, you damn bastard. You damn moron. He stopped lamenting and looked toward Choi Han and Cal as he continued to speak. Hey, weakling, and you, doof. I've never seen either of you before, are you newbies? I guess you must be newbies. There's nobody in the Mercenaries Guild I don't know. None at all. Keek. I need to know all their faces to avoid the scary ones. It's how I keep myself alive. Kekek, this person was quite the talker. He pointed to Choi Han first. What's your name? I need to at least thank you for coming to save me. We need to introduce ourselves to do that. Choi Han started to speak. Choi Han. Why does that name sound so familiar? The rat tilted his head. The rat then made eye contact with Cal, smirk. He could see the twisted smile on Cal's face. And I'm Cal Henitus, son of A. The rat subconsciously punched his head. I've even seen pictures of your faces. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Choi Han and Cal Henitus. Most regular members of the Mercenaries Guild didn't know about Cal Henitus because he had been stealthily working with the Mercenaries Guild, but the chief executives all knew his name and his face, as well as the names and faces of those in his group. The Ranger Brigade had received information about Cal Henitus before this operation as well. If that redhead is Cal Henitus, then that doof next to him is the Sword Master. That vicious swordsman. The rat quickly moved his leg in the splint. Boom! He kowtowed on the cave floor and started to shout. Thank you for saving me. Oh, great heroes. I could not see properly because I am in pain. It is an honor to be in your presence. Please forgive me. I will pay you back for your grace with everything I have. His voice was so loud that it made them wonder if he was really the person who had been breathing weakly. The rat peeked up after seeing that the cave was quiet once he was done talking. Gasp. He made eye contact with Cal and saw Cal opening his mouth to speak. Choi Han, grab him. We are heading for the mercenary king immediately. The rat curled up after seeing Choi Han's calm and pure expression as he lifted him. The pain in his leg and side disappeared once he saw Choi Han's scabbard. However, the rat could not help but speak again once he made eye contact with Cal again. Smirk. One corner of Cal's lips was twisted up in an extremely wicked way. The moment he saw Cal's smile, my apologies, sir, I'm a terrible bastard. The rat desperately begged once more. Cal quietly responded, shut your mouth. The rat covered his mouth with both hands. Choi Han, let's go. Can you move both of us at the same time? Yes, Cal Nim, it'll be quick. Cal looked out the cave. He could have the rat explain things on their way over. Huff, 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 Bud was out of breath. However, he could not stop moving. He heard a voice behind his back. Hey, leave me behind. Are you crazy? He instantly started to frown and responded in annoyance, as if telling the other person to stop with such nonsense. Ha! He heard weak breathing coming from behind him. Drip, drip. Bud could hear blood dripping down his shoulder, falling to the ground. It was the blood that had spurted out before he could control the breathing. His shoulder was being covered in blood. It was not his own blood. Hey, Glenn Pofe, don't you dare pass out. I will kill you myself if you do. Ha! I get it, you damn punk. Glenn Pofe's blood was wetting Bud's back and shoulder. Bud started to walk faster. Bud Nim, the elves were motioning for Bud to move quickly. None of them looked fine. Bud and the others all looked like messes. They had desperate expressions on their faces as well. They continued to walk. Their enemy, a monster, was chasing behind them. Bud took a deep breath and quickly started to walk. He thought about a single person. Cal Henitus. Hurry up and get here, you punk. However, Bud could not say that out loud. He said something else instead. Don't come, please, don't come. There's a monster here. No, there are monsters here. Chapter 511, Delicious 3, Running Away. Bud was used to running away, but he hated running away. Huff! Hoo-off! Huff! Bud was burning up inside as he heard the elf next to him breathing heavily. It was unbelievable that an elf who was used to being on a mountain could be tired like this, but the elf next to him had no choice but to be tired. He used too much of his elemental's powers. The group that Bud was currently leading, and the other group that Elf Sorrows was leading on the opposite side. The elf next to him had used his elemental to maintain contact between the two groups. Huff, huff, Bud Nim. Yes, there's nowhere for even the elementals to run away and hide. The elf looked full of despair. The elementals contracted to the elves could not move properly on this mountain right now. They were either screaming and running away, hiding under their contractors' clothes, or spread out and hiding around the mountain while waiting for time to pass. Swoosh Bud flinched after hearing something cut through the wind and shouted toward a mercenary to his left. Lower your head. The mercenary lowered not just his head but his whole body without responding. Crack! An arrow flew past the mercenary and landed on the tree next to him. Shoot! Bud started to frown as he watched this. His gaze quickly headed toward the direction the arrow flew from. Rustle! He could see shadows hiding in between the trees. Bud's group that was running away was being attacked by arrows like this. Bud could only dodge these attacks without being able to counterattack. Leader, are we just going to keep getting hit like this? One of the mercenaries behind him could not hold his anger back anymore and raised his voice. Then what do you propose we do? The mercenary flinched after seeing Bud's gaze. Bud looked at his stiff subordinate's messy state and continued to speak. Do you think you can catch the bastard that shot that arrow in your current condition? But you know that it is best to move according to the plan. The mercenary kept his mouth shut after seeing Bud's cold gaze. The plan. Bud had a plan. The mercenary decided to follow that plan. However, he just could not hold back his anger after seeing the approaching danger, as well as the numerous injured people being carried by others. Bud understood how this mercenary was feeling as well. That was why he looked toward the mercenary, who was quietly suppressing his anger, and started to speak with a heavy heart. We are moving again. The group started to walk once again while dealing with injuries and fatigue. Huff, huff, huff. They continued to wade through the bushes and trees while hearing heavy breathing around them. An elf who was next to him started to speak at that moment. There's no need to worry about where to go. The enemies are leading us to a single spot, so I guess we just need to go where they tell us to go. The joking comment was full of anger and sorrow. Even Glenn, who was on Bud's back, started to laugh in self-depreciation. My goodness, for us to be the prey for Batu. Don't laugh, you bastard. Your wound is going to burst open again. Who cares if it does? Damn it. The upset Glenn's words made Bud unable to say anything else. They were the prey for Batu. Bud had long since noticed that the enemies were herding his group and Sorrow's group toward a single location. We are the prey. Bud's gaze sparkled. They are hunting us. For some odd reason, the enemies were not killing them and were instead just guiding them to a certain location. Huff, hoo-woo. Bud took a breath and looked around. We are heading toward the center of the mountain. Was there a trap there? Was that why they were being herded there? I don't think it is a trap. Bud was not certain, but had determined it was not the case. There's no way those monster-like bastards would need to kill us using traps. Those monster-like bastards had enough strength to kill Bud and all the elves right now. That was why they were probably not herding them in order to kill them. Bud decided to use that fact to their advantage. It wasn't like they could do much right now when their numbers were split between the East team and the West team. We need to gather together. We need to work together. Won't we all die? Flinch. Everybody who was running flinched and looked awkward after hearing the elf's question. They all had the same thoughts. Once the Batu came to an end, both the allies and the enemies would be gathered in one spot. Wasn't there a chance they would die like dogs against their stronger enemies? They all thought that it might get better once they gathered together, but this ominous feeling that the opposite might be true as well was deep in their hearts. Bud knew that they had these thoughts. Maybe, yes, it might be possible that our chances of death are higher. Bud knew that fact as well. That was why he had tried to stealthily send some elves and mercenaries to the bottom of the mountain. However, the enemies were so closely paying attention to Bud's group's movements that they could not send even a small group of people elsewhere. Boom, boom, boom. Bud could feel his heart beating wildly. He had not used much of his aura on purpose after determining the enemy's true levels of strength by smell. He saved it and saved some more. He opened his mouth to speak. His voice was stern but energetic. It's still better to gather together with the others than to fight now and increase the danger. They should be able to last longer than right now if they gathered together and created barriers. Bud had told the others to save their strengths as well after determining the strength of the enemies. He was planning on everyone using their strength together once they were gathered together. And at that moment, no matter what I have to do, I will save at least some of them even if I die in the process. If they persist like that, then that punk would definitely come. Bud opened his mouth to speak again. I contacted Cal, so that punk should come with our allies. Bud could feel a sense of hope and anticipation filling the people around him. What was the reason that they were trying to run away and resist as long as possible? It was because they had hoped that someone might come to save them. Bud mentioned Cal because he knew that that was the case and wanted to push them a little more. But, Cal, that punk shouldn't come here. Bud held back a sigh that wanted to burst out. That punk will definitely try to get here as quickly as possible because I couldn't keep my trap shut and asked him for help. Bud recalled the moment he realized the strength of the enemies and started to frown. I should have contacted him to tell him not to come, but he didn't have a mage to send such a message. Glenn and the others who could use magic were the first to be attacked, and none of them could use magic right now. I looked down on that White Star bastard. No, we were lacking information. The White Star was the leader of their enemies, but he had more than just subordinates. He also had helpers and cooperators. 1,000 years was not a short period of time. Bud tried to hide the fact that he was almost out of breath before starting to speak again. Let's give it our best for just a little longer. Hearing Bud, the leader of the operation, speaking so sternly and thinking about Cal coming to save them made the group energetic again. They all dragged their tired bodies, carried their injured comrades, and pushed off once again. They must have run like that for who knows how long. Bud Nim. Bud nodded his head at the elf who was looking at him. Some of the elves stepped forward and cut the bushes. A large open area appeared. A wide plain where the trees and bushes were completely clear was in front of Bud. Of course, the area around this open area was covered in trees and bushes, such that it was hard to believe that the snowy region was not too far away. Something is weird. How can there be an open area like this here? The elf looked toward Bud with concern. Bud also felt iffy after seeing this open area. This was a man-made area that did not fit this rough mountain terrain. It was at that moment. Bud Nim, on the other side. They saw an elf who cut through the bushes and stopped right in front of the open area. The elf next to Bud raised his voice. Sorrow's Nim. The elf on the other side was Sorrows, the other person who had been leading the elves. He looked terrible as well, however. The elves were happy that they all met back up alive. It was at that moment. Clack, clack. Bud heard horse hooves behind him. Ah, the elf next to Bud turned pale. Sniff. Bud smelled the scent of someone so strong that his nose almost became numb at that moment. He then felt a large amount of power gathering behind him. Damn it. He heard Sorrows's shout at the same time, and Bud could see numerous black arrows pointing at Soros' back. Sniff. Bud took a sniff once more. He had smelled this scent before. He had smelled someone with this same power when he had arrived in the Western continent for the first time. That was why Bud could not believe it as he recalled the race of the people with this scent. A dark elf. Some of the enemies who attacked Soros's side were dark elves. Are they dark elves from the eastern continent? However, Bud did not have enough time to think. Clack, clack. He continued to hear the horse hooves that did not fit in with this forest, as well as the fluctuation of power that continued to grow. Bud started to shout. Everybody gather together. It was coming. That power was coming once again. Proceed with the plan. The allies that were split into two forces gathered in the open area as soon as Bud shouted. Sorrows and Bud made eye contact. They had planned something before they could no longer contact each other with the elementals. That was why they had conserved their strengths as much as possible. Bud ordered the mercenaries. Put up the shields now. The allies had rushed to gather together in formation at the open area. They quickly confirmed that there were no bombs nor traps at the bottom of the open area. The mercenaries on the outside of the formation took out their shields at that moment. Sorrow started to shout, "Take out your bows." The elves took out their bows and pointed their arrows in between the shields and toward the enemies. Numerous large shields surrounded the allies as if they were one large castle wall. Elves and mercenaries. They were moving too well together for people who had never worked with each other before. Please take care of Glenn. Yes, sir. The mages were located at the center of this shield wall. They were the only ones who could contact the outside or cast teleportation. Hey, shut up and take care of your body. Bud ignored Glenn calling for him and stepped out from behind the shield. Sorrows was next to him. Both of them pointed their swords toward the direction they came from. Crunch, crunch. Two people approached from Soros' side before one stopped, and the other continued to walk. The person wearing the black robe removed the hood that was covering his face. Soros frowned as soon as he saw the person's face. How can a dark elf, the person coming toward them, was a dark elf? The elementals contracted to the elves could not do anything because of the elementals contracted to these dark elves. Bud, who was standing back to back with Soros, slowly controlled his breathing. Hoo-woo, clack, clack. Bud clenched his sword while looking at the person who appeared with the sound of horse hooves. A black knight. A woman in black armor riding a large black horse was approaching the open area. Numerous knights wearing black helmets were behind her. They were riding horses as well. Furthermore, the horse that she was on looked weird. It was not a regular horse. Its eyes were red. That's not it. That knight and that horse showed weird powers when they fought. Flap, flap. There was a man next to that knight who was flapping a fan while walking forward. Ooh. There was an unknown source of power gathered together on top of that man. I have an idea, but he had an idea about the source of that power, but he could not tell for sure. All he knew was that anything that thing touched was destroyed. Its destructive power was no joke. That power would soon come flying toward them. I will block it. Bud slowly channeled the aura inside his body. Ooh-wang, his sword started to vibrate. I will block it. And then, I will persist. Bud recalled his determinations and viciously glared at the enemies. Clack, clack. The Black Knight's horse stopped. Boom, boom, boom. Bud could feel his heart beating wildly. He could feel his sword that was covered in aura shaking as well. It was at that moment. The Black Knight started to speak. It looks like some people got here before us. What? Plop, plop. Bud quickly looked toward the source of the noise. One of the trees surrounding the open area was shaking. Perhaps. It was the moment Bud's pupils started to shake. Someone jumped off the tree. Boom. Bud subconsciously called out the person's name. Choi Han. It was Choi Han. He could see the rat on Choi Han's back as well. Bud knew this person. He was one of the members of the Ranger Brigade. He was alive. There was someone from the Ranger Brigade who was still alive. Bud's pupils started to shake. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly for a different reason. If Choi Han was here, in that case, higher. Someone slowly walked out from behind the tree Choi Han had jumped off while leisurely waving his hand. Although his voice was calm, Bud could see that Cal's gaze was turning cold while taking a close look at Bud and the others. Chapter 512. Delicious 4. This punk. Bud felt as if he had lost all strength once he saw Cal's face. All sorts of emotions roared inside him, and the invisible baggage that had been weighing down on his shoulders seemed to disappear. That was why he realized it. That baggage must have gone to Cal Henitus. He knew that the lighter his shoulders got, the heavier Cal's shoulders would become. Bud subconsciously started to speak after realizing that fact. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have come. What kind of nonsense is that? You told me to come. That was why I came quickly. Bud smiled as Cal grumbled at his comment. However, he quickly started to frown. He doesn't look good. He didn't know what had happened in the Molden Kingdom, but Cal did not look good. The usually pale punk was even paler than usual, and he seemed to have bled because there was dry blood around his mouth. As for his clothes, he looked as if he had been rolling around a mountain on his own, as his hair and clothes had leaves and grass in it. Peek. Bud's gaze headed toward Choi Han. Choi Han looks fine. Choi Han was clean. Anybody looking at the two of them would think that Choi Han had taken a walk, while Cal had barely managed to make it out of an emergency evacuation. However, the two of them must have moved together. Bud's heart was pained even more as he realized that fact. He really must be lacking in stamina. He could not compare the clean Choi Han to Cal, whose physique was the only thing that seemed fine. Bud was thinking deeply in this short amount of time. Why is he like this? On the other hand, Cal looked toward Bud with a confused expression before looking around. His expression remained the same, but his gaze was slowly getting sharper. Nobody looks okay. Cal felt pained as he observed the state of his allies. Bud noticed Cal was looking at the allies behind him and quickly started to speak. Well, fine, you punk. Aren't you a bit too relaxed? Bud and the enemy. Both of them had spoken at the same time while looking at Cal's expression. Cal, who had turned back toward Bud, started to speak. Fine, my ass. Who would believe it when Bud was saying that while looking like shoot? Cal's insides were twisting, and there was nothing he liked about the current situation. His gaze headed toward the center of the Allied formation behind the shields. He couldn't see inside, but Cal had seen Glenn Pofe and the other injured members moving to the center while he was hiding behind the tree. All of that had been clearly recorded by his eyes. It had happened on its own. Hey! Bud wet his lips with his tongue before whispering nervously to Cal, who leisurely walked to the center of the open area. They're a really strong. Cal, you don't know how strong they are. Bud opened his mouth to tell Cal about them. So what? However, Cal responded brusquely first. Bud was about to respond, but could not do so because Choi Han shoved something toward him. He leadered him. He was selfish and crude, but someone who thoroughly took care of his subordinates. Pan. Yes, yes, sir. I am alive. The rat named Pan smiled in an extremely bootlicking way. Bud's gaze sank. The rat Pan. This light-looking bastard knew more things than anyone else. Although his memory could not compare to Cal's memory, it was still much greater than the average person's memory. He was like a ghost when it came to recognizing strong individuals and using the information he had to determine their identities. Why? It was because, in addition to being the leader of the Ranger Brigade, he was the #1 disciple of the person who was responsible for maintaining the Mercenaries Guild's directory with the Mercenary King, the directory that recorded all strong individuals. He was someone who knew the system they used for those records. Leader him. I told them everything I know. Pan answered as he lowered his gaze. He then whispered in a quieter voice. It was only loud enough for Bud and Choi Han to hear. I managed to hide a few of the punks. Bud's eyes opened wide. Really? Bud looked toward Choi Han because he could not believe it. Choi Han nodded his head and quietly added on. We sent someone to check the location Mr. Pan mentioned. So, please tell the injured to wait a little longer. Bud's gaze headed back to Pan, who started to speak with a sad expression on his face. I'm sorry I couldn't save all of them. You little punk, why are you apologizing for that? More members of the Ranger Brigade were alive. That fact made Bud emotional. It was at that moment. Looks like the head of the rats that ran away was still alive. Bud heard the voice of the dark elf that had herded Soros side over here. He had a peculiar grey bow in his hand as he looked at the rat pan before turning toward Cal. I'm sure that rat bastard told you about our forces. How can you stand there with such confidence even with that knowledge? Choi Han started to frown as he listened. On the other hand, Cal was stoic. He really looks curious. The old dark elf with white hair was not mocking him. He was asking because he really was curious. The information Pan gave him flew across his mind in the short moment he looked at the dark elf. You haven't met with leader Bud yet. The leader should have been able to tell the identities of the enemies based on their sense. Anyway, I will give you the information I am certain about, sir. Pan had reported without stopping while being carried by Choi Han. The enemies that the Ranger Brigade discovered consisted of 4 battalions. The second largest of those battalions is the Dark Elves Battalion, and they are all amazing archers, and Cal started to speak. Did he say bizarre elemental arts? That was what Pan had said. They seemed to be handling elementals because they were dark elves, but they did not seem normal. Ooh Wang, the top's whip in Cal's hand, started to vibrate. Chaos, destruction. The enemy elementals are in the forest right now. But something is weird. The allied elementals can't say anything because they are too busy shaking in fear. What kind of elemental could it be that other elementals were so afraid? Chaos, destruction, Cal. I heard it. The enemy elementals. They are elementals that eat other elementals. Such terrible elementals. Cal's eyes started to sparkle. They apparently get stronger the more elementals they eat. Chaos, destruction, extreme anger. I am extremely angry. No such elementals are by the world tree nim side. Who are they? It was at that moment. Count, you can step back. The person waving the fan stepped forward. Cal recalled something else Pan told him. Based on what I heard as we were running away, those bastards seem to have a hierarchy. Cal made eye contact with the man with the fan. Who? It's my pleasure to meet the famous Cal Henitus. Cal pointed a finger back at him. You are a marquis. The man's eyebrows twitched. However, Cal was no longer looking at him as he pointed at the dark elf. You're a count. He then pointed to the person who remained in the shadow of the forest without coming into the open area. I don't know your rank, but you are the bloodsucker. The person in the shadows started to smile. He could see pearly white teeth through their cold smile. What? He sucks blood. Is he a vampire? Bud gasped in shock. There was a scent that had been covered by the thick scent of the dark elves. He had never smelled this scent before. Yes, sir. Leader, he is a vampire. Those bastards. Pan could not finish his sentence. It was because he didn't have the confidence to tell Bud. However, Cal had heard everything. There seems to be a vampire. I found the corpse of one of our brigade members, and there was no blood left in the corpse. Pan's eyes had turned red as he held back his tears to say that. Cal then pointed at the Black Knight. You're a count, 2 counts, 1 marquis, and a vampire whose rank was unknown. Man, I guess you guys have dukes and a king as well. Cal laughed as he said that. However, Cal was confident that he was right. They have a system. These bastards had some sort of system and noble ranks that Cal had no way of knowing. Clack, clack. The woman on the horse stepped forward. Cal Henitus, is there a need for you to know those things? Count. The fan-wielding marquis called out to tell her to stop, but the woman didn't listen and turned her gaze elsewhere. She was not looking at Cal. Clang. The Black Knight took out her sword. Her monotone voice then started to flow out. You swing an interesting sword. The tip of her sword was pointed at Choi Han. Choi Han stared at her past the sword that was pointed at him. He also observed the black helmeted knights behind her. He couldn't even see their eyes because they were covered by their helmets. Pan had been shaking as he told something else to Cal. They also have a knight's brigade. They are on horses, and the forest terrain did not hinder them at all. A member of the Ranger Brigade, who was a high-grade sword expert, was killed in a single slash by one of those knights. They are strong. They are very strong. Their sword art is different than those on the eastern and western continents. A high-grade sword expert. Someone who can kill a person at that level in a single attack had to be at least a sword master. But that was not the Black Knight, but one of her subordinates. I can't feel anything. The problem was that Choi Han could not determine the woman nor her Black Knight's brigade's levels of strength. He had never met such an opponent when facing someone who uses a sword. Choi Han became nervous. He could see the Black Knight start to smile at him at that moment. I've heard a lot about it, but I didn't believe that your aura's attribute would be despair. I've never seen a human with such an attribute. Smile. A cold smile appeared on her face. Other than me. Choi Han's eyes opened wide. Does that Black Knight have an aura with the despair attribute too? She added on while looking at the shocked Choi Han. Number should I say the me who was human, was human. It happened as Cal's eyes clouded over. Count. Enough. Flap, flap. The Marquis with the fan quietly ordered. That's enough. Sure. That swordsman is going to be my prey anyway. She shrugged her shoulders and stepped back. Cal's gaze headed back to the person with the fan. Pan had said the following about that man. He seemed to be the leader. He also used a power that was difficult to determine. He is strong. He is very strong. Pan had said he was strong. He had said that this man was very strong. It should be accurate because Pan, who had learned all of the records of the directory, had said it. Cal. He heard Bud's voice behind him. I can't determine the identity of his power, but it is strong. It is stronger than Iruhaben Nim's magic. Stronger than an ancient dragon. Cal's expression was still calm, but he could feel his hand grabbing on the top's whip start to sweat. Ooh-wong, the power gathering on top of the Marquis with the fan was getting stronger. How about you stop pretending to be relaxed? Cal responded after the Marquis smiled and asked. I'm not pretending to be relaxed. He was not relaxed at all. An archer dark elf who could control an elemental that eats other elementals. In addition, someone he presumed to be a vampire. Furthermore, they could not determine the number of subordinates the vampire had. There was also the assassins from Arm, whose numbers were so large that they could cover the entire mountain. Not to mention, there was the skilled Black Knights brigade on their horses. And finally, the man with the fan whose powers were supposedly stronger than Iruhaben's magic. There's not enough. Cal thought about the people he brought with him, as well as the number of allies in the open area. They were severely lacking in numbers and strength. Furthermore, this place was close to Arm's second secret base, so it was as if they were in the White Star's front yard. More enemies might appear at any moment. I was too complacent. He had come here without thinking much about it. Cal's gaze slowly started to sink. Cal Henitus. The Marquis waved his fan as he started to speak. We were waiting for you. Flap, flap. The large orb on top of the man became bigger every time he waved the fan. Do I need to take that fan away? The Marquis continued to speak as Cal had that thought. The Molden Kingdom, the area around the Lake of Despair, the Rhone Kingdom, and this location. Cal's expression stiffened. The Marquis started to smile even more while looking at Cal's stiff expression. There are battles that happened, are currently happening, or will soon happen in a total of 4 locations. We did that on purpose. CHHHHH. He closed his fan. He then pointed the tip of the fan toward Cal. We did that so that you would end up here with your allies spread out in multiple locations. Ooh-wang, the orb above the Marquis started to shake more and cause ripples in the air around it. What could this power be? Ooh, a faint silver light started to gather around Cal at the same time. Shield. Bud looked at him and started to speak. Gather together right now. Hold up your shields properly. Leader, hide this punk Pan inside as well. Bud almost threw Pan into the formation before standing next to Cal and channeling his aura. Bud, step back. Hey, you're trying to do it alone. Cal motioned to Bud with his eyes to step back. Bud got upset at Cal's attitude. However, he soon felt someone pulling him. It was Choi Han. He heard Marquis' voice at that moment. Am I seeing that silver shield? I'm thrilled that I can see such a famous power. Guarara, the gathered power started to shake differently. Grey, the orb turned grey and started to become more violent. Cal, be careful. He heard the Super Rock's voice. I've never seen anything like this either. It was a power that even the Super Rock who had lived during ancient times had never seen. That meant that this was a new power that had not been by the ancient White Star's side, but was next to the current White Star. What could it be? Cal could feel his heart beating as he questioned what it could be. He felt an unknown source of fear coming from that power. It was a power that made him feel repulsion and fear. Those things made him think of something, but Cal didn't have time to determine what that something could be. The Marquis smiled and resumed speaking. Now that the Batu has finished, CHHHHHH hundreds of arrows sparkled from the forest surrounding the open area. Clang, clang, clang. The Black Knight's brigade took out their swords, and the horses pounded the ground with their hooves. The Marquis looked at all of this and continued to speak. The Batu has finished. Because of that, it's time to hunt. Cal's heart started to beat wildly. Boom! The Marquis flinched after hearing an unexpected noise. Hem! Something quickly spread out toward the open area at that moment. It was a white fog. Bud's eyes clouded over as he turned toward Cal after seeing the fog. Fog. He knew that the cats on and hung were responsible for it. He thought about the people who had fought alongside him within the fog when they took down Arm's first secret base. The Marlen household had fought with them. They were allies. Bud was excited at that fact before he quickly started to frown again. It was not enough. Forget being victorious. This was not even enough to give them an opening to escape. We need to at least run away if we can't defeat them. The enemies noticed this as well. The Marquis swiped at the fog with his baggy sleeves and started to speak. Are you planning on using Batu on us after we used Batu on you? Do you think that is doable with just this much strength? You're right. It's not enough. It was at that moment. Meow. They heard a cat's sharp meow before something covered in fog quickly jumped across the trees and headed toward Cal. Bud thought it was on, and was the only one who would do that. The old dark elf raised his hand at the same time. Fire! Sorrow started to shout at the same time as well. Fire at the archers, hit their arrows. Sorrows and the old man made eye contact. The dark elves and elves instantly launched their arrows at each other. In that short moment. Why did you come here? Cal shouted while frowning. He then heard a voice inside the bundle of fog. It's me. Choi Han, and Bud's expressions changed. It was a familiar voice. Rayan. It was the Black Dragon. Bud could hear Choi Han mumble at that moment. It's ready. Bud could see the energy in Choi Han's gaze. Bud's heart started to beat wildly again. They planned something. He looked at Cal. Human, I brought them over. I'm a bit late because I had to go to the Western continent. Rayan's voice echoed in Cal's mind. Cal had quickly written something on a piece of paper after hearing Pan's story and asked a wind elemental to deliver it to Rayan. Cal licked his lips with his tongue. He slowly raised his head as he addressed the enemies. My group is indeed split apart due to your actions. The Marquis had said that they wanted to split Cal's group up. The Lake of Despair, the Molden Kingdom, the Roan Kingdom, and this location. As he mentioned, Cal's allies, his forces, were split up. But you see, I have allies in many places. 2 people fell from the sky. Their speed was quick but safe thanks to Rayan's magic. Cal looked down again. He recalled what Pan had told him. Anyway, they all seem to use dead mana at their foundation. It's as if they all have the darkness attribute. The moment Cal heard the rat's explanation, he thought about 2 specific people while realizing something. Why had Arm tried to kill Hannah, who was a sword master? He finally understood why they had tried so hard to kill Hannah's brother, Jack. Tap. Cal heard light footsteps behind him. The reason Cal had stood at the center of the open area, the reason he had dragged things out as long as possible, it was because he was waiting for Rayan to bring 2 people over. They're here. Rayan shouted brightly while inside the bundle of fog. Boom! He heard a rough noise behind his back this time. He soon heard a voice. Long time no see. Young Master Nim. I'm here too. Saint Jack and Hannah, who had a scabbard on her back. The 2 of them stepped forward from behind Cal. The siblings, who could not even touch one another, looked quite similar as they walked. Bud mumbled as he watched. The sun. The sun god had given the siblings extreme healing abilities as well as a divine item, a sword to fight. Bud started to speak. The natural enemy of the darkness attribute. Yes, that was the reason he had brought them over. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. Here, I brought your natural enemies over. He started to smile toward the enemies. Chapter 513, Delicious 5. Cal could see the enemy frown for the first time. Ahem. The Marquis with the fan glanced at the 2 people on either side of Cal. His gaze stopped once it landed on Sword Master Hannah's shoulder. There was a portion of the hilt of her sword sticking out behind her shoulder. He started to speak after seeing the sword that was wrapped up in bandages. That must be the condemnation of the sun. The sun god hated races with the darkness attribute. That was why the old Church of the Sun God had gone on a crusade in order to rid the Western continent of necromancers. This was a weapon made by that sun god. The condemnation of the sun. It was the strongest weapon created to destroy the darkness attribute, and something that made people with the darkness attribute return to their original appearances. You brought the saint with you as well. The corners of the Marquis's lips became twisted. Ooh-wang, the grey orb on top of the Marquis started to rumble again. That's right. Calhenitus, you have a lot of allies. I forgot about that. But that doesn't change the fact that you are the prey today. Cal tried to take a step forward. Plop. However, something stopped him from moving. Cal lowered his head to see a white sleeve in front of him. Saint Nim. Saint Jack had extended his arm to stop Cal. Cal's eyes opened slightly wider after seeing the expression on Jack's face. He could make an expression like that. There was fear on his innocent face. Cal's heart sank the moment he realized this. He wondered if Jack was scared. However, Jack's face was full of both fear and animosity. It was rare for this innocent person to put on such an expression. Young Master Nim. Jack's gaze was focused on the Marquis. Who is that person? He then started to speak toward the Marquis. No, who are you? Clang. Cal turned his head after hearing someone take out a sword. Sword Master Hannah was holding on to the condemnation of the sun with a confused expression. Ooh-wang, the sword was shaking. It was shaking vigorously. It happened as Hannah and Cal looked at each other in confusion. They heard Jack's voice. His eyes were focused on the grey orb above the Marquis. That power is not from this world. I knew it. Bud raised his voice in agreement. It didn't smell like something from this world. Cal's gaze started to sink. It's not from this world. Is it a power from the demon world? Does that mean that person is from the demonic race? Jack continued to speak at that moment. You are like me. You serve something. What? Cal's eyes opened wide. Step. Saint Jack took a step forward. He had grabbed Rayan's front paw right away when Rayan had shown up and said that Cal was urgently asking for their help. The human may get significantly injured anyway. Something bad might happen. He said to come if you want. He said that you don't need to come if you don't want to. He won't care either way. How could he reject this person's request? This person had saved his sister Hannah, saved himself, and saved the Margoru as well as the Church of the Sun God. That was why he and Hannah had headed here without any hesitation. He realized that his decision had been correct. A lecturing voice stabbed right into the marquee. Evil, you seem to serve the demonic race. Cal gasped internally. My goodness, he serves the demon world. Cal bit down on his lips as he heard the Super Rock's question. There were priests in this world who believed in the gods, and some of them had been given the powers of the gods. Just like them, there were priests who believed in and followed the demon world. Jack's hand pointed toward the grey orb. That belongs to the demon world. Shara light started to spread out with Saint Jack at the center. It is like my power from the sun god, something that is not from this world. You seem to know a lot about it. Flap, flap. The Marquis opened his fan again with an expression that seemed to be saying he didn't know what to do because he was so happy. He was happy that Jack was able to tell so much about him. I truly made the right decision to tell them not to kill you. What nonsense are you spewing? Hannah stepped forward with a frown. Cal had somehow been pushed back with Jack and Hannah facing off against the Marquis now. What do I mean? I stopped them from chasing the two of you until the end. The two of you are useful. Furthermore, Miss Hannah, it's not like we're strangers now. You're also someone poisoned by dead mana. Hannah subconsciously started to speak. That bastard's laughter feels so damn annoying. Hannah. Jack tried to stop her, but the Marquis waved his fan and responded. I hear that I am annoying quite a lot, but someone at my level can't help but hear such things. CHHHH. The fan was folded and pointed toward the sky. People live on the land under this damn annoying sun. No wonder they would call people like me with such great powers to be damn annoying. But that will change now. It will change now. The large grey orb changed directions and started heading toward the Sun God twins as he said that. Now then, I will keep the two of you alive. I need the two of you to cry your hearts out seeing this world being ruled under a kingdom known as darkness. Hannah turned toward Jack. Opa, I think that bastard has gone crazy. Does believing in the demonic race turn you like that? That person seems to be like that from the Begar. He was just born this crazy. Smile. Hannah smiled before pulling on the bandage, covering the hilt of the sword. SHHH. A completely white sword without even a single speck of dirt was revealed. That's why this sword is continuously begging me to kill that crazy bastard. Miss Hannah, are you trying to fight against me? The Marquis licked his lips with his tongue while looking at the white sword pointed at him with joy. Finally, I can finally make the children of the Sun God submit and beg me for their lives. Keek, now then, shall I kill everyone? The Black Knight in the back started to speak. Marquis, I've been waiting a while for you to say that. Clang. The Black Knight's sword showed its cold beauty. She then slightly slashed down with it. Ah, flinch. The sword that was slashing down stopped. That scream had come from far in the rear and not this spot. Her eyes looked forward while still clenching her sword. Jack and Hannah, between the two of them who looked like they were ready to run wild at any moment. She saw Cal Henitus, who was behind them. She could see the smile on his face. Ah! She then heard another scream. The scream came from the opposite side of the forest, where the dark elves were currently stationed. Sharara, a gust of wind, blew at her like a tsunami at the same time. No, it was being shoved toward her. Cal, I did it. I brought him with me as well. I'm here. I'm sorry, Suwoob. I was so scared. But I'm not scared now. Chaos, destruction, anger. I plan on destroying everything. I am a wind elemental who has been hiding his powers. The gust of wind that the three wind elementals had brought over was full of On's fog. Fog instantly covered everyone's sights. The Black Knight watched as Cal disappeared into the fog. She also saw Hannah and Jack smiling. Rayan had said the following to the twins earlier. The human is asking for your help in order to escape. Ah, he said, that if there is an enemy that is difficult for the two of you to handle, step in front of the human and give him a sign. Cal watched the fog cover everything except their allies and started to speak. We only have one goal from here on. All of the allies looked toward him. We are going to escape from here without a single person dying. The gazes looking at him changed. Every gaze looked energetic. It was not just because of their determination. There was a light surrounding them. This light of healing surrounded the elves and the mercenaries. Light came pouring out of St. Jack's sleeves. The fog concealed that light as well. Mio. The silver kitten revealed herself from the fog at that moment. Ah, ah, ah. The allies could hear the enemy's screams. Cal placed on his shoulders and started to speak again. His voice was swift and firm. Now it was a fight against time. Arms assassins behind the Dark Elf Battalion are currently being attacked. The ones attacking them are our allies, the Marlin household. We will gather with them and escape. However, there was a mountain they needed to cross in order to gather with the Marlin household. They had to get past the Dark Elf Battalion and the potential vampires' forces. Commander Nim, are we attacking the Dark Elves? Yes. We have no way of knowing the strength of that bastard who serves the demonic race, nor the strength of that knight's brigade. But vampires and Dark Elves are definitely natural enemies of the Church of the Sun God. That was why it made more sense to charge through them. The Allies realized that Cal didn't need to explain anything else. They all waited for Cal's next orders. The chaos from the fog would only last a short moment. They also didn't know when the Marlin household's ambush would end. That was why they needed to move quickly. The mercenaries will protect the elves with their shields. The elves will attack when given the signal. Hoof! They heard someone breathing heavily. Glenn Pofe raised his body with his hand over his injuries. Thankfully, he looked better than before. It was the same for the other mages as well. It was because of Jack's healing powers. However, they were not fully healed yet. Glenn Pofe. Glenn spoke for all mages as Cal called his name. We have enough strength to escape. However, our auras are still too unstable to use magic. The mages nodded their heads. Glenn had a faint smile as he continued to speak. Our mercenary mages have quite the stamina when it comes to running. Furthermore, doesn't the Saint Nim need to use his powers elsewhere? That was the case. There was a reason Cal could not tell Jack to heal everyone at once. The darkness attribute will avoid Jack's healing powers. In addition, this escape might turn into a long process. It would be bad if Jack healed multiple people at once and was too tired to use his powers. Cal motioned to Jack with his eyes. This is a potion made at the temple. Jack handed a bunch of them to the mages before returning to Cal's side. Mio, On gave Cal the signal at that moment. The only person who could see everything in the fog was letting them know that they needed to move now. Choi Han and Hannah go to the front. Their two strongest people needed to be in the front. Bud, you go to the rear. Saint Nim, you stay at the center. Bud, who could smell strong enemies approaching, needed to be in the rear. As for Saint Jack, he would be in the middle in order to I will get started. Shara, the light of healing he received from the sun god, created a ring around their allies. Vampires and dark elves will not be able to get inside this ring. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Go, on received Cal's gaze. A path started to appear through the fog. This is good. Hannah pointed toward that path and said to Choi Han, who motioned for her to be quiet, and took out his sword. His shining black aura was covering his sword. He stepped forward. Shut up and run. And slash everything in our way. Yes. Choi Han and Hannah started to lead the allies forward. Cal was right behind the two of them. On, send the signal. He then shook his top's whip. An odd whirlwind appeared inside the fog. It was not the sound of the wind. Swoosh, the wind elementals were creating whirlwinds all around them. The number of whirlwinds continued to grow, and they continued to appear in the spots where the black dragon appeared with a red kitten on his back. Ah, ah. Gruua wind mixed in with red poisonous fog appeared on both sides of the allies and created a path for them to run. Human, don't worry about us. We will do a good job. Cal listened to Rayon's non-stop reports as he observed all directions. Chaos, destruction, the west, to your 9 o'clock direction, the 9 o'clock direction. Cal shouted and Soros followed up. Fire. SSSSHHHH. The arrows shot toward the direction that Cal had called out. Tang, tang, something struck the mercenaries' shields at the same time. Cal looked at the mercenaries' shields. The black arrows the dark elves shot out disappeared as soon as they touched the shields. However, they were strong enough to significantly dent the shields almost instantly. The shields probably can't be used after blocking another 2 arrows or so. He heard the old dark elf's voice at that moment. We've located the enemies. The dark elves would soon be sending another volley of arrows. The enemy elementals are coming. Soros let him know that the enemy elementals that supposedly eat other elementals were headed their way. Cal had already noticed all of this. Fire. It happened the moment he heard the old man's voice. Rayan. All right. Plop. Hung fell into Cal's outstretched arms, while a large and sturdy black shield instantly surrounded the allies. The mercenaries other than Glenn flinched, however. They could only curl up in fear after seeing the black arrows that were headed through the fog. Don't stop, they heard Cal's voice at that moment. Everybody keep running. Only look forward as if stopping means that you're dead. Listen to the commander. Bud shouted from the back and the allies started to move again. Barang, bang, bang, barang, barang. An uncountable number of black arrows started to strike the black shield. Soros wondered if the shield would break and subconsciously looked toward Cal in fear. He was then shocked. He did not see Choi Han or Hannah in the front. What he did see was a shining black aura and a white line in between the volley of black arrows. Ah! The old dark elf clenched his shoulder and stepped back. See Izzle, the skin on his shoulder was burning. He looked forward. Choi Han had slashed his black arrow. Hannah had attacked him while being protected by Choi Han. The white sword brushed past the old dark elf's shoulder, just brushing past me. His skin had significantly burned and left a large injury with such small contact. It could not be healed either. This was an injury left by the Sun God's divine item. You bastards. However, Choi Han and Hannah became surrounded by fog and instantly disappeared before the old dark elf could do anything. The two of them then returned to the front of the group. Hannah looked back and smiled toward Cal. We just need to attack any strong enemies like this, right? Yes, how simple, I like it. Isn't that right? She could see Cal stoically responding to her question. Well, we need to at least do this much. We can't just let them harm us as we run. The volley of arrows stopped for a moment, potentially because of their attack on the old dark elf. Cal looked towards Soros. Soros definitely heard Cal saying that they were not just going to run away. That was why he could tell what Cal was going to say by just looking at his gaze. Cal raised his hand as Soros's mouth subconsciously opened. The black shield had disappeared. Soros gave an order to the elves. Attack! In the short moment that the enemy attacks had stopped. The elves' arrows and the elementals who had hidden from the enemy elementals by hiding inside the shield started their attacks. The auras of water, fire, wind, earth, and wood were mixed in with the arrows that were sent out. The direction didn't matter. Anybody else in this area were their enemies. Ah, ah. The allies could see the black shield reappear as soon as their attacks ended, and they heard the enemies groan. Cal took out a bag of highest-grade magic stones from his inner pocket. That was delivered to an invisible being. The invisible Rayan had taken them. Cal had told Rayan to conserve his energy and to use the magic stones so that the black shield did not disappear. He started to speak to the allies who had stopped after attacking. Why are you stopping? The allies became shocked and looked away from the sturdy shield protecting them and started to run again while looking forward. Their enemies could not see in front of them, but the fog was opening a path for the allies. They could see their commander's back as he ran through that path in front of them, escaping without anybody dying. It sounded possible. Everyone's footsteps started to become filled with hope and strength. Chapter 514. Delicious. 6, however, that hope quickly turned into fear and uncertainty. Clack, clack. They heard horse hooves behind them. Those hooves sounded like thunder to the allies who were moving forward while remaining as quiet as possible. There was also a low voice that could be heard in between those thunders. They're a-coming. It was a single sentence from Bud. The air around the allies quickly started to fill with tension. The Black Knights' brigade on black horses was approaching them. They were not coming from only one direction. The noises were loud as if a tsunami was coming toward them. It was at that moment. A decent level of nervousness is good, but uncertainty is useless. Cal Henitus's stern voice pounded into the allies' ears. They looked forward. Slash. Slash. Choi Han and Hannah were in the front, quickly slashing the bushes and branches away as quietly as possible. However, they could not see far because of the fog. Plop. They heard a different voice. It happened as everybody felt nervous. Over here, I can feel the power of the sun god of it was an enemy shouting. It came from the left. All of them looked toward the left. They couldn't see them because of the fog, but they presumed that their enemies were very close. SHHHHH. Sorrows quickly knocked an arrow and looked toward the direction of the voice. But something was weird. He could not hear the enemy's voice anymore. The voice had cut off at Arv. Cal stopped walking at that moment. On, please clear the fog. Me, yo. The allies could see the fog clearing in front of them within a certain radius. Highest grade Mage Glenn Pofe clenched his injury and held himself back from laughing. Ha ha! However, he ended up laughing in the end. He could see fallen enemies all around them. They were wearing arm uniforms. He was certain that some of them were people from the Pofe household who had betrayed them and joined arm. Glenn heard one of his fellow mercenary mages' voice. Who did this? Who else? It was the Marlen household. The reason the enemy who was talking earlier became quiet was most certainly because of the Marlen household as well. Glenn answered as if it was obvious. Excuse me, but there is nobody here. That is why it was the Marlen household. The enemies had fallen, but there were no traces of the people who had taken them down. Nobody was there such that it seemed as if the enemy had been defeated by ghosts. Cal started to speak at that moment. You did well, Ron. Someone responded from an empty spot in the fog. It wasn't much, young Master Nim. There are no hunters who cannot catch their prey when they are completely camouflaged. Becrux appeared from within the fog with his greatsword in his hand as well. He quietly appeared and stood in front of Choi Han. He then started to speak. The path to the beginning of the snowy region. It has been cleared. Cal's eyes clouded over. After hearing Pan's story, Cal had not told Rayan to tell Ron to attack the enemies anywhere in the rear. Clear a path. He had asked Ron to clear a path for them to escape. Clack, clack. They could still hear horse hooves behind him. The enemies did not show any signs of hiding themselves. They were confident in their victory and just considered this as using Batu once more. Cal planned to use that to their advantage. However, there was someone who became anxious after hearing Becrox's comment. Commander Nim. It was Elf Soros. The snowy region. Were we not heading down from the mountain? Honestly speaking, Soros had found it to be weird from the start. They had followed Cal's lead and charged through the area the Dark Elves had been stationed. However, they were moving higher up the mountain and not down. Soros could not help but ask Cal about it after hearing Becrox say that they had cleared a path to the snowy region. Even with the enemies chasing behind them, the snowy region was difficult for the allies in their current condition. Commander Nim, isn't it better to go down the mountain if a chase happens in the snowy region? Heading down is not possible. Choi Han was the one to respond. A large number of enemies headed down the mountain before us as soon as we started to run. Bud added on as well. There are many scents heading down the mountain. The enemies knew that we would escape to the bottom of the mountain. That's what any normal person would do, who would head up to the snowy region. Bud calmly continued to speak. That is why we need to head to the snowy region. But aren't there many enemies chasing behind us as well? Soros turned around to look at the injured people. There are enemies who headed to the bottom of the mountain, but there are still a lot of enemies chasing behind us right now as well. It is physically difficult for us to cross through the snowy region to escape in our current condition. Cal turned around and started to speak to the allies at that moment. Reinforcement will be coming. Who else was coming? Soros could see Cal's eyes start to sink as his eyes opened wide. He could see Cal's gaze was full of anger. And, as I mentioned earlier, I don't plan on just being on the receiving end. Soros hesitated before responding. Then what do you plan on doing, sir? There were two things Cal wanted. There was something the wind elementals had told him while talking about the other elementals being herded to the center of the mountain. He shared that information with the others. The mountain to the west that is connected to the top of this mountain. There's nobody there. That's where we are going. They were not walking north to the top of the snowy region, but slightly off toward the northwest direction. We will escape from there, and once we enter the snowy region and get past it. Cal continued to speak as the allies thought that the anger in Cal's eyes was cold rather than hot. We will cause an avalanche. No, we will destroy the snowy region. Bud, Soros, and Glenn. No, all of the allies' eyes opened wide. They understood the trap Cal mentioned. The snow will sweep away anything it can sweep away. Cal calmly said that before heading northwest once again. Based on the layout of this mountain, they would soon reach the snowy region once they passed a large boulder. The allies gulped and followed behind him. They could see the people from the Marlen household joining them without making any noise. Their numbers were not small anymore. It should work if you do that. I understand. The call ended. Albrew Crossman felt fatigue instantly overwhelm him. He recalled the urgent call he received not too long ago. Please, Hyang Nim, I trust my smart Hyang Nim. Cal Henitus had hung up after saying that. Alberu Crossman brushed his face with both hands. His tired blue eyes were full of fire. Miss Rosalind. Yes, Your Highness. You heard right. The red-haired, red-eyed mage put the hood of her robe on in order to cover her face. She then looked toward Alberu and started to speak. Yes, sir, I heard. I will be on my way now. He looked at Rosalind, who was about to leave, and asked, after hesitating for a moment, Will you be okay? Rosalind smiled and responded, See you later, Your Highness. See him later. Alberu chuckled at that amazing response and responded, I'll see you later. Rosalind soon left, and Alberu, who was left alone, looked around. He had sent his close confidants out and had been alone with Rosalind. Iruhe and Nim had been here before Rosalind. Alberu was left alone now that both of them were gone. He recalled Cal's words again. Please, Hyang Nim. I trust my smart Hyang Nim. The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up. He trusts my smart brain. He opened his mouth to speak. His low voice echoed on top of the empty table. Sure, I will use my brain. He immediately got up and opened the door to his office. He could see his close confidants waiting for him a bit away from the door. They were also the chief executives of the Rhone Kingdom. Alberu called them in and started to speak. We will share all information about the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region in real time. He would not only share the information about the people who had secretly infiltrated the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region, but all information. What was this? All information that the future king was talking about. As the chief executives realized that there was only one thing he could mean by it. We are considering the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region as a battlefield starting from this moment onward. A battlefield. The chief executives gasped after hearing that word, but Alberu was serious. If there were 4 different battles going on right now, as Cal Henitus mentioned, shouldn't he at least resolve one of those with his hands so that he could save face as Cal's Hyangnim? But most importantly, they were aiming for the Rhone Kingdom's land. Alberu had no plans on falling for such ploys. Gather the troops. Cal's friends were moving on the western continent as well. The snowy region is to the left past that boulder, and the path to the next mountain is there as well. Choi Han, who was following behind Beacrox, looked back after seeing Beacrox's calm explanation. Cal's expression did not look good. Calnim, something is weird. Excuse me. Cal raised his hand and pointed to the back rather than responding to Choi Han. Ran, who was in the rear, quickly came to the front. Ran, isn't it weird? It is weird, young Masternim. Ran was saying that it was weird as well. Young Masternim, the Dark Elves have not attacked anymore. The elementals should have been able to find our traces past the fog. Ah, that was the case. They should have been able to find them. Bud subconsciously gasped, thinking that the enemies must be planning something. Ran continued to speak at that moment. It is weird. Why is the bomb not going off? Bud's eyes opened wide. We purposely left our tracks behind, so I thought there would be quite the chaos as they chased after it. Ran and the people of the Marlen household had purposely spread fake tracks in order to cause chaos within the enemy's minds. They were skilled in doing that as they specialized in stealth techniques and tracking. The enemies who were chasing after them should have looked into those fake tracks. Hey, Cal, what is Mr. Ran talking about? Hannah looked back and shouted as well. It was at that moment, Bararang, they heard a loud noise in the distance. Cal's gaze headed toward them. The injured mages who were breathing heavily could see fire shooting up through the fog. It was a dark blue fire. Barang, Barang, they heard some more explosions before they thought they could hear the enemies screaming. They could not hear the horse hooves that had sounded as if they were shaking the ground. I will destroy everything. Someone's excited voice was drowned out by the explosions. However, some of Cal's group had heard it and knew that it was Rayan's voice. Human, I used every last one of the one Gramps gave us in the past. Ron started to smile. The magic bombs tied the enemies down as planned. There were magic bombs along the fake tracks that looked even more real than the real tracks. This should give them some breathing space from the enemies chasing them. Originally, Cal's plan was to use the opening they got from the explosions to quickly enter the snowy region. They would meet their reinforcements there and land a blow to the enemies as they escaped. Ran was worried that they would discover the bombs too late or that the enemies would ignore those tracks. However, he was relieved that things were going according to plan, even if it was a little later than he had expected. Something is weird. However, Ran could see that Cal's face was still stiff. Young Masternim. Cal could not see Ran's benign smile properly. He asked the question that was on his mind. Why have we not seen any vampires? The reason he had chosen this path to escape was because he thought that their chances of escape were highest in this direction, because the sun god's powers would work well against the vampires and the dark elves. However, they had not seen any vampires. Calnim. He heard Choi Han's stiff voice at that moment. Cal started to frown after hearing the voice that was full of wariness. He looked toward the large boulder that they needed to pass in order to get to the snowy region. There was someone standing on top of that boulder. Nobody had been there just a moment ago. Are you Cal Henitus? Cal could see a young boy standing on the boulder and smiling at him. The smiling boy had some sharp fangs. Cal's intuition was telling him something. That bastard is a vampire. Chapter 515. Delicious. 7. He's a vampire. Cal could hear Bud shout with certainty. Bud should know because he had smelled the scent of the vampires once already. And Cal turned back to look at Bud, who could not finish his sentence. He saw that Bud's pupils were shaking. His gaze looked as full of astonishment as he had when he was saying that the Marquis with the fan was stronger than Eruhaben. In that case, Cal looked back toward the vampire. Are you the leader of the vampires? The young boy warmly looked at Cal and responded, Yes, I am their leader. The young boy responded before turning toward Choi Han. You must be Choi Han. There's no need to look around like that. There are no other enemies in the area. Choi Han, who had stealthily been looking around, flinched and started to shake. It reminds me of the first time we met Eruhaben Nim. The aura of a dragon Choi Han felt when they first went to ancient dragon Eruhaben's lair had let him know that the aura of the individual in front of him was strong. It was the type of aura that made him feel that it would not be easy to defeat. No, that he would need to think hard to figure out a way to defeat that person. Choi Han was having the same thought about this vampire right now. He subconsciously started to speak. He's not young. Sword Master Hannah tightened her grip on her white sword after seeing Choi Han's stiff expression. She found it difficult to defeat Choi Han with her sword. Seeing someone like that being nervous made her nervous as well. The chances of my having to fight are high if he is a vampire. She would have to do the same thing she did against the Dark Elves. Cal asked the vampire boy a question at that moment. Why are there no other enemies here? Now that he thought about it, all of the vampires had remained in the dark areas of the forest and had not gotten in their way. That bastard didn't even show up at all. Bang! He heard another magic bomb go off. There were only one or two more bombs that Rayan had planted. The fog will disappear because of the explosions as well. The explosions would push away the fog. Then their enemies would be able to find Cal's group's tracks quickly. Cal needed to enter the snowy region and prepare before that happened. That meant they needed to hurry. Shoot, meeting a bastard like this at such a time was giving him a headache. However, Cal hid his emotions and looked as calm as possible as the young boy calmly responded. Why would I move with the others? That's hard to believe when the others are still barricading us from all directions. Cal responded as he stealthily motioned to Choi Han with his gaze. It was a signal to slowly move forward. The two in the front received that gaze and slowly started to move. The vampire boy did not seem to care about their movements at all. In fact, he smiled and raised his hand to motion to them. Don't mind me and come over. Your enemies will soon arrive from the bottom. Choi Han stopped moving. The enemy was smiling and telling them to come. An extremely strong enemy was saying that. His gaze headed toward Cal, who had an even stiffer expression than ever before as he started to speak. What are you planning? Were there vampires hiding in the snowy region? Was this boulder going to explode? He must be leading us to a trap, right? Cal had all sorts of thoughts. He would not have had so many thoughts if he was alone, but... Huff, huff. There were mages and injured allies behind him, still breathing heavily behind him. They were receiving Jack's healing every so often when Jack didn't need to worry about the enemies as much. That was why Cal sent a suspicious gaze toward the vampire boy. Oh my, it seems you are misunderstanding my intentions. The boy shook his head before raising both arms. I have no intention of fighting you here. Why? Does he think that makes sense? Cal started to frown. What nonsense. You're the leader of the bastards who sucked our brigade members' blood dry. He could hear Pan's angry mumbling behind him. Cal agreed with him. Someone who had done too many things to solidify his position, as their enemy was saying that he had no intention of fighting. Cal's eyes sparkled as he looked at the vampire boy. Step, step. He slowly moved forward one step at a time. He then pointed to the boy. What is your title? This bastard must have a title like the others. Count? No, it's probably higher. Marquis? Or the boy was giving off a sense of grace. Duke? Correct, I am a duke. He introduced himself with some fancy movements. Nice to meet you. My name is Duke Frido von Agellen, the leader of the two continents vampires. You can just call me Duke Frido. Cal looked at him and casually asked, Then who is the king? The corners of Duke Frido's lips went up as elegantly as a picture. Cal did not stop his questioning after seeing his smile. Do you have a kingdom of your own? A kingdom. Ron, Jack, and Bud all flinched after hearing that word. However, Cal was calm. Hearing that they used titles to address each other and seeing that their forces were separate but somewhat united, Cal had wondered if they were part of a single kingdom. Bud was the most nervous about that question. The Eastern continent has a kingdom of creatures with the darkness attribute. That could be a problem for the people in power, but it was not much of an issue for Bud. It would only be an issue if their goal was to fill the world with darkness and bring forth the demonic race. He looked even more nervous than Cal as he looked toward Duke Frido's lips. The boy then smiled mischievously. Who knows? He then avoided answering the question. However, Cal was at least half certain that there was a kingdom after seeing this response. That was why he took one more step forward and asked some more questions. Is the White Star the king? Or is it the demonic race? I saw some people who served the demonic race. Duke Frido slightly frowned at that moment. It was faint, but it could not avoid Cal's gaze as he was using his recording ability. Ha ha! However, the frown disappeared and the boy started to laugh. Frido then continued to speak with a relaxed expression. No matter how delicious your blood may be, you can't look at me like that. What? Cal wondered what he had just heard. Meow. He lowered his head. On looked shocked. Human. What did that vampire just say? Human, is your blood delicious? He had not heard wrong. Cal raised his head again. Beecrox was looking at him oddly while Hannah looked stupefied. Cal also had a similar expression on his face. You're saying some funny things, sir. Cal was able to snap out of it thanks to Ron's chillingly benign voice. The young Duke was continuing to speak at that moment. I'm a vampire who knows about grace and pride. That is why I won't serve anyone. Cal immediately responded. You're saying you won't serve the demonic race or the White Star? The boy started to smile. I will only tell you the truth. I truly do not serve anyone. Vampires. Cal started to think about this race that he had not cared about in the past. The records quickly passed through his mind. Serving someone is something only the weak do. It's bad if someone like you with such delicious blood has such misunderstandings. Of course, Duke Frido could be lying for the greater good. However, he would only speak the truth as he said he would do that. His pride would not let him do otherwise. Furthermore, he had something to say to Cal Henitus. He truly is amazing seeing him in person. He had heard a lot about Cal. He had high expectations based on what he had heard. Vampires. They had the darkness attribute like the dark elves, but were considered a part of this world. That was why they were fine when touching life force, unlike others with the darkness attribute. They were fine when coming into contact with fresh blood. No, it was better for them to do that. The boy stepped down from the boulder. Cal Henitus. Tap. He gently landed before slowly walking toward Cal's group. They tried to nervously look intimidating, but boom, boom, boom. They heard the ground shaking at the distance. Cal instantly knew what it was. Its horse hooves. The ground was shaking because the horses were running wildly. The enemies would have stopped being misled and would rush toward here now. Cal wanted to look behind him. He was curious about how the mountain looked now that the fog was mostly gone. However, he needed to maintain eye contact with the vampire Duke. Chhhh. Duke Frido stopped walking and looked toward the sword pointed at him. Hannah's white sword was pointed at him without shaking. Frido chuckled while looking at it. What an interesting toy. What? Hannah started to glare. She twisted the wrist holding the sword, and the condemnation of the sun quickly started to stab toward Duke Frido. Sharara. Where? However, there was nothing in the spot she stabbed. Bang! She turned her head in shock after hearing a loud noise behind her. You truly are a bit different. Choi Han had appeared in front of Cal and had stopped Duke Frido's hand. Wait, what the? However, Hannah was more shocked than relieved after seeing what happened. She was not the only one. Even Choi Han, who had blocked Duke Frido's attack, was shocked, and his pupils were shaking. The boy had disappeared. The person whose attack Choi Han had blocked was a healthy-looking adult. He seemed to be in his 30s, around Beecrox's age. The only similarities with the young vampire boy were their purple eyes and light gray hair. Although the colors were the same, his demeanor seemed very slothful and relaxed. Duke Frito had instantly turned from a boy to an adult. This was probably his true appearance. SHHH Choi Han was shocked at how Duke Frito was able to easily push his sword away with his hand. However, Duke Frito just brushed his hands and started to speak. Our allies will soon get here, so I'll speak quickly and disappear. You need time to run away, after all. Cal's expression turned odd. He's different. The boy's appearance was just a shell, and this must be his true appearance, as the pressure he was giving off was intense. He suddenly had a thought. He doesn't seem like the type to serve under the White Star. It was the same for the Marquis with the fan as well. They did not fit as the White Star's subordinates. It happened as Cal's eyes observed the adult version Frito. I would like to offer you a deal. Frito started to speak in a calm voice. However, the things he was saying were unbelievable. A deal. But aren't we enemies? Who knows? We can't decide that just yet. Cal could only ask what the deal was after hearing Frito's response. What is the offer? Frito started to smile. Cal had an ominous feeling after seeing that smile as Duke Frito slowly explained the deal. Hand your blood over to us. No, serve it to us. What? Cal's eyes opened wide. What did I just hear? Duke Frito continued to speak as Cal stood there shocked. The Duke was being serious. Then we will cooperate with you. What do you mean by that? But at that moment, boom, 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 the rumbling got even closer. Bud, who took a deep breath through his nose, started to shout. The scent is rushing here. They're close. The enemies were getting closer. They really needed to move now. They needed to lead the enemies to a trap and escape from them. Duke Frito looked past Cal's shoulder before gently speaking to the shocked Cal. I will invite you to our castle in the near future. Come if you want to hear the details. Cal continued to look at Frito in shock. Blood. He wants me to serve up my blood. Then he will cooperate with me. What nonsense is this? Ah, you should know this. Frito took a step back and started to smile. It was an extremely mischievous smile. Your blood is very good for vampires. Tastes, nutrients, the healing properties. It's the best kind of medicine for us. Smile. Frito smiled brightly. The adult Frito's bright smile looked somewhat decadent, and Cal started to get goosebumps. He felt as if he was looking at a slightly crazier Clope Seca. Human. His eyes don't seem normal, I know. He looks like someone who has gone crazy. Oh, by the way, human, your blood smells fishy. It doesn't seem very good. Don't pour out your blood. Cal's expression seemed to be asking where such a crazy bastard came from, regardless of what Rayan said. Of course, Hannah and Beecrox looked completely flabbergasted while a vicious aura was coming out of Choi Han and Ran. It was at that moment. What is this? Crunch, crunch. From the other side of the boulder, someone started to walk toward them. The person had some snow on their shoulders, as if they had come down from the snowy region. SHHHHH. Red hair flowed out once the person removed their hood. Rosalind had a large cloth bag over one shoulder as she started to speak with a shocked expression. I came down because you didn't come no matter how long I waited. You were here listening to some unbelievable nonsense. Who is this new crazy bastard? She looked at Frito and looked back at Cal as she asked, Young Master Cal, what is that? Ah, a crazy bastard who is saying my blood is delicious. He really didn't know how to explain. Chapter 516. Late one. My goodness. Rosalind peeked toward Duke Frito with a, what kind of nonsense is this? Type of expression without any awkwardness after not seeing everyone for a while. She then asked Cal a question out of concern. I'm surprised that your blood is delicious for the vampires, young Master Cal. Why is that the case? I wonder why. Cal awkwardly answered back, but he had a theory about it. Is it because of the vitality of the heart? That was the only reasonable explanation he could come up with. Cal slowly turned away from Rosalind and looked toward Duke Frito. Rosalind looked toward the vampire as well. Frito continued to smile as he looked at the two of them. He then quietly spoke, almost in a whisper, in a low voice. Your conversation is cute. Rosalind and Cal both started to frown as if they had eaten an unripe fruit. However, the two of them did not have time to respond in any other way. Do the rumbling was getting closer. The rumbling seemed to be coming from a spot much closer than last time. We need to go. It was time to move. Cal started to speak. You said that you want to make a deal with me. Yes, really. Pan started to frown and look toward Cal, who asked once more, is he really planning on working together with that person? But he's the leader of the bastards who killed our brigade members. Pan felt anger inside. However, he kept that anger inside him. There were no allies and enemies in war. There were times people who were killing each other would find a common enemy to become allies. Pan just found it difficult to understand Cal, who was acting like this. The enemies are charging toward us from behind. Do we have the time for this? It happened as he subconsciously started to pout, and his mouth almost opened to say something. Duke Frido looked toward Cal and calmly responded, yes, I truly want to make a deal with you. I can't trust you. The allies looked toward Cal, who sternly responded. Many of them were showing their anxiousness at Cal, who was wasting time with this conversation. Cal pointed behind him at that moment. Show me proof that you mean it. Frido started to smile. Are you telling me to attack my allies right now? That's for you to figure out. I will accept your invitation later if you show me some kind of proof that I can trust you. Duke Frido lightly chuckled and asked while looking at a relaxed Cal. You won't accept the deal, but just the invitation. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Isn't it more than enough for me to hear out the bastard who killed my allies? Pan's eyes clouded over. On the other hand, Duke Frido thought for a moment before nodding his head. I guess that makes sense, but I cannot fight against my allies right now. He looked toward Cal as if he was asking for Cal's understanding before continuing to speak. I need to be wary of some people's feelings right now. Be wary of some people's feelings. Cal made sure to remember those words. A duke should be the highest title of the nobles, but he needs to be wary of someone else right now. Was he someone without much strength? No. He's stronger than the other bastards. His battle experiences had helped him develop an eye for people. The vampire in front of him was much scarier than the knight's brigade chasing behind them. That's why Bud hasn't said anything about defeating this guy and running away to avoid the knight's brigade. Bud had been quiet since earlier, only paying attention to the enemies approaching from the rear. Cal recalled all those points in his head while keeping his gaze focused on the vampire. Frido started to speak as if to respond to his gaze. Liana, who is that? Cal could see Choi Han's sword point elsewhere as he flinched at the name he did not recognize. Yes, my liege, Russell. Someone jumped off the tree right behind the group. The pale woman was definitely a vampire. Give them a map of this area. We already have a map of this area, Cal responded. Just take it first. Duke Frido told him to take the item from the woman who had approached him while walking without making any noise, and Cal stood still for a moment before taking it. He then could not hide his shock. Rosalind, who had been looking at the map over Cal's shoulder, subconsciously started to speak. The gate, however, she covered her mouth after saying two words. She then looked toward Cal. The two of them gulped while looking at each other. Cal could not help but clench the hand holding the map. Dot, dot, dot is a map of the gate to the demon world. The gate to the demon world, the large sinkhole that was one of the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas. This map had information about the inside of that sinkhole. Cal realized something the moment he saw the information. It's a kingdom. The large sinkhole was a large kingdom divided into many floors. It was not just a simple hole. There was already a large city inside the large hole that was as wide as many villages put together. Cal heard Duke Frido's voice in his mind at that moment. It is the Endable Kingdom. This was a map of the kingdom as Cal had expected. As you expected, we have created a kingdom. The kingdom starts in the northern region past this mountain, with our capital located inside the sinkhole with the gate to the demon world. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. This was a key. This battle that was divided into 4 locations, and the enemies chasing behind Cal and the allies to stop them. This was a key to instantly flip things over if they managed to endure past all of this. Do you know the meaning of giving this to me? Cal was the White Star's enemy. Duke Frido's allies were currently trying to catch Cal as well. However, this Duke had given Cal lots of information about their base. It was the truth about a place that had been thoroughly kept a secret. Is this bastard crazy? Cal looked toward Duke Frido and heard his voice in his mind. Of course, I know the value of what I gave you. No, this bastard is not crazy. There's something he wants. What could it be? Cal now knew about the kingdom's location, name, and Duke Frido's position. However, there was one thing he did not know: the White Star. What position does that bastard have in the Endable Kingdom? Cal's mind quickly processed information and put together many different pieces to figure things out. Cal finally started to speak after a while. What is the White Star's position? Cal repeated the question he had asked before. Unlike last time, Frito answered the question. The White Star can be considered our liege, but he is not our king. He needs to complete the mission given to him in order to become the king. It was at that moment. Ha ha ha, Cal started to laugh. The others looked toward him with confusion, but Cal slowly started to walk. He walked up to Duke Frito. Cal Nim. Choi Han tried to stop Cal, but Cal motioned that it was okay before walking right up to Duke Frito. He then brought his face close to Frito's ear and started to whisper. He was speaking so quietly that only Frito would hear. You want to be king, don't you? Cal's eyes were full of certainty as he asked in a laughing voice. Duke Frito had said the following. The White Star, who was their liege by name, would become the true king if he could complete his mission. But what happens if he can't complete that mission? This bastard had said since earlier that he would only tell Cal the truth. The things he said brushed past Cal's mind. I'm a vampire who knows about grace and pride. That is why I won't serve anyone. I will only tell you the truth. I truly do not serve anyone. He did not serve the White Star or the demonic race. He did not place anyone above him. There was nobody he truly served. What could that mean? You want that king position for yourself. That's why he's betraying his allies and trying to cooperate with me, the enemy. You don't care about the demonic race at all. All you care about is becoming king. Am I right? Cal moved his face away from Frito's ear. He's just joking when he says he wants my blood. His true goal is to become the king. He was certain that his thoughts were correct after seeing Duke Frito's face. Smirk. Duke Frito had a painting-like smile on his face. He slowly whispered so that only Cal could hear. Correct. I wish to be king. Cal put the map in his pocket and responded. I'll be waiting for your invitation. I'll send the invitation soon. SHHHHHH. Duke Frito's body slowly started to turn black. His black skin dispersed like ash, and his body started to disappear. Duke Frito started to speak at that moment. I'll give you one more present. Cal, who was walking toward the snowy region, stopped. Duke Frito, who was disappearing with his subordinate Liana, said something as the last few bits of ashes disappeared into the air. The White Star went to the Roan Kingdom a moment ago. Where did the White Star go? Cal's eyes opened wide. Frito continued to speak as he did that. His voice was slowly getting quieter as his body disappeared. However, Cal still heard him properly. The White Star knows very well. He knows that when you are lacking information, everything can be resolved by having the life of the leader in his hands. Duke Frito disappeared after saying that. They had no way of knowing where nor how he disappeared. However, that was not important. Rosalind subconsciously shouted. Marquis Taylor. The White Star would head to the Roan Kingdom's northwest region. The White Star would try to quickly find the ancient power, while Cal was elsewhere. That means that he needs to quickly gather information about that region in order to find the information he needs. The easiest way to do that was to capture the leader and get information out of that person, as Duke Frito mentioned. The leader of the Roan Kingdom's northwest region who would have that information was Marquis Taylor Stan. We need to save Marquis Taylor. Rosalind heard Cal shout at that moment. FCK. She turned her gaze. They needed to quickly head to the Roan Kingdom's northwest region. Cal should know that as well. However, Cal's thoughts were different than her thoughts. It's not Marquis Taylor. Taylor was not the leader. The White Star should know that as well. He should know that the Roan Kingdom had a leader whom even Cal reported to. Information would go past that person or gather to that person. The Roan Kingdom has already sent troops to the northwest region while knowing that the White Star's subordinates are there. That meant that the troops at the capital would decrease. Would the White Star not know that? Would he miss that fact? Duke Frito had said the following. The White Star went to the Roan Kingdom a moment ago. The Roan Kingdom had not discovered the White Star's subordinates a moment ago. He had already heard about that from Crown Prince Albaru while he was fighting in the maze underneath the Molden Palace. That meant that the White Star was moving separately from the White Star's subordinates who have been discovered in the Roan Kingdom. We need to hurry to the palace. Albrew Crossman, the White Star would aim for him. This is driving me crazy. Cal started to frown. Albrew Crossman, if it is him. That person is probably heading to the northwest region and not in the palace. He asked Rayan to connect the call before quickly heading to the snowy region. Albaru gave an order to his servant. Go bring me my armor. Screech, the large door then opened. Your Highness, P.I.P. Albarus vassals calling for him from past the door and the emergency alarm were mixing together. Albaru stepped through the door. Chapter 517. Late, too, the seat of the king. Then the chair one level under that seat. Albaru was sitting there while looking down at his subordinates at the bottom of the stairs. Your Highness, we have received an emergency request from the Mage Brigade in the northwest region. Albaru Crossman had his eyes closed as he listened to his subordinates' reports. We must send more reinforcements to them immediately. They said that the people who seem to be the White Star's subordinates look ready to attack Marquis Taylor Stan's territory. They are saying that the Mage Brigade and the Knights Brigade we have sent to the northwest region are not enough to defend against the enemies. Reports about how the number of White Star's subordinates who infiltrated the Roan Kingdom's northwest region was much higher than expected, and that they were strong continued to fill the room. We must send more forces to protect the Stan territory, but there were also people who opposed that suggestion. No, the forces protecting the capital would decrease if we send any more troops to the northwest region. We are in a war right now. We cannot reduce the number of troops at the capital. One of the generals frowned as he raised his voice. Then are we just going to throw away the Stan territory? You know that is not what I meant. But we must leave the troops here because the capital cannot be breached. Wouldn't it be better to send troops from the other regions to the northwest region? Are you joking? We can't do that. The troops in the nearby territories are not enough to defend against the White Star's forces. You could not stop a heavy storm with a straw house. Sending the troops from the other territories would likely end up in the soldiers dying without injuring the White Star's forces at all. But we still cannot take any more troops away from the capital. The other vassal shook his head with a stiff expression. The capital. The capital and the palace are the centers of everything in the Roan kingdom. The command system itself will fall apart if this place is destroyed. The vassal slowly peeked toward Albaru before looking back. It would be terrible if the White Star came to the capital instead of the Stan territory, and something happened to His Highness. They had to prevent that at all costs. The reason the Roan kingdom could maintain its growth right now was because of Albaru Crossman's sturdy presence at the center. On the other hand, they could not let the Stan territory fall either. This is the first real battle against the White Star. The war will become more difficult if we show us losing the first battle. The morale would fall as well. They could not just sit back and let that happen. Doesn't the White Star think that the item he is looking for is in the northwest region? Then we should protect that place because he is guaranteed to go there. The person arguing against him pounded his chest in frustration. And what will you do if those bastards use the opening in the capital to attack the palace? Are you going to take responsibility if something happens to His Highness? The vassal who said that shut his mouth with an expression that seemed to say that he said something that he should not have said. He had been too blunt about it. Everybody stopped talking for a moment, and silence filled the room. They were all wary of Albarus' reaction. The vassal who made the mistake soon started to speak again. Your Highness, we cannot let the capital fall. To be more specific, they could not let the king and Albaru who were in the palace fall into the enemy's hands. Another vassal asked in response. Then what should we do? Nobody could answer that question. They needed to protect the Stan territory as well, as they were a part of the Roan kingdom. It would be best if they could rely on them to win with their own strength, as the Henitus territory had done. But something like that was impossible, as the Henitus territory was special. But they could not reduce the number of troops at the capital as well. This was because the Roan kingdom knew about the White Star's strength more than anybody else. Young Master Cal and his subordinates aren't here either. The strongest of their forces were outside the Roan kingdom right now. The administrators could not help but furrow their brows. It was at that moment. There are two things you guys are debating right now. Albaru had ended his silence and started to speak. The first is that the Stan territory cannot be defeated and fall into the White Star's hands. That is why you think we should send more troops there. The vassals all looked toward Albaru with nervousness, even as video communication devices were ringing around them. The other thing is, if we send the troops over, You're worried that they would aim for that moment to infiltrate the capital and take over the palace. Albaru would soon pick between the two options they had. The vassals were nervous because they didn't know how Albaru would decide. In the end, it comes down to whether the White Star is aiming for the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region. Is he aiming for the thing he wants, or is he aiming for His Majesty and me? One of the vassals who was listening cautiously started to speak. Your Highness, as you already know, it is okay to lose a territory. However, an entire organization can crumble if the leader disappears. Furthermore, if you somehow end up as the White Star's hostage, it is highly likely that the entire Rhone Kingdom would be dragged around. We must avoid that at all costs. He sternly added on. That is why we need to order the Stan territory to hold on for as long as possible and fortify the defenses around the capital in preparation for when they fall. Albaru looked at him stoically before responding. Do we only lose territory if the Stan territory falls? The vassal was at a loss for words. Albaru looked at him and calmly continued to speak. The residents of the territory would lose their homes and their lives first. He could not let that happen. A smile appeared on his face. I know you all are thinking deeply about it, but it is simple if you think about it thoroughly. There is an easy solution. One of the vassals who realized Alberus' thoughts urgently started to speak. Your Highness, I believe I know what you are thinking, but that. He could not continue speaking. Albaru raised his hand to cut him off. Albaru then continued speaking. Since we don't know what the White Star wants, we just need to gather the two things he wants in the same spot. Your Highness, you cannot do that. Why can't I do it? The vassals all shut up at Albaru's sinking gaze. Albaru slowly looked around at each of the vassals around him. The White Star will aim for either the northwest region or me. That was how it seemed. If the White Star just wanted the power from the northwest region, he would not cause such a ruckus. He could have stealthily infiltrated and taken the power without anyone knowing. Instead, he was revealing his subordinates and threatening the Stan territory. What else could that mean? He's lacking information. He was certain that the White Star did not know the exact location of that power. In that case, he could do one of two things. He could take over every area that the power could potentially be in and thoroughly search. Or he could capture the person who might know the location of that power and extract the information out of them. The only person in the Rhone Kingdom other than Cal who might know that information would be Albaru, who receives Cal's reports. Albaru decided to follow the White Star's thoughts. Do I look weak to all of you? It was because the White Star did not know much about Albaru. You are making a grave mistake if you do. He gave the order to his vassals. The troops, and Albaru stood up from his seat. We are all going. He motioned to the servant in front of the door. Screech, the door opened, and the servants who were waiting outside walked into the throne room with the item Albaru ordered them to bring. Ah! The vassals could not stop gasping as they saw what they were bringing in. Albaru stepped down from the throne and walked past the vassals to the servants. To be more specific, he stood in front of the item the servants brought. He touched the item. It was a suit of armor with the Rhone crest. The armor had the crest of a radiant sun rising between two cliffs. He touched the armor and ordered his vassals. We are heading out soon. Quickly prepare. The vassals clenched their eyes or resolved themselves in other ways as they bowed. They had realized it the moment the armor entered this throne room. Their leader. The crown prince had come here fully intending on heading to the battlefield. He had decided everything before the meeting had even begun. They kept their heads down and responded to Albarus' order. As you command, Albaru Crossman, he would head to his first battle soon. His feet continued to sink. This is driving me crazy. Bud ended up shouting as he quickly took a few steps forward. Get on, huff, huff. Bud then forced Pan on his back. Huff, I'm okay. Leader, shut up. Pan was small, but he was quite heavy such that Bud's feet started to sink even more. Damn it. His nose was itchy. Elf Sorrows walked up and started to speak as Bud subconsciously twitched his nose. Are they getting close? He had an urgent expression on his face. Sorrows was full of sweat as he asked if the enemies were approaching. St. Jack was on his back. I apologize. I should use more of my healing powers. Bud immediately shook his head. No, sir. We were only able to make it this far without losing anybody because you've been using your powers for us. Furthermore, you need to use your powers elsewhere, Saint Nim. St. Jack put on a tranquil smile and apologized. However, he could not help peeking back every so often. Bud bit down on his lips after seeing that. He heard a voice from the front at that moment. There are clouds heading over. Bud looked forward. He and the other people in better condition were all carrying the injured and the tired. There were two people who were standing at the front of this group. The old man from the Marlin household looked up at the sky and started to shout. There might be a snowstorm. Bud looked up at the sky as well. Dark clouds were moving in. The weather in the snowy region could change every hour. This snowy region might soon be covered in a snowstorm. Bud looked back forward and made eye contact with Beecrox, who was standing next to the old man from the Marlin household. Beecrox started to speak. "We are there if we round that corner. We can escape from there." Bud could feel Pan flinching at that statement. Pan started to mumble. "But there's only a cliff past that corner." Bud also flinched, but he started to move after seeing Beecrox resume walking. They all did their best to keep walking. They could not stop. They could not waste their time. Soon, Beecrox was feeling the same way. He thought about the people following behind him. "I am leading these people." Beecrox was in charge of these people right now. That was why he had to be careful and thorough, but also hurry while maintaining a balance between these two inconsistent needs. It originally was a cliff. He knew that they would soon arrive at the cliff. That was why he urged them on. "Let's speed up." He started to hurry. They finally turned the corner to arrive at their first destination. "This is a cliff. We need to stop," Pan shouted from the back. Everybody stopped walking as he expected. Crunch, crunch. Bud was the last to turn the corner, and Pan arrived at the cliff on Bud's back. "Ah," Pan then started to gasp. Beecrox calmly started to speak at that moment. "This spot is the closest spot between this mountain and the mountain to the west. This cliff did not touch the cliff on the mountain on the other side, but this was the closest spot between the two mountains." Pan subconsciously started to mumble. "A bridge. The two cliffs were connected right now." Beecrox's voice was firm right now. "Please take care of us." He was addressing the two mages who were standing there. "Of course. We need to do it thoroughly because it is the Tower Master Nim's orders. We've been waiting for you. We came after receiving Rosalind Nim's orders. Please take good care of us as well." Rosalind, who had descended the mountain looking for Cal's group, had not come alone. She had remained in the Roan Palace. Most of the time she had been away from Cal and the others. She had prepared a lot of things during that time. They were preparations for her goal, the Magic Tower. A portion of that was already being prepared. As a result, there were some mages who had chosen to remain by Rosalind's side. There were people who wanted to join her as she headed toward her goal. The mage pointed to the area between the two cliffs, which had originally been empty. "This is the ice bridge we have created with Rosalind Nim. A bridge now filled the area that used to be empty. This ice bridge can bear a total of 500 people's weight. You should all be able to cross without any issues. We have some magic circles created for any unexpected situations, so you don't need to worry." Bud looked past the large and sturdy ice bridge. Mages who came with Rosalind were guarding the other end as well. He heard Beecrox's voice at that moment. "We will start with the people carrying the injured going across while being guided by people from our Marlin household." People promptly started to cross the bridge. Bud watched this from the back and waited until the end. Plop. He then raised his head after seeing something white fall on his hand. The old man from the Marlin household and a mage raised their voices at the same time. "Let's hurry. We don't know when the snow will turn into a storm. Let's check that the ice bridge is still safe and then raise our speed." The situation became urgent. Bud subconsciously looked behind him. Beecrox had approached him at some point and started to speak. "They'll be fine." Bud clenched his eyes shut. "That's right. They will do well." St. Jack whispered calmly but desperately as if he was talking to himself. "They will all be fine." St. Jack thought about his younger sister Hannah. She was not here. It was not just her. Ron, the children, Rosalind, Choi Han, and Cal. None of them were here. They had split away from the group earlier in order to wait for the enemies to arrive. Plop, plop. The snow started to get stronger. Jack, Bud, and Beecrox looked back and desperately hoped for their friends to return soon. Dot, 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 it's about time the enemies showed up. "Shouldn't we start moving?" Everybody looked down as Hannah quietly asked. They were currently hiding somewhere they could look down while waiting for the enemies. "Damn it. Why the hell do we suddenly have a snowstorm?" Choi Han looked at him after hearing what he said. Cal's eyes were sparkling, unlike his angry words. However, Cal was not looking at Choi Han and just looked at the snow that was getting worse and the sky that was getting darker. He quietly mumbled to himself, "Looks like it will sweep them properly. The snow that would sweep the enemies away would soon start. It will be caused by nature. It would also be caused by Cal." Chapter 518. Late 3, they're coming. Cal breathed heavily as Choi Han said that. Huff, huff. Are you okay? Cal could only nod his head in response. Damn it. This damn body looks fine on the outside, but it's so weak on the inside. He seemed to lack more strength every day. It was obvious based on his living pattern. Yes, I'm fine. Cal took a deep breath before answering as if nothing was wrong. However, Choi Han did not look good as he observed Cal. It was normal for Cal to not train like Choi Han or Beecrox, but he didn't do anything even though Mary and Rosalind said that strength was important for research and worked out as well. Furthermore, there were many days when he didn't even eat properly. What are you doing? Hurry up. Choi Han stopped thinking about it after hearing Cal scold him and started to walk forward. He peeked back again. The enemies seemed to have discovered us. Cal turned his head and looked back after hearing that comment. He then started to frown. I can't see anything. Swoo-whoosh, the snow that had been gently falling until a moment ago had quickly turned into a dangerous storm as the wind got stronger. The weather on the snowy region that had instantly changed was like a natural disaster. This is driving me nuts. Cal could not see properly. Not only could he not see the enemies that Choi Han mentioned, but he also could not even see where he was walking. Young Master Nim, shall we proceed forward? However, Choi Han, Hannah, and Ron, who were next to Cal, were peeking back and asking Cal what to do. The others were not with them to carry out their plan. I guess they can see everything. These scary people. He knew that Choi Han and Hannah were sword masters who could focus their aura into their eyes to increase their vision. But Ron seemed to also be able to see the enemies even though he was not a sword master. He truly is a scary old man. Cal realized once more that the three people around him were no joke and started to speak. Keep going. The map of the snowy region and its terrain quickly appeared in Cal's mind. The recorded information unfolded to its entirety. It didn't matter that he could not see anything. As long as the three people around him could see, he could use those pieces of information to determine the direction to travel. It wasn't hard to do. That was why his response was short. Keep going like this. He then took a step forward. Ha! However, he quickly gasped as his body tilted to one side. Hey, be careful. Hannah quickly grabbed his arm to support him. Choi Han was to the rear and Ran was up front. Hannah was next to Cal. That was the formation right now, with the three people surrounding Cal. Cal brushed away Hannah's hand that was holding his arm and resumed walking as if nothing had happened. Let's hurry. We need to time it properly. Hannah started to frown while looking at Cal. This punk, he really. She felt upset for some reason, seeing the punk who looked fine on the outside, but was the weakest of them all walking through the snow as if nothing was wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Hannah's gaze turned sharp after hearing Cal's brusque voice. Who says I was looking at you? Hannah responded even more brusquely as Cal turned around and resumed walking while responding to her. His voice was quiet enough to be drowned out by the strong wind, but she could still hear him. I need to be here to trick the enemies. You know that is the case. She knew. They were currently planning on tricking the enemies and leading them to their destination. That was why they could not leave out Cal, who was the bait that the enemies wanted most. She calmed herself down and mumbled internally. This smart punk. The fact that Cal could accurately determine the direction they needed to move in this snowstorm just based on what they told him truly was amazing. This punk was the one who planned this whole thing and was suffering the most. That's why we can't help but follow him. Hannah quietly walked next to Cal. She would speed up every so often in order to sweep away the snow in front of Cal. Choi Han, who had been watching the two of them, peeked toward the back again. He started to calculate the speed of the enemies charging toward them. The enemies take 2 steps every time we take 1 step. They were fast. The enemies were quickly catching up to them as they were walking slowly in order to match Cal's speed. Choi Han started to get anxious. We will head to the Roan Kingdom right away after this is done. Choi Han had thought about Albaru after hearing that the Crown Prince might be in danger. He is my student after all. Choi Han didn't feel good hearing that Albaru, who was distant but close to him, might be in danger. That was why he wanted to focus on his role even more, and his gaze kept going to the back. The enemies were thoroughly glaring at Choi Han and the others as well. They noticed us. How about we increase our speed? The old dark elf count asked the Black Knight, who looked back. The old man seemed to have noticed her gaze as he asked the Marquis with the fan, who was behind him. Marquinim, what do you think we should do? The Marquis was being carried by a dark elf. It wasn't possible for him to wade through this snowstorm with his body. The Marquis covered the snow from hitting his face with the fan as he started to speak. We are certain that Cal Henitus and Bud split up, right? That seems to be the case. The Black Knight responded but could not hide her frustration. Shoot, this damn snow. She was weighed down more than the others because of her armor. Of course, it wasn't an issue at all for her. However, it was an issue for her subordinates. She looked behind her. This isn't good. The black horses were all left behind at the entrance of the snowy region. That was why she and the Knights Brigade were all wearing armor while walking through this snowy field. They had to move quickly as well to be able to keep up with the Dark Elves. She could tell that her subordinates were slowly falling behind from the Dark Elves. This damn old man is aiming for that. Her eyes were full of anger as she peeked at the old Dark Elf. She believed he was having the Dark Elves slowly raise their speed on purpose. That old man was moving forward while ignoring the Knights Brigade on purpose. She could see the old man gently smiling at her once they made eye contact. This damn old man. The old man was doing this to earn all merits for the Dark Elves for the mission. He was clearly planning on trying to increase his influence within the Endable Kingdom. Both she and the Marquis with the fan knew this. Where the hell is Duke Frido? The Dark Elves might not be able to do anything if Duke Frido was here. But the vampire, who usually took a step back and didn't do much, was not visible once again. The Marquis with the fan started to speak at that moment. Cal Henitus most likely split away from the Mercenary King's group to use himself as bait and give them time to escape, right? Yes, Marquinim. The old dark elf's eyes were sparkling as he continued to speak. Based on the elementals, they do not feel the dragon nearby nor any other elementals. I am certain that he asked the dragon to help the elves and the mercenaries escape, while Cal Henitus leads us away with just the swordsman. The old man quickly continued. I also saw some faint traces of people moving in the opposite direction as Cal Henitus. I'm sure the mercenaries hid those tracks as they escaped. The Black Knight started to speak as if to argue against him. Isn't it weird that such tracks were still visible in such a snowstorm? The snow should have covered the tracks, but for some odd reason, tracks were left everywhere they believed Bud escaped. I'm certain the enemies left the tracks to cause confusion within our ranks. I'm sure the Mercenary King didn't escape in the direction of the tracks we found. I'm sure they went somewhere else. Count. That's not important. The knight stopped talking after hearing the Marquis' response. Smile. The corners of the old man's lips went up as he watched. That's right. Marquinim, that is not important. The mercenaries are not our goal. That's right. Our goal is Cal Henitus. Isn't that right, Count? The Black Knight sighed before nodding her head to agree with the Marquis. Yes, sir. Our goal is Cal Henitus. Absolutely. Flap, flap. The Marquis flapped his fan even in the snowstorm as he continued to speak. Cal Henitus is luring us without the dragon nor elementals by his side. He only has swordsmen with him. Tap. He folded his fan. He's probably trying to sacrifice himself. The most unique trait the Endable Kingdom determined about Cal Henitus was his willingness for sacrifice. He should act the same way this time as well. We need to chase Cal Henitus, even when we know he is luring us, and Cal Henitus must be running away with just the swordsmen because he knows we will chase him as well. The answer was simple. That is why we need to chase him and finish him off. The Marquis's eyes started to sparkle. Neither the Duke nor the White Star are here right now. That was why it was a great situation for him to achieve the most merit. I need to increase my forces. The organization that served the demonic race and not the gods. The Marquis, who was the leader of that organization, wanted to increase his strength and influence before the Endable Kingdom was revealed to the world. We will increase our speed to chase them. Choi Han, Hannah, and Ron Marlin. They are all strong individuals to be wary of, but Cal Henitus should be worn out by now. I'm sure we will find an opening if we chase them. His eyes were burning up with greed. Once we see an opening, that's when we will rip him apart. Ooh, ooh, the power inside his fan started to rumble inside the snowstorm. We are increasing our speed. Yes, sir. The old dark elf responded energetically, but the knight flinched. She wondered if her tired subordinates could keep up. The Marquis asked her a question. How about you follow us from the rear? She started to frown. It was obvious that the Marquis and the old dark elf were trying to take everything. Sure. However, the knight retreated without saying anything else. This is not the only opportunity. She was good at being patient, so she quietly retreated. Count Mark, why do you think they are heading northwest? The Marquis asked the old dark elf, Mark a question. Mark pushed down on the ground harder and observed Cal's group, who they were slowly approaching, and started to speak. Based on this location, I'm sure they are heading toward the cliff on the northwest side. The cliff. Those four experts should find it easy to safely climb down the cliff. The Marquis nodded his head. They must be planning on climbing down the cliff so that we cannot chase them anymore. That is correct. That is why we must catch up before they get to the cliff. Sounds great. Mark smiled at the Marquis' response and increased his speed. There are no preys nearby. The elemental contracted to him to let him know once more that there were no other elementals nearby. A smile appeared on his face. If there are no mages nor elementals by Cal Henitus's side, we have the advantage. It was at that moment. He could see Cal Henitus's eyes that had opened wide after turning around and making eye contact with him. He seemed to be quite exhausted, as he was full of sweat even in this cold weather. Did he catch a cold or something? He seemed to have a fever, and his face was a total mess. Shhhhhh. Choi Han covered Cal from behind. Count Mark could see everything clearly. That meant that the enemies who were quite far away were now very close. They're right there. He raised his hand. There was only one thing that close meant for a dark elf like him. Shhhhhhh. He pulled the bowstring back. The dark elves all instantly took out some arrows and pointed them toward Cal as they ran. The targets were now close enough for them to use their bows. I will help you as well. Count Mark frowned for a moment at the Marquis's statement before quickly returning to normal. I knew it would be like this. He could tell that the Marquis was trying to steal the glory. However, it was better for them to share the glory in a situation like this. Ooh, he could feel a large amount of power gathering together. Split up and get into formation. Count Mark shouted, and the dark elves started to split up inside the snowstorm. They created a formation that resembled a crescent moon and started to run toward Cal's group. Black aura started to gather at the tips of their arrows. The black auras soon gobbled up the arrows and took the place of the arrows. Damn it! The knight could only bite her lips and watch as the knight's brigade had no way of launching any long-distance attacks. She then started to shake. What could it be? She felt something odd behind her. She quickly turned around. I don't see anything. There was nothing behind her. However, she could then hear a weird noise inside the snowstorm. She could only hear it because she had retreated to the rear. Her gaze slowly headed up. She could hear something flying by. She looked up at the sky and immediately shouted in shock. No way. She could see something black flying past her and her allies to get to Cal Henitus. It was a dragon. She was certain that was a dragon. The dragon was flying from the top of the mountain toward Cal. Her gaze moved to the mountain peak past the snowstorm. There were no traces of the mercenaries heading to the mountain peak. What could it be? She opened her mouth to speak as soon as she had that question. When you have such a question on the battlefield, during those times, retreat, retreat. It was time to retreat. It was time to stop. However, Count Mark's voice echoed louder than her own. Increase your speed to surround them. The dark elves who were in the crescent moon formation increased their speed. It was at that moment. Mark, someone is coming from over there. Someone is coming. Mark could see people quickly flying toward them with flight magic as soon as he heard the elemental's voice. They were coming from the west. It's the dragon. He could also see the dragon quickly flying down from the north as the elemental shouted. He had a bad feeling about it. The Marquis reacted before he could. Stop, stop. The dark elves looked toward Mark after hearing the Marquis shout, and Mark shouted as well. Stop. Everybody stop. They all stopped running. Mark made eye contact with Cal Henitus, who turned around at that moment. Mark, whose sight was better than everyone else, could see Cal Henitus smiling. On the other hand, Cal could not see Mark or the enemy's expressions at all. However, he had been waiting for this moment when the enemies stopped moving. You shouldn't stop moving. His hand went up to the sky before dropping down to the ground. That was the signal. Boobababoom, a large rumbling that gobbled up the snowstorm filled everyone's ears. All of them looked toward the north. At the mountain peak, A large tsunami, a large snow tsunami was charging down. Plop! Rosalind, who had flown over and landed in front of Cal and reached her hand out. The bag that had been over her shoulder earlier was completely empty. I used them all. Rosalind had gone to a Ruhaben to get as many magic bombs as he had, and had brought her own collection of magic bombs as well. Your hands must feel so light. Rosalind smiled at Cal's response and reached her hand toward him. Shall we go? Rosalind put her hand on his shoulder, and acceleration, magic, and temperature management magic surrounded him. Cal looked at the charging snow tsunami and the astonished enemies before turning around. Barang barara. An endless number of explosions caused the snow that had filled the mountain peak for hundreds, no, thousands of years to quickly charge down. Run, retreat, use flight magic if you can. Cal could hear the enemies shouting behind him. However, he did not have the time to look back at them. Let's go. His group quickly started to move away from the scene. They were taking 2 to 3 steps every time the enemies took one, as if they had never been slow at all. Cal was quickly moving thanks to magic as well. He heard Rosalind's voice as he walked. I visited the mercenary king just now. They all crossed the bridge, and the mages are guarding them while preparing to teleport. They should all safely escape soon. Human, I can't get through to the crown prince. Rayan's voice filled his mind as well. Cal opened his mouth to speak. We are heading to the Roan kingdom right away. His cold voice had no hesitation at all. Hannah, who was keeping pace with Cal, looked back. Boo-boo-boo-boom. The snow had struck the area they had passed through like a tsunami. It's hard to breathe. The immense tsunami attacking the enemies made it hard for her to breathe. Even the mages by Rosalind's side, who had planted the magic bombs, were looking blankly in disbelief at what they had done. They heard Cal's voice again at that moment. Everybody snap out of it. Hannah turned her gaze. Cal Henitus, who would usually be happy that they pulled one over the enemies, did not look happy today. He was still feeling rushed right now. I don't have much time. The quietly mumbling Cal couldn't hide his sense of urgency in both his expression and his voice. Albaru looked toward the enemies that were moving forward from the horizon beyond the castle wall. His gaze was focused on the person who was at the center of the enemies and looking at him. That person must be the White Star. The White Star and Albaru Crossman. The two of them looked at each other for the first time. The place they first met was on the battlefield. Chapter 519, Late 4. He didn't know the enemies had so many soldiers. My apologies, Your Highness. The Lord of the Stan territory. Taylor Stan was bowing toward Albaru Crossman. Why would it be your fault? Taylor started to frown after hearing Albaru's calm voice. But Albaru was actually thankful to Taylor. I heard that you already had the first battle. Thank you for safely getting past it. There was a short first battle prior to Albaru getting here. Lord Taylor Stan had defended against the enemies through the battle. The White Star does not seem to have any intentions of fighting as he attacked for a bit before withdrawing. Taylor recalled the first battle. The White Star's forces had scoped them out as if they were making sure the food was seasoned properly. They then started to bring over more troops. Because of that, Taylor could not continue speaking. Albaru started to speak instead. That must be why there are so many enemies here. Taylor clenched his eyes shut. However, Albaru was looking forward, past the walls. He could see the enemies that the White Star had brought over. He started to list the enemies by group. The Bear tribe are those armed members over there, swordsmen and mages. There are quite a lot of them. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook every time the bears in their berserk transformations moved. They each had a weapon in their hands as they slowly marched toward the walls. They did not rush. There were many strong individuals behind them. Are those the strong individuals who were supposedly in the second secret base? Albaru recalled the information Cal told him about Arm's second secret base. Your Highness. He heard one of his vassals speak in a low voice. Albaru sighed as he knew what the person was trying to say. Yes, the bears and those bastards are not the biggest problems right now. Boom, boom, boom. Those bastards who were shaking the ground and slowly approaching as if they were sieging the central city in the Stan territory were not the problem. There are many unknown individuals in the rear. There were a large number of people stationed behind the approaching enemies as well. The black mages, I can tell. Albaru started to speak. Marquis Stan, have you figured out who those people in the rear are? They didn't know the identities of the people in the rear. Those people who were all wearing different colored robes did not all seem to be black mages. This was especially the case for the people who seemed to be wearing gray robes that reminded him of priest robes who were giving off odd auras. That made him feel as if they should not approach them without a plan. I'm sorry, Your Highness. They must have used teleportation magic, as the enemy numbers suddenly exploded, and we weren't unable to figure out who they are. That makes sense. I understand. Taylor had said that with remorse, but ended up feeling an unexplainable feeling after hearing Albaru brush it off as if it was nothing. They're different. Taylor had been able to see how Cal fought from a distance when he had gone to Margoru. This was his first battlefield with Albaru. The two of them were similar but different. It was as if they were siblings. Taylor could not continue his thoughts very long. Your Highness, please look over there. It suddenly started to become chaotic above the city walls. One of the generals subconsciously shouted in shock. Shoot, the White Star can control the wyverns as well. The wyverns appeared as the mages, and the unknown people in grey robes moved to the side. Screech, screech, screech. The screeching wyverns moved forward once the White Star gave the signal. Black mages and knights were on the wyverns together. This was possible because these wyverns were larger than normal wyverns. All of them were black as well. The White Star got on the only white wyvern in the group. The vassals on top of the city walls started to raise their voices. The ground battle was already an issue, but now an aerial battle. What should we do? The wyverns' attacks are a problem, but there are mages on their backs, black mages. It'll be bad if they cast spells inside the city walls from the air. What shall we do? We need to come up with a plan right away. They were as loud as a busy supermarket. Everybody was raising their voices and busy shouting their thoughts to one another. However, none of them were able to come up with a good solution. Marquis Taylor watched this for a bit and opened his mouth to speak before closing it back. He had a thought, but he could not say it out loud. However, there was someone else who ended up sharing the same thought. Just like the battle at the Henitus territory, everybody stopped talking for a moment after hearing that. The Rhone Kingdom had already fought against and defeated wyverns once. It was during the first battle against the Northern Indomitable Alliance at the Henitus. That's right. If young Master Cal casts his shield as he did back then. Let's contact young Master Cal immediately. That's right. Why don't we contact Commander Cal right away? Taylor started to frown. This was not it. This was not what he had been thinking. It was at that moment. Silence. Silence instantly filled the area. Everybody was looking toward Albaru Crossman. However, their gazes quickly turned elsewhere. People in charge of the battlefield should not be acting like this. They could not face Albaru's fiery gaze and his calm but stern comments. Albaru turned his head. Captain, yes, Your Highness. The Mage Brigade captain lowered his head. Albaru was said to have significantly invested to grow this Mage Brigade. They had left a small number of people in the capital, while the rest of them came here with Albaru. Albaru asked the captain a question. Can you protect the castle with a shield? I believe it will take some time. We need to create many magic circles in order to create a shield at young Master Cal's level. A large shield that was big enough to protect the entire castle would require time to create the magic circles to support it. Taylor and the others started to frown. Screech, 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 the wyverns were still screeching and heading their way. They could see the large black wings that seemed to get closer every time they raised their heads. This was bad. What could they do? The chief executives quickly started to think. It was at that moment. Albaru Crossman. A loud voice echoed through the battlefield. The voice was coming from the white wyvern's back. The crown prince was in the castle while the enemies were outside. The White Star, who stopped about halfway between the two forces, looked at Albaru as he started to speak. Albaru Crossman. He called for Albaru again. That. How dare he say his highness's name like? How can dare be such an arrogant person? Some of the old vassals raised their voices in anger, but the White Star continued to speak as if they could not hear them. Both allies and enemies could hear his voice. Fighting will only lead to destruction. Why don't we have a chat? Albarus' gaze instantly started to sparkle. However, his vassals turned pale. They walked up to Albaru and quietly whispered to him, Your Highness, you cannot trust that man. It makes no sense that he wants to chat. Taylor strongly urged him against it as well. I'm certain that he is trying to draw you out and take you hostage. That's right. We must return to our defensive formation and not chat with them. A chat between Alberu and the White Star. That was unbelievable. Of course, there were times when leaders would have short chats on the battlefield, but that was only possible when the leaders believed the other leader was somewhat trustworthy. But this was none other than the White Star. This bastard had done all sorts of terrible things. Would a bastard like that really just want to chat? Think about everything that man has done, Your Highness. He may be calling you out while saying he wants to chat and negotiate, but he'll definitely do something dirty if you go out. Taylor strongly emphasized his opinion. Furthermore, our role is to resist for as long as possible. I'm sure you'll agree with at least that much, Your Highness. Resist until Cal's group gets there. Hold ourselves back even if we want to fight. It was because the White Star's forces were strong. I don't think there is a need to head out of the sturdy walls and walk into the enemy's trap. That's right. Marquis Taylor is correct, Your Highness. You can send one of your vassals as your representative, but you cannot go out yourself. It was at that moment they heard the White Star's voice again. I don't think you should take too long to make up your mind. Screech, screech, screech. Multiple carriages appeared on the same path where the wyverns had been on the ground. Soob. Sniff. Please save us. Suwab. There were wooden cages where luggage should have been. There were people imprisoned inside those cages. Those crazy bastards. Marquis Taylor's expression instantly changed. He started to frown and clenched the ledge he had walked up to. His two hands were shaking. The White Star sneered before continuing to speak. These are your citizens that my subordinates just captured. I'm sure some of them are from the Stan territory. The vassals started to frown. They had wondered why the first battle had not been very fierce, but they seemed to have attacked a small village away from the Lord's castle in order to capture the residents living there. It's my fault. Taylor lowered his head. He had not thought about the other residents, nor the rest of the kingdom's citizens, because he was busy defending against the White Star's subordinates' sudden attack. But the fact that he had no time to think about them, because he was busy guarding the Lord's castle, was just an excuse. I am the leader of the Northwest region. The fact that he was the leader of the Northwest region's nobles meant that he had the responsibility to protect their lands. Taylor wanted to smack his own head. Cage. Is that why you went out of the castle? His close friend Cage had stealthily left as soon as the battle had started, saying that she had something to do outside. However, he could not continue his thoughts about his close friend. What can we do? Taylor could not raise his head. The White Star continued to speak. If you are a crown prince who loves the citizens of the Rhone kingdom, shouldn't you save your beloved citizens? We lost. That was the only thought on Taylor's mind when he heard the White Star's comment. We lost before we even fought. My goodness. Shoot. The vassals were gasping as well. How could the crown prince and the future king decline a negotiation when the enemy had his citizens as hostages? That could not happen. The vassals realized that they could only be dragged around however the White Star wanted now. We lost. They had lost a battle of the minds before their forces even fought. That damn bastard. One of the generals could not hide his anger and shouted, "Ha ha ha." There was someone who was laughing at his comment. They all turned their heads. Alberu was laughing. He was quietly looking at the White Star on his wyvern. I can see you better now than you are closer. They were at a distance where he could somewhat make out his features now. So that's what the White Star looks like. It's odd. The only thought in Alberus' mind after seeing the White Star's face was that it was odd. My ancestor was the ancient White Star. Alberu did not like the fact that the ancient White Star was his ancestor. On the other hand, this White Star was someone who wanted to be like Alberus' ancestor and become him. How funny. It was very funny. He opened his mouth to speak. Bring me my helmet. Your Highness, personally going out is. Do you want me to ignore my citizens? The vassal was at a loss for words after hearing Alberus' question. Alberu mischievously commented to the vassals who were looking at him. I'm just going to go out like this if you don't bring me my helmet. The vassal's shoulders flinched. You don't want my damn head to be blown off, do you? Smirk. Alberu started to smile. He was speaking more coarsely than normal, but that made his intentions clear to his vassals. Here it is, Your Highness. Thank you, Marquis Stan. Taylor Stan, who had his head down, took the helmet from his subordinate and handed it to Alberu. Alberu calmly thanked him. It was nothing, Your Highness. However, Taylor still could not raise his head. Pat. Alberu put his hand on Taylor's shoulder. You are the only one who can lead this castle now. Alberu quietly looked at Taylor, who had his head down. Taylor's stand did not look good. He had led the troops from the front during the first battle, so his clothes were a mess, and his body was covered in injuries. He had apparently been hit by an arrow as well. That was probably why he had bandages tightly wound around his side. Marquis Stan, snap out of it. Some of the chief executives approached Alberu. Your Highness, the castle will not fall, okay? Young Master Cal will be here soon. That's right. The situation will change as long as he gets here. Alberu laughed and responded to them. It's not good to rely too much on one person. You shouldn't expect one person to fulfill multiple people's responsibilities. The smile disappeared from Alberu's face. You see, I am someone who knows how to do my part. Taylor's head slowly started to rise. Pat, pat. Alberu patted Taylor's shoulder twice as he removed his hand. You do your part too. Alberu then headed toward the tightly closed castle gates. The gates opened, and he raised his head after heading out with the Knights' Brigade. He could see the white wyvern. Mother. Alberu thought about his mother. His left hand tightly clenched his helmet. He recalled something his Aunt Tasha told him in the past. You've inherited your mother's talents. This item allowed your mother to live in the palace. This will hide you. Nobody, no living beings will be able to find out about your power. It's different than the magic item that dyes your hair. This is an item that hides your power. Anyway, you will be free if you carry this and the dye magic accessory with you. He also recalled something he told Cal. I'm not fighting. You absolutely won't fight. Of course, I will step up if something happens to the Roan Kingdom or the Roan Kingdom citizens. He recalled what Cal had said. Alberu Crossman, Your Highness, your existence is meant to be. Mother Aunt, I'm already a free person who is meant to be here. He looked toward the white wyvern and started to speak. Come, if you want my life, that is, whether my life is your goal or if you want something else. Come, I will be waiting. Chapter 520, Late 5, the white wyvern slowly lowered its head. Then the person on its back became visible. The wyvern that was leisurely flying in the air, and the wyverns both looked down on Alberu. This is a first. Maybe it was because it was his first time on the battlefield, but Alberu felt odd seeing the enemies looking down at him. However, his nervousness suppressed that odd feeling. They're watching me. There were many eyes watching Alberu right now. Alberu felt that these gazes were scary when he was young. These gazes seemed to be testing him or keeping an eye on him. Even now, there may be people among the Allied troops who were looking at him in order to make some sort of judgment about him. Alberu Crossman. This was his destiny from the moment he received the Crossman last name. However, after such a long period of time, he knew. He knew that judgment and awareness were not the only things in those gazes. He could feel it even without looking. Please save us. Please get us past this danger, Your Highness. The desperate pleas of the citizens inside the castle walls. The hope for the citizens who were captured as hostages. The vassals' expectations. He could now feel them all even without looking. That was why Alberu shrugged his shoulders toward the white star who was looking down at him. Don't you need my life? You seem to have no intentions of coming down. The white star started to speak at that moment. I believe I said I wanted to chat. Chat my ass. Alberu sighed. My little brother told me something. His right hand that wasn't holding his helmet pointed toward the white star. He said you say a lot of bullshit. The white star started to frown while Alberu leisurely continued speaking. If you want to chat, get down here and sincerely ask to chat. Otherwise, shut the hell up. Shouldn't someone who claims they want to chat with the enemy show some basic sincerity? Alberu looked toward the white star with an expression that seemed to be asking why he needed to say something so obvious. Ha ha ha. Oh, this. The white star awkwardly laughed. He then touched his white mask and continued to speak. I see. You want me to be respectful if I want to chat. Smirk. His mask covered his eyes and his forehead. The corners of his lips that were still visible started to rise. I don't want to do that. As expected, the white star had no desire to chat. It was a trap. Alberu realized it at that moment. He's coming. Flap, flap. The white wyvern's large wings headed down. Its beak pointed to the ground as well. Its body instantly charged down as if it was trying to crash into Alberu. The Knights' Brigade leading the Knights' Brigade surrounding Alberu started to shout. Protect His Highness. The White Star shouted at the same time. Kill the Knights' Brigade. Half of the wyverns in the air opened their jaws toward the Knights' Brigade and charged down. Furthermore, attack the castle walls and the castle. The other half received the White Star's order and changed direction toward the castle past the castle walls. Uwuang, the black mages on top of the wyverns, started to cast their spells. Captain. Yes, sir. Taylor called the mage brigade captain, who stopped setting up his magic circle and gave an order to some of his brigade members. 3rd Battalion, prepare to defend against the enemy attacks with me. The rest of you, finish the magic circles. Don't stop. We must each do our part. He was not the only one giving orders. Alberus chief executives who had been around Taylor split up to give orders as well. Archers, fire at the wyverns charging toward the Knight's brigade and His Highness. Pour hot water outside the walls so that the bears cannot climb over. Throw rocks at them too. Throw anything you can down the walls. Taylor ordered his subordinates as well. Contact Cage. Also, ask for emergency reinforcements from the other lords in the Northwest region. Focus all troops in the Northwest region here. We must capture the enemies from the outskirts. Yes, Lord Nim. It was at that moment. Bang, 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 bang. They heard explosions all around them. He raised his head. Black mages were throwing mana orbs down from the sky. The allied mages on the ground were throwing mana orbs up to destroy them. Taylor quickly realized something and turned his head. His Highness, the White Star's wyvern was flying toward Alberu. Taylor lowered his head. His gaze headed toward the large wyvern's wings that looked like they could easily destroy Alberu, as if he was an ant. Those wings were getting close to the ground. Alberu looked at the shadow above him, as well as the white wing that was causing that shadow. Actually, he was looking at the White Star's brown eyes past the wings that were looking at him. The White Star started to speak. How foolish. Another wyvern's claw tried to strike Alberus' side. Bang! Ah, your Highness, I will protect you. The Knight Captain had blocked the claw. The White Star started to speak in a tone that seemed to be sneering at Alberu. You shouldn't have come out if you knew it was a trap. Was your face and reputation as Crown Prince really that important? More important than your life? The White Star was sneering at Alberu, who could not rationally think about the situation and had to come out to save face because of the citizens being held hostage. He wouldn't have had to deal with this if he quietly stayed hidden in the capital or the castle. It was at that moment. What an idiot. The White Star could see Alberus' face as Alberu called him an idiot. Alberu was looking at the White Star as if he truly was stupid. Why do you think it was for my reputation? He thinks I came out of the castle to save face and my reputation as Crown Prince even though I knew it was a trap. Alberu could not hide his sigh. He started to laugh as he responded, to think that you see saving people as just a tool for saving face or reputation. His stern and sharp voice was directed at the White Star. You are a weakling. The White Star thought he heard incorrectly and asked, What, weakling? Wakling, I heard you said this. Ruler, you wish to be king. The White Star's face started to stiffen. However, Alberu did not care. He just continued to speak as if nothing was wrong. King, a shoothead like you wants to be king. You want to be king with a rotten mindset like that. The White Star's face completely stiffened. The fire sword appeared in his hand. The Knight Captain looked around and urgently started to speak. Your Highness, please don't rile him up anymore. It is dangerous. That was what the Knight Captain wanted to say. It was because the knights who had been surrounding the Crown Prince had ended up moving away because of the wyverns, and the knights and black mages on top of the wyverns. Only he and a couple of others remained right by the Crown Prince. They should not provoke the enemy anymore. However, Alberu spoke first before the knight could say anything. You're a joke. Smirk. He then smirked. Squeeze. The White Star clenched the fire sword in his hand. I guess you really want to die. The White Star then kicked off the wyvern's back and jumped down. No. Stop that bastard. The Knight Captain parried an attacking wyvern's claw and ran toward the Crown Prince. However, the wyvern that no longer had the White Star on its back moved its body to attack the Knight Captain and some knights with its large wings and sharp claws. Bang! Bang! The white wyvern clashed against the knights. Your Highness, the Knight Captain shouted toward Alberu in desperation. He could see Alberu observing the White Star who was charging toward him. Don't worry about me. The Knight Captain could hear Alberus' voice. He then saw Alberu starting to move his hands. They were moving in different directions. His right hand headed toward his neck. Alberu was watching the White Star the whole time. I'll make you desperately beg for your life. The fire sword became larger and slashed down as if to cut Alberu in half. Clattering. Inside his armor. Alberus' right hand grabbed the necklace he always hid under his clothes. He recalled what his Aunt Tasha told him again. You've inherited your mother's talents. This item allowed your mother to live in the palace. This will hide you. Nobody, no living beings will be able to find out about your power. What she had said was true. Alberu recalled something the baby dragon Rayan had asked him in the past. Hey, nice crown prince who gives me cookies. I know you are strong, but what are you strong in? I can't really feel it. Even the dragon didn't know. I understand your dye magic now, but I don't know. Can't you tell me? Of course, he had apologized and not taught it to Rayan. I never knew a day would come where I need to use this power. Alberu moved his right hand. Click. The lock on the necklace was released. He recalled the first time his identity was discovered by Cal. Probably not a demon, black mage, nor a necromancer. So then, the child of a half-blooded dark elf. Cal had then given him a bottle of dead mana as a present. It is a very precious item. It is a dead dragon's mana. That was the case. It was a very precious item. It was an item that could raise Alberus' strength by multiple levels. He had become a lot stronger because of that. He had more opportunities to get stronger because Cal kept finding and bringing more dead mana for him. Uwuang, the necklace instantly disappeared from Alberus' right hand. The white star who was watching started to frown. It was because the necklace had suddenly disappeared. Uwuang, Alberu could feel the things that had been restricting his body disappear, and his body starting to roar. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them back. It'll be gone soon. The dime magic would be gone. He had no choice. He needed to use dead mana. His left hand moved the moment he realized that. His helmet covered his face. It was a helmet that only left a small slit for the eyes. I cannot reveal this to everyone yet. Alberu closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. His eyes had turned brown. His skin was turning darker than brown. It was the case for his hair as well. However, nobody could see it. Alberu started to smile under the helmet. Even the knights could not see him properly because they were fiercely fighting against the wyverns. You bastard, what are you hiding? The white star shouted as the fire sword reached Alberu. Alberu reached his hand out. You bastard! The white star's eyes turned wide. Alberus' hands were covered in a black aura for a moment. The white star did not miss that short instant. It's dead mana. The king of the Roan kingdom was using dead mana. It was the first time the white star's pupils shook in shock about Alberu. However, the white star could not stop walking and did not think that he was going to lose. Alberus' voice reached the white star at that moment. I'm known as a high-grade expert. But you see, did you know this? Alberu recalled the dead dragon's mana he had consumed after Cal figured out his secret. You can create water, wind, fire, and light with mana as well. That was why magic was amazing. Uwuang, the mana inside Alberus' body, started to roar. Of course, it was dead mana, and not regular mana. The power that was released from its chains was running wild now that it was free. Alberu gathered that power in his hand. It happened in a split moment. The black aura disappeared from Alberus' hands in a matter of seconds. However, the white star realized Alberus' identity. Magic! This bastard can use magic. The white star then remembered that the first step Alberu took to increase the Roan kingdom's troops was to create a mage brigade. However, the aura he was feeling felt different than black magic. Unlike black magic that went against the laws of nature, he could feel nature giving Alberu strength and working with him. Dead mana that follows the laws of nature. The white star recalled the beings who used dead mana, but not black magic. They were not human, dark elves. The dark elves who were a part of nature had some people who could use dead mana to use magic. However, their methods were different than black magic. Alberu smiled underneath his helmet, but nobody could see it. Why had he raised a mage brigade? Why had he gone in that direction? There was a lot of danger to raise a source of power that he was not adept in. But what if it was something he knew well? He could then control it. Dead mana is like mana. It's the same. Using dead mana like regular mana, fire, water, wind, he could create everything. The battlefield was chaotic. Inside Alberus' empty hands were the black aura that only the white star had seen had disappeared. I can create light too. Light shot out of his hands. The black mana had instantly turned into a bright sword of light in Alberu's hand. The light was as radiant as the sun, just like the radiant sun rising between two cliffs on Alberus' armor. This sword was like the Rhone kingdom's symbol, the sword art he had practiced as the human Albaru, and the magic he could use because he had his mother's dark elf blood, a magic swordsman. This was one of Albarus' other secrets.